Chapter 1. A week before the apocalypse. The emaciated zombie with bulging eyes opened its decaying mouth and lunged at me. Don't. The piercing scream filled the air with a sense of despair and anguish. The warm sea breeze blew into the room. The white curtains swayed gently, and the girl in bed was in pain, her brows furrowed tightly, gripping the soft cotton blanket with both hands. A wave of darkness swept over her, and the girl suddenly sat up, clutching her pounding chest, her face pale, gasping for breath. Pearl's eyes cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Nuan wiped her brow haphazardly, her hands trembling uncontrollably, her gaze blankly staring ahead. In the cozy room, various clothes hung in the wardrobe, cute dolls filled the bedside, and the pink dressing table was covered in cosmetics. Several pots of pothos and cacti sat on the windowsill, exuding a familiar yet strange aura. A look of confusion crossed Nuan's eyes, and then she realized, isn't this her house? Hadn't she died? In her last moments, she was consumed with thoughts of the house with 32 years of mortgage left. After the scorching heat arrived, everything frozen in the world began to thaw, and food that was previously unreachable from underground surfaced. People were so hungry that their stomachs touched their backs. Their eyes gleaming with a green light, they paid no heed to expiration dates, shoving anything edible into their mouths. Some even went so far as to roast and eat rats. Countless viruses followed, beginning to erode people's bodies. Those who ate rat meat were the first to mutate, gradually becoming mindless corpses, attacking swiftly and reproducing rapidly. In just a few days, the entire city fell. Ordinary people, once scratched or with wounds tainted by zombie blood, would turn into zombies within hours. Tea that time, Nuan hadn't reached the point of roasting rats, but she wasn't much better off. Not only did she have to feed herself, but she also had to provide for the scumbag and the shameless woman. She treated those two with all her heart, yet when the zombie tide besieged the base, the scumbag and the shameless woman, seeing no way to escape, pushed her into the horde of zombies, leaving her to be devoured. Thinking of this, Nuan smiled mockingly. It was her fault for not seeing their true nature, raising two ungrateful wolves only to suffer the consequences. Truly self-inflicted. Nuan curled up at the head of the bed. Hugging her knees, the sea breeze brushed against her, warm and comforting, and the gloom in her heart dissipated. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, the melodious song making Nuan a bit entranced. The intense life of fleeing faded away, and she relaxed, humming along with the song, but suddenly felt that something was off. She opened her eyes and searched for her phone. She eventually found it under the bed. A missed call notification popped up, and glancing at the time, it clearly read, August 6th, 2032, 19:20 out in a flash. Nuan turned around and rushed out of the room to turn on the television. The news anchor was reporting the recent weather conditions, and the time being broadcasted was exactly the same as on her phone. With this confirmation, Nuan's eyes began to well up with tears. Her legs trembled, nearly unable to support her. She hurriedly grabbed the sofa to steady herself. I actually reincarnated. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. This time, she would defy fate and take revenge on that scumbag and shameless woman. Chapter 2. The Scarlet Jade Bracelet. Understanding everything at this moment, Nuan gathered herself, sitting on the sofa and picking up her phone. Using her memories, she unlocked it and opened her online postal bank, where a staggering amount of 500,000 was displayed. This was her lottery winnings, and the card was only a temporary one. This was indeed an unexpected fortune. In her previous life, she had planned to use this money to pay off part of her mortgage, hoping to live a little easier in the future. But unexpectedly, a week later, the apocalypse struck and the world order fell apart. Money and paper currency became the most useless things, while food became a precious commodity. Throughout her life, her luck had been decent, her grades were mediocre, yet she bravely applied to a prestigious university and ended up getting in. After graduation, she found a high-paying job as a secretary to the CEO, earning $8,000 a month. Her daily tasks were easy, mainly taking care of the CEO's cat and 3 dogs, along with a pot of orchids. If there was one downside, it was the boyfriend she had during college, a campus heartthrob. They met during the centennial celebration, both involved in the student council, and their interactions were frequent. The heartthrob's name was Zhang Chunran, a cheerful, sunny, and handsome guy who was warm to everyone. His perfect personality attracted many women, and even wealthy ladies offered to support him. Having lost her parents at a young age and grown up in her relatives' care, Nuan longed for family affection. Zhang Chunran's sweet words were something she couldn't resist, and within just a month, she completely fell for him. Zhang Chunran firmly rejected other women's pursuits in front of Nuan. But behind her back, he was ambiguous with several wealthy women and even got involved with Nuan's cousin, Lu Qianqian. These two were the culprits who pushed Nuan into the abyss during the zombie tide. Lu Qianqian owned a scarlet jade bracelet, a family heirloom passed down through generations in the Lu family, extremely precious. Since it fell into her hands, she had to show it off whenever she met someone. Only Nuan knew the true value of that bracelet. During one escape, her palm was scraped, and with zombies chasing her from behind, Lu Qianqian fell. Nuan rushed over, grabbing Lu Qianqian's wrist to run, accidentally getting blood on the bracelet. By a twist of fate, it recognized her as its master. The situation was urgent at that time, and she had planned to confess later, but she was mercilessly silenced. The immediate priority was to find a way to get the bracelet. Lu Qianqian, if you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust.G in one open WeChat. Entered the chat interface with Lu Qianqian and sent a message inviting her to meet. There was no response for a long time, so she sent a 10 yuan red envelope, which was quickly claimed. Seeing this, Nuan revealed a meaningful smile. Though they agreed to meet tomorrow, it was still early, so she took her door key and phone, heading downstairs to gather some supplies. That Nuan's apartment was on the 21st floor, with an area of 140 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. She chose the top floor initially because it was cheaper and included an attic. The community had fairly complete living facilities, including a large supermarket, pharmacy, and vegetable store. Entering the supermarket and walking to the grain section, Nuan looked at the prices and fell into thought they seemed a bit expensive. In her previous life, she never had the leisure to shop for supplies like this. When the apocalypse hit, she was hurriedly coping with extreme weather, and prices were drastically different from now. She didn't even know if there was a wholesale market in H City. She had lived her life in a daze and had never explored the surroundings of the city. It seemed she would have to be careful and calculate her purchases. Just charging in without looking at the prices would be a bit risky. After thinking it through, she decided to buy some food to quell her rumbling stomach today and, after getting the bracelet tomorrow, rent a car to shop wholesale. Moreover, she needed to make a list of what to buy and how to buy it cost-effectively. Chapter 3. A qualified spare tire. With a plan in mind, Nuan felt invigorated as she got to work. She busily planned her finances and her stockpiling strategy, excitedly writing down the items she needed to be UYWY the time she finished. It was already 6 o'clock the next day. The morning sunlight was soft and carried a hint of coolness. Nuan stood on the balcony, gazing at the brilliant morning light, and the fatigue from staying up late vanished, leaving her full of energy. Today, she was going to work hard. She found a breakfast shop and ordered soup dumplings, soybean milk, and fried dough sticks, enjoying a hearty meal. After wiping her mouth, she got up and headed to Lu Qianqian's rented room. Since graduating, Lu Qianqian had been struggling to find a job and had been living here. The rental room was located just outside a key university in H City, surrounded by a cluster of cheap rental houses. The area was vast and crowded, with university students, migrant workers, and some homeless individuals all squeezed into small, inexpensive rooms of around 30 to 40 square meters. Nuan had also been a student at H City University and had lived here before, but after finding a secretarial job, she moved out as the environment was poor and dangerous for girls. The sticky stairs were littered with saliva and phlegm stains. Nuan carefully made her way to the 7th floor and knocked on one of the doors. There was no response, so she knocked harder, making a loud sound. Like a T that moment, a door behind her opened. A burly man emerged, looking tough and intimidating. He frowned. "Hey, can you keep it down? What are you banging on about so early in the morning?" His tone was harsh, and Nuan suppressed her disgust, pointing to Lu Qianqian's room. "Sorry, big brother. I'm the sister of that little girl. I'm in a hurry to find her. Sorry for disturbing you." The man didn't make things difficult for her. He walked over and kicked the door open, coldly saying, "That's how it's done, got it?" Nuan paused for a moment and nodded obediently. "Thank you, big brother." The big brother was formidable. Inside was a 1-bedroom apartment. As she approached the door, she noticed it was wide open. A glance inside revealed lace panties, a whip, and rubber. They were certainly having fun. Despite the loud banging on the door, the 2 people on the bed, who were exposed and intimate, didn't wake up. It seemed they had a wild night and were enjoying themselves like gods. Out of the corner of her eye, Nuan caught sight of something crimson. She stepped carefully around the scattered items and quietly walked to the bedside, nudging aside the man's underwear, pocketing a bracelet, and took several pictures of the two. With her phone before heading to the bathroom to fill a bucket with hot water, expressionless as she splashed it over them. She admitted that what she did was quite ruthless, but a lesson from her past life told her that if she pretended to be kind and gentle while others were taking advantage of her, she would be no different from a fool. Zhang Chunran accepted her kindness but was entangled with Lu Qianqian. Even knowing he was her boyfriend, Lu Qianqian still acted shamelessly, which was infuriating. None of them were good people. As the boiling water splashed, the occupants of the bed cried out in pain. Zhang Chunran woke up first and immediately saw Nuan standing by the door with a bucket. The room was a mess, and Zhang Chunran's face flushed with embarrassment, then shame. He quickly explained, "No, Nuan, let me explain. It's not what it looks like. We both drank too much last night. It's a misunderstanding, really. You have to believe me." Nuan was a big fool, earning 8,000 a month, spending 5,000 on him, paying 3,000 for the mortgage, and even said that if he was willing to marry her, he could move in and she would put his name on the property deed. Although she received assistance from wealthy women every month, in this day and age, who didn't want a backup? Clearly, Nuan was a very qualified backup. Chapter 4. You dare to hit me. Most of the hot water was absorbed by the cotton, and besides some burns on their arms, the two people on the bed were mostly unharmed. What a shame that Nuan's gaze swept over Zhang Chunran's bony figure, his ribs protruding like a bean sprout. She raised an eyebrow. Instead of saying all this, you might as well put some clothes on. It was quite a sight. Having seen enough, she feared she might develop an eye infection. She really couldn't understand what she had seen in this person in her past life. Pouring her heart out, was it to move herself? All right, it really was just her getting moved. Seeing Nuan's unreserved gaze made Zhang Chunran feel a moment of insecurity. It was strange, he was usually the one looking down from a height. Now Nuan seemed like a different person, less youthful, more composed and calm. Had she transformed into a woman after losing her virginity? Lu Qianqian sat up, grinning widely, quickly pulling on her underwear with her arms crossed, and said nonchalantly, "Cousin, didn't we say wed meet at noon? Why are you here so early?" Look at her, sleeping with someone else's boyfriend, without a shred of shame, as if it was the most ordinary thing. Even if Nuan lived again, she still couldn't be that thick-skinned. Lu Qianqian, you slept with my man. Don't you have anything to explain? She was very eager to know where this person's moral bottom line lay. Lu Qianqian pulled up her jeans, casually fastening her buttons, and said, "Cousin, you've lived at my house since you were little. You owe my family a lot. I just borrowed your boyfriend for a bit. Besides, we're in love. Why are you being so petty? You're acting like a scorned woman." It seemed this person had no bottom line. Nuan stepped forward and slapped her twice, while Zhang Chunran looked shocked. "You dare hit me?" Zhang Chunran, consider this a wake-up call. From now on, you and I are done. Break up. Nuan threw down this line and turned to leave. Zhang Chunran, gritting his teeth, put on his shirt and chuckled dismissively. Her house was just evidence of her deep love for him. Women, truly easy to manipulate creatures.gu, Nuan bid farewell to the cheating couple and headed to the car rental market. She had a C1 driver's license and chose a spacious van for the back seat, costing $200 a day. After opening the navigation, she accurately arrived at the suburban wholesale market. There were other wholesale markets, but this one had a complete range of goods. Compared to the other places, it was clearly more convenient, and the prices were not significantly different. 500,000 was almost all her savings. There was no way around it after 2 years of work. She had squandered her 8,000 monthly salary, saving not a penny. She had bought the house because Zhang Chunran complained about having nowhere to stay during winter and summer vacations, forcing her to buy it, or he would break up with her. At that time, she was blinded by love and stubbornly insisted on buying. She took out a loan of 200,000 from the bank for the down payment, and with subsequent payments plus bank loans, it would take 35 years to pay off. She would have to work for the rest of her life for this house, but a slave to her mortgage. After walking around the wholesale market, she found that the items here were indeed cheaper than in supermarkets, but there was a downside. She had to buy a certain quantity for them to offer wholesale prices. Steeling herself, Nuan rolled up her sleeves, ready to get to work. Although there were many regrets from her past life, this time she was determined to live for herself. She was her own biggest weakness. Chapter 5. I want more cheaper. 500,000 would normally be a considerable amount of money, but when it came to purchasing large quantities of goods, it felt pitifully inadequate. We sell 1,000 Jean at a minimum. How much do you want? Nuan didn't pay much attention and looked around the warehouse, noticing that it was well stocked with various types of rice, including pearl rice, glutinous rice, black rice, millet, and koik seed, among others. Upon hearing that a big business was coming her way, the woman changed her earlier attitude and approached with a smile on her face. Of course. We have plenty of goods, you can rest assured. We have a wide variety of products. What kind of rice do you need? I need a lot. Can you give me a better price? Nuan also smiled and chatted with the woman. Of course. Let me calculate it for you. The woman walked aside, and the calculator beeped. Reset. It was clear how eager she was to make this deal. Nuan wasn't in a hurry and wandered around the warehouse. How about this number, young lady? The woman approached mysteriously, shoving the calculator toward her. Nuan leaned back, squinting to see the numbers clearly. It was obviously expensive. Her expression darkened. I have something to do. You'll leave now and come back next time. Seeing that the girl was hard to persuade, the woman quickly reached out to stop her and said earnestly, Hey. Don't rush to leave. Business is all about negotiation. Let's discuss it slowly. Nuan remained expressionless, making the woman a bit anxious. After a moment of hesitation, she pressed out a new number. How about this? This is the lowest I can offer. If you want it lower, go to another shop. I won't sell it. With her neck stiffened, the woman saw Nuan's softened attitude. Thank you, sister. We're all in business here. Could you give me a little more leeway? They'll come back here for supplies next time. Business is about long-term relationships, right? The shop owner was quite shrewd. Nuan, wanting to avoid her playing tricks, mentioned that she was also in business, that if there were any manipulations, she certainly wouldn't return next time. The woman caught on to the implication, and her expression turned slightly unpleasant. Pouting a bit, she said with some annoyance, Don't worry, our goods sell well, and I certainly don't have any outdated stock for you. Nuan didn't mind, took out her phone, and scanned a WeChat code. I'll pay half the deposit first. Can you have someone deliver these items to this address the day after tomorrow? She handed over a piece of paper with the address written on it. That was actually the basement garage of her boss. Her boss was on a business trip and not in the country recently, so she was given a long vacation. The garage key was left with her, making it convenient for her use. Okay, but if you need to unload the goods there, I'll have to charge extra. The woman paused and added, Of course, if you have your own movers, just ignore what I said. Nuan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Buying rice cost nearly 40,000, as the prices varied depending on the types. After leaving the rice shop, she went to the dry goods store. It was convenient for long-term storage and not easily spoiled, although soaking it required some water. Nevertheless, she still needed to buy it. Dried black fungus, vermicelli noodles, dried pancakes, dried green beans, dried bamboo shoots, dried cabbage, dried shiitake mushrooms, dried eggplant, kelp, dried potatoes, dried radishes. While buying and browsing, Nuan also discovered unexpected delights. Dried sweet potato strips and beef jerky, which were her favorites, so she naturally bought a lot. Chapter 6, Sending You to Africa. For further study, packed boxes of supplies were loaded into the vehicle. Once inside, she took advantage of the absence of others to stuff everything into the space. This space was vast, about 800 square meters, roughly the size of a school playground. There was nothing inside, just lush green grass growing on the ground. After the supplies were arranged, it was time for the oil. Nuan directly chose the cheapest oil and bought 200 barrels, along with 4 large white barrels that were about the same height as her. She put them in the car, opened all the oil containers, and poured the oil into the barrels. The 200 barrels of oil were scattered and took up too much space, so consolidating them made transportation easier. Moreover, if she ran out of oil in the future, she could also extract oil from pork, so she wasn't too worried about it. Then she ordered 500 boxes of salt and 500 boxes of white sugar. These 2 items were essential goods in the apocalypse and couldn't be lacking. For seasonings, spices, and condiments, she picked and chose carefully, not buying everything all at once. After all, these weren't necessities. In the apocalypse, having food was already good enough, and who would care about the taste? Filling her stomach was the most important thing. Her cooking skills were quite mediocre, so buying too many seasonings would be useless. Furthermore, her storage space wasn't large, and if she bought too much and stored at home, it would attract thieves. To be safe, she decided to keep the majority in her storage space and only a small amount outside, which was the best choice. Additionally, she planned to utilize the attic. After purchasing the spices, the car headed toward the livestock wholesale market on the outskirts. There were skinned goats, freshly cut pieces of beef, halved pork, and chickens locked in iron cages. Nuan ordered 500 pounds of goat and beef, 1,000 pounds of pork, and 300 processed chickens. Because of the large order, the shopkeeper gave a significant discount. She had tested the space after receiving it and found that time was frozen inside, which had strong preservation capabilities. This was also the reason she could recklessly buy so much raw meat. After an afternoon of spending, there was not much money left. She needed to save the remaining money for medicine, gas, water, and feminine products. After carefully budgeting, she finally managed to spend 350,000 wisely. Nuan sighed in relief, feeling much more at ease thinking about the food she bought during the day. Driving past a barbecue stall, the aroma wafted in the air, so strong that it could be smelled from afar. The allure of the spices was truly powerful, and Nuan unknowingly found herself walking over. She ordered her favorite food and sat at an outdoor table reading the latest news. Several news headlines mentioned the word typhoon, but since it was only a yellow alert, not many people paid attention, and life continued as usual. "Hey, come over and give me a hand," a voice called out from beside her. Nuan looked up to see a construction worker lifting a security door, asking a man behind him for help. Seeing the heavy security door, Nuan was taken aback. How could she have forgotten the most important thing? After the typhoon, the city center would be flooded with all sorts of strange insects that preyed on humans. Those living on low floors who hadn't taken precautions would be the first to fall victim. If Nuan hadn't lived on a higher floor, she probably wouldn't have survived the onslaught of insects. No one knew where these insects came from or what their natural enemies were. Nuan thought for a long time, took out her phone, and dialed her boss's number. The phone rang for a long time, and just when she thought the other party wouldn't answer, it miraculously connected. Chapter 7. She wouldn't even be worth $3 million if she sold herself. Nuan shivered slightly. It seemed she had upset her boss. Listening closely, it sounded like he was asleep. She grinned widely, trying to please him. "Boss, I'd like to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" "I need to borrow $1 million. There was a rustling sound from across the room as the man sat up, his blanket slipping off. Rubbing his forehead, he said coldly, "What do you need so much money for?" Nuan whimsically said, "Isn't there a typhoon in the mainland recently? I thought I'd stock up on some supplies to avoid starving at home, and then your cats and dogs would have no one to take care of them." After hanging up the phone, Nuan was momentarily stunned, not quite processing it. $3 million. She wouldn't even be worth $3 million if she sold herself. How was she going to pay back this money? Her phone chimed, and a message popped up. Your card, ending in 7649, received 3,000,000 yuan from a certain bank on August 7th at 1848. Balance, 30,050 yuan, certain bank. Nuan looked at the long string of zeros, counting several times, feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. She dialed the phone, but the voice prompt indicated that the other party was busy. The boss hung up directly. There was a furniture market nearby, as well as a place selling steel. She directly paid a deposit for someone to come and measure and install tomorrow. After communicating her needs, she drove away. She bought several bags of cat and dog food, yogurt, and eggs downstairs in the community, jingling as she took the elevator upstairs. Before the door even opened, she heard the sound of claws scratching at the door. Nuan opened the door, and a dog rushed at her, almost knocking her over. In a moment of panic, Nuan grabbed the doorknob to steady herself, while the dog's tongue licked her face. She pushed it away, "Little Soft, go away." The puppy Alaskan Malamute, Little Soft, was pushed aside, but showed no decrease in enthusiasm as it snuggled up to Nuan. The other two were also Alaskan Malamutes, but they were adults. A Chinese rural cat rubbed against Nuan's feet, its fur completely black with shiny black eyes, and its paws were white, looking as if it were wearing 4 little socks, which was very cute. The cat food and dog food that were prepared before going out during the day had all been gobbled up by the 3 dogs scattered all over the floor. The automatic feeding machines bought in bulk were of no use. Little Soft always loved to jump up and down on them, causing them to be crushed and unusable. Nuan found a broom and cleaned up the dog food that had been contaminated with dog poop. She poured 4 bowls of milk on the ground, and the 3 dogs and 1 cat obediently gathered around to drink. She also filled the bowls with cat food and dog food, sitting nearby watching the 4 little ones eat. They were eating quickly, making cute noises that looked very heartwarming. When they were younger, the little soft one was very active, always wasting dog food and loved to tear the house apart, being quite the little troublemaker, which was her biggest headache. Keeping 4 little ones occupied one of her rooms. And if she sent them away, she could use that room for storage. But in the evening, the 3 million given by the boss made her hesitant. Should she send them away or keep them? Nuan was so lost in thought that she ended up sitting on the ground and falling asleep. When she opened her eyes again, the sky outside was gradually brightening. The black cat with white gloves was sleeping on her belly. The little soft one was snoring at her feet. Mian had her head resting on her body, and the kin was sitting on the ground with its hind legs, looking poised and ready to spring into action. Chapter 8. I want results today. When the kin saw Nuan wake up, it walked towards the kitchen, used its paws to pry open the refrigerator, jumped up to grab a bottle of mineral water, and trotted back, placing it in front of her and nudging it with its front paws. Its gaze was fixed on Nuan, as if saying, "Human, drink." Nuan sat up, gently stroked the can's head, twisted off the bottle cap, and took a sip. "It was really sweet. Thank you, can." After hearing this, the can happily wagged its tail and quietly walked away. Nuan, who heard the noise, opened her eyes, excitedly licked her face with tears in her eyes. "Boo-hoo, the one who scoops the poop? I thought you were gone. You worry me so much." Nuan looked down at the water in her hands, warmth flooding her heart. In the past, she merely followed her boss's instructions, diligently feeding the 4 little ones. In the apocalypse, she didn't cry while fighting for food against others. She didn't shed a tear while battling countless zombies. Abandoned by her family, she remained as strong as a pine tree. At this moment, however, tears streamed down her face, and she began to cry like a child. It turned out that the feeling of being protected was so warm, like a gentle current flowing into her parched heart. Her once wavering heart became steadfast in that moment. She had made up her mind. She wanted to keep these little ones. Nuan acted quickly, rushing to the bathroom to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Looking at herself in the mirror with her long hair flowing, she grabbed a pair of scissors and cut off the ponytail. It would cost money to go to a hair salon, so she might as well do it herself. Although it was a bit uneven, who cared about such things when the world was nearing its end? The money saved could be used to buy emergency supplies, which was far more important than spending it on trivial matters. Since she cut it close to her scalp, she ran her hand through it and thought it looked ugly. However, Nuan felt exceptionally satisfied and put on a baseball cap to cover it. After feeding her 4 little companions, she made a special trip to a pet supply store far from her community for safety, buying only high-quality food according to their preferences. The owner had mentioned when he handed over the dogs that they had become picky eaters and would only eat specific foreign brands of premium food. She spent $1 million on 3 dogs and a cat, with dog food and cat food being just the basics. She also bought beef liver slices, chicken jerky, dog vitamins, probiotics, dental powder, deep-sea fish oil capsules, calcium tablets, and nutritional paste. Everything was necessary. The dog and cat food filled the trunk of her car, while the supplements piled up in the middle of the car and the passenger seat. It was very eye-catching. By the time she finished all this, it was already noon. She had arranged for a handyman to install the door in the afternoon, so she went to the supermarket downstairs to buy some vegetables and fruits before heading back upstairs. After quickly making some egg-fried rice to eat, there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, a couple in their 40s with friendly expressions stood there. The man spoke first. "Hello, we are here to install the door." Nuan nodded and said, "Hello, I want to add a security door outside, and all the glass in the house needs to be thickened. Also, I need a few iron racks. Is that possible?" The man, holding a toolbox, raised his arm to wipe his sweat and replied, "It is possible, but it will take a few days of work." Nuan took out 5 cash bills and handed them over. "Can it be expedited?" The woman looked up and cautiously glanced at her husband, who nodded, and only then did she take the money. "You can call a few more people. I will pay the wages. I want results by today." Chapter 9. The malice of human nature. This was the first time the couple had encountered such a straightforward employer, so they quickly took out their phones to call for help. But let me make it clear first, The work has to be detailed. If it's done poorly, I won't pay. The man paused, putting down his toolbox, and confidently said, "Don't worry. We've been in this business for at least 10 years. We guarantee quality." With the door situation resolved, the next step was the solar panels and wastewater purifier. Nuan selected 2 shops with excellent product performance from the many stores online. And when she placed an order, they offered free installation. Seeing the word free, Nuan immediately placed the order without hesitation. Indeed, whether it was her past life or her current life, she had no resistance to the word free. It was unclear whether there were too few orders or if the company's efficiency was too high, but she placed the order at noon, and the items were delivered by 3 in the afternoon. The installation was also completed quickly, with no extra charges. The couple called 5 or 6 men to help, and they worked well together, completing the tasks efficiently and neatly. However, even with their speed, by the time everything was finished, it was already past 9 in the evening. After Nuan settled the payment, she gave an extra 200. "You've worked hard. Use this 200 to treat yourselves to something good." The few people quickly bowed and thanked her, seemingly especially grateful. Nuan had no reaction to this, only coldly closing the door. Throughout the process, she didn't give the few people working any water, maintaining a cold expression while supervising. Only after inspecting the results did she give them an extra 200, simply because she didn't want to be treated like a fool. When it comes to life and death, she had to be cautious. As a girl living here, she had to be more vigilant to prevent others from thinking she was easy to bully. Whether people called her paranoid or crazy for the sake of survival, she had long stopped caring about how others perceived her. After a sleepless night, on the 3rd day, she drove to the largest clothing mall. Shirts, t-shirts, long pants, shorts, thin and thick cotton jackets, rubber boots, and roller skates. Gloves, hats, socks, flip-flops, waterproof goggles, diving suits, oxygen tanks, she bought them all. Just as she was continuing to browse inside, she unexpectedly saw a sled on display in the window. She stood outside the window, staring for a long time before deciding to buy it. After all, she had 3 sled-pulling dogs at home. She couldn't waste their talent. This was just right. The sled was too big to fit in her car, so she wrote down an address for the store to deliver it to, along with the delivery fee. She then strolled around the area, where there were also electric saws, various axes, drill bits, and saws for sale. She carefully selected and bought some. Although she hoped she wouldn't have to use them, given the treachery of people, it was better to be prepared. After purchasing these items, Nuan drove to the boss's underground parking garage, putting everything into her own space. The garage door had both electric and manual functions, which was very user-friendly. A row of delivery trucks was parked outside, and the last truck's door opened, revealing several movers inside. One of the men driving, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, said somewhat arrogantly, "I say, little sister, if you want people to work, shouldn't you buy them a couple of bottles of water?" Nuan glanced around at the people nearby. None of the workers moved, all sitting quietly to watch the show. She raised an eyebrow and said, "If I remember correctly, the payment is made after the work is done. Are you sure you want to do this?" The man took out a cigarette, exhaling a puff of foul-smelling smoke right in Nuan's face. "What are we doing? We just asked you to buy a bottle of water, not to sell yourself. Ha ha ha." With the laughter, the men around also joined in. Chapter 10. Signs of an approaching typhoon. As the man spoke, his hand was about to slap Nuan's backside. Her gaze instantly turned fierce, and she swiftly raised her leg, accurately and forcefully kicking him in the groin, coldly stating, "I see this business won't work out. I'll call your boss, and I won't take the deposit. You could take the rice away." At this thought, the man's expression darkened, and he lunged to snatch Nuan's phone. Nuan sidestepped and put her phone into her pocket. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police and report you for harassment." The man was frightened. "We'll move right away, right away. I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." "Ha! Hurry up, stop staring. Get to work." The movers, seeing the good show come to an end, stood up with diminished interest and began to work. Nuan stood aside with her arms crossed, watching the lazy and slow-moving workers with a bit of a headache. She should have realized that the boss was slippery, and the people below wouldn't be much better. "If the before 8 o'clock, I won't pay the remaining balance, and I will inform the boss and the police about what happened today. I will also hire a lawyer to sue you for collective harassment." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze, and their movements became several times faster. The workers moved quicker than ever. Nuan originally thought that such a flawed statement wouldn't fool this group of people at all, but unexpectedly, the effect was quite noticeable. Regardless of the process, the result was always good. The boss lady provided high-quality rice and rice flour products, and the workers managed to finish their tasks by 8 o'clock. Once the garage door was closed, the power to the surveillance cameras inside had already been turned off by her. With a wave of her hand, all the rice was collected into the space. After feeding a few creatures, she quickly made herself a simple meal and then eagerly entered the space. Inside, it was a chaotic mess. Nuan found it difficult to even put her feet down, stepping on bags of rice and dragging them one by one to stack them in the corner. Nuan seemed to be tireless, continuously busy, separating and arranging various types of grains in the space after entering. 5,000 pounds is no joke. It really is a lot. It is also a real drain on her physical strength. Although the space is limited in width, fortunately, there is no height restriction, allowing her to stack them up like building a fortress. After 2 or 3 hours of hard work, the food she had eaten was completely digested, her head felt heavy, and her body was clearly struggling to keep up. Nuan had no choice but to stop and temporarily exit the space to rest. After leaving the space, she found herself full of energy and not feeling as uncomfortable as she had inside. She re-entered the space and realized that the air was very thin inside. Strange. There had been a fragrant smell when she first entered, but after a while, that pleasant scent had disappeared. Could it be that the air here is limited and stagnant, causing the carbon dioxide exhaled by the body to remain inside? No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure it out. With doubts in mind, Nuan decided to try going in again the next day. It was another sunny day. Today's weather was a bit gloomy, with cool winds blowing, hinting at the approaching typhoon. Nuan quickened her pace and arrived at a large supermarket located in the suburbs. After getting her membership, she pushed a shopping cart towards the beverage section. There were all kinds of drinks available, and she grabbed pile after pile of mineral water, which was truly the most precious thing in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 11. Supermarket Raid. She took all the carbonated drinks and tea drinks without hesitation. The space was unlimited in height, allowing her to stack things up, which was super convenient. With mineral water piled in her shopping cart, she went to push another cart, sweeping up toilet paper and sanitary pads, all from brands she had been accustomed to using for a long time. Self-heating pots, instant noodles, toothpaste, toothbrushes, facial tissues, bath towels, face masks, and hydrating skincare products. This supermarket also sold golf supplies, so she bought a few golf clubs and a bunch of balls. They could serve as entertainment when not needed, and as weapons in times of crisis. Nuan also took several boxes of alcohol blocks and small gas bottles, which would be the most useful in the apocalypse when there is no electricity. She directly told the supermarket manager that she wanted as many as they had, and the manager graciously replied that there were 3,000 boxes in the warehouse and asked how many she wanted. Such a generous deal was rare, and she had to seize this opportunity. This was definitely an event she could highlight when reporting to the company. For vegetables and fruits, as well as frozen foods, Nuan made a list and handed it to the supermarket manager, indicating that she wanted those as well. Additionally, she requested 2 sets of climbing gear and various cold and heat-resistant clothing. She also asked for 2 double-row 4-door refrigerators, 5 large freezers, and some pots and pans. The manager, in high spirits, took Nuan to the office and calculated the detailed bill, including the additional items Nuan requested later. The total came to 1,500,000. Nuan frowned. So much? Manager, no discount? Nuan raised concerns about the high prices, and the supermarket manager adjusted his glasses and replied politely, "All the items you requested are delivered to you with the highest quality, so naturally, the costs are higher. We absolutely guarantee the freshness of the vegetables and the quality of the ingredients." Nuan wanted to discuss the price with him again, but she didn't want to be too fussy about it. After thinking for a moment, she decided to trust the manager. In the end, Nuan said uneasily, "When the goods arrive, I will personally inspect them. If you send some rotten vegetable leaves or poor quality items, I will not pay the remaining amount." The supermarket manager patted his chest and assured her, "You can rest assured about this. I will personally supervise the delivery and won't let anyone cut corners." "It better be that way." Nuan painfully paid 1/3 of the deposit, and the remaining amount would be given after the inspection. Can it be delivered tomorrow? The vegetables and fruits will be delivered to you immediately after the supermarket restocks tomorrow morning. The manager rubbed his hands nervously and asked, well, I guarantee there won't be any quality issues. Could you possibly pay the full amount at once? All right. Although she felt a bit regretful about not receiving the money all at once, the manager still maintained the most basic professionalism and did not show a sour face. After finishing her shopping in the supermarket, Nuan drove away. Today was the day for the arrival of pork and beef and mutton, and she couldn't miss it. When her car arrived, the other party had already been waiting for a long time. Nuan stepped forward to apologize, then climbed into the car to check the goods. The meat was very fresh, still steaming, and the muscles were twitching, clearly just slaughtered and brought over. Along with it were some beef jerky she had ordered. The seller of the beef said he was from Xinjiang, and the quality of the beef jerky was top-notch. Nuan spent 10,000 yuan to buy a large variety of snacks, including spicy, numbing, 5-spice, and original flavors. Chapter 12. Treating Herself. The original flavored beef jerky could also be given to the 3 little ones at home. Thinking about how little Nuan would look at her with those pitiful eyes asking for food made her want to laugh. A couple of men were carrying the boxes in with their bare arms, one on each end. The garage floor was covered with cardboard, and the meat was piled on top. Nuan found the scene of this rough, yet meticulous work very pleasing to the eye. The workers were not very talkative, but they worked efficiently. Nuan didn't drag her feet when it came to payment. She immediately transferred the money and even added an extra 100 yuan as a tip. Nuan watched the big truck drive away, and her phone rang in her pocket. She took it out and looked. It was her boss. Why would her boss call her at this time? Hello, boss. A gloomy voice came from the other end. If I hadn't checked the garage surveillance records from a few days ago, I wouldn't have known that you, Nuan, are so bold. Why was the surveillance in the garage turned off? The boss was usually very nice. Nuan often slacked off at work, and the boss just turned a blind eye to it. Even now, although she treated the garage as her temporary private space, the boss wasn't very angry. Nuan scratched her head, her face slightly flushed. She should have greeted her boss, at that time, in a rush to stock up on supplies. She forgot to mention it when she called to borrow money. Annoyed with her lack of courtesy, Nuan lowered her posture and sincerely said, Boss, I'm just storing some things. Don't worry. When you come, I promise to clean this place up and won't cause you any trouble. There's no trouble. But what exactly are you up to? You've been acting really strange lately, borrowing money and using my garage. Be honest with me. What do you mean, Speak properly. If she remembered correctly, when the apocalypse first hit, the situation abroad was much worse than at home, with rampant looting and $0 shopping everywhere. It was like hell. I'm just concerned about you, boss. After all, you're my bread and butter. All right then. After hanging up the phone, Nuan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that her boss wasn't angry. Nuan then thought that her boss seemed to have never lost his temper with her. What a good boss. The things Nuan bought downstairs in the community were placed outside as daily supplies. The items in the space would only be taken out when food was scarce later on, and she really had nothing else to eat. Nuan smiled and nodded, casually saying, No, I was just thinking that the weekend is coming up, and I have nothing to do at home, so I bought some chips and whatnot to treat myself. Chapter 13. Something she really wanted to buy the resident is a housewife, surnamed Chun, named Chun Jia. She is quite active in the community, referred to as the busybody, has 2 children, one 11 years old and the other 9, and lives on the 19th floor. She glanced at the items in Nuan's bag and admonished her in a tone of an elder. Oh, Miss Gu, you're still young and don't know better. Things like cola, chips, and spicy strips are really harmful to your health. You should eat less of them and eat more vegetables. That's good for your body. You young people really don't take care of your health at all, which is why you get all sorts of illnesses. You should know that not listening to the advice of elders will lead to regrets. Nuan smiled, but didn't say anything. Just then, the elevator arrived, and she walked in and pressed the button for the 21st floor. Chun Jia then said with a sly look, Hey, do you know about that couple on the 6th floor of Building 17? I heard that the man cheated, and the woman is making a fuss about wanting a divorce. If you ask me, that woman really doesn't understand. What's the difference with any man? Can you guarantee that the next one won't cheat? Besides, they have 3 kids. If she gets a divorce, the kids will be without a mother. That woman must be really selfish to even bring up divorce. Don't you think I'm right, Miss Gu? Nuan stared intently at the elevator display screen, passing the 7th floor, 8th floor, 15th floor. Miss Gu, are you even listening to me? Huh? Oh. Yes, you're right. Nuan had been pretending to be deaf since she got into the elevator, and hadn't really listened to what the other person was saying at all. Besides, the couple's matters had nothing to do with her. Chun-Jijia saw that the listener was engaged and continued talking about the gossip of the nearby residents. As the elevator stopped at the 19th floor, Nuan anxiously said, Sister Chun, this is your stop. Chun-Jijia picked up her groceries and walked out, not forgetting to invite Nuan to come over to her place for a visit before leaving. Nuan tugged at the corner of her mouth and hurriedly said, Next time. Nuan rested for a moment with her hands on her hips, shaking her head and smiling helplessly. These little ones are really little debt collectors. She walked over with dog food in one hand and cat food in the other to fill their bowls. You really are my ancestors. I haven't even eaten yet, and I have to feed you first. Although she complained, Nuan still patted each of the little ones on the head. Eat more, if it's not enough. I'll refill it. Hey. Little Nuan, be good. Eat your own food properly. No stealing from Yin. Come here. Nuan saw several little ones eating happily, and her stomach couldn't help but rumble as well. She carried the vegetables to the kitchen, putting them along with some fruits into the fridge. She took out a piece of marinated steak, broccoli, carrots, and bacon. She sauteed the broccoli, carrots, and bacon in olive oil, then cooked the steak to perfection in a pan, cutting it into pieces with scissors and sprinkling cumin powder and some chili flakes on top. Ding! The sound of the rice cooker. The rice was just cooked, and she served a bowl of it at the dining table. Time to eat. Accompanied by a slightly tipsy green plum wine, Nuan felt particularly satisfied. This was the most comfortable moment since her rebirth. 5 days later, the sky was overcast, with ominous signs of heavy rain. Pedestrians hurried along the road, and Nuan arrived at a large pharmacy in the city center with a list of medications. The list included various vitamins and calcium tablets for people, medications for common ailments, and some that pets might need as well. The pharmacy prepared the medications according to her list, and since she bought a lot, they even gave her a box of digestive tablets and a jar of peanut oil as a discount. After purchasing all the medicines, she went to a bookstore and bought some medical books on general knowledge for people and animals, as well as various romance novels. She also picked up other types of books, so when her phone ran out of battery later, she would have something to pass the time. Nuan turned her head and drove to the second-hand flea market, as there was something she desperately wanted to buy. Although she knew it was unlikely, she still wanted to try her luck. Chapter 14, Human-Powered Generator. Come take a look. Hey, human-powered generator. Useful and affordable. Miss, come check it out, it's very practical. I've studied it for a long time. The man shouted energetically, trying to stop passers-by to have a look. Who still uses that thing these days? It's really a waste of time, crazy. The woman casually glanced at the simplified human-powered generator and walked away, cursing. Just when the man felt dejected, a shadow fell in front of him. He slowly looked up and saw a tall, slender girl wearing a black cap, dressed plainly, without any brand name items. He assumed the girl was just there to browse and didn't speak up to introduce it. The girl walked closer to the simple generator, inspecting it from side to side, and was just about to reach out to touch it when the man became a bit displeased. He stepped in front of the girl and forced a smile, saying, Little girl, this is very expensive. There are stalls over there selling clothes and bags at cheaper prices. Nuan raised her eyebrows and pointed at the generator, asking, How much is this? The man was taken aback and exaggeratedly asked, Do you have money to buy it? Well, if the price is right, she replied. The man perked up at her words and enthusiastically introduced, This home human-powered generator is super convenient and easy to use. I've researched it for a long time. The exercise bike is connected to the generator, providing plenty of power. It's absolutely top-notch. As he spoke, the man hopped on the bike and started pedaling, causing the light bulb connected to the wall to emit a dazzling glow. Out of breath, he continued, This invention is really useful, young lady. Would you like to give it a try? Is there no battery storage? A hint of embarrassment crossed the man's face as he stepped down from the bike. No. So, how much is it? 50,000. 50,000? No. The man's eyes flickered, and he held up 3 fingers. 30,000. 30,000? Oh, no. Let's make it 10,000. The man was afraid Nuan would find the price too high and decide not to buy it. He kept lowering the price. And although he didn't know what the young lady planned to do with it, he felt genuinely happy that someone was willing to buy something he had developed. Nuan took out her phone. Can mobile payment work? Yes, yes. The man hurriedly took out the payment code he had prepared for a long time, but hadn't used. The moment the QR code was scanned, it beeped, and the man was filled with tears of joy, finally making a sale. What he researched was not worthless, not garbage, and certainly not unnecessary. Mom and Dad in heaven, did you see it? Your son has been acknowledged. The man's expression alternated between crying and laughing wildly, making him seem a bit crazy, which made Nuan feel uneasy. She just wanted to quickly pay and leave. She had almost bought everything she needed, and all that was left was to go to the garage tomorrow to pick up the last batch of goods. Nuan opened her phone's map and looked at the nearby terrain. It was very close to the food wholesale market. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take a detour to buy some spices and rice. After spending all the money given by the boss at the wholesale market, she finally drove away. Waiting at the bank, she withdrew the remaining $130,000 from her lottery winnings to keep as a reserve. Chapter 15. Typhoon approaches in the early morning. A light drizzle was falling outside. The bed was warm and cozy, and Nuan turned over, really not wanting to get up, but then remembered that the supermarket would be delivering today. As soon as she reached out of the blanket, she felt a chill. Nuan put on a long-sleeve sports outfit, got ready after washing up, wore a baseball cap, filled the bowls of few little ones with food, and took the car key and door key. She set off. It was raining today, and there were noticeably more cars on the road. The traffic moved slowly. And only then did Nuan drive to her boss's villa in the suburbs. Outside the garage, more than 10 delivery trucks were parked. Seeing this, Nuan parked her car outside, opened the door, and walked over with an umbrella. The supermarket manager had also arrived and was standing in front of the garage door waiting. He spotted Nuan from a distance and walked over, holding his head. Miss Gu, the weather is really terrible today. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic and arrived a bit late. Nuan handed over half of the umbrella, and the two walked to the rolling shutter door. With a whoosh, the rolling shutter door was lifted, revealing a large, empty space. Oh, we just arrived not long ago as well. It's raining today and there's traffic. We understand. The manager waved to let the truck drivers back in. The back of the truck faced the garage, and specialized personnel were moving items up and down with dollies, all wearing the same colored uniforms, moving quickly and efficiently. It looked like a well-coordinated team effort. The manager noticed the surprise in Nuan's eyes and proudly said, "To show our company's importance on you, I specially applied to the company and paid to hire a moving company. How about that? Not bad, right?" Nuan smiled and said, "Quite good. It's true that money can make the devil push the millstone." The cooperation between the tow truck and the workers was quick, and everything in the cargo hold was unloaded. She initially thought there were only a dozen vehicles, but to her surprise, there were actually 25. The manager didn't cut corners. He led Nuan to check all the fresh produce, and he openly showed the dates on the frozen goods and other daily products. Although the manager was a bit crafty when it came to counting money, his actions were above board, and the items were all in good condition. Nuan noticed this and didn't try to take advantage. She paid the money promptly. The manager looked at the account statement sent by the finance department on his phone, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit as he grinned widely, clearly very happy. Since the transaction was completed, it meant that Miss Gu had no issues on her side, which relieved him. "That's it then, goodbye." Nuan had a gentle smile. "All right, be safe on the road." The manager gave a slight bow to Nuan, turned, and sat in the passenger seat of the large truck. He rolled down the window, leaned out, and said, "Oh, Miss Gu, if there are any big orders in the future, definitely come to our company. We will prioritize your service. Don't forget." Nuan smiled and raised her hand. "Okay, I won't forget." With a wave of her hand, the roller shutter door closed. Everything was automatically sucked into the space. The feeling of the empty heart being filled was truly indescribable. In her previous life, she had been terrified of hunger, and in this life, Nuan was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. Entering the space, she looked at the towering piles of food. Although it was a chaotic mess, she felt exceptionally happy. This time, there was no difficulty in breathing, and that peculiar fragrance spread throughout the space. It was refreshing and delightful. Genuine happiness spread from her heart. Nuan looked at the greenery by the roadside, the trees deformed by the wind, and her heart raced with alarm as she accelerated. Chapter 16. Not Deadly Eating. In a rush to return the car before evening, she hailed a taxi by the roadside, opened the door, and got in. Driver. To launching Huayuan community. Quickly. All right, please hold on. Watching the pedestrians on both sides of the street, completely unaware, still meandering about. Some were even blown so hard by the strong wind that they couldn't move, while onlookers had the leisure to take out their phones to record videos, laughing heartily. Nuan's mood was very heavy. It would be hard to see this scene again in the future. The driver looked at Nuan's serious expression through the rearview mirror and said to comfort her, "Little girl, everything will pass. Just relax a bit." Nuan glanced out the window, murmuring, "It will all pass. It will all pass, right?" She had lived for 8 years in the apocalypse and had never managed to get through it, ultimately dying in a pile of zombies. Can this life really pass? The driver turned the steering wheel to the right, heading towards the community, and casually said, "Yeah, nothing is more important than being alive. Living is the most important thing." The taxi stopped outside the community, and before getting out, Nuan reminded him, "Driver, the weather has been unstable lately, so you should stock up on some supplies at home." The driver looked at Nuan's serious expression and instinctively nodded. Okay, as they took the elevator upstairs. Various cardboard boxes were piled up at the entrance. Nuan opened the door and moved everything inside. This was the first day of her rebirth, and she had placed an order on the same city website, which had just been delivered today. There were still some items not available on the same city website, so she had to call a rider to deliver them, which required an additional payment at a very high price. However, it was worth it. She took a pair of scissors to open the packages, and inside were all kinds of supplies: honeycomb coal, charcoal, a carbon stove, a warm sleeping bag, a bulletproof vest, and a glass kerosene lamp. Looking at the pile of items on the floor, Nuan's gaze landed on a white bucket. This was the kerosene she had ordered from the rider. The wind outside was tearing apart, its howling sound cutting through the sky like a vengeful spirit screaming. Nuan walked to the window and looked at the scenery outside. The sky was gray, the roadside sign had been blown down, and broken branches were flying around in the distance, while trash on the ground was fluttering in the wind, taking on the shape of the wind. She took out all the power banks from the box and used all the plugs in the house to charge them. There was still some electricity left, and the human-powered generator was not needed for now, so she put it in the storage room. Woof! Little Nuan rubbed against the legs of the one who scoops the poop. "I'm hungry, hungry, hungry." Nuan patted the dog's head and filled the food bowl. With 1,000,000 units of food, as long as the little guy Soft didn't waste it, it was enough to feed several little ones until they passed away. Of course, the premise was that Soft wouldn't waste it. One should know that when Soft wasted, it could instantly ruin several bags of dog food. After feeding the little ones, she began to busy herself with her own tasks. She took out 20 adult-sized white buckets from her space and filled them with water one by one. In the meantime, the 2 gas stoves were still on, cooking various ingredients. She planned to braise chicken legs, duck necks, chicken bones, as well as pig trotters, chicken feet, edamame, and dry tofu. She poured the braising sauce over the blanched ingredients, turned off the heat, and let it simmer. Once it seemed almost done, she tossed it into the space to soak slowly. Next, she stir-fried various vegetables and meats, directly switching to a large pot and standing on a stool to stir-fry, like making a big pot of food. After it was done, she tasted it. The flavor was quite ordinary, neither delicious nor terrible. In short, it was edible, not enough to kill anyone. Nuan's cooking skills are well known to her. She was never cut out for cooking since she was a child. When she stayed at Lu Qianqian's house, her aunt asked Nuan to take care of the cooking. As a result, the whole family ended up in a hospital, lying there for 3 days. Her aunt, not believing in bad luck, asked her to cook again, and in the end, they were in the hospital for a whole month. From then on, cooking became something she was completely disconnected from. Chapter 17. A love-struck brain. The TV in the living room was broadcasting the latest weather report. The original yellow warning had been upgraded to orange, with average wind speeds around coastal cities exceeding level 10, and the winds were persistent. Nuan listened to the news broadcast while dividing the prepared dishes into boxes, and the rice was done the same way. The steaks bought from the supermarket were also all cooked one by one, vacuum-packed, and tossed into the storage space. For the steamed buns, dumplings, fried dough sticks, and pancakes, she directly asked the breakfast shop for ready-made ones, costing a total of 50,000 yuan, divided among several shops. At the same time, she placed orders for thousands of dishes at restaurants. As she busied herself, she didn't even feel hungry until Nuan finally stopped working, turned to look at the clock on the wall, and realized it was already 3 in the morning. A few little ones were curled up on the soft mat, sleeping soundly. The white gloves got along well with the 3 big guys. They rarely fought, but had a tendency to scratch the little soft one for some reason. Perhaps it was because this guy was a bit naughty. Nuan wiped her face with her oily hands, walked into the bathroom to take a shower, and washed away all the sweat. Feeling refreshed, she sat on the sofa, took a bite of an apple, and looked at her phone, which was constantly pushing notifications about the typhoon. She opened WeChat, and the community group chat was buzzing with activity. Hundreds of people were chatting away, with the topic revolving around the arrival of the typhoon and the joy of not having to go to work or school. Messages popped up one after another, and Nuan found it hard to keep up, so she decided to exit the chat. Just then, a video call notification popped up. The sudden sound startled her, but upon calming down and looking, it was her college roommate, Wang Xiaoyuan. Wang Xiaoyuan was a local from H City, studied sports in college, came from a modest family, had a unique personality, and was straightforward. After graduation, she worked as a PE teacher at a private high school. The two had a great relationship during college. Nuan sometimes skipped meals to save money to buy branded shoes for Zhang Chunran, and Wang Xiaoyuan would drag her to the cafeteria, intentionally ordering a ton of food, claiming she couldn't finish it and asking Nuan to help her eat. Such things happen often, and Nuan remembered them all. In her previous life, when the apocalypse came suddenly, she had no news of her. If possible, in this life, she wanted to protect this friend well. The video call connected. Nuan, the weather is going to get colder recently. Make sure to keep warm. Don't keep spending all your money on Lao Zhang. Take care of yourself, got it? She leaned back on the sofa, holding her phone, her eyes clear and bright as she looked at her friend on the screen. Where are you now? At home. Wang Xiaoyuan's eyes were slightly red, and she kept blinking, holding the phone camera very close. Nuan noticed something was off, straightened her body, and asked anxiously, Xiaoyuan, what's wrong? Wang Xiaoyuan turned her head away, took her phone away to wipe her eyes, and forced a smile, saying, something got in my eye, I'm fine. Nuan pressed her lips together, thinking that if she didn't want to smile, then she shouldn't. It looked so ugly. She probably just had another argument with her boyfriend and was on the verge of breaking up. Nuan sighed deeply. Her friend was great in every way. But the only flaw was that she was just like Nuan in her previous life, a love-struck fool. Even though she had been completely hurt by men, she still refused to let go, always hinting to herself that there wouldn't be a next time. However, when the next time came, she would find all sorts of excuses to deceive herself. Chapter 18. Deeply in love, Wang Xiaoyuan's old house was demolished, and she received 3 apartments and 1,000,000 yuan. Her apartment was in the same community as Nuan's, but in a different building. Wang Xiaoyuan's parents worked high-paying jobs abroad, and currently, she was living with her boyfriend. Did you stock up on supplies, as I asked? Wang Xiaoyuan took a tissue to wipe her nose. I did. I spent over 10,000. And the storage room is packed. That's good. With the typhoon coming, if the weather gets too severe, there's a high chance of power and water outages. You should prepare some food in advance. Is it really necessary? Typhoons come every year. In any case, it's better to be prepared. All right. After chatting with her friend for a while, Nuan ended the video call. She picked up the white gloves on her lap and went to the bedroom, holding them close as she fell asleep. With food stored at home, Nuan felt particularly secure and slept soundly through the night, only waking up at noon. Nuan pulled back the curtains, and the whole world was shrouded in gray, like an invisible net covering the entire city. The wind howled like a baby's cry, shrieking sharply, and the gaps in the glass window sizzled. Nuan had already sealed the gaps at the window with insulation cotton, so there was no need to worry about drafts. A few cars were driving on the street, and, through the binoculars, it was clear they were armored vehicles. Externally finely assembled, they pushed forward against the fierce wind. After lunch, the wild wind outside was no longer as fierce as it had been late last night. Trash was blown all over the streets, with garbage bags floating in the air, rustling noisily. Many office workers who hadn't stocked up on food took advantage of the improved weather to go downstairs and buy a lot of things from the supermarket, carrying big and small bags. Suddenly, there came a knock on the door. Gunwan walked to the entrance in her slippers and looked outside through the peephole. A man and a woman, both dusty and disheveled, were standing in front of the door with their arms affectionately linked, and 2 large suitcases were placed behind them. Gunwan's expression darkened, and she remained silent. How strange! Could she not be home? Zhang Chunran leaned close to the peephole on the door. As that face came closer, Gunwan stepped back in disgust. Lu Qianqian put away her makeup mirror and said in a delicate voice, "It can't be. My cousin never goes out during her break. And besides, it's really windy outside. She should be home right now. Brother, why don't you knock again?" Zhang Chunran pinched Lu Qianqian's perky bottom and said, "All right, I'll listen, my darling." Lu Qianqian let out a soft cry, making Zhang Chunran feel all tingly inside. If it weren't inconvenient outside, he would definitely take action. Hee. The knocking sound echoed again. Gunwan picked up the golf club beside her and opened the door. "What are you doing here?" Lu Qianqian, seeing the door wide open, immediately tried to drag her suitcase inside, but was stopped by Gunwan with the club. Lu Qianqian's face turned sour, and she raised her family ties, starting to lecture. "I'm not saying this to offend you, but your cousin and I just need to stay for a couple of days. Don't be so stingy, let me in." Zhang Chunran had a deeply emotional expression on his face. "Nuan, I unexpectedly ended up with your cousin, but you should know that I have feelings for you. Otherwise, why would I risk coming to find you during a big storm? I'm so tired. Let us talk inside. Standing at the door like this is so awkward." Every time he mentioned being tired or thirsty, Gunwan would always soften and not hold it against him. This tactic had always worked for him. However, he never expected that the Gunwan standing in front of him was no longer the same Gunwan from before. The current Gunwan wouldn't even bat an eye at such a scumbag. Zhang Chunran was taken aback, hardly able to believe that Gunwan actually dared to speak to him like this. Gunwan loves him to the bone. How could she propose a breakup? This person is definitely not Gunwan. "Who are you?" "Gunwan would never talk to me like this." Gunwan's heart skipped a beat, nearly thinking that the matter of her rebirth had been exposed, but she quickly calmed down. Her voice was cold, like it was soaked in ice. "You don't have to spout such nonsense just to stay in my house. I've said it before, we've already broken up. If you're still a man, then get the hell out of here." Gunwan's words struck deeply at Zhang Chunran's heart, and in a fit of anger, he raised his hand high, ready to bring it down. Gunwan would not let the scumbag succeed. Golf immediately jabbed forward, hitting him in the stomach. Chapter 19, Foot Practicing Swordsmanship. Gunwan you. Zhang Chunran bent over, holding his stomach, his face full of pain. Lu Qianqian supported Zhang Chunran's arm, gently and delicately caring for him. "Brother, are you okay? Is it serious?" She then glared at the woman standing at the door, determined not to let them in. "Gunwan, I respect you because you're older than me, so I call you cousin. Don't be ungrateful. Today, you must let us in to stay, or I will tell my parents, and you'll be in for it." Gunwan coldly snorted and said, "Then you can go now, and it's best if you don't stay even for a moment." Lu Qianqian was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Gunwan to be so unyielding. This was like Gunwan at all. In the past, as long as she mentioned their parents, Gunwan would show her inferiority and timidity. Why wasn't it working now? Zhang Chunran bent over, his face twisted. He didn't know if it was bad luck or what. But all the rich women who supported him had suddenly become unreachable overnight, and naturally, his living expenses were cut off. Lu Qianqian was completely useless, unable to even come up with 1,000 yuan when the rent was due. If it weren't for his extravagant spending at the bar, he wouldn't have ended up sleeping on the street and could only shamelessly come to find Gunwan. He had read the news that the typhoon would last for a week or even more than half a month. Rather than going around begging for money, he might as well come to Gunwan's place, where he would be well fed and taken care of. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Zhang Chunran immediately fell to the ground, groaning in pain. It hurts, Nuan, I'm in so much pain." Lu Qianqian quickly echoed, "Look, you hurt my brother. You have to take responsibility. I need to go in and take care of him. You better move aside." The one who scooped the poop was still standing at the door, and several little ones were peeking curiously from inside. Shaoruan walked to the doorway and poked out its white head. Gunwan rubbed its head and said, "Shaoruan, chase them away." "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Shaoruan cooperated very well, barking fiercely at the two, its mouth wide open. "How dare you bully my poop scooper? Watch out for me. Woof, I'll bite you to death. Lu Qianqian was startled by the sudden barking and pulled Zhang Chunran back, shouting in panic, Go away, go away. Don't come over. Zhang Chunran also panicked, trying to stand up but slipped and fell back down. Gunwan, stop laughing and hurry up and pull the dog away. Gunwan leaned against the doorframe, watching the commotion without being moved. The two of them came in with great swagger, but in the end, they couldn't even get through the door and had to leave with their suitcases in a dejected manner. Great. Gunwan took a beef bone for dog from the top of the cabinet as a reward. Little Ruan proudly flaunted the bone in front of the canned food and Mian, but wouldn't eat it. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang out again. Are these two ever going to stop? Gunwan rushed into the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife, forcefully opening the door. Damn it. Can't you understand human language? I told you to get lost. What are you doing? A cold voice rang out, and Gunwan looked up at the person who had arrived. Hello, boss. Her voice trembled. Gunwan hurriedly tucked the kitchen knife behind her, awkwardly forcing a smile. This, it's boring. I was just thinking of practicing my knife skills. Qin Fengtian looked at Gunwan coldly, with an expression that seemed to say, Go on, keep making up excuses. The air around them froze, and Gunwan scratched her head and laughed foolishly. Chapter 20. Which kind-hearted person will take me in? This. No way. Qin Fengtian firmly rejected her, squatting down and waving to the little softy standing on the balcony, his face not friendly. Come over here. The little softy turned its head and ignored him, mumbling. The one who cleans the litter box is good food, so I'm not leaving. Canned and Mian were also hiding behind the sofa, refusing to budge. The white-gloved cat sat directly on the highest point of the cabinet, overlooking everything, lazily licking its paw. The little ones completely refused to come out. Qin Fengtian rubbed his forehead and stood up, feeling helpless. Boss, are you leaving? Gunwan's heart leaped with joy. Qin Fengtian lowered his eyes, looking at Gunwan's cheerful and excited expression, raised an eyebrow. You really want me to leave? Is it that obvious? Qin Fengtian pinched her chubby cheek, glanced around, and calmly said, Since that's the case, I'll just buy this apartment of yours. Gunwan covered her cheek in pain and was shocked to hear this. What? Is this person out of their mind? Buying a house just because of a disagreement? Gunwan shook her head and said, No. Absolutely not. This is my home, and I won't sell it. Everything in the house is precious to me. Bought with a week's worth of hard work to stay alive. How could I possibly sell it? Secretary Gu, don't forget that you still owe me 3 million. And about you using my garage without permission, I haven't pursued that yet. Should we settle old scores? Gunwan choked, closed her eyes, and shouted with forced bravado, Anyway, I won't sell the house, so think of another way. Bang! A loud crash came from the window, interrupting the conversation. Gunwan ran over and clung to the glass of the balcony to take a look. It was a metal road sign that had been blown into the air by the typhoon and was coming down. The glass was reinforced and thickened bulletproof glass, and it held up well, not shattering. Outside, the wind was howling, and going out at this time was no different from seeking death. Gunwan leaned against the window. Her expression, Boss, you should stay here today. The boss was a nice person and had supplies at home. It seemed they could only wait until the weather improved tomorrow before sending him off. In the evening, the endless water surface. The vast ocean seemed to merge with the sky, occasionally stirring up huge waves that rushed forward in rows, crashing against the coastline. The water level rose rapidly, gradually spreading to the city center. The ocean was hit by a typhoon, with white waves surging, and the roaring sound of the waves could be heard even inside the house. Unable to sleep, she walked to the living room to brew herself a cup of bitter coffee, standing by the window, gazing at the sleeping city. The neon lights that used to shine all night had disappeared, and the lively sounds of the crowds on the streets had also fallen silent. Looking at the distant land swallowed by the sea, Gunwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. It turned out that nature was the true ruler of this world, while humanity was merely a parasite on the earth. A ray of light gradually rose on the horizon. Outside, it was gray and hazy. Gunwan was awakened by the incessant dinging sound of her phone. Groggily, she reached under her pillow to grab her phone and opened it. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she checked the messages. The group chat was in chaos. A resident on the first floor had woken up in the middle of the night to find themselves sleeping on a waterbed, with all their furniture submerged in water. The emergency calls were flooding in, but no one was answering. All lines were busy. The first-floor resident was cursing as they moved what little furniture they had left into the fire escape, while other first-floor residents were complaining about the unfairness in the group chat, and most of the other residents were only offering lip service. Messages continued to pour in one after another, mostly from those who seemed to enjoy the drama and were just stirring the pot. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up. Is there a kind soul who can take someone in? It looks so pitiful. Chapter 21. A super big trouble. There was no response to this message for a long time, and the group chat fell eerily silent. Normally, letting someone stay for a day or two would be fine, but now that emergency calls were completely unreachable, who would dare to casually let someone in? Nuan looked at the avatar, filled with confusion. This was the resident group of launching Huayuan community. Why was Lu Qianqian in it? Just when she couldn't understand it all, a WeChat private message popped up. Nuan, Lao Zhang, and Lu Qianqian are with me. Upon seeing this message, Nuan felt like she had been struck by lightning, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. She never expected that yesterday, these two people hadn't left at all. Realizing they couldn't turn to her, they had actually targeted the kind-hearted Wang Xiaoyuan. Wang Xiaoyuan's neighbor, a middle-aged couple, had tried for years to conceive without success. So they decided to adopt a child from an orphanage, and that child was Zhang Chunran. Wang Xiaoyuan knew the truth from back then, which is why she always felt sympathy for Zhang Chunran. Then another message came in. They said their rent is up, and they were kicked out by the landlord with nowhere to go. I didn't want to let them in at first, but Lao Zhang was clutching his stomach in pain, so I let them stay for one night. Nuan, drive them away. Wang Xiaoyuan bit her nails, carefully typing. A woman's voice sounded. Wang Xiaoyuan, where's the new towel? I want to wash my face. She turned her head and shouted. There's one in the cabinet under the sink. After saying this, she sent the typed message. The floor is flooded, and they won't leave. Don't be soft-hearted. Absolutely don't. Drive them away immediately. Okay, I'll try. Nuan guessed that Lu Qianqian would probably appear in the owner group, and she would be pestering Wang Xiaoyuan, insisting on getting in. These two guys were taking advantage of Xiaoyuan's soft heart to move in by playing the victim. And since they weren't around their friends, she didn't know if they could handle it. So annoying. Qin Fengding was leaning on the lazy sofa by the window, holding a copy of The Art of War and studying it. The sound of the pages turning was rustling, and with an elegant posture. He crossed his legs while his long, fair fingers flipped through the yellowed pages. His voice, rich and magnetic, broke the silence. What's wrong? You look like you're bearing a deep grudge. Nuan's brows twitched rapidly. She had almost forgotten that there was also a super huge trouble at home. Boss, when do you plan to leave? Qin Fengtian lifted his eyelids, looking at Nuan with sharp brows and eyes, exuding the aura of a domineering I'm hungry. Go make dinner. Nuan sighed. All right. Really, what an ancestor of hers. She took out the dog food and cat food and filled 4 bowls. The little ones obediently walked over and lowered their heads to eat the food in their bowls. Nuan touched the little guy's head. Qin Fengtian glanced at the few little ones and said, Do they like you? Nuan smiled and said yes. What followed was a light snort. Currently, both the mobile phone and the TV still have signals. The local news on the television is reporting on the situation in the entire city, and the live broadcasts on other channels are also not optimistic. Almost in an instant last night, the whole world was flooded. Outside the window, a fine drizzle began to fall, tapping rhythmically against the glass. Water droplets fell, tracing an irregular path. Nuan walked into the kitchen, tried to ignite the natural gas, but to no avail. She brought out the gas cylinder, connected it to the stove, and simply stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. Qin Fengtian, listening to the sounds of the pot and spatula in the kitchen, knew it was coming to an end. He put down The Art of War and stood up to take a seat at the dining table. Chapter 22. Being remembered by someone with intentions. In the community where Nuan lives, there are 4 households on each floor. She is on the 21st floor, where 2 units are occupied and 1 is vacant and unsold. While eating, a knock on the door interrupts her. Who could it be? Through the security door, Nuan examines the visitor. A tall, handsome man humbly asks, Hello, I'm the resident of Unit 2103 on this floor. Do you have any 999 cold medicine? Yes. Just a moment, she replies. Nuan took out a box of 999 from the cabinet under the TV and handed it out through the bars of the security door. Thank you, how much is this? I'll transfer it to you on WeChat. The man showed a grateful expression and took out his phone to make the transfer. Nuan waved her hand and said no, they were all neighbors. The man changed the subject and said, "By the way, my name is Chong. We can add each other on WeChat, so we can look out for each other if anything comes up." Nuan took out her phone, scanned the QR code to add, and also sent her name over. Coughing, a woman wearing a plush hat came out, holding her waist, and said weakly, "It's so windy outside, where have you been?" "I went next door to borrow some medicine." "Hurry, take this cold medicine and sleep for a bit," Chong said as he held a glass and helped his wife sit down. "You just gave birth not long ago. You should rest well and not keep moving around." The woman drank all the cold medicine powder. She had been sick for a week, and if it weren't for her high fever, she wouldn't have been willing to take it. After all, it's not advisable for a postpartum woman to take cold medicine. The woman looked at her husband with a worried expression and said, "Honey, what should we do? There isn't much food left at home. And the weather forecast says this typhoon will last a long time. What about our baby?" A moment of difficulty flashed across Chang's face. But he quickly reassured his wife, saying, "Don't worry, I will think of a way. You just need to rest well." Yesterday noon, taking advantage of the good weather, he thought he could go to the supermarket and get some supplies. But when he got there, he found it was packed with people, and all the fresh vegetables were sold out. The only things available were scattered dry goods and milk powder. His wife's body was weak, and she couldn't produce enough milk for the baby. What should he do? Just now, he saw through the door that the girl next door had quite a bit of food. Maybe he could buy some from her with money. At this moment, Nuan, who was having dinner, was unaware that her good-hearted act had attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. After dinner, Fengding volunteered to help clean up. Nuan relaxedly walked to the balcony, fiddling with the vegetable seeds she had bought. She took out several foam boxes, punched a few holes in the bottom, poured in soil mixed with fertilizer, and then sprinkled in the seeds. There were bok choy, Shanghai greens, carrots, and scallions. She also buried some garlic cloves in. After planting, she watered them and looked at the results of her busy work, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Just as she was bending down to tidy up the bags of urea and some spilled soil, Nuan bounced over, sniffing and wanting to dig. Slap! Nuan smacked her hand down, forbidding her from digging. Nuan tilted her head, stubbornly turning her back to Nuan, kicking with her hind paws and wagging her tail vigorously, showing a provocative expression. "Oh dear!" Not obedient, Nuan dragged Nuan's 2 paws toward the living room. The canister came over, cleverly pushing the sliding door of the balcony closed, then lazily moved aside. After putting the naughty dog in the cage, it finally quieted down a lot. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a live news report on TV. Chapter 23. Eating the mountains, empty. Nothing left. The lifeboat was navigating the waters to rescue people, but something got stuck in the wind turbine and couldn't be pulled out. Firefighters jumped into the water to clear it despite the harsh weather, but were swept away by the strong winds, unable to stand firm. Huge waves surged from upstream, and before the firefighters could react, they were swept away by the flood, leaving only one hand floating on the water surface, gradually drifting away with the current. Several broadcasts showed the same scene, with some people desperately clinging to tree stumps, trying not to be blown away by the fierce winds, while others sat helplessly on top of cars. Nuan watched the people on the television struggling for their lives, and felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her throat, making her feel suffocated. It was too oppressive to watch, so Nuan turned off the TV. Days passed like this. In the group chat, some were exchanging items, while others were sharing their hardships seeking help, but not many people responded. After the typhoon hit, the residents of the community fully showcased the coldness of human nature. During his few days here, the boss spent the longest time in Nuan's study, seemingly trying to keep his distance intentionally. Nuan no longer suggested that Fengtian leave. With the apocalypse just having arrived, it was dangerous for a woman to live alone, attracting unwanted attention. Although her boss seemed weak, having a man living there made outsiders somewhat wary, so she wouldn't be immediately targeted. Once the situation stabilized, she would find a way to get Fengtian to move out. She handed the dishwashing duties to her boss and lazily lay on the sofa for a while. Suddenly feeling energetic, she took out her long-neglected treadmill and opened her phone to play some music, only to see a message from her friend. "Nuan, what should I do?" Lao Zhang and Lu Qianqian are completely refusing to leave, and no matter how much I plead, it's useless. Her friend's soft-heartedness was really giving her a headache. Nuan sighed. She originally thought Wang Xiaoyuan had already chased them away, but unexpectedly they were still there. She slowly typed, "Talking tough is useless because they are completely shameless. Wang Xiaoyuan, I've been tough enough." I held a kitchen knife to their necks, forcing them to leave. But who would have thought they weren't afraid at all? Moreover, Lu Qianqian even exchanged the things I bought with others, all of which were face masks, eye creams, and designer bags. Nuan furrowed her brows. She hadn't been paying attention to the group messages these past few days and only knew that someone had taken the lead in sparking a wave of bartering in the group. Did all the stuff you stocked up get used up? A timid cat emoji popped up from the other side, along with them. I didn't eat dinner last night. You must have a lot of food, right? I'll come over to your place. Although Nuan felt a bit annoyed by this presumptuous tone, after hesitating for a moment, she decided to help her only friend in need. Before she could send her message, another one popped up from the other side. I was just about to pack my things and come to you. But Lao Zhang said he wants to come along too, and Lu Qianqian has been complaining about being hungry. They are so pitiful. Can you take them in as well? They haven't eaten anything either. I know you and Lao Zhang had a fight and are on the verge of breaking up. But we can't just stand by and do nothing, right? Nuan looked at the line of text. Goosebumps instantly covered her body, and she quickly typed out a message and sent it. I haven't even received my salary. Where would I get money to buy things? Before the typhoon hit, I spent over 100 yuan on stuff, and there's nothing to eat here now. I'm just eating into my savings, and I have nothing left. After a while, a message came back from the other side. Ah, I see. What should we do then? We don't know when the government's aid will come. What are we going to do if this goes on? The words were filled with disappointment. Nuan sent a crying emoji to end the chat. Her friend, soft-hearted, took in that pair of scummy men and women, and then failed to cut their losses in time, instead letting her sympathy run wild. Lu Qianqian is notorious for being a leech. Despite coming from an ordinary family where both parents work hard to earn a meager living, she demands a monthly living allowance of 5,000 for her college expenses. If her parents don't provide it, she threatens to jump off a building to commit suicide. Such an extreme and ungrateful person, yet her friend complains while tacitly allowing Lu Qianqian's various behaviors, merely because she finds it hard to say no and plays the role of a do-gooder. Nuan thought that Wang Xiaoyuan would be able to see through these two people, but she didn't expect that in the end, she would still resort to this. At this moment, her friend simply didn't understand how important food was to humans trapped in the apocalypse. In her last life, she had already suffered enough from this pair of fools, and in this life, she just wanted to live safely and peacefully on her own. Chapter 24. The Sunshine Boy, Nuan, sat by the window, hugging her cat and scrolling through her phone. The screen was filled with desperate pleas for help, and no one was offering exchanges anymore. Some people had already sensed that something was off. Even if they had something to trade, they didn't dare to do so. Most were in a state of silent observation. One after another, pleas for help that were just rephrased continued to flood the screen, among which was a message from Zhang Chunran. It was accompanied by a handsome photo. The boy stood against the light, hands in pockets, with soft brows and eyes, a gentle smile on his lips, as if he radiated warmth. He was the epitome of a sunny boy. The school hunk was indeed a school hunk, truly radiant. Hey, I found a handsome guy here. Want to come sit with me? I live on the 7th floor of Building 18. The idea of exchanging bodies for things had happened in her previous life too. What did Zhang Chunran say when he saw it back then? Nuan furrowed her brows and thought for a moment, oh, how lowly. No matter what, one should never lose their dignity as a human being. This was her exact thought. And she even felt that Zhang Chunran was right, lamenting that in the apocalypse, there aren't many who can maintain noble character. She felt particularly proud to be Zhang Chunran's girlfriend. Looking back now, she realized how foolish she had been, completely beyond redemption. This woman was quite famous in the community. Xinjieji had shared a lot of gossip about her. When Zhang Chunran saw someone engaging in conversation, she immediately responded in the group. It was truly a case of mutual consent, one willing to play and the other willing to endure. Soon, others began to follow suit, and the group chat turned lively, resembling a matchmaking scene. Nuan also sent a meme with the caption, "I'm about to starve to death." The message quickly got buried among others. with no one responding. She exited the WeChat interface and opened Empresses in the Palace, starting from the first episode. She hadn't had time to watch it before due to work, and with so many episodes, she had been reluctant to start. Everyone online said it was good, so she decided to take a look. Time always flies when binge-watching, and before she knew it, it was evening. The surroundings were pitch black, and Nuan rubbed her sore, dry eyes from staring at the screen for too long. Qin Fengtian, sitting on a lazy sofa, had somehow found a flashlight and was reading. Hearing the movement beside him, Qin Fengtian looked up and said in an emotionless tone, "I had some free time this afternoon and tried making a millefeuille cake. Do you want some?" Nuan was momentarily stunned. What? The domineering CEO, who didn't lift a finger to do anything, was actually in the kitchen making pastries? Qin Fengtian immediately saw what Nuan was thinking and calmly said, "There's a complete family recipe book on the shelf. I learned from it." Nuan raised her eyebrows. Oh, she really couldn't tell. She walked into the kitchen and casually pressed the switch, but the light didn't turn on as usual. It was at this moment that Nuan realized that the apocalypse was really about to come. Calming herself down, Nuan pulled up the curtains in all the rooms, took out a flashlight, and held it upside down to shine on the ceiling, the light refracting and spreading out. It was barely enough to see. She called Qin Fengtian to help move the car fridge out, putting all the ingredients that needed freezing inside, while the fresh fruits and vegetables were placed on the dining table to avoid spoiling in the fridge. Once these tasks were done, Nuan finally had time to prepare dinner. She stir-fried the bean sprouts that could easily go bad, then cut a piece of pork to pair with carrots. The rice was from before, which she reheated in the frying pan. The dessert for dinner was a millefeuille cake made by Qin Fengtian. Qin Fengtian lowered his head to eat and suddenly said, "Thank you." Chapter 25. Suspected hearing the domineering CEO say thank you. Nuan felt as if she had encountered a ghost. Her hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. Her eyes widened in fear. "Boss, please don't scare me. I'm timid." Qin Fengtian frowned, the veins on his forehead subtly twitching. "I said I thank you." He traveled all over the world throughout the year, had no fixed residence, and his home fridge was empty. If he lived alone in the villa, he would definitely starve. So, he was really very grateful. Sincerely grateful. Nuan felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled, saying, it's fine. If you really want to thank me, can you not ask for the 3 million back?" Qin Fengtian's expression turned cold, and he said indifferently, "Secretary Gu, has anyone ever told you that you really are easy to take advantage of?" All right, I will definitely pay it back," Nuan said, lowering her head and continuing to battle the food in her bowl. After finishing the meal, Qin Fengtian took a stack of bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, his expression dark and contemplative. A few days ago, Nuan had borrowed money to stock up on supplies, and he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, looking at the house full of food, it seemed this woman knew the typhoon would last a long time. But he remembered that the news reports had said the typhoon was just passing through and wouldn't linger. So, where did Nuan get her information? Or, it was perhaps not the right time to ask such questions, so he decided not to inquire further. Nuan binge-watched dramas all afternoon, and her eyes were very sore. She found some eye drops, but couldn't get them in after several attempts. Nuan rubbed her sore neck and suddenly noticed a pair of bright eyes staring at her. The big eyes and the small eyes locked onto each other for a long time. "Do you need help?" Qin Fengtian spoke up. Nuan handed over the eye drops, raised her head to expose her eyeballs, and said, "Thanks, make sure to drop it right." Qin Fengtian pressed his lips together, looking at the small bottle of eye drops in his palm, and silently stepped forward. He looked down at the person in front of him, feeling a warmth in his heart. He averted his gaze, and his hand clenched into a fist by his side. Having someone to help makes a difference. The cold eye drops dripped in, and Nuan blinked slightly, allowing the eye drops to flow around her eye sockets, instantly moistening her dry eyeballs. She pushed away the small soft thing lying on the sofa and lay down. Comfortable. Qin Fengtian sat on the lazy sofa, hand behind his head, closing his eyes in meditation. The dogs and cats also found their corners to snuggle up in. For a moment, it was quiet. A rustling sound came from Nuan sitting up. She adjusted her phone under her bottom to silent mode, leaned to the side, and pulled it out. The caller was Wang Xiaoyuan. Nuan's expression was serious as she walked to the balcony with her phone. She cleared her throat before answering. "Hello?" Nuan ruthlessly pinched the inner thigh, looking pitiful as she said, but the community is flooded, and I can't swim. Still, thank you, Xiaoyuan. A voice came from the phone. Give me the phone, I'll talk. Zhang Chunran snatched Wang Xiaoyuan's phone. Nuan, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I heard Xiaoyuan tell me about your situation. Come over to our place. I got potatoes and pork belly today. Haven't you always been looking forward to cooking for me? Now's your chance. What are you hesitating for? Nuan had a blank expression, wanting very much to follow the internet cable and give this narcissistic guy a good beating. Did you forget so quickly what happened in the group chat at noon? Handsome guy, hmm? The cover was ripped away, and Zhang Chunran's face turned a deep purple, struggling to suppress his fury, forcing a calm smile as he said, I paid for this. I know that I can't let you down again after letting you down once, so I did not sell myself at all. You can rest assured on this point. If you really don't believe me, you can come over and verify it in person. He spoke so decisively that the previous Nuan might have been moved to tears. Unfortunately, she was not. Although I don't know what you and Lu Chanchan are plotting, I'll clearly tell you that it's best for you to stay out of my way. Or don't blame me for not remembering old feelings. After saying that, she directly hung up. Chapter 26. The remaining 50 Yuan Zhang Chunran returned the phone to Wang Xiaoyuan, who looked at the call-ended screen with a worried expression and asked, What did Nuan say? She told me that there's nothing to eat at home. And if this continues, I'm worried that Nuan will starve to death at home. Old Zhang, you need to think of a way. It's strange. Nuan had told her to stock up on food, so logically, Nuan should have prepared some for herself. How could she have finished it all in just a few days? That shouldn't be the case. I know, I'll think of a way. Zhang Chunran rubbed his chin, pondering. Although Nuan is still mad at me for letting her down, I really love her in my heart, so no matter what, I must save her. Today, after visiting the rich woman, Zhang Chunran overheard someone discussing doomsday theories. Although he felt that this was completely creating social panic, it made him realize one important thing. He must not sit and wait for death. If it weren't for the apocalypse, everyone would be living in harmony. If it really is the apocalypse, he should collect women now, and then he could live a good life relying on these women as bodies. After making up his mind, Zhang Chunran began seeking help from people in the group to borrow a lifeboat. He must rescue Nuan at night, without the brilliant and colorful lights. The entire city fell into extreme darkness, bringing with it an intangible sense of unease and tension. In the past few days, the residents on the first floor who were flooded, those without children who couldn't face the embarrassment, made do by setting up camp in the fire escape. Those with children couldn't bear to see their kids sleeping in the dark, damp corridors, so they went door to door, begging to let just the children in, while they would sleep outside. But even so, no one was willing to open the door. Either someone in the family was sick and it was inconvenient, or the house was full and there was no space to spare. Someone in the group was seeking help, posting a picture of a 7- or 8-year-old child covered in rashes. The rashes were dense and shocking, with continuous heavy rain and typhoons for several days. A frail child with low immunity sleeping in the damp corridor for several days was bound to get sick. The door was knocked on. Nuan hesitated for a moment, took her feet off the sofa, put on her slippers, and was about to go open the door. Qin Fengting also stood up and said, I'll go. Nuan paused for a moment as she stood up. All right. That said, she still followed behind and walked to the cabinet by the entrance, hiding in the shadows, grabbing the golf club and holding it in her hand. Outside, seeing that there was no movement inside, someone knocked on the door again. Miss Gu, it's me, Yin Chong, the resident of 2103. I have something to discuss. Could you please open the door? Qin Fengtian turned to look at Nuan. Nuan nodded lightly, and only then was the door opened. With a creak, the door swung open, and a hint of joy crossed Yin Chang's eyes as he warmly said, Miss Gu, I. He initially thought it was Nuan, but when the door fully opened, he realized it was not. A man? He looked unfamiliar. Yin Chang's heart tightened, and he quickly spoke, Sir, I'm looking for Miss Gu. May I ask? Qin Fengting's eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at the man indifferently. If you have something to say, just say it. Yin Chang's face darkened. This person was really difficult to deal with. Where had the easygoing Miss Gu gone? It's like this. A few days ago, thanks to Miss Gu's generosity in lending me some cold medicine, my wife's cold has improved a lot. However, my wife is lacking in breast milk and is really weak. I wanted to borrow some food from Miss Gu again. I wonder if she could lend me some. If something happens to my wife, what will happen to my 2-month-old child? Wasn't this just pure reliance on Nuan? Seeing this, Fening was about to close the door. He didn't want to listen to this man's nonsense. Chong hurriedly blocked the door, pleading, I can pay, really? Fening frowned and let go. Anything is fine, I have money. Chong handed over the only cash he had left in his pocket, 50 yuan. Through the gap in the security door. Is this enough? Chapter 27. Can you not be so scary? Is this person joking? Fengting's patience was exhausted. You better let go, or if you hurt your hand, I won't take responsibility. After saying that, the door slammed shut, leaving Chong with a gloomy face. What was going on? Why hasn't Nuan shown up? A man came to open the door. As a result, he couldn't borrow anything. Back at home, the woman lying on the bed listened to the sound of her husband's footsteps outside the door. A hint of joy appeared on her weary face. Honey, did you manage to borrow some food? Chong walked into the bedroom dejectedly, took his wife's hand, gently tucked away the loose strands of hair on her forehead, and apologetically said, Wife, I'm sorry, it's my fault. The woman tightly clasped her husband's hand and urgently asked, Is it that the neighbor won't help? Or did you not explain our situation clearly? Chang's expression darkened. I didn't even see Miss Gu. A man just sent me away. What are we going to do? My milk supply is low, and it's not enough for the baby. The formula you bought, the baby won't drink it. The baby has been crying and has lost so much weight. What are we going to do? Oh God, are you trying to force us into a dead end? From next door came heart-wrenching cries, mixed with the weak wails of a baby. Each sound was filled with sorrow. Nuan's face showed reluctance as she sat on the sofa with her head down, silently listening to the cries coming from next door. Fening sat beside her, his expression indifferent. Human greed is insatiable, and the world is inherently cruel. One must understand that if you are kind, others won't appreciate it. They will only see you as easy to bully. Take care of yourself first. Given the current situation, it's still unclear what tomorrow will bring. Fengting's words were not lost on Nuan, who had already experienced an apocalypse once. Having seen so much tragedy in her past life, she thought her heart had grown numb, but when this scene replayed, it was still impossible to avoid the pain. Nuan escaped reality by retreating into her room, entering a space away from the hustle and bustle. The goods in the space were piled up like mountains. Nuan rolled up her sleeves and began to move and organize them bit by bit. Stacks of pork, beef, and lamb were dragged and placed into the freezer she had bought. Cases of mineral water were stacked into a wall, while assorted snacks were all placed on the shelves she had built. Time in the space was frozen, with no distinction between day and night, so the ingredients remained in the same state as when they first entered the space. A large area of cleared ground was filled with lush grass. Nuan's gaze slowly shifted to the abandoned hoe, and a thought crossed her mind. Why not plant something? Once she decided, she immediately grabbed the hoe and started digging. The soil that was turned up was black, soft, and when she took a handful and held it in her palm, it sparkled with tiny glimmers of light. The fertile soil was dozens of times better than the dirt on her balcony. She truly stumbled upon a treasure. At this moment, Nuan had completely forgotten the earlier unpleasantness, immersing herself wholeheartedly in the joy of digging. So absorbed in her happiness, she was oblivious to the sounds outside, including Fengting's knocking and shouting. It wasn't until the air in the space became thin and she was too exhausted to breathe that she reluctantly exited the space, drenched in sweat and her clothes soaked. Nuan tugged at her clothes that were stuck to her back and opened the bedroom door with one hand. Outside was gray and misty, as if covered by a layer of cloth, with drizzling rain falling from the sky and the typhoon howling. Suddenly, a face as black as coal appeared at the entrance, startling her. Nuan patted her heart, took a moment to calm down, and walked around to the side, saying irritably, I said, Boss, can you not scare people? Chapter 28. Conflict intensifies. I knocked on the door for a long time last night. Are you okay? Nuan turned her head and looked at her boss in confusion. What are you talking about? In an instant, she realized and waved her hand, saying, Oh, you mean what happened last night? I'm fine, really. She walked to the bathroom, turned on the water heater, and the pipe made a few sputtering sounds before falling silent. Nuan then realized that the water had stopped along with the electricity. She took out her phone, and the originally 5G signal switched to 2G, with the internet failing to load. The blank page kept spinning, but it wouldn't redirect. At that moment, humanity completely bid farewell to the online world. Since the power outage began, Nuan had been cooking and washing dishes using stored clean water, except for bathing. Upon learning about the water cut, she remained calm. She used a scoop to draw water from a large white bucket, filled a small bucket, and carried it to the bathroom. Using cold water, she simply wet her body, applied a little body wash, and scrubbed vigorously. The cold water poured from head to toe, and a refreshing feeling rose from her feet. She felt much more comfortable. A chill swept over her heart, and she quickly grabbed a towel to dry herself. After changing into dry clothes, she walked out of the bathroom. Fontaine was making breakfast, buttered toast with slices of ham in the middle, accompanied by a glass of milk. The two enjoyed their meal. Fontaine brushed off the crumbs from his fingers and said slowly, "I was a bit too blunt last night, but I meant well. I still hope you can take it to heart. Now that we have no water and electricity with the typhoon and heavy rain, the situation outside isn't much better than here. So staying in this place is our only choice. Food is essential for survival. So don't easily lend or sell it to others. You should know that this isn't just about transactions and favors. Once this information spreads, others will know we have supplies, and we will surely face an encirclement. What we need to seek is self-preservation." A white glove jumped onto Nuan's lap, circled a few times, and found a suitable spot to lie down. Nuan touched the fluffy head, looking down at Fontaine, and said, "I know, don't worry." She had her own plans in mind. The lessons learned from her past life taught her that she could not be soft-hearted in this life. Moreover, she was not as fragile as Fontaine imagined. The residents on the first floor, whose homes were flooded, complained about the narrow fire escape and decided to occupy the corridor on the third floor. Seeing this, others followed suit. As a result, the corridors on the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors were completely taken up. The original residents on those floors watched this unfold, feeling very frustrated. However, due to the bad weather, they thought everyone was having a hard time, so they turned a blind eye and let it be. After several days, the low-floor residents began to have intense arguments. The cause was that the residents using the corridor had clotheslines strung everywhere, littering and refusing to clean up. They often knocked on doors day and night, asking to use the bathroom, and those borrowing the bathroom deliberately urinated outside the toilet, causing a strong smell of urine throughout the entire bathroom. Since the city was flooded, the toilets were malfunctioning, and they had to fetch water in a basin from the balcony to flush. Over time, who would still want to open their door? Seeing this, the first-floor residents were so angry that they moved their belongings to the higher floors and even made a point to spit on the doors of those unwilling to open up, and they urinated in front of the doors. As time passed, the original residents were also suffering. Some people unwilling to swallow their anger began shouting with sticks. The conflict escalated, and the noise of arguments echoed through the corridors. Chapter 29. Killed by one's own minor conscience, the residents on other floors secretly felt pleased, seeing that the fire was not burning on their side. Gradually, some curious people opened their doors to watch, and some even recorded the scene with their phones, planning to post it online once the typhoon passed and the network was restored to 5G. However, it seemed they would never have that opportunity. Moreover, several elderly women directly brought stools to the stairs, sitting on them, cracking sunflower seeds, pointing at the arguing people, and sharing the latest gossip. Nuan on the 21st floor kept to herself, staying quietly in her room and not joining in the commotion. As usual, she groomed her 3 big white dogs, fed the white glove with hairball remedy, and then went to the balcony to tend to a little bean green that had sprouted. Humming a tune, she watered it, then took out a foam box and hanging basket, filled them with soil, and added fertilizer. This time, she was not in a hurry and planned to enrich the soil before planting vegetables. The hanging basket was suspended from the balcony ceiling, not taking up floor space. In the corner of the balcony, there were several empty pots and buckets, used for collecting rainwater for washing feet. Sitting on the lazy sofa, reading a book, Fontaine unconsciously tightened his grip on the book's edge and, unable to endure any longer, said, "Your phone has been ringing for a long time. If you don't want to answer it, you can hang up or turn it off, but please don't disturb me while I'm reading." Nuan was also annoyed to the point of a headache. She let out a barely noticeable sigh. She really didn't expect that even with a 2G network, the call could still go through. It wasn't that she didn't want to turn off her phone or hang up directly, but once she turned it off, the ending phrase from the female voice machine on the other end would be completely different. If Zhang Chunran noticed something, it would be troublesome. If that happened, how could she take revenge on that pair of scumbags? After all, in her previous life, Zhang Chunran was able to survive for 8 years in the apocalypse, not only because of her support, but also due to his own intelligence and sharpness. Only in this way could the final blow hit the heart. Ding dong. Just as the phone call ended, a text message immediately followed. Nuan was speechless. This guy was really persistent. She picked up her phone just as she was about to check, when she heard Qin Fengding let out a cold snort, turning his body away and continuing to read the book in his hands, but his ears twitched, particularly alert. Love you, Ranran. It ended with a little heart. Nuan finished reading the message, feeling nauseous and her heart chilled to the bone. Zhang Chunran saying something like this was likely because Wang Xiaoyuan had let something slip. After all, before the typhoon hit, she had repeatedly reminded Wang Xiaoyuan to stock up on supplies, especially rice and salt. It was hard to believe that a person, especially a girl, could use up all her supplies in just a few days. Given Zhang Chunran's suspicious nature, she would never believe it. If Nuan couldn't hold on and ended up seeking warmth in numbers, Zhang Chunran might very well assume she had stored up food and would come up with all sorts of ways to steal it. Nuan let out a deep sigh. Unexpectedly, in this rebirth, she almost got herself killed by her own insignificant conscience. Chapter 30. She still held back. The heavy sigh caught Qin Fengtian's attention. He put down the book in his hand and walked over, glancing at the text message. This. Qin Fengtian hesitated for a moment. Who is this Ranran? Nuan let out a disdainful huh, waving her hand in front of her like shooing away a fly. My ex-boyfriend. He currently lives in this neighborhood, and he might suspect that I have some supplies here. If Nuan still has feelings for him and speaks out on her own, not only would she offend someone, but she would also lower her own impression points. It's not worth it. Nuan irritably rubbed her hair. What else could she do? She needed to quickly hide the supplies in different places. There was a small attic here that Zhang Chunran didn't know about. When the real estate was being built, a large part was left as a rooftop, and a small part was sealed off as a gifted attic. Nuan happened to like this apartment with an attic. Urgently relocating supplies, although most were stored in her space, moving them was no easy task. After all, Nuan planned to stay here for a long time. And since her boss also lived here, it would be suspicious if she suddenly produced items out of nowhere. So, for convenience and to avoid suspicion, she stored some rice, flour, cooking oil, and sausages, along with over 100 bags of cat and dog food in the storage room, not including cat treats and various snacks for the dogs and cats. Of course, this was still less than a third of what she had in her space. She was still holding back. Furthermore, she had a vague feeling that her boss wanted to ask her something but hadn't said it out loud, so she pretended to be oblivious. There was no point in saying more. Qin Fengtian acted quickly, while Nuan lowered the hidden folding ladder to climb up. One person handed items up while the other received them, and the two worked together seamlessly. Nuan didn't just hide everything in the attic, she scattered each item around, placing some in the toilet tank, inside the pillow, among the clothes on the drying rack, and so on. Even the drainage pipes were taken apart by her with tools, and she stuffed some rice inside. Qin Fengding stood by, watching the woman diligently tightening the screws. Can the rice inside still be eaten? He felt a bit uneasy. He hadn't realized before that she had so many tricks up her sleeve. Nuan tightened the screws, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a sigh of relief. Boss, you just don't understand, right? This is called making the most of resources. Heh. By the time the two finished their work, it was already evening. Outside, it was still pitch black, with only the howling wind raging. In a city with millions of residents, it felt lifeless. Occasionally, there would be a burst of arguments downstairs, but everyone had gotten used to it and ignored it. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the building across the street. God, you blind fool, taking away the lives of my wife and child. What meaning does my life have? Wang Hao. With this commotion, many people couldn't sit still and gathered on their balconies to watch the drama unfold. Some, unafraid of danger, opened their windows and stuck their heads out. Nuan walked to the balcony, pulled aside the curtain, and revealed an eye. Qin Fengting, a head taller than Nuan, stood behind her, pulling a small gap to squint and observe the situation outside. The opposite building was dark and hard to see clearly. Nuan grabbed a pair of binoculars and estimated it was a unit on the 19th floor of the opposite building. A man in his 30s was sitting on the half-enclosed balcony railing, half of his body exposed, his face ashen. Chapter 31. This city has become so strange the man was tearing at the corners of his mouth with both hands, not stopping even as blood was drawn. Blood smeared his mouth, and the man laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha. Look, you all look. You love to watch the excitement. Today, I Wang Hao will let you see enough. I'm leaving first, and you will come to accompany me soon. After saying this, the man's body tilted. He fell from a great height, crashing down heavily. A huge splash erupted, and the blood turned into brilliant red flowers, drifting downstream with the water flow. The binoculars in her hand were snatched away. From a distance, Nuan could only see the scattered splashes of water. She looked confused at the man who took her binoculars. Boss, there's still more to see. You don't have to take mine. Qin Fengting casually set the binoculars aside. Don't look, it's easy to have nightmares. Huh, I'm not that timid. Although she said this, Nuan didn't take the binoculars again. No one in the entire community came out to save the man. Everyone was peering out their windows, and some even recorded the scene to post in the community group, while the person recording laughed devilishly. The man had endured for several days, but still couldn't let go. Witnessing the loss of life again after being reborn, Nuan felt a lot at this moment. After the whole world fell into a state of water and power outages, the calls to the fire department, police, and hospitals were still as unreachable as ever. Even if one occasionally got through, the response was just official wording. Stay on standby, do not go out easily, cherish your life. There was no mention of when national rescue would come or how to solve the people's basic needs. If someone pressed for answers, they would just hang up without a word. Since the death on the 19th floor, the people in the community gradually became irritable, with even the slightest incident sparking loud arguments. This typhoon was far from what people thought it would be. With strong winds, city garbage flew around, sometimes floating, sometimes crashing violently against the high-rise buildings. The momentum was fierce. Several windows in the community shattered, and the torrential rain, along with the typhoon, wreaked havoc inside homes. Children and the elderly had never seen such a scene and were frightened into illness. Just then, a child had asthma, and an elderly person had some neck issues. The other households with broken glass were no better off, scrambling to avoid the rain. At this time, if someone got sick, there was nowhere to seek treatment. Some even tried to use plastic film and tape to cover the windows, but after being drenched in rain and blown by the wind, they developed high fevers that night. In an instant, there were cries and wails everywhere. Qin Fengting also began to feel uneasy. He couldn't concentrate on his favorite The Art of War at all. He started planning his daily schedule, deciding what time to read, what time to work out, and what time to study. One day, after finishing a show, Nuan thought about relaxing her eyes and picked up the binoculars to observe around. Unexpectedly, she discovered several floating corpses in the water, some male, some female, and a child about 2 or 3 years old, being pushed up and down by the waves. Their bodies were wrinkled from soaking, and much of the skin on their faces had come off, revealing the flesh and bones underneath. Nuan's heart jolted, forcing herself to look away, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. Noticing Nuan's unusual behavior, Qin Fengting, who was exercising on a stationary bike, slowly stopped, grabbed a towel from his shoulder to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and walked down. He took a pair of binoculars and looked towards the direction Nuan had just been staring at, faintly seeing a few corpses in the distance. But it was too far to make out clearly. Qin Fengting fell silent. The scene was too tragic. This city had become so unfamiliar. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say to comfort the girl he had protected since childhood. At that moment, Qin Fengting realized that even his proud repository of knowledge could run out of words. Chapter 32. My man is so thin. There's no flesh on his face. Knock, knock. Open the door. Hurry, open the door. Someone's dead. A frantic voice came from outside the door, causing Nuan to pause, put down the watering can, tuck the kitchen knife behind her waist, and place the golf club by the door, ready to reach for it at the first sign of danger. She looked through the peephole. It was Ian Chong from the neighboring Unit 2103. There were 2 doors, an outer iron door and an inner security door, with a curtain in between. She had just installed the curtain in the past 2 days to effectively prevent anyone from seeing into the living room as soon as the door was opened. Gunwan opened the security door inside and said coldly, "What do you want, Mr. Een?" Gunwan changed her previous kind attitude, and Een Chong was stunned for a moment. Grabbing the iron gate, he bitterly said, "Please save my son. My son is about to starve to death. I beg you, I really have no way out. If my son doesn't eat soon, my wife and children will all die. Een Chong, will kneel down for you." With his knees on the ground, his head bowed low, and his shoulders drooping, he exuded a foul stench. When even basic sustenance becomes a problem, this gentleman, who used to speak softly and kindly, no longer cared about personal hygiene. He had become scruffy, with wrinkled clothes that clearly hadn't been changed in a long time. Gunwan crouched down, aligning her gaze with the man on the ground. "Mr. Een, take a good look at me." Een Chong hesitantly raised his head, carefully examining Gunwan. His face was waxy, his lips dry and chapped, and his eyes were sunken, as if he had been hungry for a long time. His lips trembled slightly as he said in disbelief, "Miss Gu, you haven't eaten either?" It had been more than half a month. "You still had food at home. It's not that I am unwilling to help you. I am struggling myself. It's easy to express goodwill, but the cost is several times higher, and the risk is too great." In her previous life, Gunwan had seen too much. She still remembered that in her last life, a couple kindly shared their remaining food with a few people who were close to starving, only to be attacked by robbers that very night and killed, leaving behind a 5-month-old child. The robbers didn't find any food and cooked the 5-month-old child on the spot, while the people who were helped remained silent throughout, and in the end, they fought over a bowl of meat, eating it more greedily than the robbers. Gunwan pulled Qin Fengting over and said pitifully, "Look, my man is so thin that there's no meat on his face." Qin Fengting obliged, pretending to be weak and hungry, saying, "Mr. Een, I apologize for my bad attitude towards you the other day. We didn't have much at home and really couldn't spare anything for you." Een Changyang sat on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. "Was there really no other way? My child has been nursing so much that it has caused my wife to bleed. She is swollen all over, and these days it has been particularly severe. If this continues, what should I do?" "Woo-woo-woo." Een Chong covered his face and cried on the ground. The door of the neighboring apartment, 2101, opened a crack, revealing a head, a 6 or 7-year-old boy with a delicate face. In a soft voice, he said, The door was fully pushed open by another hand, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered man with an indifferent expression and an air that kept strangers at bay, holding 2 plastic bags. He walked to Gunwan's door and handed over the 2 bags, saying, "We don't have much food at home either, but this is the only way I can help." Een Chong was extremely excited, trembling as he accepted the bags, not forgetting to place one of them by Gunwan's door. He opened the bag to take a look. Inside were a bunch of noodles, 2 eggs, and a few small potatoes. Seeing the eggs, Een Chang's face was filled with tears. He moved his knees and bowed to the man, saying, "Thank you, really thank you. My wife can finally eat something." The man showed a pained expression, wanted to reach out to help him up, but stopped himself. Gunwan opened the iron door, picked up her things, and looked at the man. "You." Chapter 33. Where are we now? The man raised his hand first to interrupt. "Stop it. I can't stand emotional scenes." The implication was that one person kneeling and crying in gratitude was enough. No need to get overly excited. Gunwan smiled slightly, understanding the other person's meaning. This person was quite interesting. Cool on the outside, but warm on the inside, and straightforward in nature. She didn't waste much time on small talk, raising the bag in her hand to thank him. The man scratched his head and said, "No need, it's just a little something. We don't have much food at home either. I can only offer a small bit of help." At that moment, Qin Fengting stretched out his hand, introducing himself, Qin Fengting. The man reached out to shake his hand, smiling slightly. "Hello, Zhao Lan, nice to meet you." Gunwan placed the bag on the dining table, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared at the plastic bag, lost in thought. Qin Fengting sat on the yoga mat, scratching the head of the small, soft dog, and casually said, "Let's talk about it in a few days. I'll pick some of the little bok choy you planted and bring it over then. This way, it won't raise suspicion, and I can conveniently earn a favor." Before Gunwan's bottom could even touch the sofa, the door was knocked again. This time, it was Mr. Een from room 2103. Miss Gu, I want to ask if you have any alcohol blocks or portable gas for cooking. If you don't have any, I can lend you some. Nuan waved her hand, saying no thanks. We bought a gas canister when we cooked hot pot before, and now it just comes in handy. Thank you. Inchong awkwardly scratched his head and left with a small bottle of gas. Nuan closed the door, casually picked up the white gloves, and placed them on her lap, sitting down on the sofa. This person is not inherently bad. At least they still maintain the last trace of kindness. The sound of flipping pages emerged as Qin Fengtian spoke. Nuan raised an eyebrow. How did you see that? The moment he received the bag just now, he didn't hesitate at all to leave another bag at the door, not being greedy at all. Is that so? Maybe he just felt he couldn't provoke Zhao Lan, so he didn't dare to be greedy. Nuan was dismissive, lowering her head to smooth the fur of the white glove. Humanity? Where are we now? Boss, you might want to hold off on saying such things for a few more months. What happens then will definitely overturn your worldview. By that time, I hope you can still be this naive. In the middle of the night, loud footsteps echoed in the hallway. From the sound, there were several people. Xiao Ruan quietly whimpered, snuggling up to Nuan for protection. The can claw was pressed against Qin Fengtian's nose, holding it down. The biggest advantage of sleeping in a living room is being able to hear some subtle sounds. Nuan had a light sleep, and the wetness on her face made her sit up and wipe it away, only to realize it was dog saliva. Stinky. She pushed the dog's head away and grabbed 2 pieces of tissue to clean herself up. At that moment, Qin Fengtian also woke up, startled by the dog's paw. They heard footsteps getting closer. They exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts, and then, with a mutual understanding, stood up and quickly hid the dog in the attic. Xiao Ruan, you absolutely must not make a sound, and you can't eat anything up here. Do you hear me? If you behave and follow the rules, I'll reward you with a big bone. If you don't listen, I'll smash your doggy head. Not sure if Xiao Ruan understood. She anxiously reminded the canned food. Can, keep an eye on Xiao Ruan. You must not make a sound, be good. The canned food opened its mouth and made a silent sound, while Xiao Ruan whined and scratched the floor in frustration, making a scratching noise. No, Nuan scolded softly. The hem of her pants was tugged by Qin Fengtian below, and she couldn't delay any longer. Nuan fiercely rubbed the little soft dog's head. Go down and quickly hide the stairs to the attic. Everything is ready. Chapter 34. You said there's no food, but you are actually lying. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water came from the doorway. Qin Fengtian crouched behind the shoe cabinet, holding a baseball bat, which was nailed all over with nails. A swing would either kill or injure. The surroundings were too quiet. Every breath could be heard. Standing at the door, Nuan took a deep breath and nervously cleared her throat, saying, "Who's out there?" Nuan, open the door quickly, it's me. The security door slowly opened, and Nuan peeked out. 2 men and 2 women, all soaked and looking like drowned rats, without exception. A strong beam of light shone in, and Nuan turned her head uncomfortably, tightening her grip on the door, wishing she could strangle this man. Don't you know it's uncomfortable to shine a flashlight in someone's eyes? She suppressed the malice in her heart and said in a flat tone, I'm fine. I'm doing well. Her words were too brief, and the expected excitement and hugs did not come. Zhang Chunran's heartfelt words were stuck in her throat, not knowing how to continue. Lu Qianqian, standing beside her, subtly tugged at Wang Xiaoyuan's sleeve. Wang Xiaoyuan quickly stepped forward, pulling at the corners of her mouth in a friendly manner, and said, Nuan, hurry and open the iron door. Let me take a good look at you. You've suffered a lot on your own, haven't you? Nuan shook her head in a Qiong Yao style and pressed her lips into A. Xiaoyuan, how are you? Are you eating well and staying warm? The weather has turned cold recently, so you need to take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Wang Xiaoyuan, already feeling guilty, felt even more remorseful. She stepped forward, took Nuan's hand, and with tears in her eyes, said through the iron gate, Nuan, I'm sorry actually. Before she could finish her sentence, a man pulled Wang Xiaoyuan away. Nuan looked over and saw Wang Xiaoyuan's boyfriend, Gao Wei. The 2 met in high school, had a crush on each other, started dating, and finally during the college entrance examination, Wang Xiaoyuan was admitted to a prestigious university in H City, while this man became a failed candidate, retaking the exam several times without success. Eventually, he simply stopped trying and stayed by Wang Xiaoyuan's side. becoming a homebody who was lazy and only knew how to ask for money to buy equipment, disliking the hassle of cleaning the house. Wang Xiaoyuan even hired a young maid to take care of things, but in the end, the man actually had an affair with the maid multiple times. If it weren't for an accidental encounter, Wang Xiaoyuan might have been kept in the dark for the rest of her life. The final outcome was just firing the maid. Deeply infatuated, no matter how terrible things their beloved did, they could always find a perfect excuse for themselves. Gao Wei grabbed Wang Xiaoyuan's hair and said ominously, "I warn you, don't mess things up for me." Lu Qianqian leaned in, smiling warmly, and said, "Cousin, you must have a lot of food at home, right? I'm almost starving. Can you share some with me?" Nuan glanced at the commotion over by Wang Xiaoyuan, looking at the woman in front of her who was smiling insincerely, and said coldly, "Lu Qianqian, you really have a way of making things up. You say there is food in my house, so why don't you show some evidence? Besides, even if there was food in my house, I wouldn't give it to you, even to feed a dog. You guys came to my house in the middle of the night, and I haven't even reported you for disturbing the peace." Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up. "So you're saying that when you claim there's no food, you're actually lying? Huh? Chapter 35. This is my boss, and also my new boyfriend. You want to study well, but you insist on feeding pigs." Nuan sarcastically said, "Lu Qianqian, your ability to turn right and wrong upside down is getting stronger and stronger. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going to sleep, so you all hurry up and leave." After saying that, she was about to close the door. Zhang Chunran couldn't let a cooked duck fly away, so he immediately reached out to block the door. Wait. Nuan loved him deeply, so she couldn't bear to hurt his hand. Just as Zhang Chunran was full of confidence, Nuan ruthlessly slammed the door. "Scumbag, I won't let you get away with this." Ah. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire building. "Ha!" A soft laugh was heard. Nuan quickly suppressed the smile at the corners of her mouth and blinked innocently. "It's you who put it there, and I can't see it, so don't blame me." The three of them were overwhelmed by this woman. Gao Wei's patience was exhausted as he pushed past Wang Xiaoyuan. "Since you think we're framing you, why don't you open the door and let us search? If we don't find anything to eat, we'll naturally believe you and take you to Xiaoyuan's house. How about that? This really is like a grandmother getting into bed." It made me laugh. Nuan was now wide awake, surprised to see someone so adept at being annoying and full of nonsense. "Why should I let you into my house? And why should I prove to you that I don't look like someone who's mentally ill?" Gao Wei, with a mindset unlike anyone else's, boldly said, "Just because Lao Zhang is so worried about you, afraid you might starve to death here without food. We had to ask many places to borrow a lifeboat, and it ended up capsizing on our first try, leaving all of us wet. You don't care and won't let us in. Isn't that a bit too ungracious, Nuan? Isn't this not how one should behave? Didn't your family teach you any better?" Lu Qianqian stepped forward at the right moment, sarcastically adding, "Wei Ge, don't blame my cousin too much. She grew up without parents, spoiled and willful, so it's no wonder she lacks manners." If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Nuan would have applauded these two for their smooth talking and great teamwork. It was truly a high-level performance, like playing with a water bottle on a plane. Not wanting to be disturbed by this group any longer, Nuan opened the door. "Come in, but don't break anything." Rather than being treated like trash and having these flies buzzing around her all day, she preferred to let them in and get it over with. With the suspicion cleared, she could relax a little and not be on edge all the time. Gao Wei was momentarily taken aback, thinking he would have to negotiate more, but unexpectedly, Nuan opened the door. He didn't hold back, striding in confidently, while Zhang Chunran behind him had a dark expression, looking as if he could drip ink. After 2 attempts to persuade her to let him in, it was Gao Wei's few words that convinced Nuan to open the door. Was his charm really diminishing and no longer effective? Nuan didn't care and just stood in the living room, allowing several people to search various rooms. The observant Wang Xiaoyuan immediately spotted the boss standing next to the shoe cabinet. With a smooth, fair complexion, a sharply defined and cold face, and deep black eyes exuding a hint of chill, he was striking. Wang Xiaoyuan timidly leaned closer to Nuan and whispered, "Who is this person?" Nuan introduced confidently, "This is my boss and also my new boyfriend." Nuan and Qin Fengting had discussed the situation, and given the current circumstances, both for self-protection and for the sake of the little ones, they decided to publicly claim to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After all, A man and a woman who haven't obtained a marriage certificate can only be considered a couple. Rather than letting others speculate, it would be better to say it outright. Zhang Chunran was about to step into the storage room when she paused, realizing that Nuan had hooked up with another man. She felt quite displeased, and her expression darkened. Qin Fengding nodded at Wang Xiaoyuan as a greeting, then walked behind Nuan like a guardian deity. Wang Xiaoyuan looked dejected, seemingly hurt, and silently walked away. Hadn't Nuan said she only loved old Zhang? Why did she escape from Zhang Chunran's side, leaving her alone to foolishly love Gao Wei? Ever since the city had cut off water and electricity, Gao Wei's attitude toward her had changed. He would hit her, scold her, kick her, and look down on her. Meanwhile, her good friend had left Zhang Chunran and found a tall and handsome boyfriend. Why was that? She felt very unwilling. The four of them had wandered around the more than 100 square meter house several times but found nothing. Gao Wei looked at Zhang Chunran. What do you think? Zhang Chunran shook her head. The fridge was completely empty, and the storage room was filled with discarded delivery boxes. I found it. Chapter 36. Don't you know this is a society governed by law? A cheerful and happy voice came from the kitchen. The few of them excitedly gathered around. Nuan and Qin Fengtian exchanged a glance, then hurriedly ran over. Sure enough, they saw Lu Qianqian holding a black plastic bag, which was the stuff sent by Zhao Lan from apartment 2101 next door. Inside were several bags of pickled vegetable instant noodles. This was something Nuan had intentionally hidden behind the washing machine. Hiding things in this spot was a habit she developed while at Lu Qianqian's house when they were kids, and Lu Qianqian would certainly not let it go. As expected, rather than hiding everything, it was better to leave a little bit of benefit for these guys, so they wouldn't be constantly thinking about the treasure she had. If the play had to be done, it should be done in full. Nuan angrily rushed over, wanting to snatch the bag back. How did you find this? That's my only food. Give it back to me. Hurry up and get it back. Lu Qianqian skillfully sidestepped, grinning mischievously. Cousin, that's where you're wrong. How can you eat without sharing a little with us? Zhang Chunran looked at Nuan with a pained expression. Nuan, we all thought you had no food left. Overcoming difficulties to come and get you. We didn't expect you to do something like this. You've really disappointed me. Gao Wei thought he was going to have to leave empty-handed this time, but although it wasn't much, it was still an unexpected gain. All right, let's go. After saying that, he grabbed Wang Xiaoyuan's hair and dragged her towards the door. Wang Xiaoyuan winced in pain, but didn't dare to resist, only silently following them out. Nuan glanced at Wang Xiaoyuan, whose face was filled with anguish. Clearly, she had the strength to resist, but she didn't dare to. It was truly pathetic. How could she let this group of people leave? She took out a golf club and pointed it at Lu Qianqian, saying that they could leave, but they had to leave their things behind. Lu Qianqian ignored her and continued to walk towards the door. Her cousin had always been weak and easily manipulated. She didn't believe that her cousin would really dare to hit her. Nuan looked at Lu Qianqian's back, and memories from her childhood suddenly surged to her mind. At that time, she was only 8 years old, and she had already understood what it meant to be dependent on others. Every day, she worked tirelessly, fearing being pointed at and scolded for being lazy. Her aunt disliked the washing machine not cleaning properly, so she made her wash clothes by hand in the freezing winter. And didn't T allow her to heat the water, saying it wasted gas. Once, while she was doing laundry, Lu Qianqian, bored and looking for trouble, splashed the washing water on her and used her uncle's lighter to burn her arm. The sudden burn made her push Lu Qianqian away angrily. But Lu Qianqian cried to their aunt to complain, causing her to go hungry for several days. If it weren't for her scavenging leftovers from the trash can, she would have starved to death long ago. How could she have lived to this day? The painful memories of the past wrapped around her like countless strands of hemp rope, and the suffocating, piercing sensation overwhelmed her, nearly causing her to choke. Nuan's gaze was vicious as she stared at Lu Qianqian as if looking at a dead person. She tightened her grip on the golf club and swung it with lightning speed. A headshot. Lu Qianqian was caught off guard and took a hit, her mind going blank, a buzzing sound ringing in her ears, and she suddenly fell to the ground. Qin Fengding noticed something was off with Nuan, quickly walked over to her side, pulled her behind him, and coldly stared at the three people outside the door. Zhang Chunran heard the commotion behind him, turned around, and saw Lu Qianqian unconscious on the ground. His expression turned tense, as he rushed over, disregarding the pain in his hand, shaking Lu Qianqian's body desperately. "Qianqian, wake up. What's wrong? Wake up." Gao Wei walked in, looked at the unconscious person, and his face turned ugly. He angrily said, "You guys hit her like this just for taking a few things? Don't you know this is a society governed by the rule of law?" Qin Fengting sneered. "You know this is a society governed by the rule of law? You barged in looking for things. What do you take Nuan for? A soft persimmon that you can squeeze whenever you want?" Chapter 37. Let go for today. What is going on here? Miss Gu? Why are there so many people at your house? Yin Chong and Zhao Lan were awakened by the screams and came out to check the situation, only to find Gu Nuan's door wide open. These people had broken into the house to steal things. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan's gaze fell on a plastic bag next to the unconscious woman on the ground. Wasn't this what he had just given to the Gu family during the day? So they really did come to steal? Since they were on the same floor, if the Gu family was robbed, wouldn't the other two families be next? Thinking of this, Zhao Lan and Yin Chong immediately became alert, standing guard at the door. Zhao Lan clenched his fists, his clothes taut against his muscular build. Seeing that they were not letting him leave, Gao Wei felt anxious, but he was used to putting on a brave front. He held his neck high and said, "What are you doing? Are you not letting people go? There's no such reasoning in the world." Yin Chong laughed sarcastically. "You didn't speak of reasoning when you were stealing, but now that we have the upper hand, you want to start talking about reasoning?" Gao Wei gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that this trip had cost him dearly, but he couldn't fight back. Zhang Chunran sensed that something was off, carried Lu Qianqian on his back, and quietly said to Gao Wei, "Let it go for today, let's go." Gao Wei shot a resentful glance at the others and slammed the door as he left. The sky gradually brightened. I put on my slippers and got out of bed. I opened the door and found the three standing at the entrance, chatting about something. Qin Fengting discreetly observed and saw that Gu Nuan had returned to her usual demeanor, secretly relieved. "Good morning, Miss Gu," Yin Chong waved. "Morning." Gu Nuan looked at the little boy beside Zhao Lan and greeted him with a smile. Zhao Lan introduced, "This is my nephew, he's 6 years old. Come on, tell your brothers and sisters your name." The boy had pale lips, bright teeth, and a cute, chubby face that looked shy. Gu Nuan smiled with her eyes curved and patted the child's head. Qin Fengtian said, "We are discussing how to deal with the garbage in the corridor. The property management hasn't cleared it for a long time, and the whole corridor is filled with the smell. Now the entire city is flooded, and the property management has long stopped taking care of things. The garbage trucks can't even get in, and there's so much trash that it's blocking the corridor." There was indeed a rotten smell of vegetable and fruit scraps in the air. Gu Nuan looked at a few people and asked, "Have you come up with a countermeasure?" Yin Chong spoke up, "I've noticed that those on the lower floors have been throwing their garbage directly into the water, so why don't we do the same?" Qin Fengting had no objections, and Zhao Lan also thought it was feasible. The three households reached an agreement. From now on, they would dispose of their garbage internally and not leave it at the stairway. Standing at their own door, it didn't feel much, but when they opened the door to the fire escape, a rotten, foul smell rushed at them. Some bags had already broken, and the juice from rotting vegetables was spilling out everywhere. After working hard for most of the day, they finally finished. They were exhausted and covered in a bad smell. They washed with cold water. The weather wasn't too cold recently, so there was no need to waste gas. Chapter 38. The bloody kitchen knife, the typhoon showed no signs of weakening, and the rain continued to fall in a misty haze, with the water level constantly rising. Ever since the water supply was cut off, Gu Nuan had come up with a makeshift toilet. It was essentially a hole drilled in the middle of a wooden stool, about the size of 2 fists. When needed, one just had to put a plastic bag through the hole, tie the 2 handles of the bag to the sides to secure it, and sit on top. After using it, they would tie up the bag and throw it directly below. It was too embarrassing. Gu Nuan's daily routine, aside from watering plants, feeding dogs, watching dramas, and farming, also includes makeup. She applies makeup every day, specifically to make her skin look dull and to darken her eye sockets, for both Qin Fengting and herself. When Yin Chong was kneeling at the door, crying, both of them were wearing makeup. The first floor was completely submerged in water, gradually spreading to the second floor. On the second floor, every household was frantically moving their belongings, fearing that they would wake up to find themselves sleeping in water. The losses on the second floor were somewhat less than those on the first floor. as the residents began packing their things once they realized the water level was about to rise. As a result, many useful furniture and valuables were preserved. After being cooped up for so many days, some people who were familiar with the water began to take risks and swim out, trying to find food. Those who couldn't swim were also racking their brains to think of ways to get out. Nuan was idle and stood on the balcony, looking out with a telescope. Several handmade boats were slowly paddling out. Looking further, an inflatable rubber boat was rowing towards this side. The rubber boat had only a couple of backpacks and a quilt, and a man and a woman were paddling hard, their hair damp with glistening water droplets. The entrance of the community was already submerged, with only the iron spikes at the top visible. If they paddled straight through, the rubber boat might get punctured. As it got closer, the man jumped directly into the water, lifting the rubber boat and paddling around from the other side to get in. Nuan's gaze followed the two people as they approached, stopping by the window of a second-floor apartment in the building. The appearance of a brand-new inflatable boat attracted the attention of many people. Some looked on with envy, while others greedily wanted to possess it. Sun Xiaoming stood at the second-floor window. "Brother, hurry, pass me the bag." Sun Xiaoyan was in the water, handing over items from the inflatable boat. "Hold it well." "Hey, where did this come from?" A man in his 30s approached, helping the two move their things. Finally, he even reached out to pull Sun Xiaoyan up from the water. Sun Xiaoyan, looking disheveled, thanked him. "Thanks, big brother." The man, seeing his conversation successful, rubbed his hands together and said, "I guess I've helped a bit. I wonder if I could borrow your inflatable boat? I just want to go out and see if I can find something to eat." Sun Xiaoyan wasn't too foolish. He understood why this man offered help. He deflated the inflatable boat and said apologetically, "Sorry, big brother, I still need this." The man wanted to say a few more words, but was pulled back by someone next to him, who gestured for him to look behind. A pure and beautiful girl was standing behind the man, holding a bloodied kitchen knife and smiling ominously. Her devilish smile seemed to warn him that if he dared to say another word, that knife would come down. The man was frightened and cold sweat broke out as he silently stepped aside. Each floor had people living in it, with clutter everywhere. Some sat on the ground, while others stood on the stairs, their eyes openly scrutinizing the intruders. Chapter 39. Sisters are great. Most gazes were unfriendly. Those who merely glanced over. Sun Xiaoyan Henti even made it halfway before she was overwhelmed by the mixed odors of body odor, garbage, and dampness, making her feel nauseous. Upon seeing someone lying on the ground with a back covered in red sores, the skin rotting and maggots wriggling inside, she turned pale from disgust. The typhoon raged, the hallway was dark and damp, and those with low immunity who slept on the ground were covered in various rashes and sores. Sun Xiaoming, however, was unfazed and urged her to hurry. Finally reaching the 21st floor, Sun Xiaoyun could no longer hold it in and leaned over the window to vomit. Since outsiders intruded into Nuan's home, the residents of 2103 and 2101 had become especially vigilant. At the slightest noise, they would immediately come out to check. Qin Fengding was no exception. While reading, he heard sounds of movement outside, put down his book, and picked up a baseball bat as he walked out. Nuan followed closely behind. Sun Xiaoyan spat out everything and sat on the ground, feeling exhausted. Yin Chong stepped forward and handed her a glass of water, casually asking, "Where are you guys from? What are you doing here?" Sun Xiaoyan rinsed her mouth with the water and replied, "We came from the Lingjiao area. There are villa complexes over there, and I remember the terrain is higher than here. Has that area been flooded too?" Sun Xiaoyan struggled to stand up and sighed, "Yes. The first floor is completely flooded. My sister and I saw the situation and decided to paddle over here in a rubber boat." Suddenly remembering, she said, "Oh right, I'm Sun Xiaoyan, and this is my sister, Xiaoming. We just remembered there are houses here. The building is taller and less likely to be flooded. So we came over." Nuan was surprised for a moment. Since she moved in, she hadn't seen anyone from Unit 2104 and thought it hadn't been sold. It turned out a rich person bought it and simply forgot about it. Since it was the 21st floor, no one else said anything, and they briefly introduced themselves. Sun Xiaoming was bored and couldn't muster any interest. It was just a bunch of men, really dull. Until Nuan, who was standing behind Qin Fengtian, stepped forward and greeted the two siblings. Sun Xiaoming's indifference changed, and she enthusiastically walked over. Taking Nuan's hand, and calling her sister warmly. Sister, my name is Xiaoming. You can call me Meng Meng sister. Can I call you sister? Her soft body leaned against Nuan, who had never been so close to anyone before. But surprisingly, she didn't reject this girl. Nuan stroked Sun Xiaoming's fluffy head, feeling like a white glove, smooth and slippery. Okay, as long as you're comfortable with it, you can call me whatever you like. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoming became even more excited, leaning her whole body against Nuan's arm. Sister, you're the best. Qin Fengtian watched the two being so close. A flash of displeasure in his eyes as he turned to Sun Xiaoyan beside him, his voice cold and piercing. Take care of your sister. Sun Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly, pulling her sister close. Sorry for the trouble. The key was inserted into the lock, and with a twist, the door opened. Sun Xiaoyan dragged Sun Xiaoming inside. And just before closing the door, Sun Xiaoming clung to the door frame, her voice sweet. Sister, I'll come find you to play later. Nuan smiled and waved her hand. Okay. When they got home, Qin Fengtian looked at Nuan sideways. Nuan washed 2 apples and handed one to him. Seeing that he didn't take it for a long time, she tilted her head and looked at the man. If you have something to say, just say it, boss. Qin Fengtian took the apple, opened his mouth, and took a bite. You have a good impression of Sun Xiaoming? This woman never gets close to people. So why is she treating Sun Xiaoming differently? Chapter 40. Rather than waiting passively, it's better to take a gamble. Of course, who doesn't love a soft and cute girl? Nuan teased with a squint. Did you not just stare at her with wide eyes? Qin Fengtian, I did not. I was looking at you, okay? Stop it. I clearly saw you. Qin Fengtian frowned and pressed his lips together. He really wanted to dig open this woman's head to see how her brain was structured. Nuan knocked on the door of 2104 with 2 bags of instant noodles and a small bunch of greens. Sun Xiaoyan and Sun Xiaoming were tidying up the place when they heard someone knocking. Sun Xiaoyan walked over and opened the door. Oh, Miss Gu. What? Sun Xiaoming dropped the cloth in her hand and ran over excitedly, shouting, Sister, why are you here? Come in and sit down. Hurry, come in, come in. Nuan felt it hard to refuse the warm hospitality. As Sun Xiaoming walked in, she noticed that the room was fully furnished, with everything covered in white dust cloths. The layout was exactly the same as her own home, but the decor was much more upscale. One wall of the living room was filled with various brands of red wine, all of which were quite valuable. Nuan rolled up her sleeves to lend a hand and help tidy up a bit. I don't have much either. This instant noodles are a small token of my appreciation, and the vegetables are from my garden. It's not much, but if you don't mind, please accept them. I would never turn down anything my sister gives me. I like everything my sister offers. Sun Xiaoming held Nuan's hand, close and intimate. Nuan smiled, feeling as if she had gained an extra little sister. The vegetables were growing well, so Nuan picked a couple of handfuls and shared some with the other 2 families. In this special period, it was impossible to go it alone. Since they were on the same floor, it would be better to try to unite first. If it really didn't work out later, she could make other plans. Nuan, please keep it. My son has not had much of an appetite lately, and I'm worried. Your vegetables are a timely help, and I am very grateful. After receiving the vegetables, Yin Chong choked up with gratitude. After a while, Yin Chong called all 3 families to the corridor. Everyone, listen to me. We must go out to find supplies. If we don't go out now, life will only become more difficult later. Also, I want to find medicine for my wife. Most importantly, all the food at home has been eaten, and the only things left are the noodles and the vegetables Nuan sent. Once those are gone, we really won't have anything to cook. He didn't want to kneel and beg others anymore. He had a wife and children to support, and this family had to be upheld by him. Sun Xiaoyan raised her hand in agreement. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, we might as well take a gamble. The wall of red wine at home was something he brought here because he found no place to store it in the villa. It was all useless drinks that couldn't fill their stomachs. Food was much more practical. Qin Fengtian looked at Nuan. What do you think? The situation is already bad enough. This typhoon has lasted for nearly a month, with water and electricity cut off and the internet down. We have no idea what is happening outside. Government agencies, police stations, and fire rescue associations are all unreachable. Nuan nodded. I agree. But someone must stay at home to keep watch. Otherwise, if there's a fire in the yard, no matter how many supplies we gather, it won't matter. In that case, let's allocate the duties. Everyone will take turns watching the house, Xiaolon said. For the first outing, let's be cautious. I Gunwan Zhaolan, Yin Chong, and Sun Xiaoyan will go, Qin Fengtian stated. I want to go too. Sun Xiaoming protested. They said we would take turns watching the house. Don't you understand? Qin Fengtian said, annoyed. Sun Xiaoming shivered and hid in Gunwan's arms. Her eyes filled with tears. Sister, brother is being mean to me. I'm so scared. Gunwan comforted the little girl by patting her back, saying, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. While she was speaking soothing words, her eyes were fixed on Qin Fengting, filled with accusations. Qin Fengting. Chapter 41. Group outing unable to refuse Sun Xiaoming. Sun Xiaoyan, as the older brother, had a compromise. Since that's the case, I, along with Yin Chang's wife and Ziyu, will stay home. We'll meet at midnight tonight. Is that okay? Everyone nodded in agreement. Ever since the typhoon arrived, it had been completely dark by around 5 o'clock. As they prepared for the group outing, Gunwan was particularly vigilant. She touched up the makeup on her and Qin Fengting's faces, afraid of any flaws being exposed. After finishing these tasks, she began to cook. Gunwan took out 2 bags of self-heating rice and soaked them in water, then grabbed 2 carrots and a piece of meat the size of a palm. She went to the balcony to pick a handful of small green vegetables, which she hadn't tasted yet. The carrots and meat were stir-fried, and a bit of minced garlic was added to the green vegetables to bring out the fragrance. The 2 dishes were prepared just like that. During the intervals when Gunwan was cooking, Qin Fengting was also busy. He let the 3 guys locked in the attic down for some fresh air and to feed the dogs. With food scarcity, if someone starving to the limit saw the 3 big white dogs, they might inevitably think of slaughtering them for dog meat. Not wanting to see the 3 little guys become someone else's meal, he had to ensure their safety. Fortunately, Xiaoruan had been much better lately, although playful. She wouldn't scream at night, which prevented the neighbors from discovering them. This saved him a lot of trouble. As for the white gloves, there was no need to hide them. No one had cared about the cat meat before the typhoon arrived. All right. After Sun Xiaoyan said this, she went to grab Zhao Ziyu, but was dodged. Qin Fengting went inside to bring out the white gloves, and Gunwan coaxed Zhao Ziyu, look, isn't it cute? Do you want to touch it? The white gloves were very well behaved, never biting anyone, and were typical of being respectful to the elderly and loving the young. Playfully tugging at Qin Fengting, Gunwan noticed that this child was a bit special the first time she met him. The child in white gloves jumped to the ground, rubbing his head against Zhao Ziyu's feet. With a simple childlike nature, he was immediately attracted to this adorable creature. The temporary departure of his uncle became less of a burden for him. Zhao Lan looked gratefully at Gunwan. He was most worried about his nephew, who had previously suffered psychological trauma. The fact that Xiaoyu could slightly open his heart and no longer be closed off proved that this was a good start. The group walked down the stairs, and as they reached the 10th floor, they began to see people coming and going. The hallway was cluttered with various odds and ends. Household trash, used tissues, and it was a chaotic mess. Some people were careless, sleeping right next to the garbage, completely indifferent to the stench. Hearing someone coming down, a person sleeping on the ground impatiently clicked his tongue and turned over to continue sleeping. There was a sick child crying incessantly, and an old lady moaning softly, saying her whole body hurt. During the day and night, people came and went in droves, and everyone had become accustomed to it, not paying much attention to Gunwan and her group. Chapter 42. Not picky at all, the water was flowing too vigorously, having already spread to the center of the 2nd floor, and soon the 3rd floor would also be submerged. This trip had 2 rubber boats, one from Sun Xiaoyan's family and the other from Gunwan's family. The 5 of them waded through the water and climbed out of the 2nd floor window to sit in the rubber boat, slowly paddling towards the outskirts of the community. This time, their destination was the large supermarket in the city center, which had 7 floors. The 1st floor was for fresh vegetables and frozen goods. The 2nd floor had household items, and the other floors sold clothes, bags, and shoes, while the 7th floor had a restaurant. The night was dark and murky, making it difficult to see clearly. The entire city seemed to be on pause due to the typhoon, with countless pieces of garbage floating on the water surface. From a distance, the tall buildings stood above the water, while the lower houses were completely submerged. The logo of the large supermarket in the city center was easily recognizable. A huge sign on the building was unmistakable. The city center was in a low-lying area, and the water had reached the 3rd floor. The large glass structure was unbreakable, and the five of them wandered around until they found a small window where Qin Fengting swung a baseball bat to break it. Nuan and son Xiaoming easily climbed in, while several big men struggled a bit, especially Zhao Lan, who injured his arm. Once inside, they realized it was a men's restroom with a row of urinals. Qin Fengtian, with red ears, stepped forward to cover Nuan's eyes and led her outside. With a large hand covering her eyes, Nuan was pushed out, saying, "Let go of me, I'm not a child. You all come and see." Zhao Lan stood by the railing on the third floor. Nuan walked over. Perhaps it was because the front door was locked, which prevented a large amount of water from rushing in, so the inside was only flooded to the second floor, but the focus was on the first floor. The five people present all lived by the sea and had varying degrees of diving experience, with decent swimming skills, so they did not hesitate. They each found their swimsuits, waterproof goggles, wrapped their hair, and slowly swam down into the water. Once everyone reached the bottom, they discovered that there was a rolling shuttered door locked in the supermarket. Inchang anxiously tried to pull the door, but couldn't open it no matter what. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming took out a piece of iron wire, folded it, and started to stir it in the keyhole. In less than a minute, there was a click and it opened. With the resistance of the water, the rolling shutter door was extremely heavy, and everyone worked together to lift it up. Inside was a dazzling array of food that made one drool. But now is not the time to leisurely eat. With the rolling shutter door opened, water continuously rushed in, and the ground that could still be stood on quickly reached their calves. They scattered, racing against time to carry out food. Canned goods, compressed biscuits, rice, vegetables, snacks, and anything edible they could find on the shelves. They were not picky at all. However, as long as there are people, there will be selfishness. Inchang headed straight for the baby and women's supplies section, grabbing a large pile of baby formula and sanitary pads, as well as baby lotion and disinfecting wipes. Sun Xiaoming rushed to the kitchen supplies, taking several kitchen knives and a rolling pin, securing them at her waist before starting to grab other items. Zhao Lan was preoccupied with her nephew, taking various vegetables and some scattered dried goods. As soon as Nuan entered, she wandered off towards the snack area. She had been to this supermarket several times, so she clearly remembered where the long shelf-life items were stored. The 2 rows of shelves were filled with canned goods, fruits, meats, hams, herring, while the other row had self-heating hot pots and various flavors of instant noodles, as well as spicy strips. She casually slid her hand over the items on the shelves and stored them away without hesitation. Nuan was always alert to the surroundings, discreetly stuffing items into her space. She left some on the shelves, as if one person swept everything away but didn't actually take that much. It would inevitably raise suspicion. She carefully picked and packed things into a bag, then headed outside. Chapter 43. Space Discovered? In this mall, I remember there seems to be a diving equipment store. Why don't we go take a look? Nuan had diving gear in her space, but she needed a clear path, and this was the best way. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone became excited. It was clearly a sunny August day, but the water was freezing to the bone. If they could have a set of professional diving suits, that would be great. Everyone went to a diving equipment store on the 3rd floor, where the display window had been smashed, simple and crude. They picked suitable sizes and goggles, then ran outside to browse other stores. Nuan noticed a large backpack piled in the corner of the cashier. She looked outside to confirm that the 4 had gone elsewhere before opening it to check. Inside was a brand new rubber boat. Nice, another gain. Nuan had just put the rubber boat away into the space when a voice suddenly rang out. Nuan, what are you doing? It was Qin Fengtian coming back again. Nuan's heart was racing with alarm. No, it's nothing. The unhidden gaze fell on her, and Nuan bit her lower lip tightly, her hands clasped behind her back, her nails digging into her wrists as she tried to calm herself down. The gaze finally shifted away. Then you come out quickly. Let's go over there and see if we can get some more things. Okay. Nuan was deeply worried, faintly sensing that Qin Fengting had seen her, but she didn't dare to ask directly. What if he hadn't seen anything? That would be like trying to hide something that wasn't there. So annoying. It was getting late, and everyone was doing their best to stuff things into their backpacks. If the backpacks couldn't hold everything, they stashed items in their pockets. They had to take everything with them. It was still possible to get in through the small window when they arrived, but now it was impossible to get out. Qin Fengting, Zhao Lan. and Yin Chong swung their hammers and smashed upwards, worried that loud noises would attract attention, so everyone was particularly cautious. They only knocked out more than half a circle before stopping. 2 people went out first to put the inflatable rubber boat on the water. Then one backpack after another was sent out. Halfway through the journey of the 2 rubber boats, several beams of light swept across the dark night sky, and a rumbling sound came from afar. Qin Fengming signaled for everyone behind to stop. Someone was coming. Everyone be careful. Everyone drew their weapons and looked around vigilantly. A speedboat burst through the water, heading toward Nuan and the others, with another rubber boat tied to it by a rope. The man sitting in the speedboat looked down like a king and contemptuously said, "Hey, you guys, if you're smart, leave the stuff behind, or we'll have to take it by force." Qin Fengming's expression darkened. Blocking our way is no different from robbery. Yin Chong tightly hugged his backpack and retorted, "Exactly. So hypocritical. Robbers. Bandits." The man snorted coldly. "Since you don't care about your lives, don't blame us for being rude. Everyone attack." 5 men on the rubber boat jumped onto their boat with steel pipes, and the impact caused the boat to sway. Nuan maintained her balance and swung at the attackers' heads. Unlike dealing with Lu Qianqian, she couldn't afford to hold back against this group. If they fell into a disadvantage, they would lose both their lives and their belongings. One man's head was smashed and bled profusely, but Nuan didn't stop. She kept smashing furiously. Qin Fengming quickly subdued the thin man charging at him, knocked him out, and tossed him into the water. Turning to help, he saw Nuan brutally smashing a man until he was covered in blood and unconscious. Qin Fengming and Nuan each grabbed a limb and threw him into the water. They easily dealt with their opponent. However, the situation on the other rubber boat was not optimistic. Yin Chong hadn't eaten much and felt weak, trying to protect his backpack while taking several punches to the face, leaving him defenseless. Sun Xiaoming, holding a kitchen knife with a sinister smile, struck at the man's weak points. The opponent clutched his groin in pain, blood spreading down his pant leg and dripping onto the rubber boat. Before Sun Xiaoming could make another move, the man jumped into the water. "This woman is crazy." He wanted to steal supplies, but didn't want to risk his life here. After taking care of his opponent, Sun Xiaoming did not help and just watched as Yin Chong was beaten. Useless. Truly useless. Sun Xiaoming thought to herself that the guy with the last name Qin couldn't arrange anything properly, sending such useless people who were of no help and only dragged everyone down. Zhao Lan moved quickly, dodging the swinging steel pipe and landing a punch to the man's abdomen. The man recoiled in pain, but Zhao Lan had no intention of letting him go, swinging his fist back at him. It felt so unfamiliar. He was panicking inside. Ziyu's depression was worsening, and he was at a loss for what to do. Just then, someone to vent his frustrations on appeared, and he wouldn't hold back. When Zhao Lan finished off his opponent and wanted to help Yin Chong, he was stopped by Sun Xiaoming. Zhao Lan frowned. "Can't you see he's getting beaten up?" Sun Xiaoming ignored him, looking at Yin Chong, who was powerless to defend himself, her tone dripping with disdain. "Hey, are you sure you want to stay this cowardly? If you die here, don't ever think we'll take care of your wife and kids. You'll just turn into a ghost watching your wife and kids starve to death." The thought of his wife crying in despair and his child opening their mouth for food. Yin Chang's pupils contracted, and after taking a heavy punch to the face, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a fruit knife from his backpack, slashing it at his opponent. The knife struck the opponent's carotid artery, blood gushing out and splattering all over Yin Chang's face. The men on the speedboat were terrified by this scene, realizing these people dared to take a life. Their faces turned pale, and they turned to flee. Nuan would not give this kind of person a chance to escape. With a fierce look in her eyes, she suddenly jumped onto the speedboat and started to beat up the man. Zhao Lan and Yin Chong were stunned. Nuan had always given them the impression of being delicate and gentle, speaking softly and treating others kindly. They never expected she had such a contrasting side. It seemed they had underestimated her before. Sun Xiaoming, with starry eyes of admiration, cheered from the side, "Sister, you're amazing. Sister, you're so powerful. Wow, go for it." Only Qin Fengming had his head lowered, his expression obscure and unclear. Nuan lifted her leg and kicked the person into the water, perfectly concluding the encounter. In her previous life, during university, she had joined a Santa club. She found it quite interesting and even enrolled in an external tutoring class. making it one of her skills. Over the next 8 years, she relied on her fighting skills to fend off many who coveted her supplies. Those who came to steal resources were reckless, and she didn't hold back, going all out against them. She had anticipated that there would definitely be someone like Cheng Yaojin emerging when she went out to search for supplies. With the speedboat, things became much easier. Nuan threw a rope to Qin Fengting, tied the rubber boat together, and drove the speedboat towards the launching Huayuan community. The three of them climbed in through a second-floor window and stood in the water, receiving package after package of supplies. After moving the supplies, they stored the rubber boat. But the five didn't relax. The real test was just beginning, and only if they made it through this would they be safe. Sun Xiaoming led the way with a kitchen knife. Zhao Lan followed second. Yin Chong was in the middle, then Nuan, and finally Qin Fengting. Chapter 45. Did Mr. Yin think so too? No one spoke in the building. It was eerily quiet, looking at the bulging bags on Nuan and the others' backs, and the many supplies they were hiding. Countless people turned green with envy, their eyes fixed and greed unabashed, morphing into endless fury and resentment. Give it to me. A disheveled, foul-smelling madwoman rushed forward, grabbing Yin Chang's backpack and desperately tugging at it. Give it to me. It's mine. All mine. Someone took the lead, and others, wary of the sharp kitchen knives and bloodied baseball bats in their hands, could no longer hold back and lunged forward, wanting to snatch the supplies, thinking they could overpower them with numbers. I dare anyone to come over. In the chaos, Nuan showed no mercy. She drew her military knife from her waist and stabbed forward. One person clutched their stomach and fell in response. The people consumed by desire finally snapped back to reality, fearfully retreating, terrified that they would be the next to be stabbed. They killed someone. They killed someone. Don't come over. Please don't come over. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not trying to rob you. The others trembled and shrank into corners, but the madwoman remained unafraid, still shaking Yin Chang's backpack and mumbling, "Give it to me, give it to me, hurry up and give it to me." Yin Chang felt utterly frustrated. Among the five, why was this woman fixated on him? What terrible luck. Sun Xiaoming watched Yin Chang hesitantly, not daring to push the madwoman away, rolling her eyes in suppressed anger. She realized she had been naive, thinking she could wake him up. It seemed his ability to wield a big knife and attack was just a fleeting moment. Clearly, her sister was quite formidable, but having such a big fool in the team was incredibly frustrating. Even Zhao Lan didn't take action, shaking her head in disappointment at Yin Chang's cowardice. Next time, let's not bring Yin Chang to look for supplies. He's really a burden. Nuan held back the urge to kill Yin Chang and swiftly made a cut on the madwoman's wrist. The woman winced in pain and released her grip. Hurry up. Right now, there are only people on the first and second floors. If the noise goes on too long, others on different floors will see it, and then everyone might come out, and we won't be able to suppress it. Finally, they arrived safely. On their first outing, they found supplies scattered everywhere, but no one had a smile on their face. The atmosphere was grim. The speedboat and that rubber dinghy were taken by me, so this belongs to me. Nuan glanced around at everyone present. Their expressions varied, but no one opposed. Yin Chang's wife, Wang Qian, was unhappy. This was a result of everyone's hard work, and moreover, such an important item as the inflatable boat should be considered public property. Oh, husband, don't move me. Am I wrong to say this? Yin Chang frantically gestured, tugging at his wife's sleeve to stop her from speaking. At this point, Wang Qian saw that no one was speaking and thought everyone agreed with her, a proud smile appearing on her face. Misgu, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bunch of chopsticks is unbreakable. You need to understand this principle. Everything should be shared equally. That's fair. Nuan felt she had gained insight into the essence of the Yin family during this first search for supplies. Facing the incessant chatter of Wang Qian, she looked at Yin Chang and said with a half-smile, "Does Mr. Yin think the same?" Chapter 46. The word selfish is engraved on the forehead. Yin Chang forced a smile, trying to smooth things over. "Miss Gu, please don't be angry. My wife just had a baby. They say a woman becomes foolish for 3 years during pregnancy, so please don't hold it against her." Wang Qian, feeling belittled by her husband in front of so many people, retaliated against Yin Chang. "How dare you say that about me, especially in front of me? Do you want to die? Where have I been foolish?" If you don't clarify this today, I want let it go. Sun Xiaoming was too lazy to watch the couple argue, feeling it was a destruction of values. Can you two stop? I'm already tired enough. This is really annoying. Zhao Lan frowned tightly, holding Zhao Ziyu's ears, fearing that seeing this scene would exacerbate his depression. His nephew's depression was triggered by arguments. His parents fought every day, sometimes small arguments, other times big ones, throwing tables and smashing pots, all in front of the child. This left an indelible shadow on Zhao Ziyu's young mind. Since Zhao Lan brought him here, he had been trying to protect him from any harm, and now the Yin couple was doing this. He was truly gaining experience in life. Come on, say it already. Wang Qian pressed on aggressively. Covering his ears with both hands, Zhao Ziyu still heard some faint sounds, tightly closing his eyes and showing a pained expression as his fingernails dug into his wrist. Seeing his nephew self-harming, Zhao Lan immediately became anxious and shouted at the Yin couple, "Enough! Shut up!" The deafening voice startled everyone, and Nuan shivered, not wanting to hear the couple argue any longer. If you want to argue, close the door. No one will care about you. But this inflatable boat must be mine. And only mine. She coldly stared at Wang Qian. Let me be frank with you. Your husband has been dragging his feet the whole time. We all thought we were on the same level and needed to work together. I didn't hold it against Yin Chong. Yet you took charge and acted like a boss. How ridiculous. Wang Qian's face turned pale, and she dared not speak anymore. Sun Xiaoming smiled proudly, saying, "The inflatable boat goes to my sister. I have no objections." "Me too." Sun Xiaoyan raised her hand. Zhao Lan nodded. When it came to distributing supplies, Yin Chang's bag was filled with baby formula, diapers, and feminine products. He clearly took advantage of the fact that Nuan and the others would take food and shamelessly packed what his family needed. As if he was certain that Nuan and the others wouldn't need baby formula or diapers at all and would give everything to him. He truly had the word selfish engraved on his forehead. But who was Nuan? Once she clearly saw a person's true colors, how could she possibly soften her heart? Baby formula and diapers were mixed in with the supplies and distributed evenly. Wang Qian was physically weak and could not be counted as someone who went out to search for supplies. Thus, the distribution was based on head count. Aside from the inflatable boat, the Sun siblings, Nuan, Qin Fengtian, and Zhao Lan each received the same amount. After the supplies were distributed, Yin Chong looked at the diapers he had snatched, his face full of unwillingness. "My child is still small. He really needs diapers. My wife spoke carelessly and offended Miss Gu. I apologize. Saying this, he kneeled down in front of Nuan with a soft thud. "Miss Gu, I beg you, please help me. My child really needs baby formula and diapers. There is lifeline. Without these, what is the point of me risking my life outside? I'm doing this all for my child to have a better life." Sun Xiaoyan and Sun Xiaoming exchanged looks, resembling Subway seniors looking at their phones, thinking, is this person crazy? Zhao Lan couldn't bear to look and turned his head away, regretting it. He shouldn't have given this spineless man noodles, eggs, and potatoes 2 days ago. He shouldn't have even fed him to the dogs. What a disgrace to men. Zhao Lan took Zhao Ziyu's hand to leave. But Yin Chong cried out even louder, "Please, I beg you, Yin Chong, beg you, since you want it so badly, we can consider giving it to you." Chapter 47. This performance is finally made clear by you two. This statement immediately caused a stir. Sun Xiaoming clutched Nuan's arm, urgently saying, "Sister, please don't soften your heart. People like this will never know gratitude." Zhao Lan also tried to persuade her, "Nuan, don't. It's not worth it." Sun Xiaoyan dragged her sister to her side, quietly admonishing, "Don't interfere. It's her freedom to give her own things to whoever she wants. It's none of your business. Be good and don't always cause trouble for me." Sun Xiaoming, angered, stepped on Sun Xiaoyan's foot. "Humph. Why are you so talkative?" Even the usually silent Qin Fengtian couldn't help but speak up. "Nuan." Nuan squatted down and looked at Yin Chang's tear-streaked face, smiling sweetly. But her voice was cold enough to send chills down one's spine. "It's easy to get the milk powder and diapers for me. Just bring something of equivalent value, and I can exchange them with you at any time. How about that? I'm quite conscientious, aren't I?" Yin Chong was moved and was about to speak when Wang Qian noticed her husband's impulsive thoughts and stepped in between them. "Miss Gu, you're a woman too, and you'll be a mother in the future, with lovely children of your own. Can't you be a little kinder and return the milk powder and diapers to us? Must you be so aggressive? This act has been clearly performed by you two as a couple. Gunwan applauded. Let's go. Gunwan didn't want to waste any more words with such a person. Qin Fengting, carrying 2 large backpacks, entered the house and locked the door. The others saw this and left as well. Only Yin Chong remained, kneeling on the ground, despairingly holding his head and mumbling, "It's over now." However, Wang Qin didn't think so. She shouted towards the door where everyone had left. What is there to be proud of? That woman with the surname Gu and her husband took 2 portions of someone else's. Are the others all fools? They deserve to be taken advantage of. Oof. My husband wouldn't hold me back. Right, dear? You dare to yell at me? Wang Qian looked incredulous, tears quickly welling up in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. We've only been married for a year, and you dare to yell at me like this. In Chong, don't forget. It was you who begged me to marry you, saying you would ensure I live a good life. But now, just after a child was born, you're yelling at me because of outsiders. Are you even a man? A glass cup shattered on the floor with a loud crash, shards scattering everywhere. In Chong looked at the disheveled woman before him, no longer the gentle and affectionate person she once was, and felt a moment of confusion, questioning himself. She was unreasonable and only knew how to cry and scream, offending all their neighbors, and now she was throwing a tantrum, blaming him for yelling at her. She should take a look at herself first. In Chong's gaze turned cold as he seized her falling hand and violently threw it away, slapping her hard. You rotten woman, I've truly spoiled you to the point of being lawless. The sharp pain surged through her, and Wang Qian covered her cheek, glaring at the man before her. Now that he had hit her, she no longer cared about the child and immediately went crazy, charging at the man she once loved, engaging in a fierce struggle. Both were blinded by anger and showed no mercy. They had the momentum of not stopping until one of them was dead. Chapter 48. Similar people, boss. It's your turn to empty the toilet bucket. It's full. After practicing boxing in the space for a long while, Gunwan, drenched in sweat, took a shower and sat on the sofa, moving her phone aside. After 8 years of the apocalypse, while honing her fighting skills, she also learned some ruthless moves that helped her escape death several times. The comfortable feeling of her pores being opened and the fatigue from exercising made Gunwan feel drowsy, but her spirit was too excited to close her eyes. Qin Fengting poured the contents of the toilet bucket out the window. Heavy rain was falling, and the liquid quickly mixed with the water below. Ever since the city was flooded, the sewers were blocked, and every time residents on higher floors flushed their toilets, the toilets on lower floors would overflow, with some even splattering all over the house. It was unbearably stinky. The curtains were drawn, making the daytime home feel like night. Gunwan lit a candle and went to the study to find a book on psychological analysis to read. In the apocalypse, not only did natural disasters wreak havoc, but also dark-hearted humans who would chop people into pieces to satisfy their hunger. Gnawing on tree bark in extreme hunger and cooking human flesh became a norm. The world had turned into a hell, with everyone struggling to survive inside. Those who managed to live to the end were mostly not normal people. Qin Fengting walked to the balcony, touched the clothes he had washed by hand a week ago, and found they not only hadn't dried, but also had a strong moldy smell. Outside, a typhoon was blowing and it was raining. The dark and humid weather made it useless to wash them several times. After the small vegetables in the foam box were eaten, Gunwan planted small tomatoes again, and the tiny green sprouts struggled to break through the soil, radiating a faint glow. Qin Fengting picked up a watering can and poured some water on them, standing on the balcony with binoculars, looking out. In the distance, a speedboat rushed past outside the community, piled high with supplies. If he guessed correctly, those people were probably heading to the shopping mall they had visited last night. Gunwan, come and take a look. Gunwan put down the book, picked up the binoculars to take a look. There were too many things on the speedboat, and a cardboard box fell into the water. A few people in the community saw it and rushed into the water, competing to swim over and tear at the cardboard box. Unexpectedly, this group of people noticed it so quickly. However, it was only a matter of time. After all, such a large building, located in the city center, will be thought of by many people first. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, open the door. I'm here to play with you. Gunwan walked over quickly and opened the door. Sun Xiaoming stood at the door, holding a bottle of red wine and 2 tall glasses. Want to drink some? Nuan had this intention great. She was afraid of getting drunk just from drinking red wine, so she took out the vacuum-packed duck necks, chicken bones, and pig trotters that she had prepared earlier. She also grabbed 2 bags of chips and poured them into a plate. One was lime-flavored and the other was tomato-flavored. As for Sun Xiaoming, Nuan didn't know why she didn't take much precaution. There was just a sense of inexplicable trust. It felt like the other person would never betray her and would definitely stand by her side in times of crisis. Perhaps it was a matter of affinity, or maybe she felt they were similar types of people. Sun Xiaoming looked at the dark, marinated snacks with some hesitation and said, "Sister, is this stuff spoiled?" Nuan was taken aback. "You haven't tried it? This is a treasure. I made it. Give it a taste." Chapter 49. Deeply wanting to get rid of Qin Fengting, Sun Xiaoming picked up a duck neck, sniffed it, and then dipped her tongue in the flavor, cautiously taking a small bite of the meat. So fragrant. Sun Xiaoming's eyes lit up like dazzling stars. "Sister, this is so delicious. I've never had anything this tasty in my whole life." Watching the little girl exclaiming in delight, her face beaming with joy, Nuan felt a bit giddy. After all, her cooking skills weren't that great, and being praised made her genuinely happy. The two sat on the sofa chatting away, completely forgetting that there was a man in the room. Qin Fengting, with a sense of self-awareness, closed the door and went to visit the Sun family. Nuan was used to drinking xiaobai, and red wine didn't feel right. She pulled out her treasured baijiu and filled Sun Xiaoming's glass. "Come on, cheers." "Cheers." Just how much did we drink?" Nuan stood at the door with a silly smile, while Qin Fengting helplessly shook his head. This woman probably didn't even realize she was drunk, did she? Lying on the soft big bed, Nuan's mind was unusually clear, and her thoughts slowly drifted away. In her previous life, she once went out for drinks and skewers with Zhang Chunran. They had over 50-degree white liquor, and the strong liquor burned fiercely down her throat. However, since Zhang Chunran said he liked this kind of alcohol the most, she endured the discomfort and drank with him until the end. But what happened afterward was completely blank. She only remembered waking up in a single suite at a hotel. She had originally forgotten all about it, but for some reason, she recalled it at this moment. It was truly strange. Nuan stumbled out of bed, locked the bedroom door, and entered the space with her mind. Miraculously, the effects of the alcohol disappeared once she entered the space, and her mind became increasingly clear. In the ground, she had planted eggplants, small chili peppers, linear peppers, and cucumbers with coriander seeds sprinkled in the corners, which could be used for hot pot later. Imagining the fragrant coriander, freshly cooked and steaming, Nuan swallowed, her mouth watering as she pulled out weeds even faster. She had also planted 2 kumquat seedlings, which were now already a meter tall and growing well. After all, kumquats were essential on the table during the new year, and although it was only early August now, whether there would be a festive atmosphere during the new year depended on whether these 2 little seedlings would bear fruit. She arranged the collected supplies neatly. This time, most of what they scavenged were instant noodles in buckets and canned food. After a busy day, Nuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the supplies and the space with satisfaction. In her previous life, she had only lived for 8 years before perishing. She had no idea how long the apocalypse had lasted, whether an organization had developed a vaccine later, or if civilization had been restored. She was completely unaware. In this life, she did not want to die after just 30 years, so having these supplies was far from enough. She needed to find a way. Qin Fengting had been eating, drinking, and using her space for a month now, and both of them tacitly hid the supplies they scavenged this time, not placing them in the attic. Ever since the incident with the inflatable boat in the space, she had secretly wanted to eliminate Qin Fengting. Instead of worrying and fretting, it would be better to silence him forever. After all, only the dead could keep secrets. However, everyone knew that Qin Fengting was living with her, so openly getting rid of him seemed a bit troublesome. Chapter 50. The Apocalypse? Nuan couldn't think a good way, so she simply stopped thinking. She rummaged through a pile of medicine to find sleeping pills, as she herself had signs of insomnia. With the prescription from the hospital, she exchanged it for many different brands. She ground the sleeping pills into a powder and wrapped it in newspaper to tuck it into her pocket. After leaving the space, her mind was in a daze. Nuan grabbed the quilt and rolled herself up like a zombie, carefully considering how to act tonight. As the sky gradually darkened, Nuan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 5 o'clock. She crawled out of bed and opened the door, and a cockroach flew in, flapping its wings and landing directly on Nuan's head. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she rushed out in a panic, repeatedly shouting, "Damn! Damn! Damn!" Qin Fengting also saw the cockroach and waved a broom above Nuan's head, shooing it away. The cockroach, startled, scurried around the room, and Nuan wanted to touch her head, but didn't dare to. "Woo, my head." After a moment of panic, Nuan calmed down. She had seen many cockroaches before, but it was her first time encountering a flying one, which was truly frightening. Qin Fengting threw the dead cockroach out the window and wiped his hands with a disinfecting wipe, unable to hide his amusement. It was quite rare. You could throw and hit people, yet you were afraid of cockroaches. At dinner time, Nuan took out the marinated chicken breast and, along with various vegetables, made a tomato chicken baked rice. The oven she used was a small storage electric box. She had several of these small electric boxes, each fully charged, but only one was taken out for use. Nuan paid special attention to Qin Fengting's portion, adding some rare seasonings. It was cold, and eating a warm-baked rice made her break a little sweat, which lifted her spirits remarkably. She felt an inexplicable sense of being alive, and her numb heart seemed to come to life. Even Qin Fengting, a man who usually paid close attention to calorie intake, couldn't help but finish the baked rice completely. After dinner, Qin Fengting washed the dishes and, as expected, didn't exercise in the living room, lazily yawning. Nuan handed over a cup. "Have some water. I made the food a bit salty this afternoon." Qin Fengting glanced at the clear spring water in the cup, then looked up at Nuan and okay. She vaguely felt that the situation outside was somewhat similar to a post-apocalyptic movie she had seen. "What do you think?" Qin Fengting held the cup, his gaze ambiguous. Nuan was taken aback by his strange words. She bit her nails. "Post-apocalypse? The government hasn't made a conclusion yet. There have been multiple riots outside, which indeed resemble a post-apocalyptic scenario, but defining it as such seems a bit hasty." She didn't feel insincere saying this. It was just a typhoon for now, and it couldn't reflect substantial results. The real conclusion of a post-apocalypse would come after a worldwide earthquake, when capable and wealthy leaders organized large groups to start building bases across the country. Qin Fengting noticed her nail biting, and his expression changed briefly before returning to calmness as he drank the water in one gulp. "I'm going to sleep. You check the doors and windows." She was very strict with the sleeping pills. The amount in the food and the cup was the same, separated so that the boss would take them without knowing she didn't want to go out. Once he knew, he would definitely suggest going together, and if someone followed, how could she stuff things into her space? Chapter 51. Bumper harvest at the express transfer station. The last time she went out to find supplies, she was freezing. So this time she put on anti-stab and anti-cut clothing, added a turtleneck sweater inside, and wore a raincoat on top with high rubber boots on her feet. These high rubber boots were the kind worn by fishermen, reaching up to her waist, resembling overalls. Listening carefully to the sounds inside, Nuan waited until she was sure Qin Fengting was asleep before quietly opening the door and slipping out. The stabbing incident had already spread, and a woman was carrying a speedboat down, but no one dared to rush forward to snatch it, simply because she was ruthless. They weren't foolish enough to charge forward knowing there were knives ahead, although they didn't dare to go up and snatch it. The covetousness in their eyes was hard to hide. Nuan didn't stab deeply at the time, but due to excessive blood loss and not receiving timely treatment, she died. Moreover, with both parents deceased, her death was just death. In the end, her body was thrown into the water by 2 men, and everything she left behind was completely divided among them. Nuan stood in the water and climbed out of the second-floor window, grabbing onto the speedboat to pull herself up. She had previously noticed a package transfer sorting center and planned to explore it this time, hoping to find some treasures. The silent night was shrouded in misty rain. The speedboat headed towards the outskirts. At a glance, the dark water surface rippled, concealing its depths. Following the hand-drawn map, she arrived at the package transfer station, which was quite large, covered with an iron roof, and its main gate was tightly locked. Nuan took out her binoculars and cautiously checked her surroundings. After 5 minutes of confirming that no one was nearby, She took out a handheld cutter from her space and directly cut a large hole in the iron door. The water inside only reached her knees, with large packages soaking in the water and smaller items floating on the surface. On the rolling conveyor belt, there were unsorted packages still in burlap sacks. Nuan glanced around. There were all kinds of packages, including refrigerators, washing machines, electric kettles, women's underwear, men's underwear, soy sauce, salt, clothes, desk lamps, water cups, and skincare products, all stuck here. She stuffed the large, unopened burlap bags directly into her space, and didn't spare the refrigerators and washing machines, accepting even the men's underwear without hesitation. For the small items floating on the water surface, she took out a fishing tool from her space and scooped up a netful. Bang! A loud explosion échoué. Nuan hurriedly splashed water as she ran to the corner to hide, holding her breath. After a long while, the loud noise disappeared. Nuan walked slowly onto the speedboat with a tense expression and quietly set off. A sharp sound pierced the sky. Nuan's expression was serious as she looked in the direction of the noise. After a moment of silence, she decided to investigate further. The speedboat had been traveling for a long time before she finally spotted a wall in the distance. To be safe, she didn't approach and stopped on the water surface to observe with binoculars. The wall was surrounded by a high-voltage electric fence, sparking and crackling. The power had been cut off in mid-July, yet this place still had the high-voltage electric fence functioning. There was a door on the wall, equipped with a facial recognition display that emitted a faint blue light. It seemed that the approaching typhoon had not affected this place. The woman's sixth sense told her that this location was extremely dangerous. Curiosity killed the cat. As it was getting late, Nuan took one last glance at the electric fence atop the high wall and left in the speedboat. Chapter 52. This injury cannot be in vain. Upon returning to the community, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Screams, cries, and curses followed. Whenever such sounds occurred, it meant another house had been robbed, but everyone pretended not to hear, covering their ears to continue sleeping. Those sleeping outside on the first and second floors always wore smug expressions whenever they heard these sounds. Acting high and mighty and refusing to lend them the bathroom had brought about their comeuppance. Nuan didn't meddle and walked to her doorstep. Just as she was about to take out her keys, a shadow loomed over her. A laugh like that of a devil. Danger had arrived, and Nuan suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She hadn't noticed anyone behind her as she came up from downstairs. Her hand holding the keys paused, and she quickly reacted, covering the military knife at her waist and stepping aside to create distance. In the dim moonlight, Nuan saw the person clearly. It was a man, looking fierce and menacing, with a wound on his face oozing blood, a butcher's knife in his right hand with black blood dripping from the tip, and in his left hand, he was holding a human head. This was a tough opponent. Nuan bit her lip, her nerves tense, not daring to be careless. Little girl, I won't make things difficult for you or kill you, as long as you hand over all the food at home. The man spoke, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth and a dark yellow tongue. Nuan swallowed hard. The word sounded nice, but she understood that this person would definitely not let her go. If I say no, then I can only send you to meet the king of hell. Hey. The man casually tossed aside the severed head and swung a cleaver toward her. A gust of wind brushed past her ear. Nuan narrowly escaped, quickly drawing her military knife and jumping up to stab it into the man's neck. She then pushed off his chest, propelling herself to the ground to stand firm. The man, in pain, covered the gushing wound on his mouth, his expression gradually turning fierce as he swung the butcher's knife wildly, preventing Nuan from getting close. The two of them were locked in a standoff in the hallway. The man regretted underestimating her, but at the same time, he was furious and wanted to kill the woman in front of him. His gaze became increasingly ruthless as he swung the butcher's knife towards Nuan. The speed of the knife was so fast that she couldn't even see its trajectory. Her brain had no time to process, and instinctively, she leaned to the left. The cold, lethal aura of the butcher's knife rushed towards her head. Nuan tightened her grip on the military knife, crossing her hands to protect her head. The immense impact numbed her hands, and, at that moment, the military knife snapped with a clack. The butcher's knife plunged into her left shoulder, causing excruciating pain. Nuan bit her lip tightly, forcing herself not to make a sound. The blood flowed more and more from her neck, and the man gradually felt his body heavy to the point of being unable to move, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Footsteps were heard coming from downstairs. Her shoulder was too painful for Nuan to take out her keys to open the door, so she could only bite her arm, using one hand to pull out the slaughter knife. The pain of flesh tearing made her almost faint. If a stranger saw her injured, they would definitely think it was an opportunity. This knife wound couldn't be in vain. She had to hold on. The man's accomplice was carrying a large bag on his back, and before he had even come upstairs, he had already spoken with a rather smug tone. "Lu Lao-san, let me tell you, I've found quite a few good treasures on this trip." Before he could finish, he saw Lu Lao-san's massive body slumped on the ground, blood pooling everywhere. A figure stood backlit, making it impossible to see their face. Only their eyes emitted a cold light, eerie and terrifying like a hellish demon. Chapter 53. Half and Half. Who is Lu Lao-san? He was a butcher for generations. With the family's retired slaughter knives hanging on the walls, each generation wielded their knives with incredible skill, especially with Lu Lao-san's robust physique, who could easily take him down. This person killed Lu Lao-san. The accomplice felt his scalp tingle, his legs trembling, and he hurriedly ran downstairs, even forgetting to take the bag. The crisis had finally passed. How could Nuan not collect the supplies she risked her life for? She walked over, dragging the bag little by little to the door, gritting her teeth to open it, and as soon as she stepped inside, a wave of dizziness hit her brain. Unable to care anymore, Nuan stumbled into her space, blood dripping onto the floor, searching for disinfectant, bandages, and medical needles. The alcohol spilled over the wound, and she almost fainted. It hurt too much. It was just too painful. Nuan bit down on a towel and quickly disinfected the wound from all angles. The pain forced tears to well up in her eyes, and her hands trembled as she threaded the needle. After much effort, she finally got the thread through. Next came the most critical moment. Nuan took a deep breath, steeled herself, and plunged into the skin. Overwhelming pain swept over her. Oh my God! Nuan swore that if she ever encountered such a tough situation again, she would obediently open the door and let the person take whatever they wanted, even if it meant taking everything. She would rather have all her supplies taken away than endure that kind of pain again. The needle pricked and then pulled the thread, repeating this process over and over. Nuan could clearly feel the thread passing through her flesh. It was truly a fate worse than death. Fortunately, it was the front shoulder that was cut. If it had been further back, she would have had to seek help from others. After finally managing to stitch it up, Nuan bit down on the sterile bandage and wrapped it up. Once everything was done, she felt a weight lifted from her heart, hurriedly exited the space, and lay down on the soft bed, falling into a drowsy sleep. Nuan slept until the next afternoon before waking up. She changed into loose-fitting sportswear, being particularly careful as she put it on, cautiously extending her right arm in before lifting the collar. Even so, the skin around the wound still felt strained. She simply used scissors to cut open a jacket, tied it around her neck, and stuffed her bloody clothes into a plastic bag to throw downstairs. Opening the bedroom door, she saw Qin Fengtian preparing dinner, serving the stir-fried dishes on the dining table. "You're injured?" Qin Fengtian's gaze was sharp as he stared at Nuan's arm. Nuan sat down at the table, her tone, "Just a small injury, don't make a fuss about it." "Is the wound deep? Have you applied medicine?" "Let me see." As Qin Fengtian spoke, he was about to stand up and come over. It hurt too much to pull and tug at the wound while putting on clothes. How could Nuan possibly take off her clothes again? Even if she showed it to Qin Fengtian, what would it matter? Did he have some miraculous medicine that could make her feel better immediately? "Can I just eat my meal in peace?" Qin Fengtian clearly sensed the impatience in Nuan's words and didn't say anything more, quietly eating his meal like a chicken. Halfway through the meal, Qin Fengtian suddenly spoke up. "We found a corpse and a head in the corridor at noon." "Oh, did you do it?" "Half and half, I suppose. She killed the person, but the head was brought by the one wielding the butcher's knife." Qin Fengtian really wanted to ask why she would go alone to face such a fierce and terrifying person when he was present. Didn't she fear for her safety? But he didn't dare to. Nuan would not easily accept outsiders, and once the balance of their current relationship was disrupted, he had no idea what the outcome would be. Nuan lifted her eyelids and noticed that Qin Fengtian seemed to want to say something but hesitated. However, She didn't want to listen. Chapter 54. National rescue has arrived. The wind gradually calmed down, and the sky rarely cleared up. The water flowed, and a rumbling sound came from far away, getting closer to the Blue Star Flower Garden community. Nuan stood on the balcony with a telescope, observing the situation. A completely red lifeboat was approaching with 2 or 3 people in life jackets standing on it. The National Rescue Team had arrived. This scene had also occurred in her previous life, a month after the typhoon struck, when the government organized civil servants to carry out rescues nationwide, requisitioning office buildings, hospitals, hotels, and clubs to shelter refugees. The local population of H City, along with people from other areas, totaled several million, and the flooded areas were countless. The rescued were separated by gender, with cramped rooms filled with people. Although the environment was harsh, it was better than sleeping in a cold, unventilated corridor. After waiting in place for so long, seeing the National Rescue Team, everyone leaned against the windows, cheering and clapping, creating a lively and grand scene. The National Rescue had come. Hope had arrived, and they finally hadn't waited in vain. Some people, upon seeing the national emblem, couldn't help but burst into tears. Finally free from hunger and freezing, sob, 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 a rescuer carried a child onto the lifeboat, and at that moment, a man seized the opportunity to rush onto the lifeboat. "Sir, children and women are the first to be rescued. Please step down," the rescuer frowned. The man arrogantly replied, "Why should that little brat and useless women be the first to be rescued? What can they contribute to society? Get this straight. I'm the one paying taxes to support you, so you must rescue me first." Nuan excitedly leaned on the balcony, watching the heated argument between the man and the rescue workers below. Yes, yes. No matter when, there will always be these brainless idiots jumping out to cause trouble. Having one hand injured was indeed inconvenient, but after the injury, she found things much easier, as Cheen Fongding took care of all the laundry and cooking. Weeds had grown in the foam box on the balcony, and Nuan slowly pulled them out. Then there was a knock on the door. Nuan walked over and opened the door. It was Zhao Lan. "Miss Gu, the country has sent rescue teams. Do you want to go?" Nuan tilted her head and glanced at Zhao Ziyu hiding behind, then looked at Zhao Lan and asked, "Are you guys going?" Zhao Lan nodded. "Ziyu's depression has worsened, and I want to see if we can find a psychologist at the rescue station to help him." Nuan also noticed that the child, who used to peek out at her, now completely clung to Zhao Lan like a parasite. But now even eating has become a problem. Who would care if you're having psychological issues? Zhao Lan's wish might end up being in vain. The situation outside might even be worse than here. Ziyu's condition is indeed concerning. You should think about it carefully. Zhao Lan really did consider this point, nodded, and said, "I will think it over carefully. By the way, can I borrow your cat for a while?" Nuan hadn't agreed yet, but the white glove was already rubbing against Zhao Ziyu's pant leg. Nuan smiled and said, "It seems I don't even need to nod. These 2 little guys have already become friends." Zhao Lan looked at the 2 little ones getting close, but his expression turned heavy. He looked at Nuan, gritted his teeth, and said softly, "I'm sorry. Actually, I was behind the door that night when you were fighting, but for my own safety and for Ziyu, Nuan smiled lightly and said casually, "It's okay, don't take it to heart." The situation at that time was indeed dangerous. Who would risk their life to help someone they didn't know? So she didn't blame Zhao Lan, but she also wouldn't expect her to step in during future dangers. Zhao Lan let out a sigh of relief, finally able to express herself. "You have no idea how heavy it felt, like a big stone pressing on my heart, making it hard to breathe." Nuan curled the corners of her mouth. Chapter 55. Living is the most important thing. Some people grabbed the rescuers, asking about the relief supplies, but the other party directly shook off that person's hand, claiming it was not their responsibility. After waiting for a month, such a result came, and many felt their hearts chill. Their already rumbling stomachs started to complain. Some people felt a sudden despair and jumped off the balcony railing. Their family members didn't even try to stop them, feeling that this was better. Being free from hunger also saved one portion of food. Nuan stood on the balcony, watching one after another jump into the water, feeling the vibrant lives fade away, while also deeply experiencing the coldness of human emotions. In an instant, a sad atmosphere spread throughout the community. However, thieves would not stop stealing just because someone died at home. In fact, they became even more rampant. In just one night, more than 10 homes were looted. Zhao Lan went down to ask the rescue workers, and they gave a very clear answer. There would be no so-called psychologists. The major issue was basic living conditions. Caring about children's psychological problems? That was just being overly indulgent. The typhoon lasted for a month, and everyone was doing their utmost to survive. There were many people with psychological issues. Zhao Lan faced obstacles and was scolded, but did not lose heart. She came to the Gu family every day to borrow a cat, exchanging it for supplies. Nuan originally wanted to say that it wasn't necessary, but Zhao Lan insisted that it must be given. With the other party's strong attitude, Nuan no longer declined and accepted it with a clear conscience. Sister, we plan to go out to find supplies. Do you want to come? Sun Xiaoming had been kept at home by her brother recently, not allowed to run around, and she had no idea about Nuan's injury. Finally able to go out today, she couldn't wait to find Nuan. Lu Laosan's body and head were thrown into the water by Qin Fengtian and Zhao Lan, and the bloodstains in the corridor were cleaned up, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. Nuan looked at the Sun siblings, and behind them was Zhao Lan. The three of them were fully armed and seemed ready to head out. I won't be going, you all stay safe. I'll keep an eye on the house for you, she said. Sun Xiaoyan pointed inside the house. Is old Qin going? Old Qin? Nuan was surprised for a moment, then quickly realized that they both came from wealthy backgrounds and were in the same social circle. So it was normal that they had heard of each other before. Their thoughts and tastes were similar, so it was understandable that they became familiar so quickly. Boss! Nuan turned and shouted, Mengming's brother is looking for you. Qin Fengtian rinsed off the foam on his hands and walked to the door to talk to Sun Xiaoyan. Sun Xiaoming was concerned about Nuan's injury, saying, Sister, you're bad. You got hurt and didn't even tell me. That's not loyal enough, Nuan gently scratched the little girl's nose with her good hand and softly advised, All right, don't be unhappy anymore. Make sure to pay attention to safety when you go out. Supplies and such are minor matters. Living is the most important thing. Qin Fengting patted Sun Xiaoyan's shoulder heavily and also glanced at Zhao Lan, saying, All right, you three be careful. Nuan was injured on her shoulder and couldn't be left alone at home, so Qin Fengting declined Sun Xiaoyan's invitation. Sun Xiaoyan came over this time to borrow a speedboat. Zhao Ziyu had left it with Nuan, and with 3 people going out, if they found supplies this time, the Gu family would get a share and a half. The discussion in the hallway reached room 2103, and the door opened. Yin Chong, who hadn't shown up for many days, suddenly appeared, looking neat and radiant, his demeanor unchanged from when the typhoon had just arrived. Chapter 56, Why Don't You Give It? With a humble tone, he began, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Sun, Miss Sun, you... Before Yin Chong could finish, Sun Xiaoming interrupted him, saying fiercely, No way. Not doing it. No chance. Sun Xiaoyan angrily tapped her sister's head. Stop messing around. Although she scolded her verbally, Sun Xiaoyan's opinion of Yin Chong had completely changed after hearing her sister's description of the events that occurred while searching for supplies, coupled with the unpleasant fallout from the distribution of supplies. Mr. Yin, I'm sorry. Although my sister is a bit blunt, she also represents my opinion. Zhao Lan didn't need to say more. Anyone could tell he was unwilling. Don't worry, this time I absolutely won't hold you back. Yin Chong walked out from the entrance, his sincere tone giving the illusion that he had just been released from prison and had reformed. Nuan's gaze fell inside the door, where the living room floor was scattered with starry bloodstains. Wang Qian, with a swollen face and a bloody hole on her forehead, knelt on the ground, wiping with a handkerchief, and there was also blood on the nearby ashtray. The once noisy Wang Qian was now unusually quiet, her entire body battered, making one feel a chill just by looking at her pores. How ruthless and malicious must Yin Chong have been to beat someone so close to him into such a state? Yin Chong noticed the prying gaze, turned around to close the door, and slowly raised the corner of his mouth towards Nuan, revealing an extremely hypocritical smile. Nuan's expression turned cold. Was this guy seeking death? Qin Fengting also noticed and stepped in front of Nuan, blocking Yin Chang's unfriendly gaze. No matter what, a woman's strength was limited. And besides, Nuan was injured. Killing her would be as easy as squashing an ant. However, the tall man Qin Fengting was somewhat difficult to deal with, and Yin Chang's expression changed, smiling unusually brightly. After training his own woman, Yin Chong filled with confidence, had completely forgotten about Nuan's fierce side. Nuan stood on the balcony, watching the son's siblings and Zhao Lan leave. Zhao Ziyu was sitting on the carpet, quietly playing with a golf ball and a white glove. He was injured and not fit to practice boxing, so Nuan, feeling bored, sat down beside him and picked up a book to read, keeping the two little ones company. Qin Fengding had just finished cleaning the kitchen and was about to dry his hands and read for a while before starting his workout when a knock on the door interrupted him. When he opened the security door, an annoying face appeared. Yin Chang was holding a bag containing 2 or 3 apples. "Mr. Qin, these apples are crisp and sweet. I brought them for you to try." It felt like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, clearly with bad intentions. Besides, weren't these apples from the supplies they found last time? The Gu family had some too, and they hadn't eaten those yet. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to play along with you. Yin Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of malice before he smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, you're overthinking it. I'm just trying to get along with the neighbors, so I brought apples." Qin Fengding was done with his patience and turned to shut the door. Yin Chang hurriedly called out, "Since you're not going out to find supplies, can I borrow the inflatable boat? Why should I lend you my stuff?" Qin Fengding replied. Yin Chang responded as if it were obvious. The Sun family borrowed the speedboat, and you lent it to them. I'm not being greedy asking for just an inflatable boat. So why wouldn't you lend it to me? Qin Fengding couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 57, The Chicken Farm. Nuan's physical condition was already quite good, and after lying at home for more than 10 days, all the housework was taken care of by Qin Fengding. Her shoulder wound healed quickly, and she had the stitches removed a few days ago. After taking off the last layer of gauze and carefully checking it, she confirmed that the wound was healing very well. She moved her left arm slightly. Although there was still a bit of pulling sensation, overall it was almost completely healed. Nuan put on her clothes. Although it was clearly summer, the weather was so cold that she had to dig out a long coat. Seeing Nuan's cheerful appearance, Qin Fengtian knew that the injury on her shoulder must have healed. He washed the apples and placed them on a coffee table. The Sun family plans to go out tonight to look for supplies. Do you want to go? Nuan's eyes brightened. Finally, after staying at home for more than 10 days, she was almost suffocating. Last time, when they went out to look for supplies, the Sun siblings and Zhao Lan were lucky enough to find a truck filled with cabbages and over 10 bundles of green onions. The 3 of them didn't make a fuss about it and waited until night to start moving the goods. The residents sleeping in the hallway had been taken away by the government, which greatly facilitated their actions. However, halfway through the move, they were spotted by others who were also out looking for supplies. The other group directly took over all the cabbages from the truck. The 3 of them were outnumbered and had no chance against over 10 people, so they had to give up. If they hadn't escaped quickly, their inflatable boat and rubber dinghy might have been taken as well. 2103 households had been kicked out of the team, and this time the ones going out were the Sun siblings, Nuan, and Qin Fengding. Zhao Lan stayed home to watch the kids and keep an eye on the house. Late at night, midnight, the doors of 3 households opened simultaneously. Zhao Lan waved. "You all be careful. I'll take care of things at home." The few exchanged glances and nodded at each other, lining up to head downstairs. The water had already risen to knee level on the 3rd floor. During the day, the wind howled and the rain grew heavier, but by evening it would gradually lessen. Recently, many people who went out to look for supplies had figured out the pattern. They only ventured out at night. Nuan stood on the speedboat, using binoculars to observe the surrounding environment. The water emitted a foul odor, and white trash was visible everywhere on the surface, with some bodies surrounded by garbage, bloated and piled up in the corners of buildings. Sun Xiaoyun held her weapon with both hands, remaining vigilant to prevent anyone from rushing out to rob their speedboat. The 4 of them walked toward higher ground. The speedboat had completely left H City and was heading toward a remote area. Their goal this time was to find a ranch. Nuan had been here before to buy beef and lamb. There was also a market for chicken. At that time, when she wanted a large amount of chicken, the chicken vendor mentioned that there was a breeding farm nearby and offered to take her to see it, but she didn't know if it was still there. The area expanding out from the city center had already been thoroughly searched by everyone. And with the recent batch of rescued people also needing food, the government had dispatched a large number of people to search for food. If there wasn't enough, they would fish out what was floating in the water, even if it had been soaked in sewage, as it was better than starving to death. Nuan felt weak and powerless, Even if she went to the city center, the harvest wouldn't be significant. Moreover, if someone took notice of her, they might even follow her home. The speedboat circled around the farmer's market several times, scanning the surroundings but failing to find the so-called chicken farm. Just when everyone thought the typhoon was approaching and the chicken farm owner had taken the chickens away, Nuan prepared to have Qin Fengtian shut off the speedboat. The surroundings quieted down, and very faint sounds came from the mountains. This time, they finally locked onto the target, and the speedboat moved closer, leaning against the shore. Nuan couldn't wait to rush out, followed closely by Sun Xiaoming. Qin Fengtian and Sun Xiaoyan dragged the speedboat under a big tree, covered it with leaves, and sprinkled some dirt on top. A completely black snake with a pointed head and a small red spot was tightly coiling around a chicken, which was gasping for breath and rolling its eyes back. Cluck, 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 cluck. Chapter 58, A Mountain of Chickens. Nuan and Sun Xiaoming rushed over when they heard the noise, just in time to see the snake swallowing the chicken's body, with only the feet still sticking out. This kind of venomous snake is not easy to deal with. A single bite could lead to immediate death, leaving no need for a funeral procession. Nuan was on high alert and planned to bypass the area, but beside her, Sun Xiaoming had already thrown her kitchen knife. The knife technique was precise, hitting the target in one strike. The snake's head was severed. Sun Xiaoming happily ran over, grabbing the snake body and shaking it at Nuan. Sister, look, we can eat snake meat now. Nuan, startled and covered in cold sweat, responded, "He okay? This little cutie is too fierce." Fortunately, the snake was dead. Otherwise, it would have been their turn. Since they saw a chicken here, it meant there must be more nearby. Nuan reached into her backpack, pretending to take out a flashlight from the bag, and handed it to Sun Xiaoming. The two continued on their way, listening to the faint sounds coming from beside them. The noise became clearer the further they walked. Just as they were about to exit the woods, they indeed saw a chicken coop built with red bricks. This farm was considered small, and the area it occupied was not very large. Nuan and Sun Xiaoming did not act rashly. They lay on the ground and used binoculars to observe the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one nearby, they cautiously walked towards the chicken coop. In the absence of management, some chickens huddled together in the corner, while others roost in the nest to incubate eggs. There were also solitary roosters perched on the wall, closing their eyes in a feigned slumber. Ming Ming, you catch the chickens on the wall and don't let them escape. I'll go take a look inside. Okay. Nuan slowly pushed open the only door with a butcher's knife in hand. Inside was a simple bed, with a basin and a bucket underneath. In the corner stood a stove that combined firewood and a pot, along with some seasonings. She crouched down to check under the bed, but there was no one there. Nuan tucked the knife behind her waist. Although the stove was a bit old, she didn't know when it might come in handy, so she also stored it in her space. Taking advantage of the weak moonlight, she walked into the chicken coop. As soon as her hand reached into the coop, a hen pecked her several times. Nuan endured the pain and sucked the eggs into her space, rummaging through more than a dozen chicken nests. The rooster on the wall flapped its wings, trying to evade Sun Xiaoming's grasp. The commotion over there caught the ears of Qin Fengtian and Sun Xiaoyan in the distance. The two quickly rushed over. Nuan no longer held back. At the moment when Sun Xiaoming was carrying her, she quickly sucked all the hens and roosters from the two piles in the corner into her space. She estimated that there were about 50 chickens in one pile, not including the chicks. She wasn't greedy with the rest. She took out a rope from her backpack and tied the feet of the chickens one by one. In no time, she had tied up more than 10. At that moment, Qin Fengtian and Sun Xiaoyan arrived and started helping to catch the chickens. With 2 people tying the chickens and 2 catching them, they worked together. Looking at the mountain of chickens, which numbered around 100, the 4 of them smiled with a sense of accomplishment. Sun Xiaoming cheered. Finally, we don't have to eat vegetarian every day. I'm so tired of cabbage. Sun Xiaoyan agreed. Yes, eating vegetarian has left my stomach empty. Nuan suggested, why don't we just kill the chickens? One part can be cut into pieces and fried until dry, while the other part can be smoked. Qin Fengtian pondered and said, this is indeed a good suggestion. Chicken meat, whether smoked or fried, is very easy to preserve, especially smoked chicken, which can last for 1 or 2 years without any problem. Sun Xiaoyan frowned, but what about the pot and starting a fire? Chapter 59. How about we roast snake meat instead? That's simple. There's plenty of firewood in the mountains, and I have a lighter with me. As for the pot, the owner of this chicken farm has one in his house. Nuan walked into the room, moved the stove out of the space, and also took out a red bucket and a basin from under the bed. Ming and I gathered firewood to start a fire, while you all hurried to the shore to fetch water. Although we knew the water wasn't clean, we had to use boiling water to scald the chicken feathers. And we also needed to clean out the entrails. No matter how dirty it was, we had to make do with it. Otherwise, there would be no chicken to eat. Qin Fengtian and Sun Xiaoyan didn't act like pampered young masters. They willingly took the basin and bucket to fetch water. Nuan picked up some dry branches and tree bark nearby, lit a fire, and started to process the chicken, slaughtering it and letting it bleed out, then laying them out on the ground one by one. Sun Xiaoming came over with a big bundle of dry twigs, and she was also carrying 2 plump white rabbits in her hands. "Sister, look what I caught. Pretty impressive, right?" Nuan looked on with envy. Rabbit meat. It had been a long time since she had eaten rabbit hot pot, but that was something they had caught themselves. She just took a glance and continued to handle the chicken in her hands. "Over there in the iron cage, Ming, put the rabbit inside and help me watch the fire. Your brother and the others should be back with water soon. We need to hurry." "Okay." Qin Fengtian poured the water from the bucket into the pot. The water quality outside the city was better than inside, not so murky. The fire was strong, and soon small bubbles began to rise from the bottom of the pot. Once the water was fully boiling, Nuan threw several chickens in, flipped them over after a while, then pulled them out. The smell of the scalded chicken was somewhat indescribable. Squatting on the ground, she plucked the chicken feathers clean, leaving some fine white down. It was too troublesome to slowly pull them out. So Nuan started another fire on the ground and waved the chicken around in the flames. Next came cutting the chicken into pieces, a job for Sun Xiaoming. With a few swift strokes of the knife, the chicken was split in half, then cut into smaller pieces and tossed into a basin. Finally, Nuan could no longer stand it and directly sent that kid to collect firewood. After processing a large basin of chicken, Nuan stopped, cleaned the pot, and brought out a big bucket of oil from the room, pouring it all into the pot to start frying the chicken. The first batch came out. The crispy chicken bones could be bitten through directly, and after sprinkling salt, pepper, and chili powder on top, it could make anyone drool. Nuan and the others directly picked up the chicken pieces with their bare hands and ate heartily, even after the 4 of them were full. They didn't want to stop and finish the entire pot before putting down their hands. Qin Fengtian silently picked up the water bucket and continued working. Sun Xiaoyan, still wanting more, licked her lips and hurried off to gather firewood. Sun Xiaoming took over Nuan's job of plucking the chicken feathers, frying several pots of chicken and then placing them into a large basin. After frying, the chicken shrank and became quite small. Once Nuan finished frying the last pot, she scooped out the oil and continued to blanch the remaining chicken feathers. That bucket of chicken oil was later secretly stored in her space. It was a rare treasure. So how could she not keep it? Nuan went to cut some pine needle branches and wood with tree forks, dug a pit to bury them, and placed a thick log on top, tightly tying a chicken head to it. Below the log was a row of charcoal in the stove, covered with many pine needles, and 2 layers of pine needle branches were also placed on top of the chicken. The waiting time for the smoked meat was very long. Sun Xiaoyan, having nothing to do, skinned the poisonous snake that Sun Xiaoming had caught, and the 3 of them pondered how to prepare the poisonous snake to make it delicious. After a round of discussion yielded no results, just as they were about to ask Nuan, they turned around and found that she had already run into the mountains. Seeing this, Sun Xiaoyan suggested, "Why don't we roast the snake meat?" "Great idea." Sun Xiaoming clapped excitedly. She had never eaten roasted snake meat before, and it was very rare. Qin Fengtian was speechless but agreed. Chapter 60. A treasure from the sky. Just now, Nuan saw Sun Xiaoming catch a rabbit, and she couldn't help but keep swallowing her saliva. Once the work was done, she could no longer wait and ran into the mountains. With her flashlight shining, a rabbit foraging in the wild came into view. Nuan suppressed her excitement and stealthily pounced, but ended up empty-handed. Thinking of the fragrant dry pot rabbit, Nuan didn't hesitate and pounced again. Watching the rabbit's legs flailing, Nuan placed one hand on her waist and silently laughed with joy, but suddenly felt a pang of sadness. In her past life, she wanted to eat dry pot rabbit, but Zhang Chunran said that people who eat rabbits are very cruel. So she forced herself not to touch any dishes related to rabbits. Later, when the apocalypse came, she lived for 8 years amidst deception and could never eat dry pot rabbit again, perhaps to make up for the regrets of her past life. Nuan was full of energy and devoted all her efforts to catching rabbits. It seemed that heaven favored her, as she indeed caught more than 10 rabbits. Although they varied in size, it was better than having nothing to eat. Immersed in the joy of catching rabbits, Nuan completely forgot the dangers lurking in the shadows. Nuan threw the rabbit she had just caught into the space and heard a commotion from the bushes ahead. This sound, it was a rabbit. Filled with joy, she rushed over, pushed aside the bushes, and found a pair of green, glowing eyes staring directly at her. As she shone her flashlight, she saw the wild boar with sharp tusks and a snout, exhaling a large amount of hot air, charging toward her. There was no way to dodge it. In a moment of desperation, Nuan could only grip the pig-killing knife tightly and charge forward. At the instant the wild boar came rushing at her aggressively, Nuan leaned sharply to the side and brought the knife down towards the boar's head. With this strike, she used almost all her strength. Before Nuan could pull the knife out, the wild boar bolted away. Injured, the boar roared in madness, crashing into everything around it, and finally slammed its head into a tree trunk, knocking itself out. Nuan, a treasure from the sky. How could she not take it? When she the wild boar into her space, she unexpectedly discovered that the wild boar's belly was very swollen. Maybe there were little wild boars nearby. Following the footprints of the mother wild boar, she indeed found a nest of wild boar piglets under a large rock, a total of 6, each one very chubby and plump. Nuan immediately wanted to kill the wild piglets and put them into her space. But the piglets showed no signs of fear or resistance. They stared with their dark eyes, innocently looking at this stranger who had intruded into their home. Nuan paused for a moment, suddenly thinking of that little guy, Shaowan, clearly lively and active, yet locked in the attic every day. But every time she brought the little creature down, it would always look at her with that innocent yet slightly foolish gaze. Her heart softened, and she decided not to kill it for now, planning to deal with it later. She put the little wild boar into her space and followed it inside. The space was much better than when she first got it. Spending a day inside no longer made her feel short of breath. This seemed to have changed gradually since she started planting vegetables in the space. Could raising a wild boar in this living space allow it to stay longer? Upholding her excellent quality of being pragmatic and seeking the truth, she cut some bamboo in the jungle, brought it into the space, and planted it in a circle to keep the wild boar inside. As for food, she remembered that among the 5,000 pounds of grain, there was cornmeal, so she might as well make a porridge to feed those little guys. After settling the wild boar, she didn't waste the remaining bamboo. She also set up a fence nearby to catch the rabbits scattered throughout the space. Hey, don't eat my vegetables. Nuan walked into the vegetable patch and grabbed a rabbit, giving its head a hard slap. You better behave. Otherwise, I'll turn you into braised rabbit head. Chapter 61. She thought she was going to die. The sky gradually brightened. The chicken was almost smoked, but because it was hung too densely, a small part hadn't been smoked. Although she wanted to flip it over and smoke it a little longer, it was already late. Everyone didn't delay, stuffing the whole chickens into their backpacks. If they didn't hurry, the smoked chicken would be ruined once it started raining and blowing. An undercurrent surged in the air. Dark clouds gathered, and the wind became noisy around them. The speedboat moved at full speed, approaching the Blue Star Flower Garden community. Just as they were about to reach the building where Nuan lived, a huge gust of wind swept by. The Sun siblings sitting in the rubber boat were directly thrown overboard, and several large backpacks fell into the water. Sun Xiaoming desperately clung to a backpack, but ended up choking on several mouthfuls of foul water. Qin Fengding turned the speedboat around, and Nuan threw down the safety rope. Quick, grab it. I'll pull you up. Her voice was pierced by the wind, becoming broken and fragmented. Fortunately, the rope floated on the water, and Sun Xiaoming grabbed it, struggling against the fierce wind to swim towards the speedboat. Nuan pulled Sun Xiaoming up and threw the rope down again. Ming Ming, quickly grab it. Sun Xiaoming choked on several mouthfuls of water. Her body, holding onto the backpack, was sinking and floating heavily, her eyelids weakly closing and then slowly opening. Sun Xiaoyan sat exhausted in the speedboat, while Qin Fengtian needed both hands to control the direction. Nuan immediately tied one end of the rope to the speedboat and the other end around her waist, then jumped into the water and quickly swam towards that direction. With the wind at her back, she reached there quickly, but it became exceptionally difficult for Nuan to swim towards the speedboat while supporting Sun Xiaoming's arm. Nuan gritted her teeth and desperately kicked her legs, but made no progress at all, and the wound on her shoulder, which had almost healed, showed signs of tearing open. Sun Xiaoming's condition was also increasingly concerning. She felt dizzy and unusually weak. Qin Fengtian watched Nuan struggling in the water, his heart aching like a needle prick. He kicked Sun Xiaoyan, who was sitting on the ground, and shouted angrily, "Sun Xiaoyan, you idiot! Hurry!" and pulled a rope. Sun Xiaoyan seemed to wake from a dream, still in a state of panic as he dragged the two people from the water, then immediately leaned over and began to vomit. At last, the people were saved, battling against the fierce wind and rain. Qin Fengtian slowly maneuvered the speedboat close to the building, climbed through the third-floor window, and Nuan collapsed in the water, staring blankly at the ceiling. Breathing heavily, her chest rose and fell. She thought she was going to die. That damn Sun Xiaoyan, she would definitely smash his head. Bang! A punch landed on Sun Xiaoyan's right cheek, which quickly turned red. "I'll settle the score with you later." Qin Fengtian said this as he picked up 3 backpacks and slung them over his back, then carried the speedboat up the stairs. There was no time to feel upset. Nuan and Sun Xiaoming each grabbed their backpacks and followed behind. Upon reaching the 21st floor, Zhaolan was standing at the stairway entrance. Seeing Nuan and the others return safely, she finally felt relieved. She had waited all night without seeing them, and Zhaolan was in a state of panic. She helped to temporarily store the supplies they had brought into her home. Chapter 62. Who told you I have supplies? Looking at the 4 people sitting in the hallway on the 21st floor, Nuan thought she was seeing things. Zhaolan called Nuan to the side and said, "After you left, these 4 showed up, squatting at your door, fiddling with the door lock. When I came out, they stopped what they were doing and claimed they hadn't done anything. They're quite sneaky. Nuan, you need to be careful." Even without Zhaolan saying it, Nuan had already suspected that these 4 guys would come back after they had left last time, clearly unwilling to part. "What do you want?" "Nuan, I heard you are very capable and have found a lot of supplies. Could you share some with us? We haven't eaten for several days." Zhang Chunran's handsome school idol image was gone, replaced with a face full of weariness, and his skin seemed to be getting thicker. "Cousin, I heard your family has fish and meat, living quite well. How can you selfishly enjoy it and ignore your cousin's survival? No matter how much my family has, it has nothing to do with you. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" Nuan was exhausted and had no energy to deal with this group of people. Revenge? Right now, she just wanted to take a comfortable bath and sleep soundly. Wang Xiaoyun walked over, her face pale and thin, looking as if a gust of wind could blow her away. "Nuan, everyone says the apocalypse is upon us. Since times are tough and you have supplies and a rubber boat, why not join forces with us instead of staying with these strangers? Don't your friends and family deserve your trust?" Nuan's brows furrowed with anger, her hand reaching to her waist. Her voice as cold as ice. "Who told you I have supplies? How did you find out I have a rubber boat?" Wang Xiaoyun stiffened, goosebumps rising on her back. She had a feeling that Nuan might kill her. "Nuan, please don't do this. I mean no harm." Seeing the blood above, Wang Xiaoyun and the others were so frightened that they took several steps back. It turned out that the rumors about the 21st floor being a place of murder were true. Nuan's expression was impatient as she stepped forward and shouted, "Are you all mute?" A large hand pushed from behind, causing Wang Xiaoyun's knees to buckle, and she fell to the ground, trembling like a sieve. E. Sun Xiaoming stood to the side, holding 2 kitchen knives, her face cold as frost, her voice chilling like a messenger from hell. "People who can't even speak clearly, I like to cut out their tongues and soak them in wine." The others were also glaring with predatory eyes, their expressions unfriendly. Wang Xiaoyun had never experienced life and death, and she was so shaken by the scene that she couldn't speak. Gao Wei, frustrated by her lack of resolve, rushed forward and slapped Wang Xiaoyun twice before turning to Nuan with a flattering smile. "Nuan, let me speak, but if I do, you have to share some food with me." Nuan tilted her head, her gaze cold enough to kill. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? It's only been a month since we last met, and Nuan has changed so much. If I had known she had this capability, I should have clung to this ship. How annoying. Gao Wei was aware of the strength of the few people on his side and didn't dare to waste any more words, immediately revealing the informant. A man from your level approached us a few days ago, saying that your family has so many supplies that they can't fit them all, and that there are also speedboats and inflatable boats. He spread this information everywhere. Almost no one in the community is unaware of it. After his words fell, Gao Wei saw that Nuan had no reaction and hurriedly emphasized, "Really, everything I said is true." Chapter 63. This is courting death. Qin Fengting, the Sun's siblings, and Zhao Lan gasped. They never expected that the person with the surname Yin would be so ruthless. With such news spreading, the 21st floor would surely attract countless people. Yin Chang was courting death. Nuan rubbed her temples and said tiredly, "All right, you can go." Lu Qianqian frowned. "Go? Why should we leave?" "Cousin, don't be too heartless. I'm your cousin, and it's such a big typhoon outside. How can you ask me to leave? How can you be so cold-blooded?" Nuan's face turned pale. "If you want to die, I can send you on your way." Nuan, Qian said, her words not very pleasant to hear. "The thing is, recently many homes in the neighborhood have been broken into, and one of them is a Yuan's family. So could you sympathize with us a little? Is that okay?" Zhang Chunran struck a pose he thought looked cool, a charming smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't underestimate me." Nuan felt disgusted when she saw Zhang Chunran's face. She raised the butcher's knife and acted as if she was going to chop it down. Zhang Chunran was so scared that his face turned pale, he didn't dare to say another word. "You were burgled, so go find the burglar responsible. Are you trying to extort me by lingering here?" Wang Xiaoyuan and the others huddled together, wanted to say 1,000 things, but were afraid that Nuan would lash out with her knife in anger. The atmosphere was tense. "Gu, I want to allow you to threaten people like this. Murder is against the law, don't you know?" A voice came from the entrance of the building. Everyone turned to look. It was a girl, around 22 years old, with a face full of collagen and eyes that sparkled with innocence. The girl rushed over and stood in front of Zhang Chunran, taking on the role of a protector. "Gu, in school, you and Zhang were a couple, a perfect match, and many people envied you. Even Zhang turned down several suitors for you. Now that he is in trouble, not only are you not helping, but you're also threatening him with a knife. I really misjudged you." Nuan recognized this girl. When she was dating Zhang Chunran, this girl had handed him love letters several times in front of her, but Zhang Chunran had rejected them. She didn't expect this girl to live in the same neighborhood as her. What a coincidence. You don't need to say, "I could do it too." The girl turned her head and looked at Zhang Chunran with a gentle expression. "Senior Zhang, let's go to my house. It's on the 20th floor, and I have food. You and your friends can come too." Nuan raised her eyebrows and smiled meaningfully, boldly inviting the wolf into the house. If the girl's parents found out, they would probably be furious. Anyway, the matter is finally resolved. Sun Xiaoming looked indignant and said, "Sister, why not just chop that group of guys up? It really makes me angry to see this." Nuan smiled slightly. "Don't you think it's interesting to watch someone like this struggle endlessly in a predicament?" Sun Xiaoming shivered. "Sister, you're so scary." "Am I?" Sun Xiaoming nodded vigorously, super scary. Nuan dug out an axe from home, rested it on her shoulder, and knocked on Yin Chang's door. Yin Chang, who was sleeping, was awakened by the noise and kicked the person at the foot of the bed with an annoyed expression. "Damn woman, go answer the door." Wang Qian, filled with hatred but unable to fight back, could only reluctantly get out of bed. As soon as the door opened, Nuan pushed past Wang Qian and barged in. Seeing Nuan's murderous expression, Wang Qian inexplicably felt a sense of schadenfreude rise in her heart. She seemed to be a bit excited and expectant. Kicking open the bedroom door, Yin Chang, unable to hold back any longer, threw off the covers and yelled, "Why are you knocking so loudly? Are you looking for death?" "No." "Ah." Nuan raised the axe high, swinging it down, and the corpse fell in a different place. Long before, during the distribution of supplies, Nuan had developed a dislike for the Yin couple. Rather than leaving them to cause more trouble, it was better to deal with them early to avoid further complications. The head rolled and thudded to the ground. Wang Qian, standing at the bedroom door, was stunned by this scene, a puddle of light yellow urine spreading beneath her feet. She knew that Yin Chong had been spreading rumors about the 21st floor, and she had thought Nuan was just there to teach him a lesson. But she never expected that she had come to take his life. Nuan kicked, and the head rolled to Wang Qian's feet. Wang Qian screamed like crazy, frantically grabbing her hair, unwilling to believe this was real. Chapter 64. Innocent child. As Nuan stepped out of the Yin family home, she heard a thud. Another jump from the building. It happens every day. The nearby residents, upon hearing the sound, showed no signs of surprise or shock, but rather thought it was just the most normal thing. Nuan paused, looking at the little baby lying in the crib. Watching the baby wrapped in a small blanket, the usually indifferent and decisive Few suddenly didn't know what to do. Zhao Lan scratched his head, reacting a beat late. All right, Yin often said he had a child at home. What should we do? Nuan felt a bit troubled. She wasn't good at raising children. Throw it away? Sun Xiaoming blinked innocently. Ming was right. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for Qin Fengtian to raise a child, especially for someone like him, who would be unwilling 100 times over. Throw it away. Looking at the child sucking on his fingers, completely unaware that his parents had passed away. Sun Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Lan, grinning foolishly. Isn't there a Ziyu in your family? Why not let Ziyu have a younger brother? Nuan, Qin Fengtian, and Sun Xiaoming all turned to Zhao Lan and started to tease her. Yes, Lao Zhao, you're in luck. You suddenly have 2 nephews. Zhao Lan, this child looks quite a bit like you. If you recognize this kid, maybe your nephew's depression will improve a lot. Why not give it a try? Wait. Zhao Lan panicked and interrupted. Ziyu and this kid in diapers are not the same thing at all. Stop it, you guys, stop trying to fool me. I'm not doing it. Nuan glanced at Sun Xiaoming and pretended to pick up the child. Well, since no one is willing to take care of him, I might as well send this child on his way to reunite with his parents. Sun Xiaoming cleared her throat and cried out pitifully, Sister, no. This is a living being, and the child is innocent. Even if his father did something wrong, it has nothing to do with him. Zhao Lan's expression softened slightly, and Nuan continued to fan the flames, but no one is willing to take care of him. Isn't it more cruel to let this child starve to death? Qin Fengting also stepped forward, saying, if that's the case, let me help you. Why don't we just throw the child into the water? That way, we can avoid someone losing their mind and cooking him to eat. It's better to leave a whole corpse. Zhao Lan was speechless. Are you guys performing a play? Each of you is cooperating so well. Don't feel pressured, even if you don't want to acknowledge a brother for Ziyu. No one will blame you, Nuan comforted. Zhao Lan hesitated and was reluctant to make a clear stance. In this apocalypse, it's tough to take care of oneself, let alone a baby. Nuan didn't wait for Zhao Lan to respond and walked outside with the child, standing in the corridor. Sun Xiaoming followed her out. Sister, are we really going to throw him into the water? Sun Xiaoyan placed a hand on her sister's shoulder. It's hard to find supplies now, and it will only get tougher. This child probably hasn't been born long, and we can't keep him alive. Let's be realistic. The baby in Nuan's arms giggled, raising his little hands. Nuan noticed a bruise on his wrist and grew suspicious. She placed the child in Sun Xiaoming's arms, unbuttoned the baby's clothes, and found bruises on his belly, arms, and even his little legs, old and new injuries overlapping each other. Sun Xiaoyan couldn't believe that there could be such parents in the world. Sun Xiaoming was furious, thinking that killing that scumbag of a man was still too lenient. No, I need to go and stab him a few more times. Qin Fengting and Zhao Lan, who had come out with them, were also stunned. Chapter 65. Leave the child. I'll take care of him. Leave the child here. I'll take care of him. Nuan still felt a pang of compassion. As Ming said, the innocent child was not to blame. It was the parents who were at fault. I remember we have some baby formula at home, which we received during the distribution of supplies. I'll go get it. Sun Xiaoming rushed into the house. Nuan carried the child into the house and went to the Yin family to move the crib, as well as the clothes, pacifiers, and diapers for the baby. The Yin family had already run out of supplies, so it was no wonder that Zhao Lan and others, after refusing to accompany him, resorted to spreading rumors everywhere in extreme ways. Yin Chang's actions were quite indicative of his unwillingness to let others live well if he wasn't doing well himself. There was still a bit of milk left in the bottle, thin and watery. Nuan hesitated, dripped a little into her palm, and licked it with her tongue. It had no milky taste at all. She looked at the dirty bowl on the table, where there were still some milk powder stains at the bottom. Yin Chong and Wang Qian were quite stingy. When supplies were scarce, they resorted to feeding the baby formula. They were well fed themselves, but only gave the baby milk that was diluted with more than half a bottle of water. Nuan took out the key and locked the gate of the Yin family, leaving the key at her own home. If she needed anything in the future, it would be convenient to get it from the Yin family. Zhaolan also brought over the share of milk powder that was given to him, along with a box of Wang small steam buns. He scratched his head and said a bit shyly, "I heard that babies can eat Wang small steam buns too. I left the milk powder here. From now on, I guess I'm half a godfather to this child. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask." The Sun siblings also left a large pile of supplies, claiming that as long as there was a need, they could be called upon. The little baby blinked and smiled happily, not crying or fussing. Nuan really didn't understand how Wang Qian managed to take care of the baby, as she could hear the baby's heart-wrenching cries from the living room. After settling the little baby, Nuan looked at Sun Xiaoyan and said, "You kid, you haven't forgotten that Meng Meng and I almost drowned, have you?" Sun Xiaoyan's smile instantly froze. Sun Xiaoming felt a bit sad. While she and her sister were struggling desperately in the water, her brother only cared about his own discomfort and completely ignored them. Zhaolan sensed that the atmosphere was off and quietly moved to the side to play with the cat with his nephew. His intuition told him that old Sun must have done something wrong. Settling scores after the fall, but don't let it affect the innocent. "I'm sorry. When I was gasping for air in the water, I swallowed quite a bit and a piece of rotten flesh floated into my mouth, which disgusted me so much. I really felt terrible at that time." Sun Xiaoyan lowered his head, looking apologetic. "Then, brother, have you ever thought that if Qin Fengtian hadn't kicked you awake, the next piece of rotten flesh you might see could be me or my sister's flesh?" Sun Xiaoyan. Nuan fell silent for a moment and inexplicably felt relieved. It was she who wanted to jump into the water at that time. It was she who put herself in danger, and it was she who tried to show off by saving someone. All of this had nothing to do with Sun Xiaoyan. Qin Fengting said decisively, "Sun Xiaoyan, you need to start exercising from tomorrow. You're too weak. If we encounter such a situation again while searching for supplies, we'll all be in trouble because of you." Sun Xiaoyan knew she was weak and didn't dare to refute Qin Fengting's words. "If exercising is what it takes, then so be it. I won't be afraid. I will definitely become a strong man. Just wait and see." Nuan and Qin Fengting discussed and decided to melt down a bundle of unused steel pipes from their freshman year, using a welding gun to create a door for the stairwell. Nuan had previously bought the tools for installing the door at the equipment market, along with several doors that she stored away, but she didn't plan to use them. The fire escape door couldn't be locked, and anyone could open it, but installing their own door would provide much more security. So they got to work. The welding gun clashed with the steel pipes, creating sparks everywhere. Along the way, Sun Jia and Zhao Lan came to help, and the three families worked for an afternoon before finishing. The group clumsily propped up the door frame to install it. Zhao Lan bumped against the door several times with her shoulder from the outside. Although it was a DIY project, it turned out to be quite sturdy. "Now, I'll sleep much better." Sun Xiaoming patted the door with satisfaction. After all, it's an extra layer of protection. Chapter 66. Numa Manual Nuan had been busy for more than 10 hours with her eyes open, but when it came time to sleep, she didn't dare to fall deeply asleep. She gripped a golf club in her hand and sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, pretending to doze off. Qin Fengting had moved a lazy sofa to the door, sitting on it and leaning back, lightly asleep. Inchang was spreading those rumors around, and there would definitely be countless people coming to cause trouble on the 21st floor. They had to remain vigilant at all times. In the middle of the night, loud noises came from stairs. The 21st floor collectively opened their eyes and cautiously pushed the door open. Nuan shone a flashlight as she opened the fire escape door, but there was no one at the entrance. Nuan furrowed her brows tightly. Upon careful thought, she realized that in her previous life, she had not encountered the Sun siblings or Zhaolan. After the apocalypse, she hadn't even seen her boss's face. In this life, with her choices, everything happening around her had become completely different. It felt like she had broken free from a certain track and was heading towards another one. After staying up late into the night, Nuan found it a bit hard to bear. Seeing this, Qin Fengtian said, "You should go to sleep. You need to take care of the baby tomorrow." We'll take turns keeping watch. Nuan was not pretentious and nodded wearily. Exhausted to the extreme, Nuan quickly fell into a deep sleep, snoring like thunder. When she opened her eyes early in the morning, she felt incredibly refreshed. A good sleep made a difference. After the baby woke up, he didn't cry or make a fuss, but obediently opened his eyes and curiously looked around. Nuan followed the instructions in the new mother handbook to prepare the formula. She tested the bottle against her face to check the temperature, as it said it should not be too hot. She handed the bottle to the baby, who tightly grasped it with her fair and tender hands, drinking eagerly. Watching the baby gulp down the milk, Nuan felt relieved. This was her first time preparing this, and she was a bit worried it might be too hot and burn the baby's throat. She poured oil into the pan to fry 2 eggs, then dumped the water from the kettle into the pan. From the cupboard, she took out a bundle of noodles, pulled out a small handful, and tossed it into the pot, along with a few leaves of cabbage that she tore apart to cook together. Finally, she grabbed a green onion from the balcony, washed it, chopped it up, and sprinkled it over the noodles. The egg noodles were ready. Unforgiving had a bowl, and Nuan had a bowl. After the hot noodles went down, the fatigue from staying up all night instantly dissipated, and Unforgiving drank the soup to the last drop. Nuan stopped him from tidying up the dishes, saying, "Boss, you go to sleep, I'll take care of it." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Unforgiving's dark circles were very obvious, and his eye bags were sagging. The first wash of the dishes was done with water used for washing vegetables, and the second wash was done with clean water. The water without detergent would be used for watering plants. Most of the water needed for daily life was collected from the balcony, then boiled and cooled, which could be used for making tea or for regular drinking. The current rainwater is not polluted and is drinkable, but in another year or two, the water sources on Earth will become increasingly scarce. Nuan's family conditions are considered good. They can still drink boiled water, while other families are reluctant to use fire to boil water and just drink cold water directly. At noon, Nuan opened the attic, allowing the 3 little ones to come down and get some fresh air. Little Nuan happily ran around everywhere, but quieted down after rushing into the bedroom. Nuan followed behind and walked in. Nuan lay beside the crib, curiously tilting her head to observe the baby. After finishing his milk, the baby fell asleep again. Nuan tried to nudge him with her paw, but Nuan quickly stepped forward to pick up Nuan and took her outside, telling her not to wake him and to go play elsewhere. She wasn't good at soothing children. Chapter 67. Especially that short-haired woman. After lunch, Nuan went downstairs to inquire and brought back some good news. The government has started selling supplies, located at a 2-story supermarket in the city center, with the time set for 6 o'clock until 4 o'clock the next day. People have to line up to buy, paying in cash, and each person can only buy enough for 5 days. If they exceed this amount, their purchasing eligibility will be canceled. After the government rescued people from the 1st and 2nd floors of the city, they realized that the number was several times higher than expected, and the supply of goods couldn't keep up, facing immense pressure every day. They had fished out all the supplies in the water, but it still wasn't enough for this group of people to eat. Moreover, riots frequently broke out within the crowd, and several times they were almost uncontrollable, ultimately relying on armed suppression. Seeing this situation, the higher-ups immediately announced the news of the supply sale, managed by the government. "So, what do you think? Is anyone going?" Nuan shook her head and said, "I won't go. Someone needs to stay at home. You guys go ahead." The Sun siblings and Nuan decided to go. "All right, the prices for supplies will definitely be higher than usual, so make sure to bring some money," she warned. "The scene might be chaotic, so be careful." Sun Xiaoming didn't stand on ceremony with Nuan and readily accepted. By evening, everyone in H City would definitely go for the supply sale. Riding a speedboat would be too conspicuous, so the 3 of them paddled a rubber boat quietly. Zhao Ziyu was staying at Nuan's house. Nuan placed the baby on the fluffy carpet and, according to the mother and baby manual, helped the baby with gas relief. Bai Shoutao walked around nearby, while Zhao Ziyu sat quietly, watching Nuan torture the baby. Nuan stopped halfway and saw Zhao Ziyu eager to try. She smiled and said, "Do you want to give it a try?" Zhao Ziyu's eyes lit up. Yes. Zhao Ziyu did it quite well, and the little baby in Zhao Ziyu's hands was laughing happily. Nuan felt relieved and stepped aside to let the little ones play by themselves. Nuan entered the bathroom and locked the door, then entered the space and fed the chickens, rabbits, and wild boar. The chickens were not kept in a cage and were wandering around in the space. Nuan locked the chickens in the wild boar den and also put some in the rabbit den. So it was finally not as chaotic as when she first came in. As soon as the rooster entered the unfamiliar territory, it started bullying the locals, chasing after the wild boar piglets and pecking at them, causing a ruckus. It wasn't a good idea to have them piled up together. So Nuan thought she needed to go back to the mountain and cut some bamboo to make a large enclosure. Moreover, there were so many treasures on the mountain. Next time she went, she had to bring everything into her space. After feeding the little animals, Nuan went out, planning to clean up the rest later. As soon as she exited the space, she heard a clattering noise in the hallway. Opening the door and walking to the stairway, she indeed saw two people try and pick the lock. Nuan was too lazy to waste words and swung the kitchen knife at the lockpicker, landing a blow on his shoulder. The man was so stunned that he didn't react at all, until a tingling sensation surged in his heart. The pain was unbearable, and when he finally saw Nuan's devilish face, he was so frightened that he covered his shoulder and kept retreating. Losing his footing, he fell down the stairs, rolling several times and ending up bloodied and bruised. His accomplices watched in horror as he tumbled down, casting a terrified glance at Nuan behind the door, and fled in a panic. This guy just chopped without a word? That's too ruthless. No wonder several groups said they didn't want to come to the 21st floor, claiming that the people on the 21st floor were too vicious, especially that short-haired woman. She could kill without blinking. Several more groups arrived later, but they were all small teams, and Nuan could easily handle them alone. In the second half of the night, Phonting woke up, had a meal, and took over Nuan's shift to continue the watch. Now Phonting could already do the makeup for disguising as a dying person, so there was no need for Nuan to handle it anymore. Chapter 68. Eating hot pot. Nuan was awakened by the noise. After a quick wash, she opened the door and found out that Zhao Lan had dislocated her arm. Nuan knocked on the door of his Zhao family. Zhao Lan's arm had already been bandaged, secured with 3 wooden splints, and the binding technique was professional. Phonting was tidying up the first aid kit nearby, advising, for a while, avoid any vigorous movements and no water contact. The injury isn't too severe. It will heal in about half a month. Boss, did you study medicine? Nuan asked. Phonting turned to look at her, looking puzzled. I have dual degrees. Didn't you visit my villa? There should be degree certificates hanging on the wall. Didn't you see them? Nuan suddenly remembered that she had indeed seen him once when she went to deliver documents to her boss. Nuan. Hee. The meal is ready. Let's go eat. Phonting shook his head helplessly. When will you ever pay attention to me? Everyone had lunch at the Gu family, eating hot pot. The pot was an Inyang pot, one side with mushroom soup and the other with Chongqing hot pot base. Nuan was afraid it was too spicy, so she added a lot of dried chili peppers. There were potato slices, baby bok choy, small greens, beef balls, corn sausages, fish balls, wide sweet potato noodles, and so on. These were all contributed by different families for the gathering. The dipping sauces were varied. Some had chili, some had sesame sauce, and others had sesame oil. All the doors and windows were tightly closed. Zhao Lan used to be a camping enthusiast, and his home had a lot of camping gear, including a car fridge. This time for hot pot, he generously brought out several cans of chilled drinks. Because they needed to stay alert at all times, no one suggested drinking alcohol. They enjoyed the hot pot with drinks and ate heartily. After eating to a comfortable level, Zhao Lan started chattering away. Nuan, you guessed it right. The scene was chaotic. The line outside formed a long queue. At first, it was quite orderly, but later everyone seemed to go crazy. And the government officials couldn't control this group of madmen at all. Sun Xiaoyan took a sip of her drink and continued, Yeah, I got stepped on several times. We couldn't even get into the supermarket. It was a mess inside. Usually, everyone pays with their phones, who has cash, when they couldn't take out money or supplies. A riot started. Nuan became interested and asked, Where did you get those big bags of supplies? Sun Xiaoming got up and squeezed next to Nuan, laughing as she said, We took advantage of the riot and went to grab things from others. There were so many people grabbing things on the spot. It was just a bit of a hassle when we were leaving. Old Zhao was dragged by that person and Wu Ti let go. And while they were pulling each other, his arm got dislocated. Zhao Lan scratched his head in embarrassment. I felt so stupid at that time. Next time, I'll definitely grab and run. Sun Xiaoming later returned the 5,000 yuan to Nuan. They didn't manage to buy the milk powder, and the little girl felt quite guilty, but Nuan didn't take it. After dinner, they cleaned up the mess. Nuan opened the window a little to let the wind in. The smell in the room was too strong, like being in a sauna. The baby woke up, and Nuan put the prepared bottle in the baby's hand. The little one was sucking eagerly, looking as if they were starving. Sun Xiaoming poked the baby's cheek with her finger and asked, "Sister, have you named the baby yet?" "No." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoming suggested, "Why don't you name him Sister? Since you'll be responsible for this child in the future, it's good to have an easy name." Nuan thought for a moment and decided, "Let us call him Yi." Gui. Chapter 69. The dragon sucks water. Qin Fengtian's training method for Sun Xiaoyan was quite straightforward. Go to the window on the 3rd floor and fish out corpses. Then throw them back down after bringing them up. Sun Xiaoyan, the young master, was born into a wealthy family and had been pampered since childhood, so he had never experienced hardship. However, under Qin Fengtian's intense gaze, he gradually adapted, confronting his fears. Additionally, he had to exercise with Zhao Lan every day, doing a set of boxing that improved his physique significantly. Sun Xiaoming didn't slack off either. She humbly sought Nuan's guidance to learn Sanda and grappling. Nuan often gazes into the distance from the balcony with a telescope. The sky is overcast, and suddenly the water surface starts to churn, swirling around a central point, gradually forming a vortex, with surrounding water continuously being drawn in. The vortex grows larger, like a sword piercing the clouds, creating a powerful airflow, with debris and bodies from the water being swept into the air and crashing down around. Nuan was shocked. Wasn't this a water spout? It usually only occurs over the sea, yet it was happening in the city. Did such a scene occur in her previous life? Even standing behind 3 layers of bulletproof glass, Nuan could still feel an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if she would be sucked into that rapidly rotating column of water in the next moment. A highly decomposed corpse came crashing toward her, and Nuan looked terrified, almost instinctively raising her hand to block it. The corpse collided with the glass, exploding into pieces, with putrid blood and chunks of flesh splattering against the glass. The blood flowing down and forming a long column. Nuan pulled down the curtains, thinking that if she continued to look, she wouldn't be able to eat dinner. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the community, especially in the homes with floor-to-ceiling windows. Bodies came crashing down at high speed. That kind of glass couldn't withstand it and shattered instantly. The bodies exploded in the living rooms, blood splattering everywhere. Blood clots and severed heads were scattered throughout the house. Who could endure such a scene? A pregnant woman fainted on the spot. There were also plenty of metal debris that smashed through the glass, creating a hole in the owner's head, causing blood to flow uncontrollably, leading to an instant death. Misfortune struck, and many suffered. For a moment, the area was filled with wails, curses, scoldings, and cries. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Lan, covered in blood, was holding Zhao Ziyu, her body splattered with specks of blood. Nuan instantly understood and pulled Zhao Ziyu over. "You go clean up? I'll look after Zhao Ziyu." Zhao Lan pursed her lips and said, "Thank you. These are Ziyu's clean clothes. Please ask him to change into them." Just now, there was the sound of glass shattering very close to her home, likely from Zhao Lan's house. Qin Fengtian took a pair of rubber gloves from the bathroom. His arm was injured, and it was inconvenient for him. "I'll help." "Okay." Zhao Ziyu was scared and disoriented, his body trembling slightly. Nuan brought him into the house and wiped his face and hands with a disinfecting wipe. "Ziyu, can you change out of your dirty clothes?" Zhao Ziyu had recently become familiar with the Gu family and had no resistance. So he obediently nodded and took off his jacket and pants, changing into clean clothes. The torrential rain lasted for about half an hour, and the sky darkened as if it were night. The water's surface gradually calmed down, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Fengtian, Zhao Lan, and Sun Xiaoyan cleaned up for a long time, finally tidying everything up. Although there was still a faint smell of blood, it was much better than at first. The shattered glass was in the living room. Under normal circumstances, they could just call a worker to replace it, but now, with the entire city shut down, they could only stare in frustration. Chapter 70. This is quite a beauty. Zhao Lan thought for a moment and called everyone from the 21st floor to discuss and decided to move into Yinchang's house. Nuan gave the key to Xiaolan and said, "When you clean up, if you find the baby's things, don't throw them away. Just give them to me." Xiaolan agreed, and while thoroughly cleaning the Yin family's house, she indeed found the baby's pacifier in the corner of the sofa and later discovered several small items. She put them all in a small box and handed it to Nuan. Yinchang's body had already been thrown into the water by Qin Fengting and Zhao Lan on the day he died, so the cleaning was quite easy. After dinner, Nuan planned to go up the mountain tonight to move the baby's crib to the living room and asked Qin Fengting for help in watching over it. Nuan and the son's siblings acted separately. When they reached the 20th floor, she caught a glimpse of Wang Xiaoyuan standing at the fire exit. Nuan pretended not to see and continued walking. "Nuan, where are you going?" Nuan stopped and turned to look at her former friend. "Do you need something?" Wang Xiaoyuan walked out from behind the door. "Nuan, I know you're angry with me. You kindly reminded me to buy supplies, but I ended up exposing you, causing Lao Zhang and a way to break into your house and search everywhere. Later, they repeatedly offended you. I'm sorry, can you forgive me?" Nuan sneered. "Who do you think you are? You think I'll forgive you just because you apologize? Aren't we good friends? Back in school, I bought you meals, snacks, and took you out to have fun. Don't you remember?" "Wang Xiaoyuan, do you know what I hate the most? It's when you do these self-pitying things." Nuan was driving a speedboat halfway when she suddenly realized she was being followed. After circling the area several times to confirm she was indeed being tracked, Nuan remained calm, drove the speedboat to a building, dragged it up, and quietly waited for the group following her. Soon, a small yacht stopped by the building, and 7 or 8 people jumped down. It was cold, and these people were dressed warmly, with black stockings covering their faces, leaving only small holes around their eyes, which made their small eyes look particularly lewd. The leading man squinted as he looked Nuan up and down, wondering if she had the guts to come to such an isolated building knowing she was being followed, or if she was simply foolish. The man cleared his throat and said, "Little girl, as long as you obediently hand over the speedboat behind you and all the supplies on you, we will make things difficult for you. You all look like fierce and ruthless people. Are you really going to let me go?" Nuan retorted, "Stop trying to disgust me." A blonde-haired lackey sneered and laughed a couple of times. "This girl is quite spicy. I like her. Big brother, I want this girl. Hey, how can you have the delicate little sister all to yourself? You can't let me have a taste too? Ha ha. Exactly, she's a real gem. I love thorny roses the most. I'm tired of the ones back at my nest. It's just the right time to change things up." Chapter 71. Leave no survivors. Nuan had a sneer on her lips. "All right, why don't you give it a try and see if you can handle this thorny rose of mine?" The brothers, seeing the little girl so proactive, felt a fire ignite below their waists. The yellow-haired one charged forward first, but Nuan pulled out a sharp file and stabbed him. With one blow to the abdomen, she quickly withdrew and kicked the yellow-haired one down. Her movements were swift and decisive. The yellow-haired one clutched his stomach, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking at the seemingly delicate girl, he couldn't believe she was so ruthless. She just killed someone right off the bat. The other men realized that they had encountered a tough opponent this time. "You dirty bitch, how dare you kill my brother Huang? I'll make you pay." The leading man stopped his subordinate from going up alone to avenge Huang. Everyone attacked together. "I don't believe a stinking woman can take us all down." 6 men rushed in from different directions, trying to encircle Nuan, but she showed no fear and charged at the leading man. Seeing this, the man revealed a triumphant smile and brought his knife down. Nuan sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to his face. She had been looking for an outlet for her anger, and this was just perfect. One punch knocked out 2 of the man's back teeth, and he spat out blood as his teeth fell to the ground. Sensing a threat behind her, Nuan crouched to dodge an attack, then pulled out a butcher's knife and struck back. These men, able to sail a yacht in the apocalypse, were not ordinary, and they had some skills, but they were all just flashy moves. Nuan easily countered them. In just a few moves, she took down 4 of them, standing on the pile of bodies. Nuan smiled brightly. "How about that? Is the thorny rose fun to play with?" The leading man was visibly panicked. This was not a thorny rose at all, but a living, breathing, man-eating flower. He grabbed the only surviving man to use as cover and tried to escape, but Nuan wielded her file and swiftly took them all down. Not a single survivor was left. Nuan was naturally quick to learn anything. And even the coach of the Sonda Center said she had a lot of spirit and high comprehension. In her previous life, surviving for 8 years in the apocalypse while carrying 2 burdens was no joke. If she showed mercy, she would lose her life in the next moment, and she would become the plaything instead. In this life, she was much less kind towards people. Instead, she was ruthless in every move. Whether these people had long been eyeing her or acted on a whim, she would never let them go, otherwise they would surely bring her trouble in the future. Nuan wiped the blood off 2 files and a slaughter knife and put them into the leather armor at her waist. She boarded the yacht, where there was a map by the steering wheel, marked with several red dots connected by lines. Nuan decided to change her route and check out the lair of this group. Jumping off the yacht, she used binoculars to survey the surroundings. And after confirming that no one was around, Nuan stored the inflatable boat in her space. Chin Fontian also had a yacht and had let her drive it for fun, so she was quite familiar with it. Following the points marked on the map, she arrived at a location 5,000 meters away from the city center. This area was filled with villa complexes, with the villas being 4.5 stories tall, the 5th being a small loft. The unit number was written on the map, which saved her a lot of trouble. Nuan approached on the yacht, and just as it came to a stop, a person came rushing down from above, aiming a gun at Nuan. Nuan's heart tightened, and in a flash, she grabbed a file and threw it over. The man with the gun instantly fell to the ground. At the moment he fell, he fired a shot towards Nuan, and her pupils constricted as she tilted her head, the bullet barely grazing her neck. Chapter 72. The precious item for survival. Nuan was so scared that her hair stood on end. She pulled out the yacht key, flipped over, and entered the villa, sitting for a while to collect herself. Once again, she brushed past death. But if she had to do it all over again, she would still make the same choice. Since she was not the type of woman who hides behind a man seeking protection, she naturally had to face the unknown dangers. Having her own abilities was 100 million times better than relying on others. Similar situations had occurred many times in her previous life, and each time was a narrow escape, thanks to her boldness and good luck. After resting for a while, her eyes scanned the room like a mine detector, searching for useful items to collect into her space, including a handgun, which she took without hesitation. Most of the items here were stolen by that group of people, and there was a hodgepodge of things, hundreds of boxes of compressed biscuits, several hundred seal bags of dog food, as well as several rubber boats and 2 speedboats. Nuan unexpectedly found a safe when she walked into the master bedroom. She used a file to pry open the lock and easily managed to unlock it. Nuan. It seems to be a low-quality item. Inside there are 2,000 bullets and a 4-shot pistol, more suitable for close combat and self-defense. The man who just shot at her was holding a combat pistol, fully automatic, with a magazine capacity of 10-20 rounds. And it can also be used as a submachine gun. Nuan found a wooden box and carefully stored all the bullets in the space, as this crucial life-saving treasure needed to be placed properly. This group of guys even had a small car fridge, which was functioning well and made ice quite nicely. So Nuan stored it in the space as well. She searched every room thoroughly, except for one that emitted a foul odor. She didn't open that door. Without needing to guess, she already knew what was being kept inside. Nuan didn't want to seek trouble, especially since she wasn't a saint or a savior. When she arrived at the 5th floor of the small duplex, she saw that the balcony above was planted with vegetables, including cucumbers, loofahs, cherry tomatoes, garlic sprouts, and even ginger. The balcony was enclosed with glass, and there were curtains in the corner, but they had accumulated dust, clearly indicating that they hadn't been used in a long time. Nuan pulled up the curtains, bringing the basin and everything else into the space. She didn't miss any corner of the entire villa, even going down to the basement in a diving suit. She also made a trip to the underground garage and collected more than 10 vehicles, including 3 RVs. After the typhoon, these would be quite useful. With too many conflicts in the apocalypse, Nuan planned to escape the city once she had gathered enough supplies and find a remote mountain to live out her days. Leaving the villa area on a yacht, it was already late at night, and Nuan hurried towards the outskirts. The yacht was much faster than the speedboat, and upon reaching her destination, Nuan stored the yacht in the space and set off towards the mountain. This time, she was well equipped, wearing firefighting gloves, a cut and stab-resistant suit on top, and a pair of rubber coveralls on the bottom, with underwear made from cut and stab-resistant fabric. She wore a helmet, so she wouldn't be afraid even if she encountered a venomous snake. She didn't strip the bamboo branches, but directly threw them into the space. After cutting the bamboo to a satisfactory length, Nuan began digging up the roots, which she could plant in the space later. Ever since she learned that the space would change the time a person could stay inside based on the presence of living things, Nuan had been eager to get some living items in. If it weren't for the suffocating feeling of staying in the space for too long, Nuan would love to spend her entire life inside. Nuan discovered a nest of gophers midway. Although she didn't know what to do, she still caught them and tossed them into her space. When she arrived at the place where she had caught the chickens last time, Nuan also put the iron cage into her space. Previously, there were people on the 21st floor, so she couldn't act. But this time, she couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Entering the space, she placed the gophers in the cage to keep them confined. It seemed that the space treated living creatures with extra care. The wild boars, rabbits, and chickens' droppings would automatically purify and turn into fertilizer to nourish the land. It saved her the trouble of cleaning and nourished the land at the same time, making Nuan naturally happy. Chapter 73. Why do evil people with blood on their hands live so well? Nuan scurried around the mountains, digging up many treasures, herbs, wild vegetables, and wild fruits, directly uprooting them into her space. Along the way, she also discovered several rabbit nests, and with the lessons learned from previous experiences, she successfully captured them all in one go. She also caught a few wild boars, roe deer, and wild chickens. The wild boar was fully grown and as strong as an ox, so Nuan simply shot it to subdue it. And the same went for the roe deer and wild chickens. Nuan was cautious and aimed at the leg area. She wanted to see if bringing an injured animal into her space would trigger her healing skills. This time, she made a significant discovery. There was a chestnut grove on the mountain cultivated by humans with fruits as big as fists. It was still August, and they would be ready for harvest by mid-September. The procurement of supplies went smoothly, but the government decided to deploy armed forces for suppression. Anyone daring to engage in zero-cost purchases or rob nearby would face serious consequences. Some people, not believing in the danger, caused trouble in public, and in the next moment, they met their demise in the northwest. Many who had hoped to rush to buy Light the Day before found their dreams shattered and had to obediently line up, entering one by one to purchase limited quantities within a time limit. Some people ran out of money and tried to pressure the cashier for leniency, only to find a gun pointed at their forehead, leaving them too scared to speak and forced to put several items back. When the son's siblings moved from the villa, they brought 2 large backpacks filled with cash, each bundle containing 100,000. Despite the good order at the scene, the siblings dared not buy more. They understood the principle of drawing attention to themselves. They only purchased warm clothing, milk powder, and dehydrated vegetables, spending over 50,000 in total. The prices had completely changed. Even with numerous grievances in their hearts, it was futile. The government held guns, and the first bird to stick its head out would be shot. Who would dare? Nuan and the son's siblings were carrying a variety of items, which made many people sleeping in the hallway envious. They couldn't even guarantee basic food and warmth. And both the old and young were dying from illness, while these people on the 21st floor were enjoying rich meals, living like they were in paradise. Why did these murderous villains get to live so well while they could only squeeze into the crowded, narrow hallway? Stop. Hey, I'm talking about you. Nuan stopped to greet the son's siblings to leave first, then turned to look at the person who called out to her. I said, since you killed someone, shouldn't you turn yourselves in? Why are you still living so well? People like you should go to hell. Exactly. I advise you to be sensible and share some supplies with us. Otherwise, we'll expose your murder to everyone. Just wait to rot in prison. Yeah. Hand over the supplies. We want to kill you. Oh, Nuan raised an eyebrow, holding a file in each hand. Since you want to snitch, I suppose you wouldn't mind me practicing on a few more people, right? Who were the ones talking just now? Step forward. As soon as these words were spoken, all those who had been shouting earlier fell silent, not daring to make a sound. How did this person understand things? They wanted supplies, not their own lives. This person not only felt no shame for killing, but even thought about using their heads to practice. Is this person crazy? Chapter 74. You dare to hurt me. Nuan tilted her head, her brows and eyes curved, smiling sweetly. Don't worry, my skills are very good, definitely a one-hit kill. Those who gossiped and chattered, upon hearing this, looked even more terrified, huddling together with their heads in their hands. Nuan took a step toward the crowd, and the people inside felt a tremor in their hearts. By the time Nuan got close, several people nearby were so scared that they wet themselves. Dark yellow urine trickling down their pants, the smell of urine spreading. The sharp tip of the file pointed at the old lady who had just stopped her, and the old lady trembled all over, shakily turning around, kneeling on the ground with a thud, her voice trembling, pleading in a pitiful tone. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so foolish. I won't dare again. You eat well, because of your own ability. We shouldn't covet your things. Have mercy. Let me go, woo-woo. Mind your own mouth. If this happens again, next time, old lady, just wait for your head to roll. As they passed the 20th floor, the scene of blocking the way played out again, with two big men, Zhang Chunran and Gao Wei, standing at the stairway. Zhang Chunran was still maintaining his good person image, earnestly saying, Nuan, I've been with you for 4 years. And Yuan is a friend you've known since your freshman year. Any one of us has known you longer than those on the 21st floor. We're the closest and understand you the best. You know our character and personality. Why would you rather believe neighbors you've only known for a month or two than be with us? Nuan coldly mocked Zhang Chunran. Don't let your evil ideas fall on me. Otherwise, I will definitely turn you into a hornet's nest. If you want to covet other people's resources, just covet them. Do you really think I'm foolish? I have no intention of targeting you. I'm sincere towards you. Can't you see that? Zhang Chunran took 2 steps forward, wanting to grab Nuan's hand, but was directly pierced by a file. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Nuan, you actually dare to hurt me. Zhang Chunran cried out in pain, tears streaming down, and didn't even dare to touch his palm. Nuan's expression was emotionless as she pulled out the file and said coldly, Don't think I don't know what you and Gao Wei have been up to. I see through your little schemes very clearly, and you better remember this lesson. Gao Wei had experienced Nuan's ruthless nature before, so he naturally wouldn't provoke her again. Seeing that Zhang Chunran couldn't handle Nuan, he wisely stepped aside. After the file was pulled out, blood oozed from the palm of Zhang Chunran's hand as he tightly gripped his wrist, a fierce glare in his eyes as he stared at the departing figure. Nuan, since you won't listen to advice, you can't blame me. Nuan told everyone about discovering the chestnut trees on the mountain. Xiaolan was a bit worried. Recently it had gotten cold, and many people were already in dire straits. What if someone went up the mountain to chop firewood or search for supplies and found them? Should we pick them in advance? It had become much harder to find supplies lately. Previously, everyone could find something every day, but now it had been several days without finding any food at night. The entire city was submerged in water, and any edible vegetables and fruits from the fields had long been picked clean by various people. The food in supermarkets was controlled by the government, leaving no way to get supplies. Chapter 75. Is he her husband or her lover? Once pushed to the limit, a large number of people would inevitably set their sights on the natural resources in the mountains. And the mountain where Nuan discovered the chestnuts was the closest to H City. Nuan pondered for a while, and old Zhao was right. I checked it out last night. The fruits are growing quite well, but they are a bit astringent to eat. Overall, the taste is pretty good. Finally, with unanimous agreement, everyone decided to set off tonight. Xiaolan would be responsible for guarding the house. Even though Xiaolan was injured, she was still stronger than the healthy Sun Xiaoyan. And Xiaolan had a big knife, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, making it perfect for defending against enemies. This time, Zhao Ziyu would also go along, and he could pick up some chestnuts from the ground while lending a hand. Nuan carried Gu Yi on her chest and set off together. Xiaolan had an injured hand and needed to guard the safety of the 21st floor. It would be inconvenient to also take care of a baby in diapers. At night, the seemingly calm surface of the water was actually turbulent beneath. Qin Fengting clearly sensed that someone was following them from several groups in different directions, with no intention of converging. Qin Fengting glanced at Nuan, realizing that she had sensed it too. Gu Yi was sound asleep, and Nuan pulled the baby's hat down to cover its eyes, explaining the upcoming tasks. When we reach the land, Sun Xiaonan, keep an eye on Zhao Ziyu, and Ming Ming, Act according to your capabilities. Okay, got it. Qin Fengting skillfully docked the speedboat at the shore, and everyone quickly hid behind the trees, quietly watching the group approach. The first to land were a couple, their gestures revealing their intimacy. Nuan squinted and took a look. Isn't that the gossiping woman, Chun Jiejia from the 19th floor? Is the man beside her husband or her lover? It was no secret in the community that Chun Jiejia and her husband had each found someone outside. Everyone knew about it. Chun Jia pointed a flashlight into the mountain, frowning and complaining to the man beside her. It's so dark here. I told you to hurry up, but you didn't listen. Now look, Nuan and the others have gone far. How are we supposed to follow them? I really don't understand why we had to find such a stupid woman in the first place. The children she gave birth to are getting dumber. It must be her genes. A few more rubber boats were approaching, and Nuan signaled to Qin Fengting. Using the cover of night, they secretly moved closer to the loving couple. Chun Jiejia looked at the eerie mountain forest, feeling a bit scared. Do you think there are snakes in this mountain? The man continued walking. Of course not. There are no snakes in the mountains. Chun Jiejia timidly took a couple of steps forward, only to see a shadow approaching her. Her pupils constricted, and before she could scream, she was pierced through the throat by a dagger. Nuan supported the still warm corpse and gently laid it on the ground, then quickly disappeared into the darkness. Hey, where the hell have you been again? Why is it that every day? Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy blow struck the back of his neck. Warm blood flowed down his neck, and the man covered his neck, a trickle of blood winding down from the corner of his mouth. He never expected to meet such a disaster until his death. Chapter 76. A bountiful harvest of chestnuts. Several other rubber boats quickly approached the shore, cautiously shining their flashlights. The bodies of Chun Jiejia and her husband were extremely eye-catching. The wounds on their necks were gruesome, the blood flowing into the water, sketching out one after another of the flowers of the other shore. It was obvious that these bodies had just been killed. This undoubtedly sounded an alarm in the hearts of those who wanted to track Nuan and others to find supplies. With this precedent, no one dared to approach easily. The rubber boats turned back towards the direction they came from, slowly sailing away into the distance. Nuan walked out from behind the tree, watching the few rubber boats drifting away. Just moments ago, as they approached the shore, she recognized several faces. These people were quite notorious in the neighborhood. After the typhoon hit, they teamed up with outside robbers to attack the residents. Once someone was targeted by these households, there was basically no chance of escape. More than 10 households in the community were victimized, and the robbers left not a single survivor. Zhang Chunran. Humph. Nuan sneered. Zhang Chunran. I once thought you had a bit of conscience, but it seems not at all. In her previous life, her feelings for Zhang Chunran were genuine, all the way through. Even at the moment before the zombie siege, she was doing her best to protect him, almost getting scratched by a zombie in the process. Zhang Chunran had the charm to make several rich women happy, so he certainly had some skills. It seems this was the guy's doing. Qin Fengting pulled the file from the man's neck, shaking off the blood on it. Now that they were gone, it saved a lot of trouble. But how to deal with the body? Sun Xiaoming caught up with Nuan. Sister, you were so cool just now. I really admire you. Nuan handed the file in her hand to Sun Xiaoming, smiling, and said, as long as you kill more people, you'll naturally become as skilled as I am. Here you go. Sun Xiaoming paused for a moment, happily accepted this gift, and said, thank you, sister. The sister looked as if she was not very happy. Was she overthinking it? Nuan and the others arrived at the chestnut forest, and everyone was so excited to see the vast expanse of chestnut trees that they danced around joyfully. Even Qin Fengting couldn't help but show a rare smile as he picked up a perfect chestnut from the ground and took a bite. The delicate sweetness spread in his mouth, crunchy and delightful, making a satisfying crunch. Zhao Ziyu picked up 2 chestnuts from the ground and clumsily tried to peel the shell. After a lot of effort, he finally opened it, only to find a soft, wriggling worm inside, which made his face turn pale with fright. The Sun's siblings ran around like wild horses in the chestnut forest, marveling at the chestnuts growing on the trees for the first time. It was so fascinating. After playing for a while, Nuan picked up a bamboo pole and started to hit the trees, causing the chestnuts to fall like raindrops. The others took out the sacks and chopsticks from their backpacks, one after another, using them to pick up the chestnuts and place them in the sacks. Since she was carrying the baby, Nuan found it inconvenient to bend down. So, she just focused on shaking the chestnut trees, leaving the task of collecting the chestnuts to Qin Fengting, the Sun siblings, and Zhao Ziyu. After hitting most of the chestnut trees, Nuan sat on a stone, placed Gu Yi beside her, and began to deal with the chestnut shells in the sacks. Nuan held a pair of tongs in her hand and wore liberation shoes on her feet. She placed a chestnut on the ground, rubbed the shell until it broke a hole, revealing the chestnut inside. She picked out the chestnut and put it into another bag, kicking the shell aside, and continued. Chapter 77. It arrived so soon this time. After peeling the chestnuts, there were a total of 5 large burlap bags. Each piece of fruit was the size of a thumb, heavy inner palm. Nuan left some fruits at the top of the tree, so that the little creatures in the forest and the birds coming here for winter wouldn't starve. By the time she got home, it was already 7 in the morning. The typhoon outside had weakened significantly, and it wasn't raining anymore. Instead, the water spouts had become more frequent, with several columns of water connecting in a line, continuously sucking in water, while the garbage flying in the sky was recklessly damaging the buildings. The coastline was gradually lowering, and it was unclear where the disappeared water had gone. The water that had flooded up to the 3rd floor had receded a lot, now down to the height of the 2nd floor windows. In just a few days, the 2nd floor was also emerging from the water, and everyone was cheering for the gradually improving situation. Some even organized prayers and supplications to the Taoist and Buddhist deities. Everyone was immersed in hope for the future. Even Qin Fengting was daily holding Nuan and going downstairs to check how many meters the water level had dropped. The Sun siblings were indulging themselves without restraint, thinking that the situation was about to return to the familiar life everyone knew. Only Nuan's mood grew heavier day by day. The receding water meant that a pest disaster was imminent. The typhoon and flood only made people homeless, making it extremely difficult to find supplies. But once the pest disaster arrived, it would be a hellish catastrophe. Mutated headless snakes, giant poisonous ants, fist-sized mites, swarms of cockroaches, and 6-headed earthworms. It was coming so soon. In the early morning, Nuan was awakened by the heat. The sun was shining brightly outside, rays of light streaming into the room. Nuan pulled out a short-sleeved shirt that had been tucked away for 2 months and put it on with a heavy heart. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Qin Fengting's face, which was smiling so widely that his eyes were nearly slits. Nuan tiredly smacked her lips, walked around, and went to the coffee table to pour herself a glass of water. It's rare to see the boss so happy. You should go take a look at the balcony. Something good is happening. Nuan smiled faintly and said, "No need to go." She didn't have to look to know what kind of changes were happening outside. It was nothing more than the flood receding and everyone cheering on the balcony. There was nothing interesting about such a scene. It was boring. In her previous life, 6 giant earthworms had crawled out of the soil, nearly touching her face, each 3 meters long and as thick as an arm, which had almost scared her soul out of her body. She had nightmares about it several times afterward. She definitely didn't want to go. Nuan leaned lazily against the sofa, glancing sideways at Qin Fengting, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Whether it was good or bad was still uncertain. How could you be so sure that the typhoon leaving is a good thing? Nuan, do you know something? Since Nuan borrowed $1 million from him 2 months ago, Qin Fengting had suspected that she might be aware of some insider information. Otherwise, why would she stockpile so many supplies at home? After all, she had never asked for his help in any difficulties before. Chapter 78. Base Construction Boss. Do you still remember the previous apocalyptic discussions? Qin Fengting hesitated as he sat beside Gu Yi, holding her in his arms. Are you saying that it feels very much like the apocalypse now? Nuan shook her finger. No. Take away very similar. This is the end of the world, and even harder days are yet to come. Why are you so sure? Nuan casually said, I guessed it. I'm quite good at riddles. Qin Fengting raised an eyebrow, but didn't refute her. Nuan always managed to win first place in the riddle competition at the company's annual meetings. She was indeed skilled. Since Nuan's remark, Qin Fengting had been paying attention to news from the outside world, keeping the radio on and his phone charged, constantly monitoring for signals. However, after waiting for a week, not only had the phone signal not returned, but it also displayed the words out of service. The weather during this week was excellent. and the government sent people to announce that hospitals were returning to normal operations, offering free medical consultations and official job recruitment. Those who were ill could go to the municipal, traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and those in need of work could head to the talent building in the city center. Although the roads had been flooded for 2 months and were somewhat cracked, they were still usable. Many people brought out their carts and strollers to take their sick elderly parents or children to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Once the official recruitment announcement was made, many people rushed to apply, and soon the talent building in the city center was overcrowded and congested. Zhao Lan originally wanted to join in the excitement and take Zhao Ziyu to the hospital, but Nuan stopped him. It was indeed inappropriate to rush outside now. Although Zhao Lan didn't know the exact reason why Nuan stopped him, he was aware of her character and quickly abandoned that thought, obediently staying at home without running around. With the desire to go out quelled, Zhao Lan didn't stop looking for information. That day, Zhao Lan brought back 2 pieces of bad news and 1 piece of good news. The first piece of bad news was that all the hospital equipment was completely unusable. Even turning on the backup power resulted in chaotic magnetic fields, making it impossible to diagnose any illnesses. Because of this, there were several incidents of death at the hospital, with families causing commotion day and night. A fierce typhoon hadn't taken people away, but going to the hospital for treatment ended up costing lives, which was a medical accident. And how could the families possibly let the hospital off the hook? After discussions, the hospital director and doctors decided to abandon Western medicine and adopt traditional Chinese medicine methods, colloquially known as hanging on to life with Chinese medicine. The good news was that the government was gathering workers to repair the base. Nuan frowned tightly. The government is building a base? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Zhao Lan was taken aback for a moment. Yeah, there are people from talent towers everywhere recruiting, and they even gave me a flyer. See? Nuan picked up the flyer and took a look. It turned out that the flyer was actually just an A4 sheet of paper, which only listed the registration address and benefits. The registration address was at the talent building in the city center, and the benefits were free meals and accommodation, with 10 contribution points per day. Nuan pondered over the few words repeatedly. According to logic, the base construction occurred after the earthquake, when everyone was displaced and had nowhere to live. And the base was also built by private entities. How could it be that it was officially funded? Why was there such a big difference between the situation in the previous life and this one? Zhao Lan scratched her head in confusion. Isn't this supposed to be good news? With resources so hard to find now, isn't having a job that provides meals and accommodation quite secure? Why does Nuan seem so surprised? The government is hiring. Does anyone want to go? Sun Xiaoyan shook her head, saying if I go, my sister will be here alone, and I won't feel at ease. The flyer was recruiting for both men and women, but there was an age limit for women. Only those over 30 could apply. Men aged 18 to 50 could go. Chapter 79, Moving Away from the Gu Family. Nuan called Qin Fengding to the living room with a serious expression. Qin Fengding poured 2 cups of water, placing one in front of Nuan, saying, Speak your mind, don't hold it in. Nuan glanced at the cup of water, then looked up at Qin Fengding. Her tone, you've been staying at my place for 2 months, it's time for you to leave. Qin Fengding paused his hand that was drinking water, putting down the cup. I thought we had been through thick and thin together, it was already. Qin Fengding pursed his lips, displeased. Nuan felt a pang in her heart as his words struck home. Qin Fengding was indeed a hindrance to her. She hadn't dared to take out any food from the space filled with various delicacies, and after 2 months, she was almost going crazy. Every time she entered the space, she was busy planting trees in the soil and tidying up, leaving her no spare time to enjoy the food. But if Qin Fengding left, she could generously take out the food and savor it leisurely. Qin Fengding stared at her ever-changing face, sighing. He must be pondering when she would be willing to be honest with him. You don't need to be conflicted anymore. I'll just move out. Nuan's eyes widened in excitement. Really? Yay! I can finally enjoy delicious food beautifully. During the 2 months Qin Fengding had been there, he only had a suitcase and a briefcase, which contained contract documents. The weather had been clear for several days, and the clothes that were hung out to dry on the balcony yesterday were already dry. Qin Fengding angrily tidied up a few pieces of clothing and then turned around to move into the Yin family's house, where Zhao Lan and her nephew were currently living. Nuan had no objections to this. As long as it wasn't living in her house, she was fine with wherever. Xiaolan was confused, watching Qin Feng tidy up the place. Wait, Lao Qin, why are you moving here? Did you make Nuan unhappy? Or did you two have a fight and break up? Hey man, say something. Qin Feng pushed him away. Don't block the way. Sun Xiaoyan stood by and watched the excitement without saying a word. Seeing this, Sun Xiaoming ran to the Gu family to find out what was going on. Nuan was so happy to see Sun Xiaoming that she couldn't contain herself, her face beaming with a smile she had never had before. Ming, you're here. Come in and sit down. Sun Xiaoming was startled by Nuan's smile and took a few steps back. Sister, are you still my warm sister? Of course I am. Come in. Sun Xiaoming awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth and shook her head. I think I'll pass today. I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Your smile is just too creepy. I don't know. When I went there, you were smiling very happily. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Good job, Nuan. As soon as I left, do you have to act so obviously? Chapter 80. The space expanded by 2 times after Qin Feng moved out. Nuan was overjoyed. She locked the big door, drew the curtains, and happily entered the space. The citrus sapling had already grown to a height of 7 meters, with little flowers blooming on it. The chestnut sapling planted nearby was also thriving, standing at 1 meter tall. The wild boar and the robe that were injured from the gunshot after entering the space had the bullets expelled as foreign objects by the space, and their leg wounds healed without treatment, completely recovering in just 3 days. Moreover, the animals in the space were much more obedient, as if they could understand human speech, when told not to touch the stored supplies. They really didn't touch anything and didn't even walk towards the storage area. The most surprising thing was that the space had expanded by 2 times, and a small house had appeared. The furnishings inside the room were exactly the same as Nuan's bedroom, and the electrical outlets inside could still be powered. The original area of 800 square meters had expanded to 1,000 square meters, without any height restrictions. Nuan was ecstatic, so much so that she couldn't sleep all night from happiness. The expansion of the space meant she could store even more and larger supplies. Just thinking about it excited her. After busying around in the space for an entire afternoon, she took out sweet and sour ribs, oil-braised prawns, a bottle of cola, and a bowl of rice to enjoy, which was simply the ultimate pleasure. All the dishes remained warm before entering the space, and, after 2 months, they still retained their original heat, soft and fragrant, nearly making her lose her taste buds. Concerned about her baby being alone outside, Nuan decided to bring it into the space as well. The 3 dogs and the cat had already been returned to Qin Feng. She even gave away the dog food from the attic, which was originally for the little ones, without hesitation. The packages she had received previously at the delivery transfer station hadn't been opened yet, and now she finally had time. Taking a small knife, she opened the first package, which contained an electric toothbrush set, followed by a desk lamp, a water cup, weight loss pills, skincare products, tissues, sanitary pads, shoes. There were also food items like high-gluten flour, rice, mixed grains, purple rice, vermicelli, glutinous rice cakes, spicy strips, and fried chicken sauce, among others. Nuan also found dead and smelly kittens and puppies in the delivery box, which had been stranded at the delivery transfer station for more than half a month. So it's normal that they starved to death. She spent from noon to afternoon opening packages and still hadn't opened a third of the deliveries. Her stomach was growling. So Nuan prepared milk to feed the little ones before starting to cook her own dinner. Tonight, she decided to make spicy hot pot. She first prepared the ingredients: hot pot meatballs, instant noodles, baby bok choy, and tofu skin. She put small pieces of hot pot-based ginger and garlic into the pot and sauteed them in oil until fragrant, then poured in a bowl of water and a box of pure milk. After boiling for a while, she used a filter to remove the residue, then threw in all the ingredients to cook. The small pot was bubbling with steam, and it didn't take long for everything to be cooked. Nuan set up a folding table on the carpet, placed a pot on top, selected a great drama to go with her meal, and started eating. Qin Feng had a stomach illness and couldn't eat spicy food. So Nuan had to be mindful every time she cooked, making sure not to include any spicy ingredients. The green pepper stored in the attic had already gone bad. Enjoying the long-lost, delicious food, Nuan felt an unprecedented joy. After dinner, Nuan stood on the balcony and observed. The neighborhood was quiet, almost like a dead city. Chapter 81. Troops arrived the next morning. A man in military uniform downstairs was shouting through a loudspeaker. Everyone in the launching Huayuan community, come downstairs. Now, immediately, right away. The same message was repeated 3 times. Behind the man were 2 rows of soldiers in military green, holding real guns and ammunition. Nuan opened the door and happened to run into the son's siblings, so they went downstairs together. They lined up according to the building numbers in the community. And Nuan's line had a total of 51 people, half of whom were elderly and toddlers just learning to speak. The situation was similar in other lines. It seemed that most of the young, strong men had answered the government's call to repair infrastructure, leaving only a small number of young people who were worried about their elderly family members and chose to stay home. I am Ning Zihua, the temporary executive officer of the 12th Military District, dispatched to ensure the safety of all residents in a launching Huayuan community. Currently, there are mutated species appearing in H City, and I hope everyone prioritizes their safety while going out to gather supplies. It is best to travel in pairs and avoid going outside the city alone. Additionally, to ensure everyone's daily needs, the government will set up temporary sales points in the community in 2 days, where residents can choose to buy supplies. Does anyone have any questions? The government has officially taken over community security work, and at the same time, gatherings are being held in communities throughout the city. Someone in the line raised their hand and shouted, "Commander Ning, regarding the safety of the community, do you only protect the community, or can we seek your help if we get hurt outside?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around looked at the person. Nuan glanced over and saw a man with a round face and a rosy complexion, looking like he had been doing well during the typhoon. Ning Zihua looked at the man and replied in a serious tone, "We only handle safety within the community. The public security outside is managed by other armed forces patrolling the area. As long as you stay within the city, the government can guarantee the safety of all residents in H City." The man wanted to ask something else, but Ning Zihua quickly said, "We will now elect a building leader. The person who becomes the building leader can receive 10 kilograms of rice for free each month. Those who are willing can come to the front." 10 kilograms of rice, given the soaring prices, was undoubtedly a huge temptation. It should be noted that 70% of the residents in the community are young people who do not have a habit of stockpiling supplies. They buy groceries little by little, purchasing more only after finishing what they have. This typhoon caught everyone off guard, and every day was a struggle. Tightening their belts to get by, eating once a day or every 2 days, relying on water to fill their stomachs. They had managed to hold on until now. Otherwise, they would have starved long ago. 10 kilograms of rice, if rationed, could last a family a month, allowing them to save money on rice and have a bit more flexibility to buy other supplies to stock up at home. Upon hearing this, men, women, and children all rushed excitedly to the front of the line, pushing and shoving, unwilling to yield to each other. "Hey, don't push me. You stepped on my foot. Everyone stop arguing. This building leader is not mine, so don't fight over it." "Who said that?" "Oh, just because you say it's yours, it is yours?" What a beautiful thought. Exactly. Don't you look in the mirror before going out? How shameless. The others wanting to be leaders in the other lines were mostly elderly men and women, while several young people in Nuan's line were competing for the position of building leader. Nuan deliberately stood at the end of the queue. She didn't want to join the commotion. Did they really think it was easy to get 10 kilograms of rice? In the end, various disputes and miscellaneous matters would all fall on the building manager. The government's move undoubtedly aimed to deter those robbers. If thieves were allowed to run rampant, the people of the city would live in misery, unable to find peace day after day, which would be a heartache for the government. Chapter 82. The birth of the building manager. Moreover, some thieves were ruthless every time they robbed. They not only took away the supplies, but also humiliated the victims before killing them. There had been more than 10 tragic incidents in the community, all related to those who had previously followed Nuan and others to the mountain. They colluded with the robbers, indirectly causing deaths. Nuan would show no mercy to people like Chun Jiajia. Sending them straight to hell would be a mercy for the couple. Sun Xiaoming stood next to Zhao Lan and teased, "How strange. Don't you want the rice?" Zhao Lan, with her hands in her pockets, replied, "Of course I want it. Why don't you fight for it? Just because I'm strong doesn't mean I'm brainless." Zhaolan gave Sun Xiaoming a hard knock on the head. Sun Xiaoming, feeling wronged, walked over to Nuan for comfort. Whoa, why is Zhaolan so fierce? I was just saying. Nuan touched her head, realizing that Zhao Lan's concerns were valid and that there was no need to feel sad. Ning Zihua had to carefully select the building leader. And what surprised Nuan the most was that their building leader would actually be Lu Qianqian. Everyone left, and the building leader stayed behind to undergo training. Looking at the square formation of the team, those chosen as building leaders realized that being a building leader meant undergoing military-style training every day so that they could respond in unison with the military in times of crisis. Their daily work also involved ensuring the safety of the residents in their building, eliminating potential dangers, and caring for the psychological and physical health of the residents, promptly sending anyone who fell ill to the hospital. In simple terms, the 10 kilograms of rice were essentially hiring a caretaker for the residents of the building, looking after more than 50 people. Several building leaders, upon learning that they would have to charge into battle alongside the military, immediately had second thoughts and expressed their desire not to be building leaders. Could they not buy government supplies? Wouldn't that mean they would starve to death? Whether for the sake of their families or themselves, those who hesitated and didn't want to be building leaders changed their minds. Even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go ahead. Along the streets, sports cars occasionally passed by. The owners of these cars usually transported them to the top floors for storage before Typhoon arrived to prevent damage to their beloved vehicles. Nuan used all 37 million to buy supplies. In her space, there was a Volkswagen with a high chassis suitable for mountain roads. However, Qin Fengting and Zhang Chunran and their group all knew she had no money. If 2 cars suddenly appeared, still intact, it would raise a lot of unwarranted suspicions. The RV and several high-end cars she had stored in the underground garage had broken down as water had mixed with the gasoline and they could no longer be driven. She took out a folding bicycle from the storage room at home, unfastened the dust cover outside, and the bicycle was brand new, bought before the typhoon. Additionally, there were roller skates and a skateboard. She had bought one of each type of human-powered transport for today's purpose. Qin Fengting came to find Nuan. The first thing he said was, "Do you want a car?" Nuan nodded. "Do you have it?" "Yes, but your garage was flooded, right?" "I have 2 garages in total." "The boss is impressive." Nuan gave a folding bike to Qin Fengting, and the 2 of them set off to the villa in the suburbs with a baby. The 3 dogs and the cat were left in Zhaolan's care. Ever since Qin Fengting moved to the Yin family, Zhao Ziyu had been spending all his time with Bai Shoutao, not even wanting to separate during meals. Chapter 83. The headless python appears after the water disappeared. The garbage remained. The rotting corpses mixed with various human waste and household trash, left under the sun for over 10 days, emitted a stench worse than that of slop, enough to make a person faint. If left unattended, it would breed countless harmful bacteria. The government specifically hired women over 30 to clean up the garbage, and a small portion of them were taken to the base to cook for the workers. The military was responsible for transporting and incinerating the bodies, while the women were only responsible for cleaning. Nuan and Qin Fengting were riding their bikes on the street, surrounded by busy people. However, they were all engaged in work-related communication, lacking any sense of liveliness. There were not many people along the way, and the wind that brushed past their ears stung their faces painfully. Nuan frowned and pulled up her collar, pressing down the baby's hat. Although it was a sunny summer day, the wind felt as sharp as a knife. This is how the apocalypse is. The ecosystem is in chaos, and one must be cautious of every blade of grass, every tree, and even a gust of wind when out and about. A moment of carelessness could cost one their life. While driving usually didn't feel far, riding a bike felt like a long journey. After riding for most of the way, the 2 stopped under a tree in the shade to rest. Nuan placed the bottle in the baby's hands, allowing him to drink by himself. Qin Fengting handed Nuan an unopened bottle of water, saying, "Have a drink." "Thank you." "You're welcome." "Nuan, I want to say." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound above their heads, and Nuan felt a sense of alertness. She quickly grabbed her backpack and pulled Qin Fengting's hand to run forward. The 2 rode their bicycles at high speed. Nuan turned her head and glanced back. A headless snake, as thick as a thigh, was chasing after them, its body slithering on the road, heavy yet unusually agile. It was a 5-meter-long monster with a headless body and a mouth and tongue at its tail. Nuan's heart was filled with tears, feeling extremely unlucky. Just as she stepped out, she encountered a troublesome headless python. The heavens were truly unfair to her. Qin Fengting also saw it, and, as the headless snake drew closer, he immediately prepared to draw his weapon to deal with it. In her previous life, Nuan had stumbled several times against the headless snake and knew its habits well. This creature was definitely not something the two of them could easily handle. Recklessly fighting would only lead to death. Nuan saw Qin Fengting slow down and shouted to stop him. "Don't stop the bike, this guy isn't good at climbing walls. As long as we reach your villa, we'll be safe." Qin Fengting hesitated for a moment, then sped up and headed towards the villa. The two pedaled furiously on the bike, and just as the villa was in sight, the headless snake seemed to sense something, quickening its pace and locking eyes with Nuan in a passionate gaze. Nuan. The tail of the snake slowly tore open into a mouth, revealing a dense array of sharp little teeth. Nuan's pupils dilated in fear as she struggled to maintain the stability of her bicycle and quickly turned to the side. Qin Fengting grabbed a file and threw it over, hitting the snake's mouth perfectly. The headless python writhed in pain, its movements slowing down in an instant. Nuan was finally able to escape danger. Qin Fengting opened the door in a race against time, and the two quickly entered the room. Nuan sat on the ground, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling violently. She thought she was going to be eaten. This was why she would rather die in space than face such a monster. Unfortunately, one cannot stay in space for too long. Each time you enter, the air must be cycled before you can go back in. Chapter 84, Precious Gasoline. The villa was built against the mountain, 3 stories high, occupying 300 square meters, with a new Chinese style of decoration. The overall style was quite similar to Qin Fengting's personality, low-key luxury, grand and elegant. Nuan had never paid much attention to these details, but now she realized her boss was quite impressive. "Boss, which school did you graduate from?" The power had been out for so long that the elevator in the villa was no longer usable. Qin Fengting took Nuan up to the top floor. "H University. Speaking of which, we are alumni," Nuan said in surprise. "You're so outstanding, yet you chose H University. Do they promise you any benefits?" "Yeah," Qin Fengting replied, pushing open the bedroom door on the 2nd floor, pulling out a drawer, and taking out a set of keys. H University said that as long as I'm willing to attend their school, they would give me a spot. "Is that so?" Nuan became interested. "Boss, who did you give that spot to?" Qin Fengting, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Nuan, being curious, didn't react in time and bumped into him, causing her nose to sting. "Boss, at least give me a heads up when you stop," Nuan said, rubbing her nose. Qin Fengting turned to look at Nuan, who was rubbing her nose and looked like a little girl, and said nothing. He sighed softly, pressed his lips together, and gently rubbed Nuan's head. Nuan followed behind, smoothing the messy bangs. "What's wrong with the boss?" she wondered. "Forget it. The boss's thoughts have always been hard to fathom, both in this life and the last." Upon reaching the top floor, she used the key to unlock the door. The spacious top floor housed 2 cars. One was a Buick business sedan, a 7-seater with a high chassis and manual transmission. The other was Qin Fengting's favorite, the black Bugatti La Voiture Noire, priced at $17.8 million. Initially, to facilitate parking, Qin Fengting had built a bridge between the mountain and the villa. So now to drive out, all they needed to do was open the large iron gate on the top floor. Nuan checked the situation, and both cars were filled with 95-octane gasoline. "Boss, do you have any oil drums? Driving 2 cars consumes too much fuel. Let's siphon some out and just take one." The gas stations have stopped selling gasoline to the public. All the gas stations in the city have been requisitioned by the government for military supplies. All right. Qin Fengting and Nuan went downstairs and searched the entire villa, finally finding an oil drum and a manual siphon pump among a pile of clutter in the storage room. The fuel tank is 66 liters, and they siphoned 3 barrels from a 20-liter drum. There is oil in Nuan's space, and quite a bit of it. In the first few days after her rebirth, she would go to the self-service gas station every night to get about 10 boxes of oil. There were more than 100 boxes of 20-liter oil barrels in the space. Nuan finished pumping gas, and Qin Fengting put the gas tank in the trunk. Wait for me. I need to tidy up some things. Okay, boss, you go ahead. Yay, yay, yay. Gu Yi clapped awkwardly, and Gu Nuan understood, taking out a milk bottle from her backpack and handing it to the little one. Gu Yi is very well behaved. Since she took over the care of him, she hasn't cried at all. When she's uncomfortable, she just furrows her brows and makes little sounds. After finishing her milk, Gu Nuan untied the fabric strap and gently patted Gu Yi's back while holding her in her arms. The little one dozed off again, still a bit dazed. Chapter 85. A good dog doesn't block the way. The car stopped downstairs in the community. As soon as Gu Nuan got out of the car, she saw Ning Zihua walking towards her with a gloomy expression. Gu Nuan squinted her eyes, realizing that trouble had come knocking at her door. Now that the launching Huayuan community was under her jurisdiction, it was best for you to behave, or don't blame me for killing you on the spot. Faced with the threat, Gu Nuan remained unflustered, crossing her arms and speaking in a calm tone. Commander Ning, I consider myself law-abiding and not a thief or a robber. Moreover, this is our first meeting today, so I don't know how I have offended you. Ning Zihua snorted coldly, disdainfully spitting on the ground. Gu Nuan frowned and moved aside, the spit landing right at her feet. If she hadn't moved, it would have landed on her. What does this mean? Gu Nuan stood up straight, her eyes icy. I am warning you, not negotiating with you. Your words about being law-abiding are an insult to those 4 words. Before leaving, Ning Zihua didn't forget to drop a harsh remark. Gu Nuan, I will definitely find your weakness. Qin Fengding parked the car and took out the luggage, glancing at Ning Zihua's departing figure. What did he say to you? It was nothing but the seductive wind of Lu Qianqian. What could she have said in front of this person? If she guessed correctly, it was probably about the murder incident in the building. After all, people on the 1st and 2nd floors were watching, including several elderly people. As long as Ning Zihua asked, he would know. If she hadn't acted decisively back then, how could that group of lunatics have let go so easily? In the end, it was just the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. As an executor, Ning Zihua, with 1 stripe and 1 star, was at least a 2nd lieutenant in the military, yet he could be swayed by Lu Qianqian. What a disgrace. When they reached the 20th floor, the flamboyantly dressed Lu Qianqian was standing there, with a little follower, Wang Xiaoyuan, behind her. After a long day, Gu Nuan didn't want to deal with this person. She pretended to bypass her. But Lu Qianqian had been waiting specifically for her and would not let Gu Nuan pass so easily. After several unsuccessful attempts to get around her, Gu Nuan looked at this person she despised immensely. Just seeing her face reminded her of the foolish things she had done in her past life. Thinking of how she had raised 2 white-eyed wolves for nothing made Gu Nuan seethe with anger. She was angry at herself. Good dogs don't block the way, don't you know? Lu Qianqian stood high above, looking down at Gu Nuan with an air of superiority. Cousin, no matter what you say, we are family in the face of disaster. You must not be blinded by the lies of certain people. Be careful not to misjudge others and harm yourself. Gu Nuan was amused. Zhang Chunran sent you here, right? Is his Wow not hurting anymore? He's starting to scheme against me again. She would keep Zhang Chunran's life until the zombies arrived, and only when she witnessed him being devoured by them would she feel satisfied. Previously, Zhang Chunran had approached the residents in the neighborhood, who colluded with the robbers outside, spreading the rumor that tracking her would lead them to supplies. When those couples came to follow her, they also informed the robbers. If it weren't for the iron gate blocking them and Zhao Lan holding a large knife, the 21st floor would have fallen. As a result, Zhao Lan's arm injury worsened, and it still hurt. Qin Fengtian said it would take a month to heal. Speaking of her beloved, Lu Qianqian's expression turned ugly. Cousin, you've changed. You become cold-blooded and vicious. Zhang Ji's hand is crippled because of you, and you show no guilt or sadness. How can you still laugh? Do you have any conscience left? Chapter 86. My brother's first love, if you want to talk nonsense. I'm not interested. Get out of my way. Gu Nuan walked up, stepping closer. Lu Qianqian saw Gu Nuan getting angry and stepped back, her words stumbling. Clearly terrified, she stubbornly said, I can tell you, Commander Ning said that violence is prohibited in the neighborhood. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he will make sure you regret it. Gu Nuan, I just warned you, and you're breaking the law, right? Ning Zihua stood at the stairway of the 19th floor, his eyes fixed on Gu Nuan, his tone extremely unfriendly. Gu Nuan glanced at the flower protector, then looked at Lu Qianqian, stroking her face with a cold smile and said, "Don't worry, I will make sure you both survive until the end, definitely." After all, her biggest wish had yet to be fulfilled. How could she let these two bitches die so easily? Lu Qianqian, frightened, tried to step back, but behind her was the stair railing. She clutched the railing tightly, her legs trembling uncontrollably. That hand was like a venomous snake breathing in her ear, as if it would bite her at any moment. "Gunwan, I command you to stay away from Qianqian." Ning Zihua quickly walked up, pulling Lu Qianqian's hand with concern. "Are you okay?" Lu Qianqian was drenched in cold sweat from fright, forcing herself to remain calm as she shook her head. "I'm fine, Ninggu. Please don't get angry for me. It's not worth it if it affects your health." Ning Zihua angrily stomped his foot. "What are you saying? Someone wants to hurt you. How can I stand by and do nothing?" "Ninggu, you're so kind." Lu Qianqian looked at Ning Zihua with starry eyes, leaning her head on his shoulder. Unexpectedly, Lu Qianqian was so proactive, and Ning Zihua was taken aback, his hand unconsciously resting on her slender waist. Gunwan and Qin Fengding were not in the mood to watch the two disgusting people being affectionate. When they reached the 21st floor, the Sun siblings heard the noise and came out. Sun Xiaoyan was hiding someone behind her. Gunwan glanced at it, but didn't make a sound. Sun Xiaoming walked up to Gunwan, linked arms with her, and affectionately asked, "Sister, where have you been? I want to find you this afternoon, but couldn't see you." Sun Xiaoming followed Gunwan into the room, saying, "Yes, I went out. The shopping went very smoothly today. There were troops all outside the supermarket in the city center, and there are also troops stationed along the way, so it's much safer now." Gunwan untied the cloth strap and placed Gu Yi in the cradle, allowing the little one to play by herself. "Who is that woman behind your brother?" Sun Xiaoming casually sat on the sofa, grabbed an apple, and started eating. "Woman? Oh, you mean Meng Shan, right?" When Meng Shan was mentioned, Sun Xiaoming became somewhat reluctant to talk about her. Gunwan paused her hand-washing motion, wondering what was wrong with that person. She had an unhappy expression on her face. Sun Xiaoming pouted, and the apple in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. "That person was my brother's first love, who had come to seek refuge with my brother when she was at her wit's end. To put it simply, she was here to take advantage of him. And how could I possibly be happy about that?" Gunwan washed her hands and walked over to grab an apple from the coffee table. "Ming, there are some things I want to explain to you in advance." "Sister, go ahead. I like you, so I consider you one of my own, but that doesn't mean I welcome everyone else in the same way. Everything you see and eat here cannot be shared with anyone else, especially not in front of your brother's first love." When it came to dealing with Sun Xiaoming, Gunwan indeed provided a lot of convenience and did not take precautions. After all, it was rare to meet someone with a personality so similar to her own, and she wanted to cherish it. Sun Xiaoming nodded seriously. "I understand, sister. Don't look down on me just because I'm only 19. I understand everything. You can rest assured. Besides, I don't like my brother's so-called first love anyway, so there's no way I would tell everything." Gunwan gently stroked Sun Xiaoming's hair, feeling deeply emotional, wishing that she and Ming could be a family. Chapter 87. This Big Ship. Gunwan and Sun Xiaoming were snuggled on the couch, wearing headphones and binge-watching a show. When they heard a knock on the door, they exchanged knowing glances and quickly put away the tablet, hiding their headphones in their pockets. Sun Xiaoming opened the door a crack and said with a displeased expression, "My brother is looking for me. Can't he come himself? Does he need you to shout for him?" Meng Shan smiled charmingly, thinking how lively Xiaoming still was, truly adorable. Sun Xiaoming's biggest annoyance with Meng Shan was that even though the words sounded like praise coming from her, they always felt sarcastic. "You are really disgusting." Sun Xiaoyun scolded softly. "How can you speak to your sister Meng like that? Apologize quickly." Sun Xiaoming coldly snorted, defiantly raising her chin and looking down her nose. "Why should I apologize to her? She doesn't even deserve to be called my sister. In my heart, only Gunwan is my sister. Everyone else is nothing." Sun Xiaoyan tugged at Sun Xiaoming's hand. "Come out. You have the nerve to stay at someone else's house. Our parents are already gone. Can't you be a bit more sensible? Do I have to worry about you all day long?" Sun Xiaoming violently shook her off, pointing at Meng Shan and shouting, "Now you remember that our parents are dead? They never approved of you being with this woman, and now you use them to scold me? Sun Xiaoyan, have some shame." Gunwan walked out and saw the two siblings arguing. Meng Shan appeared calm and composed, even though the quarrel was sparked by her. It seemed unrelated to her at all. Meng Shan noticed the scrutinizing gaze and arrogantly nodded at Nuan. In Nuan's eyes, the nod was not out of politeness. It was merely a habit formed by the etiquette education of a prestigious family. If it were someone like Qin Fengting, he would certainly not receive such treatment. Hearing the noise from the corridor, Qin Fengting and Zhao Lan both walked out. Meng Shan, with her arms crossed, heard the sound of the door opening and caught a glimpse of acquaintances from the upper class, and her queen-like demeanor instantly crumbled. She took the initiative to step forward and greeted them warmly. "Mr. Qin, long time no see. I didn't expect you to live here too. What a coincidence." Qin Fengting walked past her as if she were invisible and stood beside Nuan. "Say, Nuan, do you want to go to the Yin family for dinner? We just finished preparing." Nuan lifted her chin, signaling Qin Fengting to look behind him. Qin Fengting turned around, and Meng Shan's sinister face instantly transformed as she smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, I'm Meng Shan. Do you remember me?" Qin Fengting frowned. "Who are you? Why are you here? When did new people come to the 21st floor? I had no idea." Meng Shan's maintained smile nearly crumbled as she forced a grin. "I'm brought by a Yun, just staying for a few days." Though she said this, she had already been hungry for several days. The typhoon and floods had lasted 2 months, and the Meng family had contacted everyone they could, but to no avail. They tried to have supplies delivered by helicopter, but the strong winds and rain made it impossible. After more than 10 days, the weather finally improved, but there was no water or electricity, and phone calls couldn't even go through. Even if they did get connected, the other party was unwilling to send help. In their circle, the term apocalypse had long spread, but the government strictly ordered the news to be sealed off to prevent public panic and social chaos. No matter how much the Meng family spent to make connections, nothing worked. Anyone with a bit of sense knew that supplies and weapons were the most crucial things now. If the Meng family wanted to survive, others wanted to as well. Once the Meng family members realized they were in an apocalyptic situation, the previous harmony vanished completely, and they began to fight over supplies, even coming to blows over a single loaf of bread. In an apocalypse, everyone wanted to survive. No one was willing to wait and starve to death. If it weren't for the fact that Meng Shan had already exhausted all the supplies she had scavenged, leaving her with no other options, she wouldn't have sought refuge with the Sun family. The elders of the Sun family looked down on her, but she also held no respect for them. Upon seeing the Sun family stockpiling chicken, chestnuts, various food items, and a pile of winter clothing, Meng Shan knew she had come to the right place. If someone as weak as Sun Xiaoyun could gather supplies, it meant that Qin Fengting's resources were even greater. She had to find a way to latch onto this big ship. Chapter 88. Acquaintances. Sun Xiaoyun walked over to introduce Meng Shan. "This is my friend, Meng Shan. Let's all get along well from now on. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll be the first to disagree." Meng Shan looked around and nodded to each of them. "Hello." Zhao Lan, who was robust but not a fool, expressionlessly nodded. "Hello." The balance of the group was disrupted by Sun Xiaoyun. Yet the others offered no explanation or clarification. Nuan turned her head and shut the door directly, not wanting to give any face. In her previous life, Nuan's team was full of talents, and everyone got along well, with no disagreements during the distribution of supplies. The people in the team had persuaded Nuan to give up on Zhang Chunran and Lu Qianqian, but she insisted on keeping them. The others knew Nuan's stubborn personality and didn't bring it up again. Little did she expect that her soft-heartedness would bring her disaster. In this life, Nuan originally thought that in the apocalypse, it was hard to stand alone, so when she met Yin Chang and Zhao Lan, even though she had doubts, she still wanted to get along well. If Yin Chang hadn't done that unethical thing, she wouldn't have cut off ties. Now it seems that in her previous life, it was truly a great fortune for Nuan to meet that group of brave friends. Forget it. It's better to just be acquaintances in the future. Although she really wanted to get along with Sun Xiaoming, she had the surname Sun, not Gu, so it was better to keep a distance. After coming to this conclusion, Nuan stopped hesitating and prepared to cook. A knock sounded on the door. Qin Fengting came in with food, and Zhao Lan and Zhao Ziyu followed behind. "Let's eat together. I have something to discuss with you and Zhao Lan." Nuan Xin understood the other person's intentions and opened the door. A plate of stir-fried chicken with chestnuts and a plate of stir-fried dried tofu were placed on the coffee table. along with 4 bowls of rice. Since the water and electricity were cut off, Zhaolan's family had been soaking the rice in cold water to soften it before putting it in a thermos to steam with boiling water. The cooked rice fell apart with a touch of the finger, losing all its chewiness and elasticity. Even an elderly person without teeth could eat it. Nuan didn't complain, picking up a piece of chicken and putting it in her mouth. The smoked chicken had a faint smoky flavor, which was quite rich. Zhao Ziyu sat on the carpet with a bowl in hand, playing with a white glove while eating. Zhaolan glanced at the two of them with her bowl and cleared her throat. What are you planning to do about the Sun family? Qin Fengtian picked up a piece of dried tofu and placed it in Gunwan's bowl. What do you think? Gunwan's lips twitched as she looked at the dried tofu in the bowl, finding it somewhat difficult to swallow. A nodding acquaintance would suffice. Zhaolan said indignantly, "After 2 months of getting along, I didn't expect that they never considered us one of their own. They bring in all sorts of people. And if it weren't for everyone working together to find supplies, what use would Sun Xiaoyun's skinny arms and legs be? When I taught him to practice boxing, he was sneaky and refused to train properly. Now that a pretty girl comes knocking, he acts like a hero in front of her. It's really shameless." Zhao Ziyu moved to sit beside Zhaolan and picked up a piece of chicken, saying, "Uncle, eat." Zhaolan's expression turned awkward as she caught the chicken with her bowl, and Xiaoyu also ate. She couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why did he have to say these things in front of the child? Qin Fengting finished the last bite of sticky rice, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said calmly, "It's useless to say these things. Gunwan is right. Just greet them when we meet in the future and avoid getting involved with that family." Chapter 89. The Oil Thief with a Car. The three decided to go to the city center for a big shopping spree. Gunwan packed the 130,000 yuan she withdrew from the bank in her backpack. Qin Fengtian was driving, while Zhaolan was still in charge of looking after the house. Gui also stayed at home since there were a lot of items to buy this time, making it inconvenient to bring child along. Previously, a wealthy businessman had sent gifts to Qin Fengtian, wanting to partner up to enter the inland market. He sent 2 large boxes of wine, claiming it was high-quality liquor, but it was actually filled with cash. There was a total of 880,000 yuan inside. Qin Fengtian initially thought that sending cash was quite tacky and intended to refuse the business deal, but now he was very grateful to that wealthy businessman. With this money, he could purchase food for the winter. Gunwan and Qin Fengtian got up early and drove to the downtown supermarket. Before they even arrived, they could see a long line from a distance. They didn't expect so many people to be there at just 7 o'clock. "I'll go stand in line first. You find a place to park the car and come over." "Okay." Gunwan saw that there were still people coming behind her, so she quickly ran to the back of the last person in line. In just a little while, more than 10 people had lined up behind her. After Qin Fengting parked the car and got out, he noticed several men lurking behind a few cars. "Damn it, can you be any faster? If we get caught by the law enforcement, it will be a disaster. I'm already fast enough. What more do you want me to do?" A man beside him, smoking a cigarette, interrupted. "All right, stop the noise. Hurry up and finish smoking before we leave." It turned out they were stealing fuel. Qin Fengting kept the keys in his pocket and stood by the car without moving away. During this time, several more groups came, and those who couldn't get any fuel became so angry that they smashed someone else's car. A few people had their eyes on the car behind Qin Fengting, wanting to siphon fuel, but were deterred by the baseball bat with nails in his hand. For a moment, they stood there in a standoff, waiting for Qin Fengting to relax before seizing the opportunity to act. The glaring sun hung high in the sky, but Gunwan felt very cold. She tightened her coat and moved forward a couple of steps. The line moved at a snail's pace, and without her phone to pass the time. Waiting in line was simply torturous. Occasionally, a gust of cold wind blew by, making her bones ache. Some people, dressed lightly, began to walk in place, try to warm themselves up. After waiting for 3 hours while counting the hands on her watch, she finally saw the supermarket's entrance. Gunwan searched left and right for the boss's figure, and finally spotted him among the rows of cars, accompanied by a few young thugs. In an instant, Gunwan understood the situation. It seemed she would have to handle the procurement alone today. After waiting for another half an hour, 20 people were led in ahead of her, and, just as it was almost her turn, a staff member shouted through a loudspeaker that the rice and dehydrated vegetables were all sold out. "What? No way. I lined up since early morning." and my family is on the verge of running out of food. I was hoping to buy some rice this time, and now it's all gone. Can't you at least stock up a bit more? The government is really inefficient. Exactly. I can never buy rice. It's so heartless. It's expensive, and it's like pulling it out of water. The queue instantly descended into chaos, with everyone surrounding the staff member to complain. Ultimately, it's your incompetence. Can't you drive out to buy rice? You only sell 1,000 bags a day. There are so many people in each city. How could that be enough? You've even monopolized the gasoline, not letting us buy it. If we could drive out, who would bother buying from you? Chapter 90. 200,000 The staff member's face darkened as he listened. The limited purchase rule for grain wasn't set by him. So why were they taking it out on him? The fact that gasoline wasn't sold to the public had nothing to do with him either. The armed forces in the supermarket noticed the commotion outside and immediately sent a team out. They stood there with magazines slung over their shoulders, filled with bullets. The deterrent effect of real guns and ammunition quickly silenced the crowd, and no one dared to say another word. The vast majority of people had waited from dark until dawn just for a bit of rice. Now that the rice was sold out, the number of people in line decreased sharply by 2/3. When it was finally time to clear out the supermarket, it was Nuan's turn. The food section of the large supermarket was empty, with only winter clothing, summer shirts and pants, skincare products, toothpaste, toothbrushes, daily necessities, bags, and shoes left. Everything edible had been completely looted. Nuan picked several pieces of low-temperature thermal underwear, down jackets, windbreakers, and plush pants, and also bought 40 pairs of shoes and socks, including 8 pairs of thick-soled cotton shoes from Old Beijing. She also took some small clothes for babies and various sizes of small shoes. Since Qin Fengding and Zhao Lan couldn't come, and also the little guy Zhao Ziyu, Nuan decided to take care of them all. She didn't lack warm clothing at all, but who would say no to more? She also grabbed several fishing rods and a fishing net. Then she went to the baby supplies section. Baby formula cost 1,000 yuan per can. Rice soaked in water cost 1,500 yuan per bag. And non-soaked rice cost 2,500 yuan per bag. A can of formula could be exchanged for a bag of non-soaked rice. So unless someone was extremely hungry, they wouldn't focus on baby formula. The shelves were filled with various brands of baby formula. And although she wanted to buy them all, considering she only had 130,000 yuan on her, and the remaining money was needed for buying food later, Nuan only took 10 cans of formula. After carefully selecting, she filled 2 large shopping carts. The military had already started to urge people to leave, and Nuan couldn't afford to be slow anymore. So she grabbed 4 quilts and tossed them into the shopping cart. The staff at the checkout counter was looking at the price list while pressing numbers on the calculator, with each press adding up to thousands. When it came to the big quilts, they surprisingly pressed 5 zeros. Nuan was simply stunned. A single quilt actually costs 10,000. This price is really people-friendly. Altogether, it cost 200,000. Nuan pushed 2 shopping carts out, and Qin Fengtian drove over to help load the items onto the car. The people in line saw this scene and couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Having a car and money, being able to buy so many things, they must have even more at home. Once this thought popped up, it quickly spiraled out of control. Nuan recognized at a glance that the dark green substance on the ground was something specific. It was a characteristic unique to the poisonous spider. The dark green blood had a strong corrosive property, and Ning Zihua and the others must have just gone through an intense struggle. Nuan did not stop and quickly moved the items, while Qin Fengtian extracted the fuel from the car's tank and carried it upstairs. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors opened their doors, only to find blankets, clothes, and shoes, which immediately dampened their interest. However, when they saw Nuan carrying a large bag of milk powder, their curiosity was instantly piqued. An elderly lady, holding her 1-year-old grandson, approached. "Where did you buy this milk powder? How much did it cost?" "At the supermarket in the city center. They have plenty there, 1,000 yuan per can. It's best to buy it from the supermarket to avoid worrying about what she has all day long." The old lady shouted from behind, "Oh, 1,000 yuan is really expensive. You bought so much milk powder. Why not share a can with my family? You're an adult. Why do you need milk powder? It should be for my grandson, who is still so young." Nuan stopped and turned to look at the old lady, saying coldly, "If you have money, go buy it at the supermarket. If you don't have money, don't even think about it. No matter how much you say, I won't give you anything." As the iron door closed, the old lady looked at Nuan's back and spat quietly. What a shameless person, living off the milk powder of a little kid. Serves you right to have no descendants. Chapter 91. Talking at cross purposes, there were 4 blankets. Nuan had 2, and Qin and Zhao Lan each had 1. Isn't this inappropriate? Let's give 1 blanket to Xiaoyu. Nuan looked at the 2 blankets piled at her feet. Zhao Lan squatted on the ground, trying on cotton shoes. They were 1 size too big, but with thick socks, they fit just right. Qin, standing aside, said matter-of-factly, I'm a rough guy like Lao Zhao, resistant to the cold. It's perfectly fine for you girls to have more blankets since you get cold easily. Xiao, you can sleep with Lao Zhao. You don't need to worry about him. Zhao Ziyu ran around the room in his new shoes, a bright smile on his face. Uncle, look, there are little rabbit patterns on them. So cute. Zhao Lan smiled and patted Zhao Ziyu's head. Aren't they nice? Your sister Gu picked them for you. Unable to refuse their kindness any longer, Nuan stopped declining. Each person got 2 pieces of down jackets and 2 pairs of cotton shoes, bought 1 size larger. And the socks were of different sizes but similar thickness. The newly bought rubber boat, fishing net, and fishing rods were for communal use. H City is by the sea, so they could use the rubber boat to go fishing. At noon, Nuan was cooking at the Yin family's house. She made a dish of dried, chili stir-fried bean sprouts. The chili was from Zhao Lan, and the bean sprouts were grown by Nuan. She also made a dish of hand-pulled chicken. She steamed the smoked chicken in a pot, then, wearing disposable gloves, tore it into strips, sprinkled it with chopped green onions and minced garlic, and drizzled hot oil over it to complete the dish. Nuan originally wanted to make spicy shredded chicken, but considering that Qin couldn't eat spicy food, she thought it wouldn't be fair to make both dishes spicy, so she decided against it. The rice was taken care of by Zhao Ziyu. This kid was stronger than everyone imagined, not only able to clean up, but also learning to soak and steam rice. Working so diligently that it was surprising. Nuan praised, Ziyu is amazing, super capable. Qin nodded in agreement. Yes, he's even more skilled than his uncle. The food that old Zhao cooks is terribly unappetizing. Zhao Lan. Hey. He dislocated his shoulder while protecting the base. The group teased each other and enjoyed their meal happily until the Sun family arrived, abruptly halting the cheerful atmosphere. Sun Xiaoyun entered and immediately began to criticize. Why didn't you inform us when you were procuring supplies? We've always worked together. Even if we act separately, we should at least let each other know. In the end, Sun Xiaoyun clearly didn't understand what Zhao Lan was actually saying. Zhao Lan rolled her eyes, feeling it was like talking to a brick wall. Sun Xiaoyun had a determined attitude, refusing to back down without getting an explanation today. Why are you silent again? Am I wrong in what I'm saying? Mengshan walked over to Sun Xiaoyun, gently sighed. I see I'm not welcome here. Ayun, I think I should leave. Sun Xiaoyun grabbed Mengshan, shouting urgently. Where do you think you can go? That brother of yours might make you trade your body for food. No way. I won't allow you to ruin your own body. Zhao Lan felt a chill run down her spine and tactically leaned back, thinking to herself that if she wanted to sing, she should go sing outside, not her house. Mengshan was determined to leave or stay, and Sun Xiaoming didn't care. She sat next to Nuan and whispered, Sister, you need to be on guard against this Mengshan. She has been asking my brother about old Qin today, probably with ulterior motives, looking to stir up trouble. Okay, I understand. Nuan handed a pair of clean chopsticks to Sun Xiaoming. Want to eat? I made it. Great. Chapter 92. Usable but not livable Sun Xiaoyun couldn't stand it and harshly slapped the chopsticks out of Sun Xiaoming's hand. Eat. Your sister Shan is leaving, and you still have a mind to eat. The chopsticks fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Nuan bent down to pick them up and place them on the table, coldly saying, Sun Xiaoyun, as a group, you silently took Mengshan to the 21st floor. The reason you did this is because you never considered us as teammates at all. Isn't this just tacitly acknowledging that we're going our separate ways and fending for ourselves? Since you've already made a choice between the two, what right do you have to condemn us? Instead of reflecting on whether your actions are appropriate, you come here to cause a scene. Who are you trying to put on a show for? Sun Xiaoyun was left speechless by the retort, feeling frustrated and angry as she dragged Sun Xiaoming away. However, Mengshan approached and greeted Nuan. Will you be going to the city center to procure supplies tomorrow? Can you take me with you? Nuan glanced at the woman, not wanting to waste her breath. Feeling neglected, Meng Shan looked at Qin Fengtian with a pitiful expression. Mr. Qin Fengtian walked over, and just when Meng Shan thought he was going to comfort her, he directly bypassed her and opened the door, saying, "Please leave. You are not welcome here anymore." Meng Shan's face stiffened, trying to maintain the last shred of her dignity. "It seems I'm not welcome here for now. I'll come back in a few days. Goodbye." Xiaolan clicked her tongue. What a thick skin. She locked the door and led Gu Yi into the space. The wild boar piglet was grunting in the pen. Nuan set up the stove, poured in water, chopped half a bag of sweet potatoes, and mixed in some cornmeal, cooking it over a high flame. The big-headed wild boar and wild roe deer used for testing the space's performance were troublesome to take care of and wasted food. So Nuan simply drained the blood and stored them in the freezer. While waiting for the pig food to cook, Nuan pulled a handful of small greens from the ground and threw them into the rabbit's nest. She moved an entire box of carrots to a convenient spot, tore off the tape, and took about 10 carrots to toss in as well. A dozen rabbits scrambled to grab the carrots and began munching away, their big front teeth crunching and their cheeks puffing up, looking adorably cute. Gu Yi was babbling and wanted to catch a little rabbit. Nuan placed him on the grass and caught a gentle little rabbit for him to play with slowly. The carrots, eggplants, and green peppers planted in the soil were ready to eat, and the small chili peppers were also bearing fruit, hanging vibrantly on the branches. The kumquat tree in the corner began to sprout small buds, and the chestnut saplings planted nearby were full of vitality. Although they hadn't grown very tall, they were thriving, giving the impression that they would grow very tall in the future. Previously, in the mountains, Nuan had found wild jujubes, and she had inserted 2 branches into her space at that time. Now, they had slowly come to life and grown new shoots. Nuan pulled out the weeds in the field, began to dig and widen the land, dug out the ditches, and then made one pit after another, throwing in seeds of green beans, corn, winter melon, wheat, onions, ginger, and cucumbers. All these seeds were bought in bulk from the supermarket, included in a list of 1.5 million items, along with many fruit seedlings. At first, she thought a single supermarket wouldn't have such items on the shopping list, but the manager said he could get anything on the list. The climate in the area was very suitable for the growth of organisms and vegetation, but it was not very welcoming to humans. Nuan unplugged the fully charged power bank and replaced it with the one that had run out of battery. This house in the space was usable but not livable for her. After all, if she fell asleep in the space, she feared she would suffocate and never open her eyes again. Chapter 93. The community supermarket. The government requisitioned an unoccupied house on the first floor, moved in several shelves, and stocked it with supplies. The products were limited but essential for daily needs: rice, dehydrated vegetables, small gas canisters, feminine hygiene products, cold medicine, and antibiotics. There was also an enormous seawater desalination machine. The containers were provided, and purifying 2 liters of water cost 5 yuan, stacking up as needed. Every purchase had to be registered, with limits on quantity and number of people. Once a purchase was made, one had to wait a week before buying again, and only 1 person per household could register for the purchase. Moreover, one had to verify their identity with government personnel and obtain a new ID to make purchases. Many people applied for this position. In H City alone, there were millions, and combined with the population of nearby cities, it reached over 20 million. When they heard that H City was building bases in conjunction with several surrounding cities, whether construction workers or office workers, everyone flocked to seize what seemed like the only job opportunity. After the typhoon and flood, the ecological magnetic field was disrupted, making the reconstruction of the tech industry completely unfeasible, and the catering industry was even more unthinkable. If they couldn't solve basic needs, how could they open restaurants? The only jobs people could grasp were those provided by the government. The HR personnel were like sifting for gold in a pile of sand, selecting laborers from over 20 million people, with various tricky questions arising continuously. Those with construction skills and the ability to move bricks were quickly retained in the first round, while those who were weak and unable to carry or lift anything didn't even make it past the preliminary selection. This time, 3 residential bases and 1 military base were to be built, each located next to freshwater lakes, constructed on the basis of vacation resorts. which also solved the water supply issue. Nuan had no interest in the community supermarket. Firstly, going to Ningxihua to get her ID would undoubtedly involve harassment. And secondly, Lu Qianqian was always entangled with Ningxihua, which was a scene too nauseating to watch. He was sleeping soundly in the cradle. Nuan took out her phone and was about to click into the TV series she hadn't finished watching when her hand slipped and she accidentally clicked into the message box. H City International Auto Show has been confirmed. User 2314, you are cordially invited to attend the auto show at the National Exhibition Center in Jinan District on July 13th. We look forward to your presence. An auto show? An auto show? Damn it. Nuan hit her head lightly. How could she forget about the auto show? July 13th is the date of the new car exhibition jointly organized by her boss's company and the official organization, which will also feature foreign brands and several well-known domestic brands. Jinan District is a newly planned development area, several hundred kilometers away from here. Besides the International Exhibition Center being completed, the surrounding land planning documents have not yet been finalized and real estate developers have not made any decisions. It can be said that it is a sparsely populated area. Although she didn't understand why the company's planning department chose such a remote location for the auto show, it was still a great opportunity. After more than 2 months, regardless of whether anyone attended the exhibition or not, she had to check it out. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if she was lucky, she might have a big harvest. Nuan grabbed her phone and ran to the Yin family. Catching Qin Fengding and asking, Boss, do you remember the car exhibition the company is going to hold? Car exhibition? Qin Fengding frowned in thought and said with confusion. Before the typhoon came, the planning department did submit a proposal for a new car exhibition, and I approved that document. What's wrong? Nuan wished she could take a hammer and knock on her boss's dull head. Boss, there is food at the auto show. Upon hearing the word food, Qin Fengtian's eyes lit up. Right? The budget for food at this auto show is 500,000, and the exhibition lasts for 7 days. Chapter 94, Departing for the Auto Show. Xiaolan also walked over and whispered, What food are you talking about? Where is it? Nuan suppressed her excitement and said with a serious expression, We need to handle this matter with caution. There's so many eyes on the 21st floor. As long as we show even a hint of weakness, that group will pounce like hungry wolves and latch on tightly. This time, it's still me and the boss taking action. Xiaolan, you keep an eye on the house. Okay. Although Xiaolan didn't fully understand the situation, he trusted that Qin Fengding and Nuan wouldn't harm him. After all, they were a team, sharing both glory and misfortune. Qin Fengding patted Xiaolan's shoulder heavily and said, Even if we have a conflict with the Sun family, we absolutely cannot let outsiders see it. If you run into Meng Shan, just ignore her. She's very concerned about her image and won't force you to do anything. Meng Shan, he recognized her the first time they met. She was one of the more prominent daughters of the Meng family. The gossip in their circle was that she was pretentious and a genuine white lotus, extremely image-conscious. He had never bothered to socialize with such people before, and that wouldn't change in the future. The journey to and from was about 1,000 kilometers, and 20 liters of fuel was enough to cover 200 to 300 kilometers. Qin Fengding brought all 3 barrels of fuel to avoid running out of gas halfway. He also didn't forget the folding bicycle. In case something went wrong with the car, at least there would be a means of transportation. Nuan had several files, a butcher's knife, and 2 fruit knives hanging from the leather armor on her back, while holding a well-balanced golf club in her hand. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The sound of the car engine starting echoed in the community, like water splashing in a hot pan, stirring up 1,000 waves. Families leaned by their windows, peering down. Even though it was night, pairs of eyes shone brightly. Some were envious, some were filled with jealousy and hatred, and even more wanted to take their place. As the car was about to leave the community, it was intercepted. Nuan was about to speak when Ningxihua popped up from the side, telling them to go ahead. Anyway, if they died outside, the responsibility wouldn't be on them. The soldier frowned upon hearing this. The commander's words were so harsh. These were living human lives, and since they were standing here, they had a responsibility to care about the safety of the people in the community. The soldier wanted to persuade him further, but Ningxihua began to drive him away, urging him to hurry up and not block the entrance. Ningxihua even wanted to kick him, but Qin Fengtian stepped on the gas and rushed out, leaving Ning Zihua almost stumbling. Losing face in front of the junior soldiers, Ning Zihua's authority as a commander vanished, and he flushed with anger, shouting, "Watch properly! Don't let a single mosquito escape." The soldier remained expressionless, continuing to stand guard, but he felt quite disdainful inside. At night, patrols of the army came one after another, and the vehicles smoothly reached the Old City area. From the main road on this side of the Old City, it was over 300 kilometers to reach the Jinan district. But it was also from here that the lurking dangers began to increase. A car driving at night would attract more than just a little attention. The range of the dispatched army's patrol extended from the city center outward. Near the Old City area, beyond that, it was no longer within the protection zone. In the pitch dark in the wild outskirts, it was a great opportunity for murder and arson, perfect for those robbers. "Boss, it's just what we needed. As long as we get this car, it'll be much easier to rob the bank." "Do you need to say that? Just drive your car properly." The man with a cigarette in his mouth sat on a sidecar motorcycle, arrogantly directing the younger brothers behind him. "Everyone follow me." "Yes." Chapter 95. The best skill is a headshot. Nuan looked in the rearview mirror, seeing a dozen motorcycles tailing them. The longer the henchmen stayed behind, the easier it was for them to cause trouble. The situation inside the auto show was unknown, regardless of whether there were any remaining supplies. They couldn't let this group reach there. "I remember there was an abandoned factory ahead. Boss, you drive over there." "All right." Qin Fengtian sharply turned the steering wheel and drove down a small path, bringing the car into the factory. The wheels crushed over the coarse gravel, making a crunching sound. Finding a secluded corner, Qin Fengtian turned off the car, and the two hid in the shadows. Nuan took out a chocolate bar, breaking it in half for each of them to replenish their energy. They were about to have a big battle soon. The motorcycle rider who had been following them turned to the man beside him with a smug expression and said, "Boss, this guy drives pretty smart. He knows we're going to rob his car and chose a secluded place." The man smoking a cigarette snorted coldly. "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? The other party is probably just waiting for us to take the bait. You fool." The younger motorcycle rider, undeterred by the scolding, asked with a grin, "Boss, are we still going?" "Of course we're going. Otherwise, why would so many brothers come out? Just for fun." The sound of motorcycles grew closer, and Qin Fengtian and Nuan had already separated, hiding in the best positions, waiting for the right moment to move. The motorcycles stopped next to the car, and a younger brother went to check it out. He returned to report, "Boss, the car's engine is still warm. The person is nearby. Search." Upon hearing this, the younger brother shouted loudly, "Search." More than a dozen people scattered, rummaging through haystacks and inspecting the abandoned buildings. Nuan held a pig slaughtering knife and swiped it across her neck without blinking. The younger brother panicked and ran away, shouting loudly, "Something's happened. Something big has happened. The boss is dead." The others, hearing the commotion, rushed over in a hurry. Among them, a sharp-minded person examined the man's injuries and looked around. Realizing that this was a one-hit kill, this person was not simple. The younger brother stood aside, his face full of terror, saying, "Let's retreat. We can't fight back. The boss is dead." One person slapped him, knocking the younger brother down to the ground. "Do you have any sense of righteousness? The boss is dead, and you're thinking only of running away. You ungrateful wretch." A file flew through the air and landed directly in the sand beside the younger brother, who jumped up, howling in fright. "Oh my God! It's coming! It's coming!" Nuan rushed up and swung a club, aiming for the person's neck, lower back, and calf with deadly precision. Recently, she had been focusing on the use of golf clubs and had come up with many cunning techniques, her specialty being a headshot. One swing, and the person was hit so hard that their head was split open, blood streaming down their forehead as they hurried to fight back. 7 or 8 people surrounded her, and Nuan raised the club to strike, wielding it with the imposing momentum of sweeping through an army. The opponents were not to be underestimated either. Enduring the excruciating pain, one of them managed to grab the descending golf club. Upon seeing this, Nuan immediately let go, pulling out a sharp butcher's knife, her murderous intent palpable. Several people hesitated at the sight of the sharp knife, feeling a sense of retreat, but how could they show weakness in front of a woman? They charged forward, wielding long-handled machetes. Nuan jumped up and kicked the person in front of her in the stomach. She turned her head and waved her knife, the tip slicing through the neck of someone trying to sneak up behind her, blood gushing out. Immediately, she took out a file and started a series of stabs. The tip of the file had been sharpened to a fine point, and with just a little force, it could pierce the skin. Moreover, she had no intention of showing mercy. The 5 men were in agony, awkwardly clutching their injured parts, while those behind, who had initially looked fierce, were now covering themselves and retreating, their faces filled with fear that was no less than that of the victims being stabbed. Their precious assets couldn't be harmed here. They were still hoping to pass on their lineage. Chapter 96. The mutated 6-headed earthworm, the fierce and imposing robbers were now cornered and in a predicament, wanting to escape but unable to. One with a weak psychological capacity even urinated himself. The urine dripped onto the ground, causing those nearby to move away in disgust. Qin Fengting had almost finished dealing with his side and was about to take out the last one before coming over to help Nuan when suddenly a cracking sound echoed from the ground, as if some enormous creature was about to emerge from below. Hearing this noise, Nuan, holding the file, was taken aback and rushed over, grabbing Qin Fengting's hand to run. Dongji, let's go. Nuan fastened her seatbelt, slammed the accelerator, and the car shot forward. The few surviving robbers, oblivious to the truth, watched the two fleeing in panic, completely unaware of the imminent danger approaching. One of them laughed arrogantly. Looks like they know we're not to be messed with. They've run off like scare dogs. Of course, they're such cowards. Just this little commotion scared them away. By the way, don't you feel something's off? Just as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly exploded, and a dark purple soft body shot up, twisting like a pillar reaching for the sky. The men were terrified by the massive creature before them, retreating in fear and trying to escape, only to be ensnared tightly by the sticky body, gasping for breath. Qin Fengting rolled down the car window and looked toward the abandoned factory, where a 2-story tall, dark purple, 6-headed monster loomed in the darkness, appearing particularly terrifying. Under the light of the motorcycle, Qin Fengting saw the surviving robbers being tossed up and down by the 6-headed monster, their blood bursting forth and shredded limbs scattered everywhere. It was as if a mischievous child was carelessly playing with a disliked toy, destroying it once they got bored. Although Qin Fengting didn't have a fear of soft-bodied creatures, he was still quite shocked by the scene. Finally distancing themselves from the abandoned factory, Nuan slowly reduced the speed of the car and explained, "That's a mutated 6-headed earthworm, incredibly destructive. If you encounter one, don't engage lightly, or you'll get entangled." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Fengting asked, "Nuan, the last time we encountered a snake, and this time with a 6-headed earthworm, you've been able to predict them in advance. Do you know something? Or are you hiding a secret from us?" Nuan looked ahead, curling her lips into a cold smile. "Boss, I'm at least half your savior. Instead of thanking me for being saved, you come back to question me. That's a bit ungrateful, isn't it? I didn't mean to question you." Qin Fengting paused for a moment, then said, "Thank you for earlier." Nuan sighed and said softly, "The reason I noticed the snake was because it was flicking its tongue right above my head. This time I was able to spot the 6 earthworms in advance because a couple of days ago, while waiting in line at the supermarket, someone was talking about the characteristics and movements of 6 earthworms, and I happened to overhear it. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Take this opportunity to say it all at once, so you don't have to keep doubting this and that all day long. Instead of letting Qin Fengting be suspicious, it's better to just brush it off directly. It will save trouble later. After all, I have explained it. Whether he believes it or not is his business." Qin Fengting detected the anger in Nuan's tone and fell silent. Nuan didn't want to pay attention to this person anymore. The more she said, the more mistakes she made, so it was better to stay silent. Chapter 97. Eyes wide open, the car was driving on the dark road when Nuan suddenly slowed down and stopped. Qin Fengting looked at Nuan in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Shoo, don't talk." Nuan stared ahead, her mind tense and her expression grim. The quiet outskirts were desolate and empty, with every subtle sound around her slowly creeping into her ears. After adapting to the darkness, Qin Fengting squinted his eyes to observe what lay ahead. He suddenly spotted a dark figure slowly advancing on the distant highway, the size of a water barrel and 7 meters long. It was the headless snake they had encountered previously, and this one was even longer and thicker. Qin Fengting was filled with terror as he recalled some recent events after the typhoon. At that moment, he truly began to believe that the apocalypse had indeed arrived, just as Nuan had guessed. Perhaps, deep down, he had already known the answer but was unwilling to accept it. A month before the typhoon struck, rumors of the apocalypse had started circulating in their circle, but he had dismissed them as nonsense. How could he believe baseless claims? The two of them held their breath in the car, not daring to breathe loudly, waiting until the dark figure crawled far away before Nuan finally turned the key and started the car to continue their journey. Along the way, they encountered several similar emergencies, but all were more alarming than dangerous, and they managed to avoid them all. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally reached the exhibition center. The main entrance had been damaged by some unknown creature, allowing them easy access. Nuan and Qin Fengting stood there, unable to block the opening. In the darkness, unknown dangers lurked. Qin Fengting held a baseball bat in front of him, using a digital infrared night vision device to scan the surroundings. Nuan swallowed hard, hung her backpack in front of her, and tightly gripped a gun inside as she cautiously moved forward. The first-floor lobby served as the reception area, with display stands on either side showcasing various new car models. After passing the main backdrop emblazoned with the company logo, there were a dozen scattered display stands behind it, featuring cars from different brands. The venue was designed with a high ceiling, allowing a clear view of the various cars from the second floor. Unfortunately, all these cars had been waterlogged and could no longer be driven. The exhibition had an official restaurant as well as dining options provided by the Qin Fengting Company. Nuan and Qin Fengting arrived at the kitchen, which had a spacious workbench, a large oven, a microwave, various pots and pans, a stove, and 5 or 6 large refrigerators that had already stopped operating. Qin Feng was on guard outside, while Nuan searched inside for intact food. Nuan turned on the flashlight and opened the refrigerator. It was filled with a dazzling array of items, yet no one had come here before. The 20 bags of tart shells and tart filling meant for desserts were no longer usable, and the strawberries, blueberries, yogurt, and pure milk had all expired. The cabbage, steak, matsutake mushrooms, pork, and tofu were all either spoiled or dried out. Most of the items stored in the refrigerator were inedible, having gone bad and leaked juices. The few that were somewhat acceptable were just hormone-treated apples and oranges, which were a bit dry but barely edible. Nuan gave up searching the refrigerator and turned to open the warehouse at the back. It was packed to the brim, and Nuan was left in awe. There were boxes of canned meat and canned fruit, thick walls of rice, wheat flour, high-gluten flour, low-gluten flour, dried rice noodles, pasta, chocolate biscuits, and meat floss cakes. Chapter 98. Fully packed, Nuan did not consider herself an outsider at all. She placed her hands on it and started to suck vigorously. In just a little while, the warehouse became empty. She left 2/5 of the ingredients untouched, rubbing her feet on the ground. The marks on the floor were very obvious since the warehouse hadn't been open for 2 months. Once everything was sorted out, Nuan carried a cardboard box out. Someone must have been here. Everything in the refrigerator had gone bad, and the items in the warehouse had been moved around. There was still some left, probably too much to take away, so we'll take them all this time. Qin Fengting opened the cardboard box, revealing rows of canned goods, with production dates from 2 months ago, still very fresh. Good. As long as it wasn't a wasted trip, it was worth it. Nuan went downstairs to drive the car into the venue. Qin Fengting came down carrying 4 boxes of canned goods. Nuan opened the trunk, took out the oil barrels and placed them on the ground, then stacked the boxes inside, trying to fit more ingredients into the smallest space possible. She wanted to help carry them, but Qin Fengting said, "You've tired yourself out driving. Take a break. I'll handle this." Unable to argue with her boss's firm attitude, Nuan contentedly watched the car while moving things inside. After putting all the boxes in, Nuan stood aside to rest. Qin Fengting, who appeared to have little muscle and looked quite frail, surprisingly had a lot of explosive strength, easily lifting the 4 boxes. His movements were quick as he went up and down the stairs, showing no signs of fatigue in his legs or arms. Instead, he moved with agility. Nuan didn't slack off either. After filling the back, she decided to arrange the items in the car, placing the heavier ones in the middle and the lighter ones in the back seat. if all the heavy items were placed in the back. The weight distribution between the front and back of the car would be too imbalanced, making it prone to swaying and harder to control. In the end, when there was really no more space, Nuan even piled 2 boxes in the footwell of the passenger seat, and on the seat there was a bag of rice. Even with all that, there were still 5 boxes on the floor and a bag of flour. Nuan stroked her chin, feeling a bit troubled. She wanted to take it, but couldn't, and she was reluctant to leave it here. If Qin Fengting weren't around, she could directly absorb it into her space. But the key was that he was present, and the car simply couldn't fit anything more. Suddenly, Nuan had an idea. "Boss, why don't you go look for some rope in the warehouse and kitchen? We can tie these boxes to the roof of the car." "Okay." Qin Fengting ran off to search around. Once he was distracted, Nuan placed her hand on the middle seat of the car and absorbed the top 5 cardboard boxes into her space, creating extra room. She then moved the boxes on the floor up, leaving 1 bag of flour, which she placed in the passenger seat. Qin Fengting came back holding several plastic bags. "There wasn't any rope, but I found this. Can we cut it open and twist it into a rope to use?" Nuan patted the dust off her hands and said calmly, "If you can't find it, then forget it. I'll move the box below a bit to make some space. And everything is neatly put away now. Since it's all packed, let's go." Qin Fengting was momentarily surprised and stuffed the plastic bag into the gap of the box. The journey back was driven by Qin Fengting. The space in the passenger seat was too small, so Nuan had a hunch over, curled up on it. Not to mention a tall man of 192 meters. Nuan tilted her head, hugging her knees and feeling extremely frustrated. A Buick worth over 500,000 was driven by Qin Fengting, who managed to push it to racing speeds. The car sped past, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Chapter 99, Distributing Food. After a hurried journey, they finally arrived at the entrance of the launching Huayuan community, and Nuan let out a sigh of relief. As they passed the security booth, the young guard was still on duty. Qin Fengting pressed his lips together and nodded, acknowledging the hard work. The car entered the community at 4 in the morning. At this hour, everyone was fast asleep. Nuan's limbs felt sore and numb, and it took her a while to recover. There was still a bit of fuel in the tank, and Nuan shakily grabbed the fuel can to draw it out. Qin Fengting, the diligent little honey, busily carried the food supplies from the car, methodically and with a face that seemed to be coated with a layer of cold cream. Xiaolan was waiting above, while Nuan kept an eye on things below, with only Qin Fengting running back and forth. Halfway through, Qin Fengting noticeably slowed down, panting heavily and exhausted. Seeing this, Xiaolan stepped in to continue the transport. In the final wave, Nuan locked the car windows and doors and helped carry 2 boxes up. The 3 of them opened the cardboard boxes and arranged the food by type, spreading it across a large area on the ground. There were 50 cans of fruit, 50 cans of crab roe, 20 cans of caviar, 150 cans of pork, and 100 cans of beef. There were 30 bags of fine rice, each weighing 20 pounds, 10 bags of wheat flour, and small meat floss cakes as table decorations. The restaurant received a large shipment, totaling 100 boxes, with 20 items in each box. There were 2 bags of high-gluten and low-gluten flour, each weighing 50 pounds, 1 box of Italian pasta with 30 bundles, and a bag of dry noodles weighing 50 pounds. The 3 of them first divided the even-numbered cans. Then each picked 1 from the remaining odd-numbered cans. For the flour, they measured it cup by cup and poured it into clean plastic bags. After sorting everything out, Xiaolan looked at the pile of supplies and felt incredibly grateful. This winter, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, which was truly wonderful. Thinking about it, Xiaolan felt lucky to have such great teammates. With just his brute strength, he definitely couldn't have gathered so many supplies. It was all thanks to Nuan and Qin Fengting, both capable individuals. A new term had emerged, the urban wilderness era, where one couldn't earn money or find supplies, and nothing could be grown in the fields. The only option was to rely on government relief food, which could only be purchased with money. Xiaolan came from a farming background, but accidentally became a fitness coach and opened a gym, making a good profit. This typhoon had caused him to lose everything. Now, being able to stay warm and well-fed with Nuan and Qin Fengting, and ensuring his nephew wouldn't suffer like those starving and freezing children, Xiaolan was sincerely grateful to both of them. Qin Fengting pursed his lips, agreeing that it was indeed wonderful. The shadow of 6 earthworms still lingered in Qin Fengting's mind. The little soft dog that crawled out of the doghouse wagged its tail around Nuan, its eyes full of complaint. Pooper scooper, why did you take so long to come see me? Don't you love me anymore? Nuan smiled and crouched down, rubbing the dog's head. Shower Wan, you should eat less, you've gotten fat. Clearly growing up but being called fat, the little puppy Shower Wan looked unconvinced and snorted loudly. No way. Pooper scooper. You're talking nonsense. Chapter 100. Renewing the ID card in the early morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the warmly decorated room. Nuan lazily turned over. Her dark circles under her eyes were frighteningly heavy. Reluctantly, she got out of bed, took Gu-yi into the space, and fed the little one the milk that had been prepared and kept warm in the space. Next, she had to prepare pig feed the rabbits, pull weeds, until the soil. After recording the growth of the plants in the space, Nuan took Gu-yi out of the space and collapsed back into bed to continue sleeping. She had been busy all night last night, not lying down until around 4 in the morning, and then got up again at 5 to take care of the baby and feed the pigs and rabbits. So exhausted that she couldn't even straighten her back. This time, Nuan slept straight until 1 in the afternoon before waking up. Gu-yi lay sprawled on the side, sucking on her little finger out of hunger, quiet and unbothered. After a night of staying up late, Nuan woke up feeling sore all over, with a stiff back and cramping legs. She rubbed her aching waist, opened the door, and put the kettle on the gas stove to boil water. With her hair tied up, she brushed her teeth and washed her face. After finishing these tasks, she saw Gu-yi in the crib holding a milk bottle and sucking on it, while Nuan lay like a limp fish on the sofa, her eyes vacant. Last night's tension had taken its toll, and her temples had been throbbing painfully since she woke up. She was so lost in thought that it took several knocks on the door outside for her to finally react. Nuan's eyelids drooped as she lazily sat up and slowly walked to the entrance. With no energy, she asked, "Who is it?" "Sister, it's me, Ming. Nuan instantly perked up, opened the first door, and cleared her throat. "Ming, what are you here for?" A trace of disappointment flashed in Sun Xiaoming's eyes. Ever since Meng Shan arrived, her sister had become distant. She smiled with pursed lips and said, "Sister, have you received your new ID card? The government has launched the latest ID card, and it's needed everywhere, whether it's in the big supermarkets in the city center or the small shops in the neighborhood." Nuan shook her head. "No. Is it absolutely necessary?" Sun Xiaoming paused for a moment, but didn't say anything. "But sister, after we get our new ID cards, we can go to the big supermarket together to buy supplies." Nuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll go too. Wait for me. Moreover, since supplies are still available now, I will try to buy more. When global resources become extremely scarce later, and the land is barren and unable to grow food, the whole world will fall into a hellish state. Cooking and eating children and killing each other will be seen everywhere." Nuan was deeply unwilling to see such a scene, but her strength was truly insignificant. When the time really came to that point in this life, all she could seek was self-preservation. When she had just turned 18, her uncle's family eagerly took her to the government to have her household registration transferred. Nuan came out with a briefcase and said, "Let's go." Qin Fengtian pushed the door open and called out, "Where are you going?" Nuan raised the document bag in her hand and asked, "Are you going to get a new ID card?" "Yes." They went down from the 21st floor. In the center of the community square, there was a bright blue sunshade set up, under which sat 2 staff members from a government agency. Due to special circumstances, they worked 10 hours a day. The process of obtaining a new ID card was simple. All they needed to do was submit the old ID card and the household registration book. The staff would manually verify the information, and once approved, they would use a special oil-based pen to fill in the person's information on a completely white card. That string of numbers represented the identification number. Once written on the card, the ink from the oil-based pen would seep into it, and no matter how hard one tried, it couldn't be erased. Chapter 101. His woman. No one can bully. The line moved quickly, and soon it was Nuan and the others' turn. Nuan handed over her ID card and household registration book. The staff took them, checked them briefly, and looked at Nuan several times to confirm her identity before taking out a marker to write down the relevant information on a white card. The brand new ID card felt cold and smooth to the touch, somewhat like a metal piece, but also very similar to plastic material. The old ID card and household registration book will be collected by the staff for collective destruction. During the typhoon, countless lives were lost, and it was impossible to count the surviving individuals manually, which is why the government introduced the policy of replacing the latest ID cards to gather the most up-to-date data. Nuan stood aside after finishing her tasks, waiting for Sun Xiaoming and Qin Fengtian to complete theirs so they could go upstairs together. During the collective break of the floor leaders, Lu Qianqian leaned against Ning Zihua, the two of them flirting and joking, completely oblivious to the disdainful looks from those nearby. Just as Lu Qianqian finished a sentence, with a playful smile, she noticed Nuan standing under the sunshade. She swayed her slim waist and walked over, speaking in a voice loud enough for everyone around to hear, "Cousin, I heard you guys went out last night. You must have found a lot of good treasures, right?" As soon as she said this, the expressions of those around them instantly sharpened, all attention focused on this side. Nuan sneered, "Instead of spreading rumors and causing trouble here, you might as well take a look at yourself. Clearly, everyone is struggling to make ends meet. Yet you still have a good figure, flawless skin, and are dressed neatly, as if you haven't suffered at all." Nuan's words were like a deep water bomb. With a bang, all the dense gazes that were originally focused on her shifted to Lu Qianqian. With long, curly eyelashes, bright, watery eyes, rosy and shiny cheeks, a fair neck, and dressed in a form-fitting sports outfit that perfectly outlined her devilish figure. In contrast, Nuan had deep dark circles under her eyes, a waxy complexion, sunken cheeks, thick calluses on her fingertips, and was wearing a faded coat paired with jeans and canvas shoes. Nuan seemed to have struggled through countless hardships just to survive. In a comparison of two, it was easy to see who was suffering and who was enjoying life. Those malicious gazes were burning into Lu Qianqian, making her cheeks feel hot and painful. Ning Zihua noticed that the situation was unfavorable for his beloved, so he rushed over, wrapped his arms around Lu Qianqian's waist, and sternly said, "Nuan, Qianqian is just speaking her mind. Don't take advantage of her weakness. His woman, no one could bully." Nuan crossed her arms. "Commander Ning, everyone's eyes are wide open. If I've bullied your precious one, you can just ask." Ning Zihua snorted coldly. "You are the most ruthless. No need to ask. I already know you definitely haven't done anything good." Liu Qianqian stop it, Ning Zihua. "Oh, hua. It's all my fault for being blunt and offending my cousin. That's why she got angry and scolded me. It's only right." Ning Zihua gently supported Lu Qianqian. You're just too soft-hearted. People like her aren't worth you treating her like this." Nuan smacked her lips and said pointedly, "You two really have a great relationship. Commander Ning must take good care of my cousin, right? I wonder if he could also take care of me, this cousin, with you? You think you deserve it?" Yes, I don't deserve it. I really want Zhang Chunran to see how affectionate you two are." "Cousin, is A-Ran doing well?" Lu Qianqian's face turned anxious, and she rebutted, "What Zhang Chunran? What A-Ran? I don't know them. Stop talking nonsense." Lu Qianqian, afraid that Nuan would say something detrimental to her, urgently grasped Ning Zihua's arm. "Ehua, I'm not feeling well. Can you take me to that pavilion over there to sit for a bit?" Ning Zihua looked at Lu Qianqian with concern. "Okay, you need to take care of yourself. Don't let people like that upset you." "Ehua, you're so nice, always caring for me." "Of course." As the voices faded away, Nuan surveyed the group, and without a doubt, the eyes of everyone were filled with jealousy towards Lu Qianqian and a desire to take her place. Now Lu Qianqian had her hands full. Nuan smiled slightly. Chapter 102, Eye-Popping. After receiving the new ID card, Nuan and Sun Xiaoming agreed to go to the large supermarket in the city center at midnight to line up and purchase supplies. Gu Yi was entrusted to Qin Fengting's care, and Zhao Lan also went along this time. He hadn't been out for more than 2 months, and it had really made him restless. Zhao Lan loved to use cash. He believed that money on a phone was not durable, just a string of numbers that could easily be spent. So, he preferred to take the money he earned and keep it at home, where he had 2 safes filled with cash. The last time they went to the supermarket, they spent 200,000, which was split among Nuan, Qin Fengting, and Zhao Lan. Sun Xiaoming came to knock on the door at 1 in the morning. Nuan rubbed her eyes, got up, put on a thick cotton coat, and also wore a gray knitted hat, not forgetting her cotton gloves. A biting cold wind blew in through the corridor window, and Nuan leaned against the wall, lazily yawning. Zhao Lan was all excited. After waiting for half an hour, he impatiently asked, "Are we all here? Why aren't we leaving?" Sun Xiaoming looked a bit embarrassed. "We're waiting for Mengshan and my brother." "No, why?" Cough, cough, cough. The words were interrupted, and Zhao Lan looked at Nuan in confusion. Nuan gestured for them to remain calm. Zhao Lan realized and remembered Qin Fengtian's reminder not to have a direct confrontation with the Sun family outside, to maintain harmony. The three of them stood in the corridor for nearly half an hour before the two of them leisurely walked out. Mengshan turned around at the door and asked, "Yun, is my hair messy? I feel like it's a bit frizzy." Sun Xiaoyun looked at Mengshan affectionately and said, "Not frizzy. You're as beautiful as a fairy." Mengshan shyly smiled and said, "Stop it, there are people outside." After standing in the cold wind for nearly half an hour, Nuan initially didn't feel anything, but upon hearing this nauseating couple whisper sweet nothings, a sudden chill surged in her heart. Sun Xiaoming suppressed her impulse to hit someone and said coldly, "Enough of that. Hurry up if we are late. We won't be able to buy rice." Mengshan came out and apologized, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Let's hurry up," and set off. Nuan, "I feel like throwing up." Sun Xiaoming, "Disgusting." Zhao Lan, "So fake. Knowing it's awkward, why not act a bit faster?" When Qin Fengting's car went to the international exhibition, the gas was already used up. The few of them could only bring their own transportation, and Nuan chose a folding bike. Zhao Lan had a mountain bike she bought for camping with someone in the past. Sun Xiaoming had a women's bicycle, which she bought from a girl downstairs for 10,000 yuan. Sun Xiaoyun and Mengshan were wearing roller skates, holding hands and being affectionate. Nuan and the other two felt their eyes burn as they watched, and even hearing the two of them talk felt like an insult. They pedaled their bikes towards the city center. The launching Huayuan community wasn't far from the city center, taking about an hour and a half to reach by bike. Outside the supermarket, there were crowds of people lining up in a long queue. Looking further away, it was a dark mass of noise and commotion. Nuan pushed her bike to the end of the line, with Sun Xiaoming and Zhao Lan closely following behind. Nuan folded her bicycle and placed it into a special bag designed for bikes, setting it down by her feet. Sun Xiaoming, using the cover of her sleeve, passed something to the back, and the three of them quietly savored the delicious treat in their mouths like sneaky cats. Sun Xiaoming, still wanting more, licked her fingers, grateful to her sister for sharing such a precious chocolate bar. Chapter 103. Special hormones. A small piece of chocolate bar was hardly enough to satisfy their hunger, but at least it filled their stomachs a little. It wasn't just Nuan who was sneaking food. Several others were doing the same. They bit into raw, sweet potatoes, ate a bit of cooked rice, or buried their heads in their backpacks, munching away. The reason for this was simply to avoid being mobbed by others. It was only a little past 3, and standing around waiting was incredibly boring. Nuan sat on a bike bag, dozing off. After what felt like an eternity, dawn finally arrived. At around 5, a white truck drove past the supermarket entrance, featuring a distinctive logo of a green snake coiling around. After waiting for another hour and a half, 2 rows of armed troops marched in, and the leader opened the supermarket's main door. A staff member emerged, holding a loudspeaker, shouting, "We are now selling to the public. Each person is limited to 1 bag of rice. Please enter in an orderly manner." Once the front started moving, it quickly picked up pace. Nuan grabbed her bike bag and moved forward. People coming out of the supermarket held bags of rice, which had a weight printed on them, 10 kilograms, along with the green snake logo. Aside from that, there was no other product information. Yet even so, those who managed to buy rice wore sweet smiles on their faces, looking particularly satisfied, with no one questioning the lack of product details. Among the same group, Nuan headed towards the fresh produce section, which was filled with various vegetables: green peppers, celery, potatoes, bananas, tofu, leafy greens, and so on. All the vegetables were coated with a layer of white frost, looking as if they had just been harvested. 2 people in white work uniforms, with their heads covered, walked past Nuan. "This money is really easy to make. Just 1 tube of the special hormones, and they can be cultivated in a few days. All right, let's keep quiet. If someone hears us, it'll be trouble. Special hormones. That's interesting." Nuan casually walked over to the food section, where 3 large plates of braised meat were displayed, priced at 250 per pound, with a staff member standing behind. Xiaolon pushed a fully loaded shopping cart over and ordered 2 pounds of braised meat. $500 were gone just like that. Gunwan, I'm heading out. Have you picked everything? Not yet. You go check out first. After parting ways with Xiaolon, Gunwan pushed the cart to pick out a few clothes for Gui and also bought herself 10 pairs of socks, along with a stack of bottled water and a bag of rice. She spent $6,500. A 20-pound bag of rice cost $5,000, which shocked Gunwan. Just a few days ago, it was only $2,500. Now, with a different brand, it had doubled in price. Are they raising pigs? Gunwan put a pile of things on the ground, opened her bicycle bag, and suddenly a middle-aged man leaned over and whispered, "Need some grain?" With squinty eyes and sharp face, he didn't look like a good person. Gunwan had seen this man before, wandering around the area. She thought he was looking for an opportunity to rob her, but it turned out he was a grain dealer. Xiaolon noticed a strange man approaching Gunwan and came over to ask, "Who is this guy?" Gunwan asked, "What are the qualities?" "They're both soaked and unsoaked. The unsoaked costs $8,000 for a bag of 20 pounds, while the soaked costs $4,000. Gunwan raised an eyebrow. $8,000? It sells for $5,000 in the supermarket, and you're selling it for $8,000? Chapter 104. Cloned rice. The man explained in a low voice. The rice we have is grown by farmer uncles, so it naturally sells for more than high-tech rice. I'll be honest with you. What you're holding is cloned rice, and the vegetables are also specially treated with hormones. Xiaolan's expression changed, and she looked at the rice in her hand in shock. Cloned? Can it kill people? The man was pleased with Xiaolan's reaction, smirking. So what do you think? Do you want it? Gunwan thought for a moment and said, "You say it's grown by farmers, but what if you're passing off inferior goods as good ones? You can rest assured about this. I'm counting on our long-term relationship. When you buy grain from me, I also get a commission, so you understand." The man finished speaking, turned sideways to block the wind, and took out a handful of broken rice from his pocket. The rice was flat, round, and slightly yellow, resembling northeast pearl rice, looking like last year's old rice. Xiaolon leaned closer to sniff it, and it didn't have any off-putting smell. Xiaolon nodded at Gunwan. "We want a lot. Can you give us a better price? How much do you want?" $6,000 per bag for non-soaked rice. "We want 200 bags. The man was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Gunwan tilted her head and looked at the man, knowing that he was lying. "Xiaolon, let's go." Just then, the Sun siblings and Meng Shan came out of the supermarket. Sun Xiaoming ran a few steps over and said, "Sister, you finished shopping so quickly?" Gunwan smiled and said, "Yeah, I finally bought rice today. If it really is cloned rice like that person said, I could just cook it for the wild boars, and it will help fatten up the little piggies." Meng Shan pulled out a wool coat and draped it over herself. "Yun, the coat you bought is really warm." Sun Xiaoyan forced a smile. "Hee, as long as you like it." It hurt him so much. A wool coat actually costs 50,000 yuan. Sob, sob, sob. Sun Xiaoming stifled a laugh and leaned into Gunwan's ear. "This wool coat is the most expensive among all the supplies. My brother is going to be ruined by this woman sooner or later." "But he's your brother. Aren't you worried?" "What is there to worry about? Since he is an adult, he should be responsible for his own actions. Besides, I've already planned to move out and live alone. Just looking at these two makes me feel sick." Gunwan was about to ask Sun Xiaoming where she was moving to when the grain seller came over again, saying that everything could be discussed. Gunwan turned to look at the man and shook her head. The man understood immediately and walked away. It seemed it wasn't the right time. Next time, they must finalize this deal. If this woman really wanted 200 bags, he would make a huge profit. Sun Xiaoming asked in confusion, "What is there to negotiate? Who is this person?" When she got home, Gunwan, carrying a large backpack, knocked on the Zhao family's door and went straight to the point. "Do you have a lot of money?" Qin Fengtian was taken aback by the question, and Xiaolon rushed into the bedroom in a hurry, dragging out 2 safes, rubbing his thumb across his nose and proudly patting the safes. Everything was left unsaid. Gunwan smiled. Qin Fengting also reacted, pulling out a large bag of cash and placing it on the ground. "Is this enough?" Gunwan also took off her backpack, and inside was a stack of cash, which she had found earlier when they went to the villa by yacht. Several large bundles of cash had been kept in her space without being used. The 3 of them gathered in the living room, and Gunwan recounted what had happened at the supermarket square at noon, casually mentioning that the grain seller from the Sun family who had come out hadn't escaped either. Chapter 105. Grain seller, the quality of the two types of rice is indeed different. Qin Fengting held the supermarket rice in his palm and said, look, the supermarket rice broke easily with just a little rubbing, while the grain seller's rice could be rubbed and twisted without any problem. Xiaolan was shocked and worried. Can this cloned rice even be eaten? Nuan had a plain expression. She could certainly eat, but didn't you know about cloning technology? It's commonly explained in the news, which is about using special materials to clone identical items. But those are all objects or experiments. This is something that has to be eaten. Xiaolan shook her head vigorously. No, I think we should forget it. Let's find a way to throw it away or sell it to someone else. After the three of them came to an agreement, they decided to negotiate with the grain seller later to finalize this matter. The vegetation was still vibrant, and the space maintained its original size without expanding. After cleaning out the wild boar and rabbit nests, Nuan exited the space. She had moved the coffee table and sofa in the living room to an unused room, and there was a sandbag tied to the ceiling, which Nuan had set up specifically for exercising, putting in quite a bit of effort. Following her usual training routine, she began to work out. After 2 hours of exercise, Nuan went into the space to take a shower. With water and electricity cut off and no rain, the seawater desalination machine cost $5 to boil rice with just 2 liters of water, and bathing required even more water. Many people, in order to save money, would rather endure the stench than spend that unnecessary cash. Everything costs money, and impoverished families would wish they could break a single red bill into hundreds of pieces. In this environment, Nuan naturally dared not use water recklessly, and every time she bathed, she could only sneak into the space. Soaking in a large bathtub, her thoughts drifted. Previously, moving living things and vegetation into the space had doubled its area, and if she continued transplanting more inside, the space might become even larger, possibly adding another room. To expand the space, she had to run up the mountain, as there were many rare things up there. The mountain where she discovered the wild boars and rabbits had already been thoroughly searched, and anything of value had been brought into the space. However, there was still one place that might be worth a shot. Unforgiving, known online as the back garden of H City, is a scenic area located in Honglan Village. Dongyan Street, Hadian District, covering a total planned area of 37.05 square kilometers. Unforgiving is divided into 2 parts along the main axis of the 2 mountain gates located at the 150-meter contour line, with the mountainous area above the 150-meter contour line designated as a forest park covering 26.51 square kilometers. Although Honglan Village is said to be in Hadian District of H City, its actual location is rural, later designated by developers to sound better by being included in Hadian District. The scenic area houses over 200 rare plant species, such as Huashan pine, fir, alpine rhododendron, and yew. There are also over 40 species of rare wildlife, including the leopard, civet, leopard cat, and golden eagle. Additionally, there are all sorts of peculiar Chinese medicinal herbs, such as Ganoderma, 100-step soul-returning grass, and zhuling. There is also a large freshwater lake, and it's unclear if it might be chosen as a construction site. If it is selected, it will be difficult to sneak into the mountains. Regardless, Nuan had to make a trip there. Chapter 106. Really bumping into trouble at noon? The iron door of the stairwell was banging loudly. Nuan opened the door to check. The man at the forefront said arrogantly, Nuan, I heard you have a rubber boat. Let's borrow it. There are plenty of supermarkets in the city center. Can't you just go buy one? You're really talking nonsense. If my brothers had money, would we need to come here and ask you? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Nuan's expression was unchanged as she coldly said, you really are like a gourd hanging in the house, thinking of yourself as a lord. Don't overestimate yourself. Our willingness to borrow from you is your good fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. In this disastrous era, the first to die will be scum like you. Take my advice and align with us. We can definitely make you feel on top of the world. The men nearby echoed in agreement. Ha, that's right. Nuan, I've heard quite a few stories about you. Your little tricks are just child's play. Hurry up and open the iron door. I want to teach you a good lesson so you know the strength of us brothers. Then go ahead and try. Nuan's eyes instantly filled with frost as she placed her hand on her waist. These small fry were mostly instigated by Lu Qianqian. Initially, She thought Lu Qianqian would handle that group of predators and be too preoccupied to cause trouble, but it seemed she had underestimated them. Qin Fengting, holding a long knife, declared with imposing authority, "Nuan, let them open the door. I want to see their strength. I want to join in too." Zhao Lan, holding a kitchen knife, walked over. He had been cooking when he heard the commotion outside and wanted to see who was causing trouble on the 21st floor. Nuan was just about to open the iron door when a voice came from the corridor and a graceful figure walked over. It was just borrowing a rubber boat. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? "Nuan, just lend it to them. Can you really bear to see Qin Fengting put himself in danger for you?" Nuan didn't want to stir up rumors of discord on the 21st floor, but being patient was not her personality. From the moment Meng Shan appeared, she had an innate dislike for her. Meng Shan was pretentious and liked to covet things that didn't belong to her. Several times, this person tried to follow Sun Xiaoming into her home and often lingered at her door. The most infuriating part was when Zhao Lan told her that Meng Shan once wanted to pry open her door while she was away. This was just perfect. She was already worried about not having time to deal with Meng Shan, truly asking for trouble. Who does she think she is to boss me around? Meng Shan's face flushed, and she forced herself to remain calm as she said, "I naturally don't have the ability to command you. I'm just looking out for your best interests." Nuan turned and walked over, pulling out a file and pointing it at Meng Shan. Meng Shan took steps back, being forced into a corner. The cold tip of the file pressed against Meng Shan's neck, and she tilted her head in fear, her trembling hands shaking as she stammered, "Why you? Keep it away, don't hurt me." Nuan stared at the trembling, little pitiful creature and said coldly, "Do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling so much? My patience has its limits. If you continue to seek death like this, I guarantee that you and Sun Xiaoyun will be sent to the afterlife. If you don't believe me, feel free to keep pushing it. Nuan, if you dare to touch a single hair on Shan Shan, I won't let you off." Sun Xiaoyun, sensing something was wrong, rushed over, wanting to take action against Nuan. But before he could get close, a file was already pointed at his heart. Sun Xiaoyun stopped in his tracks, gritting his teeth as he said, "Nuan, how dare you?" "Just watch me," Nuan replied, raising her hand high, ready to stab Meng Shan. Meng Shan closed her eyes in fear, screaming desperately. Sun Xiaoyun quickly pleaded, "You dare, you dare. All right, just let Shan Shan go, we know we were wrong." Nuan kicked out with one leg, hitting Meng Shan hard in the stomach. A dull pain surged through her upper abdomen, and Meng Shan crouched on the ground, covering her belly with a pained expression on her face. Nuan dealt with the scoundrel, while Qin Fengting and Zhao Lan were not idle either. They opened the iron door, and the moment that group of people saw the two burly men raising their weapons, they were instantly frightened and forgot why they had come. Chapter 107. After her death, all resources will belong to me. The brilliant stars adorned the vast night sky. Clouds drifted, and the moonlight was hazy. In the dim corridor stood two figures, whispering conspiratorially. "You did well today. Next, intensify your efforts to anger her, and I will help you fulfill your wish." The woman wearing a mask hesitated. "Why are you so sure she will actually move against Sun Xiaoyun? What if she doesn't dare?" The other person chuckled softly. "You came late and don't know how ruthless that person is. My beloved has become disabled because of her and has not dared to go out ever since, afraid of being laughed at. But, no buts. You have your demands, and I have my long-held wish to fulfill. Will you do it or not? All right, but you must guarantee that after she dies, all resources will belong to me. If you want it, just take it." A cool breeze blew by, and the two figures in the corridor dispersed. Nuan, who was asleep, was awakened by the cold. She opened her eyes and realized she had forgotten to close the window, with the curtains fluttering in the wind. As she walked to the window, a wailing voice came from downstairs. Nuan, accustomed to it, paid no attention and simply pulled the window shut. Nuan tiptoed onto the bed. It's getting colder and colder now, and one blanket is just not warm enough. She took out the big cotton quilt she bought for 10,000 at the supermarket before, laid it on top, and with the added weight, lying inside felt heavy on her chest, giving her a strong sense of security. Nuan didn't forget about Gu Yi and found a thick blanket for him as well. The little guy was moving his mouth, as if dreaming of something delicious, smiling sweetly. As soon as it was bright, Nuan got up. She first fed the piglet and the rabbit, then prepared milk powder for Gui, and next recorded the vegetation growth cycles. After finishing these tasks, she made breakfast for herself. It was cold today, so Nuan fried 2 slices of cheese and butter and enjoyed them with hot milk. To aid digestion, Nuan tidied up the vegetables on the balcony. The carrots, cabbage, cherry tomatoes, and scallions were all ready to eat. She picked them and put them in a basket to store in her space, while the remaining small portion was packed in a black bag, which she took next door. When Nuan went to the Zhao family, Zhao Ziyu had just gotten out of bed, wearing a little sleep cap on his head. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and looked at Nuan with a soft voice, saying, "Good morning, sister." Nuan smiled and said, "Good morning, Xiaoyu." Qin Fengtian, who had just finished exercising and was steaming with heat, wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over. "Have you had breakfast? Do you want to eat together?" Nuan waved her hand, saying she had already eaten and that she had just picked this, offering them a little. As she placed the bag on the table, she remarked, "This cabbage is so fresh. Nuan, you're amazing." Zhao Lan, wearing an apron, scratched her head and said, Nuan, could you help me take a look? My vegetables are all wilted. Isn't this the soil from the grass field by the community?" Nuan suddenly realized why there had been a big patch missing there recently. It turned out Zhao Lan had pulled it out. Nuan leaned in for a closer look and stood up, saying, "The leaves are almost falling off, and the veins show a light pink color, indicating a serious copper deficiency." Zhao Lan let out a cry. "What should we do?" "Later, when Qin Fengding and I go to the city center, we'll help you ask around to see if that grain dealer is buying fertilizer." The pot was bubbling, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The Zhao family's breakfast today was vegetable noodles. Chapter 108. Just surviving is already very good and lucky. Nuan looked at Qin Fengting, who now had no trace of a domineering CEO, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Qin Fengting slowed down his bike, riding alongside Nuan on the road, watching her laugh inexplicably. "What are you laughing at?" he asked. "Nothing. I just think it's really true that circumstances create heroes." The boss who used to drive luxury cars is now riding a humble bike. Qin Fengting was also infected by Nuan's laughter and smiled, his lips curving upwards. As long as they could survive, that was already great. There was no use regretting anything else. Nuan nodded in agreement. Yes, being able to survive is already very good and fortunate. After experiencing 2 lives, she truly understood how beautiful it is to be alive. The two of them chatted and quickly arrived at the city center. At this time in the afternoon, the supermarket rice was sold out, and there were far fewer people in line. They stood in the middle of the square, searching for the figure of the grain vendor. A hand reached out, and Nuan, alert, grabbed that hand and executed a shoulder throw, then immediately tried to choke the attacker by the neck. The person hurriedly exclaimed, "It's me, it's me." Nuan pulled down the scarf of the person and realized that it was the grain dealer they were looking for. The scarf covered half of his face, so she didn't recognize him. The man stood up, brushed off the dust from his back, and sighed, "Fortunately, I know you. Otherwise, you'd have gotten me killed." "Sorry." The man shrugged. "It's fine, it's my fault. I just wanted to scare you a little. Now, let's get down to business. About the 200 bags of grain you mentioned, I talked to our boss. He said he can only offer 7,000 per bag. 6,000 is too low." Nuan pursed her lips. "Can it be a little less?" The boss said this is the biggest discount. If it goes any lower, food is already scarce now, and it's really not easy to get the goods. Nuan looked at Qin Fengting questioningly, and he nodded. "All right, 7,000 it is. Do you sell gasoline and fertilizer too? I want other good stuff as well, like..." Nuan made a gesture mimicking a gun. The absence of a direct refusal indicated that there was indeed something. The 3 of them walked out of the central square and arrived at an abandoned hotel lobby, where there were 2 other people. Nuan handed over a large bag, and one of them quickly checked it. After confirming that the money was fine, the grain dealer and the other person took out 10 bags of rice that had been prepared in advance. "The deposit is fine. This is the quantity for this time. We'll meet here again at 12 tomorrow night, be on time." The rice bags were transparent, and Qin Fengting turned one over to have a look, confirming that the contents were dry. The rice brought to the new car exhibition had been soaked in water and had started to mold, but it could still be eaten after being dried out. Nuan packed the rice into a suitcase, and the grain dealer helped out while chatting. "I used to think it was enough to earn enough money to spend, but now that the world has ended, I realize that having money is really great. People like you, who have money, can buy food directly, while I still have to keep working to support myself. Nuan smiled. No matter who it is, being able to live on one's own strength is impressive. Qin Fengting and Nuan each had 5 bags, with the outer packaging covered by bags to avoid unnecessary trouble. There were 4 bags of rice tied to the back of the bicycle, and 10 pounds of rice hanging from the handlebars. The 2 heavy bicycles were moving down the road, with Nuan pedaling hard. That 100 pounds of rice was indeed heavy. As they were riding, 3 or 4 thugs stood by the roadside, and Nuan and Qin Fengting became vigilant, quickening their pace to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unexpectedly, those thugs walked over, and Nuan immediately calmed down, getting off the bicycle and leisurely pushing it along. Chapter 109. Long live the female CEO? You must be Nuan, right? One of the thugs swaggered over and asked. Qin Fengting stood in front, sternly saying, You got the wrong person. The leading thug was completely unconcerned, whether it was Nuan or Qin. He demanded, Know your place and leave the bicycles. This road had military patrols 24 hours a day, and Nuan couldn't help but laugh at these reckless people, so brazenly bold and not afraid of getting shot. Seeing that Nuan and Qin Fengting remained unfazed, the thugs grew a bit impatient. Nuan smiled. Seemingly the one who should be worried was you guys. What? The leader of the thugs didn't react in time and received a punch to the face. Qin Fengting parked his bike and immediately started throwing punches, really thinking that wearing a chain and wielding a stick made him invincible. He took down 3 or 4 thugs in no time. Just as they were about to continue on their way, it suddenly started to rain, and a drop of rain hit Nuan on the head. She covered her head in pain and realized it was actually hail. The 2 quickly pushed their bike towards the nearest building. The glass was tightly sealed, and Qin Fengting swung his baseball bat to smash it. Countless fist-sized hailstones crashed to the ground, bursting apart, indicating that they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. With nothing to do, Nuan began to explore the building. Climbing the stairs, the 2nd floor housed offices for 3 or 4 companies, including media, sales, and those selling clothes and weight loss products through live broadcasts. However, everything had been searched already, and there were no new discoveries. Nuan picked out a few pieces of clothing that looked nice from the pile and continued to walk up. The 4th and 5th floors were for publishing houses, while the 7th and 8th floors sold shoes, bags, and health products. By the time she reached the 23rd floor, she stood by the window overlooking the distance, with a broad view. Pushing open the glass door revealed a counter, and she opened the bottom drawer, rummaging through a pile of documents. Nuan's eyes lit up when she saw 2 bags of spicy duck legs and a bag of salty peanuts, and she quickly stuffed them in her backpack. This habit of hiding snacks was something she had when she was a secretary in her previous life, and the receptionist in this company must definitely be a girl. After rummaging through all the drawers and confirming that there was nothing left, Nuan walked into the president's office. The antique calligraphy and paintings in the cabinet were carelessly thrown on the floor. The documents and pen holder on the desk were in disarray, and the genuine leather sofa against the wall had even been maliciously slashed. Nuan put the other 2 intact small sofas into the space, while Qin Fengting stayed on the 1st floor watching the food, so she didn't have to worry about being exposed. Sitting on a leather seat, she felt the delicate smoothness of the leather and noticed a protruding black dot on top of the cabinet that caught her attention. She tentatively pressed down, and to her surprise, the cabinet on the back actually split in half and slowly opened. Nuan locked the office door and slowly walked inside with a handgun raised. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by rows of high-end wines, including Matai. Further inside was a large princess bed with pink drapes, adorned with various plush toys. And by the window stood a multifunctional large bathtub. Nuan checked the other 2 rooms, confirmed that no one was there, and jumped in to bury herself inside. It was soft and comfortable. She rolled over to look at the ceiling, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Long live the female CEO. The princess bed, pink canopies, and the other 2 rooms were filled with snacks and a wardrobe, all a dazzling array. Chapter 110. Taking the dog out is indeed adventurous, all the supplies inside. Nuan took them all. She discovered this all by herself, so of course, it belonged entirely to her. In the snack room, the 2 shelves were filled with various brands of drinks: cola, lemon tea, milk, calcium AB, orange juice with pulp, and all sorts of flavored yogurt were available. On another shelf, there were sautéed beef jerky, fruit and vegetable cereals, spicy chips, twisty snacks, spicy dry tofu, and konjac snacks. There was so much meat that it couldn't fit on the shelf, and it was stacked in boxes in the corner. When it came to the wardrobe, Nuan looked at the 3 minimalist clothing items and fell into deep thought. She then tossed them aside and sucked in fur coats, down jackets, turtleneck sweaters, thermal underwear, high-end shirts, suit pants, evening gowns, and dresses without exception. Nuan didn't lack clothes to wear. Some of these clothes still had the tags on. If she ran out of rags later, she could cut them into pieces, and if they got dirty, she could just throw them away. They would last a long time. There was a wall full of red wine, and Nuan found some file boxes to carefully pack the wine inside. It took a total of 10 file boxes to finish. The princess bed and the functional bathtub were also taken by Nuan. Later, when she lived in seclusion in the forest, she wouldn't have to struggle to get a new bed and could enjoy a big bathtub for soaking. It was simply perfect. This dark room was completely ransacked by Nuan. After she came out, she closed the door and then rummaged through the tea room and the employee desks, leaving no corner untouched. Many drawers in the building had not been carefully searched, and there were lots of hidden snacks. Some were spoiled, but some were still edible. Nuan searched everywhere and found a backpack full of snacks, all of which she sucked in her space, leaving a few lollipops, 2 chicken legs, and 4 cans of 8 treasure porridge inside. When she walked downstairs, it was already dark. Nuan looked at the terrible weather outside. Chen Fengding was sitting on a clean stool, looking troubled. "Here, this is what I found upstairs." Nuan handed over a bag of chicken legs and 2 bottles of 8 treasure porridge. Chen Fengding only took 1 can of 8 treasure porridge and said, "Thank you." Nuan stuffed the remaining 2 items into Chen Fengding's arms, saying, "I found several things you eat. Don't save for me. We don't know when this terrible weather will stop. Maintaining our strength is the most important." Chen Fengding no longer declined and accepted them. The 2 of them ate the 8 treasure porridge and chicken drumsticks while enduring the hail outside. By a little past 8, it finally stopped. The ground was covered in broken ice debris, and with 100 pounds of heavy items on the bike, riding was very dangerous. With the risk of tipping over at any moment, they could only push the bike along the road. Nuan took out the emergency flashlight and tied it to the front of the bike to light the way. A journey that should have taken an hour and a half took them over 3 hours to complete. After carrying the rice upstairs, Nuan was so exhausted that she couldn't straighten her back, but she felt exceptionally satisfied. Today was a great harvest. Not only did she buy rice, but she also got clothes, a large bed, and various snacks, giving her an extra sense of security. Nuan sat on the sofa, holding the hot water that Xiaolan had handed her. Now, the common people couldn't afford enough food, while some families could still afford to keep dogs, which was indeed risky to take them out. Chen Fengtian said, "Having eaten over a dozen bags of dog food, it's time to contribute to this family. I'll listen to you and take the 2 little guys out tomorrow." Xiao Ruan angrily walked over, scratching Nuan's pant leg with her paw. "What about me? I want to go too." Nuan patted the dog's head and said, "No, you get too excited and start barking. It's more dangerous to bring you along." Chapter 111. Isn't this evidence? For dinner, Nuan ate in the space. She took a box of rice from the shelf and a box of Kung Pao chicken ordered from the restaurant. After being stored for so long, it still tasted authentic and was so delicious that it nearly melted her tongue. She rinsed the rice box with clean water and put it into a cardboard box. Looking at the chaotic space, Nuan rolled up her sleeves and started to tidy up. She opened all the packages that hadn't been unpacked before, saving the intact boxes for storing things, while the damaged boxes could be used later for kindling. As she unpacked, various miscellaneous items appeared: toothpicks, mouthwash, sticky notes, slippers, data cables, and headphones. However, there were also plenty of treasures like farmhouse honey, mountain red dates, chestnut cake, red bean buns, moon cakes, small cakes, and pineapple bread. She separated the food from the daily necessities, then dragged the big bed and bathtub into the room, stuffing all the clothes into a cardboard box with labels and piling them up with the daily necessities. After organizing quite a bit, Nuan began to feel palpitations. Her face turned pale, and she quickly went out of the space. As soon as she came out, the feeling of angina disappeared instantly. Indeed, staying too long could be fatal. The next morning, After finishing up in the space, Nuan dragged out the cart, heated the file with fire, and drilled 2 holes in the bottom of the cart to thread a rope through. Later, she could loop it around the dog's head, making it convenient and hassle-free. Then she changed into yoga pants and a short top to start exercising. After the workout, Nuan felt invigorated, full of energy. When Qin Fengding knocked on the door and saw Nuan in her casual outfit, he wondered if they should spar and see who was stronger. Nuan raised her eyebrows and said, "Sure." Speaking of which, she hadn't fought with Qin Fengding yet, so it was a good opportunity to see who was better. In the living room, Nuan had laid down a layer of anti-fall mats on the floor. The two stood facing each other, and Nuan was the first to charge forward. Qin Fengding raised his hand to block, and then quickly delivered a hook punch. Nuan retreated defensively, and Qin Fengding immediately launched an attack, each punch carrying a fierce, killing intent. Nuan did not back down, using the ruthless techniques honed amidst countless zombies. Just as Nuan aimed for a fatal point on Qin Fengding's lower back, he suddenly grabbed her hand and threw her to the side, releasing his strength at the moment of impact. With her back hitting the ground, Nuan knew she had lost. She lay there, gasping for breath, realizing that trying to defeat Qin Fengding was a difficult task. She could only hope that he really hadn't seen that time. Otherwise, she would definitely find a way to kill him. "Boss, you look strict and serious, but you're actually quite impressive." Qin Fengding was also sweating profusely, sitting down with a thud and wiping his sweat. "All of this skill was taught to me by my uncle, who honorably sacrificed himself during a secret mission later on. So I've been working hard ever since, hoping to pass on these skills. I'm fine, it's been a long time." Qin Fengding supported himself on the ground, tilting his head back, feeling more relaxed than he had in a long time. "We can communicate more in the future. Skills are improved through competition with opponents." And Nuan was naturally willing to learn new techniques. "Sure, I couldn't ask for more." At 8:30 in the evening, Nuan and Qin Fengding put the dog into a travel bag, each carrying 1 dog downstairs. As soon as they exited the building, they were stopped. Nuan looked at the persistent Lu Qianqian with a headache, as she had been extremely busy lately, and she wasn't looking for trouble. Yet trouble came knocking at her door. "Lu Qianqian, I haven't provoked you, so hurry up and get out of the way." Lu Qianqian's gaze scrutinized the 2 bags up and down. "Cousin, what's in there? Let us open it and take a look." "Who do you think you are? Just because you want to see my stuff doesn't mean you can." Nuan sneered. "You just making things up? Do you think it's possible to see my things without any evidence?" Lu Qianqian pointed at the 2 bags and said earnestly, "Isn't this evidence?" Chapter 112. Take good care of your head. "Evidence? You call this evidence?" Nuan chuckled lightly, taking a step forward, closing the distance between them. Her voice as sharp as a scorpion sting. "Lu Qianqian, before you think about killing me, you might as well handle the matter with Wang Xiaoyuan first." Lu Qianqian's body shook slightly, her pupils quivering as she whispered angrily, "How do you know? There's no wall in this world that doesn't leak news. If you want to keep something secret, then don't do it in the first place." Nuan tilted her head back, gazing up at the starry sky, her voice drifting with the wind. "If I tell Ning Zihua about this, how do you think he will view you?" Lu Qianqian panicked for a moment, but quickly calmed down. "After all, that incident was her own foolishness. It had nothing to do with me. Even if you really expose it to Ahua, I have my ways to absolve myself." "Oh, is that so?" Nuan stared intently at Lu Qianqian's fair and delicate face. "Then why are your hands shaking so badly?" Lu Qianqian's hands clenched in panic as Nuan leaned in to whisper, "You remember this clearly. It's not that I can't deal with you, but that I don't have the time to bother with you. Take good care of that head of yours. I'm still waiting to see the show." Lu Qianqian turned to look at Nuan, roaring fiercely, "What show? I will never let you succeed." Nuan turned her head to glance at the forlorn figure and walked away with a soft smile. Lu Qianqian stared at the distant silhouette, angrily rubbing her ears, not stopping even when the skin was worn raw. "Nuan, I must make you look good." On the way to the city center, a military unit was capturing a giant poisonous ant that had infiltrated the city. Several soldiers were holding special devices and shot at the poisonous ant, which fell to the ground with a loud thud. There were roadblocks set up at both ends, making it quite troublesome to detour to the city center. Nuan and Qin Fengding simply stood not far away, waiting for the area to be cleared before proceeding. Gunwan leaned against the wall. Boss, just say it. Do you have something on your mind? Gunwan was about to mention the matter regarding Wang Xiyuan when she noticed the retreating army ahead and stopped her words. We can pass now, let's go. They were delayed on the way for a while, but fortunately, they had set off early. When Gunwan and Qin Fengting arrived at the abandoned hotel building, it was just 12 o'clock. As usual, Gunwan handed over the money, and the other party checked and confirmed it was correct before handing over the rice. Tonight, Gunwan ordered 40 bags of rice, with 20 bags on the cart and 10 bags each for the two of them. After the transaction was completed, the other party did not leave, which made Gunwan alert. What do you mean by this? Qin Fengting was even more on guard, ready for a fight at any moment. The grain dealer could see that Gunwan had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Didn't you ask me yesterday for this?" He made a gesture. Gunwan realized, so, is it for sale? Yes. The grain dealer offered a number, this number. Gunwan frowned. Can we make a little less? This price also includes 100 bullets. Qin Fengting spoke up, we'll buy it. Tomorrow night, you bring the goods and we'll bring the money. Seeing the other party agree, the grain dealer's face lit up. All right. It's settled then, buddy. Chapter 113. Someone has entered. Qin Fengting placed his hand on Gunwan's shoulder and patted it. Even if we spend 300,000 on food, we need to have the strength to defend it, so we must buy this gun. Since Qin Fengting had already agreed, Gunwan didn't dwell on it any longer. The two of them opened the cart and began moving the rice onto it. The two dogs stood by, wagging their tails obediently. They linked the rope between the dogs and the cart. The dogs were a bit unaccustomed to the harness at first, but quickly adapted. With the instinct of sled dogs, they pulled forward, and the cart slowly began to move. Gunwan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the two dogs wouldn't be able to pull the load. But it seemed they were quite impressive. The dogs led the way, while Gunwan and Qin Fengting struggled to keep up behind them. Halfway through, Gunwan called for a stop and placed 3 bags of rice on the cart. They encountered several male monsters along the way, but the army was handling them. So Gunwan and Qin Fengting only needed to take a detour with the dogs, with the dogs sharing the weight and no hail falling tonight. The 2 people and 2 dogs quickly arrived at the Blue Starflower Garden community. At 1:30 in the morning, the community was pitch black. Gunwan put the dog into the bag, and Qin Fengting lifted it up first. Coming down was Xiaolan, who directly hoisted 3 bags of rice and stood up. 60 pounds on his shoulder felt as light as foam. After going up, it transformed back to Qin Fengting coming down. Gunwan wanted to suggest that the 3 of them take turns, but Qin Fengting and Xiaolan didn't give her a chance to speak at all. The 2 of them were perfectly in sync. In the end, Gunwan just took a cart and a bicycle up. Gu Yi is being well taken care of by Xiaolan, and at this moment, she is sleeping soundly in the cradle. Gunwan locked the door and propped it with the dressing table before feeling at ease to enter the space. Recently, Lu Qianqian had been a bit erratic, so it was better to be cautious. The jujube sprouts had grown 5 centimeters tall, with new shoots emerging at the tips. The flowers on the citrus tree had already withered, and it seemed that fruit would appear soon. The bamboo planted in the space had also successfully taken root, with small bamboo shoots pushing up through the soil, indicating they might break through soon. In addition, some other vegetation was growing well, such as wild raspberry seedlings, tea trees, jujube trees, and chestnut trees. Even roses and wild roses were planted by Gunwan. In just a year or two, the entire space would be a riot of blooming flowers. Gunwan looked surprised. She had thought the house and the space appeared out of nowhere, but it turned out to have emerged from the ground. The small room was connected to the bedroom. Gunwan turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The brand new toilet and sink were separated for dry and wet areas, exactly like the ones outside. The cabinets above were filled with toothpaste, toothbrushes, body wash, and shampoo. Gunwan looked at the fully stocked toiletries and couldn't help but murmur, "It's strange, I didn't put these things in the cabinet outside." With questions in mind, Gunwan opened the toothpaste box, squeezed out a bit of toothpaste, smelled it, and then took some shower gel in her palm, rinsed it with water, and found that the fragrance and foam were exactly the same as what she usually used. Unable to figure out a conclusion, no matter how she thought about it, Gunwan let it go. The existence of this space was already beyond reason. As long as these things weren't toxic and were usable, that was enough. The faucet in the bathroom worked normally, and the plug was powered. Gunwan hadn't tried the multi-functional bathtub of the female CEO yet, so it was a perfect opportunity to experience it. Gunwan dragged the bathtub out of the bathroom and replaced it with a multi-functional bathtub, filling it with water before taking off her clothes and soaking in. However, not long after, she experienced symptoms of palpitations and had to reluctantly grab her clothes and leave the space. As soon as she stepped out, Gunwan felt something was off. There was movement at the entrance. Someone had entered. Chapter 114. We also get paid for our work. If you want to find someone, look for someone named Sun. Two men armed with machetes searched the two empty rooms and the bathroom, and then they reported back. Old Wong, they're not here. The man called Old Wong held a modified crossbow, his eyes filled with malice, and a chilling aura surrounded him as he stood in front of the remaining room. It seemed that once they entered, they would have to act quickly. Okay. One of the men stepped forward to twist the doorknob, but found it locked. Xiao Wu, you go. The man called Xiao Wu took out a master key from his pocket and was about to unlock the door when it suddenly opened by itself. Inside was pitch black, and Old Wong was alert, quickly retreating with the other two. After a long silence, Old Wong shot an arrow into the room with his crossbow, but there was no sound when the arrow landed. Old Wong waved his hand, signaling for them to be cautious. The other two each grabbed a stool to shield themselves and moved forward slowly. Just as they passed the doorway, two files suddenly fell. The two men sensed something was wrong, swung their machetes to block, and quickly looked up to see a person hanging at the door. The two discarded their stools and charged forward in perfect sync. Gunwan, holding a file, calmly responded. The opponent's moves were similar to those of Qin Feng Tian. However, they weren't as fierce as Qin Feng Tian. The moves, despite being powerful, seemed weak when executed by these two men. Qin Feng Tian's techniques were taught by his military uncle, so these intruders must be soldiers. But since her rebirth, she had been holed up in this small world and had never dealt with the government or military. Could it be that Ning Zihua finally couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to eliminate her? Who sent you? Lu Qianqian or Ning Zihua? How much did they offer? I'll pay double, just let me go. Xiao Wu took a step back and said with a sinister laugh, Let you go? Haha, don't think about it. Someone has offered a high price for your life, and we came specifically to collect. Once you're in the underworld, don't blame us. We're just doing our jobs. If you want to find someone, look for someone named Sun. Sun? Sun Xiaoyan. With a fierce move, Gunwan sidestepped to block. When did soldiers start hiring assassins? Don't you know that that's illegal? Soldiers? We got a major punishment and we're discharged, so we don't count as soldiers anymore. Haha. Another one said disdainfully. What are you wasting words on with someone about to die? Hurry up and finish this. Be serious. Gunwan had been silently pondering how to turn her confrontation with Qin Fengting into something useful since yesterday. Just in time, there were two people who seemed strong, but were actually already hollow inside for her to practice on. Gunwan became serious, her palm wind sharp and fierce. The opponent also felt it, transitioning from a casual attitude to a rapid response. Gunwan used a move that was ineffective against Qin Fengting, aiming at the area near the lower back and kidneys. With a swift knife strike, the person who underestimated Gunwan instantly fell to the ground. That area is a fatal weakness in the human body. As long as it is targeted, survival is almost impossible. Gunwan was not one to linger in battle. With a feint, she dodged the arrows shot at her, bent down to grab the hidden part, and twisted it 360 degrees with gritted teeth. Xiao Wu cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. After Gunwan released her grip, he was completely defenseless. The two accomplices had been dealt with, and the person hiding in the shadows with a bow finally stepped out. Chapter 115. When not decisive, one suffers chaos. Gunwan glanced at the crossbow thrown on the ground and smiled. What's wrong? Have you used all your tricks, and now it's time for hand-to-hand combat? Lao Wang ignored her and threw a small knife, which Gunwan dodged by tilting her head. Immediately after, Lao Wang charged at her, and upon closer inspection, he was holding two small knives in both hands. Another small knife was thrown, and Gunwan raised her file to block it. Lao Wang seized the opportunity to circle behind her, aiming the knife in his hand at her neck. Gunwan wanted to escape, but was firmly held back. You little brat, it's really damn hard to kill you. You've already taken out two of my brothers. Today, I want you dead. Old Wang's sinister smile loomed as he prepared to stab her in the neck. Nuan could no longer hold back and suddenly flashed into another space. With nothing in her arms, old Wang was momentarily stunned. Where did she go? The moonlight streamed into the room, and old Wang stood still, scanning the surroundings warily. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly saw the shadow beneath him slowly elongating. Until his death, old Wang never understood why this happened. Xiao Wu had already fainted from the pain, and Nuan added a few more stabs, sending him to the afterlife. What is not cut off will only lead to more chaos. Nuan found a large bag to put the 3 corpses inside and store them in her space, planning to bury them when she went to Yunju Mountain later. She wasn't worried at all that the 3 vicious people would be revived by the space because the space was so indifferent to her, the owner, that it couldn't possibly use healing skills on outsiders. Last time, when she was injured on her shoulder and was in excruciating pain, the space showed no compassion whatsoever. After dealing with the bodies, Nuan found a highly absorbent towel to clean up the blood, mop the floor, and change the bedsheets before finally settling down. She moved Gu Yi from the space, and both of them, one big and one small, fell asleep peacefully. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Nuan finally woke up. Sitting on the bed, she felt utterly exhausted, but the pig in the space kept squealing. So Nuan had no choice but to take Gu Yi inside and feed the pig and a rabbit, completing a series of tasks. After sleeping on an empty stomach for so long, Nuan took out a self-heating hot pot, along with a pack of quail eggs and a cornstarch sausage, tore open the packaging, and soaked them. While waiting, Nuan tore into a marinated duck leg, but feeling it wasn't enough, she took out a spicy pig's trotter. After finishing these, the self-heating hot pot was also ready. She devoured the food ravenously, her stomach full, and then collapsed in the living room, letting out a loud burp. For the next few days, Nuan, Qin Fengtian, and the 2 dogs went to the city center, finally bringing home 200 bags of rice. The guns and fertilizer also arrived, and Xiaolan looked at the bag of fertilizer as if she had found a treasure. During the final handover, the grain dealer told her family that if they had goods to sell, they would also buy from them. Nuan was cautious, knowing that the other party had a lot of supplies, but was not easy to negotiate with, so it was wise to be careful. Qin Fengting skillfully disassembled and reassembled the gun, his movements quick and smooth, making Zhao Lan's eyes widen in surprise. Bro, you can do this too? Qin Fengting brushed away the inappropriate hand, saying that he had learned a few self-defense skills long ago. Impressive. Zhao Lan picked up the gun to examine it closely. The grain dealer had provided an 84 style 7.62mm micro pistol with an effective range of 15 to 30 meters, suitable for self-defense and emergencies, which was very applicable to the current situation on the 21st floor. The drawbacks were also obvious. The short range and a magazine could only hold 6 rounds. Although there were military troops maintaining order in the city, it was clear that the higher-ups had started to redeploy the military recently, and the security within the city was gradually loosening. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but behind the scenes, looting and violence were rampant. The death toll was not any lower than during a typhoon. As the situation outside became increasingly severe, one had to become stronger to survive. Therefore, Zhao Ziyu had also been trained by his uncle recently, having to lift weights every day and exercise alongside him with no part of the skin unscathed. After a few outings, canned food and cotton began to pester Qin Fengting every day, wanting to go out again. They had truly become addicted to hard labor. Chapter 116. Nuan no longer wanted this friend. Collecting sewage. Collecting sewage. Hurry up if you need to dispose of waste. With the water and electricity cut off, the toilets at home were unusable, and since it was an environment for long-term residents, everyone was advised not to relieve themselves anywhere to avoid a terrible stench. Thus, Ning Zihua gathered the community residents, and they unanimously decided that from now on, they would use buckets for waste, with a sewage truck coming to collect it every day. A long line formed downstairs in front of the sewage truck for people to dispose of their waste. Nuan was carrying a bucket and following the group down. Just as they were about to reach the first floor, she ran into Wang Xiaoyuan, whom she hadn't seen for quite a while. Wang Xiaoyuan also spotted Nuan. She looked disheveled, with lice crawling all over her head, and there were large dried stains of urine on the back of her pants. Her head was hanging low, almost buried in her chest. Wow, So unhygienic, really disgusting. Go away, go away. Smelly old hag. The people around seemed to avoid Wang Xiaoyuan as much as possible, and there was a significant gap around her. Nuan stood behind Wang Xiaoyuan, acting as a dividing line. Those behind her were hiding and chattering. This woman really stinks. How could she smell so bad? Ugh, it's because she doesn't love herself. Insisting on selling her body for supplies. I heard a pack of instant noodles is all it takes for a session. It's really messy. They say she even had all her teeth pulled out to serve customers. Is that true? So dedicated? A few women in their 30s and 40s were gossiping enthusiastically, completely disregarding the feelings of the person involved. The more they talked, the worse it got. Wang Xiaoyuan, feeling heartbroken, turned around in agitation, and her pants got wet again. Urine dripped onto the ground, forming a small puddle. The gossipers retreated several steps, exclaiming, "So disgusting. Don't let it splash on me. Watch where you're stepping. You're on my foot." Everyone showed their disgust openly, keeping their distance, except for Nuan, who remained unmoved. Wang Xiaoyuan slowly approached, her lips dry and cracked from lack of water. If she had followed Nuan's advice and cut ties with Gao Wei, she could have lived well with over 10,000 in supplies and wouldn't have had a falling out with Nuan. Without a falling out, she wouldn't be in this embarrassing situation, being openly humiliated while feeling helpless. The more she thought about it, the more bitter she felt, and her eyes turned red and swollen, tears welling up and cascading down. Looking at her former friend, Nuan felt an indescribable emotion. It was surprising, yet somehow expected. Nuan was well aware of how Wang Xiaoyuan was forced into this situation by Gao Wei, Zhang Chunran, and Lu Qianqian. Yet, she chose to watch coldly instead of helping, because Nuan knew that even if she rescued Wang Xiaoyuan from the abyss, Wang Xiaoyuan would still repeat her mistakes. She understood too well how much Wang Xiaoyuan loved Gao Wei, even willing to risk her life, treating being cheated on as just a passing joke. Nuan kept questioning her heart. On one side was a former friend, and on the other side was the thought of whether such a person really needed saving. As the garbage truck drove away, Nuan carried the bucket upstairs, with Wang Xiaoyuan following behind. Just as Nuan was about to open the iron gate to enter, Wang Xiaoyuan hesitated and wanted to come up, but Nuan directly shut the door, shot her a cold glance, and walked away. That icy look pierced through, and Wang Xiaoyuan instantly broke down in tears. Nuan doesn't want her anymore. Nuan no longer wanted her as a friend. Woo woo woo. Chapter 117, Everything is according to plan. As soon as the door opened, an empty soda can was thrown in, and Wang Xiaoyuan didn't dare to dodge, silently enduring it. Gao Wei leaned back on the sofa with an air of arrogance, impatiently saying, "I asked you to bring a urine bucket. Why are you taking so long?" Wang Xiaoyuan didn't say a word, squatting down to pick up the trash on the ground. After losing her teeth from Gao Wei's beating, she spoke with a lisp, which had caused her many embarrassing moments. "I know without you saying, you ran into that bitch Nuan, right? What? Didn't she pity you enough to give you some food when she saw you like this?" Gao Wei stood up, looking down at the woman squatting on the ground with disdain. "That's right. You really broke Nuan's heart back then. And you even said in front of her to trust your good friend. I see you didn't trust her much, otherwise you wouldn't have ended up like this. Just look at your own stench. There's a lake behind the community. Go get some water and clean yourself up." Every time Gao Wei told her to clean herself up, it inevitably meant she was going to entertain clients. Just thinking about the hellish torture she was about to face made Wang Xiaoyuan want to escape. But before she could reach the door, someone pushed it open from outside. Previously, Zhang Chunran and others were called to the 20th floor by a schoolmate named Zhu Yuanyuan, who lived with her parents and grandparents. Zhu Yuanyuan's parents were furious at the sight of 4 grown people, almost fainting from anger. Their home was already tough enough, and this spendthrift daughter still wanted to invite schoolmates over. Zhu Yuanyuan knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The elders had no choice but to say that all the people next door had jumped off the building, allowing Zhang Chunran and the others to stay. They ended up living there ever since. Gao Wei walked over, smiling ingratiatingly. "Don't worry, it won't delay anything, I promise." Lu Qianqian suppressed her anger, glanced at the person on the ground, and walked around to push open the room door. As soon as the person left, the ingratiating smile on Gao Wei's face turned sinister, and he spat on the ground, muttering, "Damn it, acting all high and mighty. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some ability to hook up with a big shot like Ning Zihua, I would definitely make you end up like that bitch. Saying this, Gao Wei grabbed Wang Xiaoyuan's hair and started to beat and scold her. Hurry up. If you delay the big matter of earning supplies this afternoon, just wait and see how I deal with you. After long-term beating and scolding, Wang Xiaoyuan had completely forgotten how to resist. She could only silently endure the pain until the storm passed. How's it going? Lu Qianqian said softly while sitting on the edge of the bed. Everything is according to plan. That Meng Shan is easy to control. I believe that soon, all of Gunwan's supplies will belong to us. Zhang Chunran sneered coldly. I sensed something was off when Gunwan let us in search the house. She's such a strong-willed person who values privacy. How could she let people in so easily, especially Gao Wei, whom she hates? She's the best at hiding things. There must be food all over the house. As long as we deal with her, we can search slowly later and won't have to struggle to find supplies anymore. As she got excited, Zhang Chunran gritted her teeth and cried out in pain. Lu Qianqian, heartbroken, gently pulled back the blanket to check the wound. The cut on her wrist was severely infected, and every day, Lu Qianqian had to clean the pus for Zhang Chunran. With no Western medicine available, she could only brew Chinese medicine daily to slowly treat it, enduring pain day by day. Zhang Chunran's eyes were filled with hatred as she thought, Gunwan, you broke my hand. One day, I will make you wish you were dead. Chapter 118 Prepare. Early this year's autumn came unusually early as October approached. The weather turned cold, with daytime temperatures around 10 degrees and dropping to a few degrees or even below zero at night. In the past, winter relied on electricity, but this method no longer worked, and everyone began to think about how to stay warm. Some people formed groups to go chop firewood on the mountain, which meant leaving the city and encountering various mutated monsters. Outside the city, there would be no army for protection. Those who could run fast were fine, but the slow ones would either be stung to death by scorpions or strangled by headless pythons. The most terrifying was encountering six-headed worms. Once these creatures caught a living person, they would tear them apart with their 6 heads, treating humans like toys. Being torn apart alive was no different from being dismembered. The 21st floor was no exception. Gunwan, Qin Fengting, and Zhao Lan discussed and decided to bury the hatchet with the Sun family and go up the mountain together to chop firewood and gather supplies for winter. Compared to personal conflicts, it was safer to have more people. The person from the Sun family who mediated was Sun Xiaoming. On the day of departure, everyone got up early to prepare, with Zhao Lan taking on the responsibility of watching the house. Gunwan tied the cart to the back of her bicycle, leaving the dogs at home. Just before leaving, Xiao Ruan stubbornly tried to follow them out, but ended up getting a whack on the head from Qin Fengtian, along with a punishment of no food for a day. Poor little thing. The security in the city had become increasingly lax. As Gunwan and her group passed through 2 districts on their way out of the city, they didn't encounter a single patrol unit. There were only 2 volunteer soldiers guarding the checkpoint. Sun Xiaoyan had no idea of the dangers outside the city and was still sulking over earlier events, dragging Meng Shan along far ahead. Earlier, when they had clashed with 3 or 4 thugs, the thugs mentioned that the military only patrolled every 2 hours. So Gunwan had been keeping an eye on this. She discreetly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her backpack and handed it over, saying, "Big brother, you've worked hard." The volunteer soldier's reflexes were quicker than Gunwan's, as he swiftly grabbed the cigarettes. "Not hard at all, little sister. What do you want to know?" "I know everything. Weren't there a lot of patrol soldiers in the city before? Why has their number suddenly decreased by more than half? Where have those soldiers gone?" "The government is building 3 bases. When they were halfway through, they encountered some tricky characters, and since they were short on manpower, they redeployed troops from the surrounding cities." The volunteer soldier tore open the cigarette pack, shared one with his companion, and lit it up. "To be honest, little sister, we're not actually soldiers. We just get fed for this job. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here." His companion nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's tough to get by these days. I advise you to pay attention to the base's situation. Once it's completed, you should head over there quickly." Gunwan pursed her lips and said, "All right, thank you, 2 older brothers." "You're welcome." 3 bicycles rode out of the city together. Sun Xiaoming spoke up. "Sister, what that person said is true. I counted from the windowsill yesterday, and there are 5 fewer soldiers in our community. Qin Fengtian's expression grew serious. It seemed they needed to prepare early. Once the base was repaired, all the troops in the city would likely be dispatched to maintain security at the base, leaving this place empty. Taking 3 large white dogs to the base would definitely spark a fierce battle. But apart from that, there was no other choice. Nuan let out a deep sigh. Chapter 119. Do you want to hear what you were saying? Nuan and the others arrived at the nearest mountain, which was filled with people chopping firewood. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, not interfering with each other. Meng Shan and Sun Xiaoyan were nowhere to be seen, and Nuan and Qin Fengtian didn't take care, picking up dry branches from the ground, which were light and easy to burn. After gathering a large pile that filled 2 urea bags, they began to chop. Nuan picked small twigs and chopped a bundle, while Qin Fengtian had just cut down a pine tree as thick as a thigh. After chopping 3 trees, the 2 stopped, and Sun Xiaoming had also collected a lot. Sun Xiaoming called out to Sun Xiaoyan's name across the mountain and finally found the 2 disheveled individuals in a haystack on the back mountain. Sun Xiaoming stomped her foot in anger and turned away. Brother, really, we came out this time to gather firewood for winter, not for you to find a place for a secret meeting. Ouch. Sun Xiaoming covered her ankle in pain. Something bit me. Sun Xiaoyan, who was used to her sister's dramatics, didn't pay much attention and casually asked, "What now?" Sun Xiaoming's eyes flashed with disappointment. Then she shook her head. "It's nothing." The bitten area quickly swelled and turned red. Sun Xiaoming endured the discomfort, limping over the mountain, as her sister was still waiting for her at the bottom, and she couldn't delay. Sun Xiaoyan looked at her sister walking oddly and shook her head helplessly. "Really?" She's being dramatic again. Meng Shan, also a girl, noticed that Sun Xiaoming was not pretending and kindly advised, "Ayun, go check on your sister." However, Sun Xiaoyan smiled and waved her hand. "No need. She just loves to pull these little tricks to get my attention. She's been like this since childhood." Meng Shan sighed and pouted, thinking it was not her place to meddle since she wasn't family. Suddenly, a rustling noise came from behind, growing closer, bringing an inexplicable sense of pressure. She fearfully grabbed Sun Xiaoyan's arm. "Ayun, do you feel something is off? There's something behind us." Sun Xiaoyan was about to respond when she turned around and froze. The ground was swarming with large dust mites, each the size of a fist, moving quickly toward them. "Ah!" Sun Xiaoyan screamed in panic and ran away without a thought for her love's safety. Meng Shan, left behind, could only feel wronged and hurriedly followed. Nuan squinted her eyes and coldly questioned Sun Xiaoyan, "Where's Meng Meng?" Sun Xiaoyan, leaning on her knees and panting heavily, replied, "I don't know. She fell down after I bumped into her just now. She should be okay behind us." Nuan frowned. "Do you even hear what you're saying?" Realizing the situation was dire, Nuan took out a makeshift torch, the cloth soaked in kerosene, and lit it with a lighter, the flames roaring to life. Qin Fengtian nodded, reminding her to be careful. Struggling to climb to a higher place, he searched around and finally spotted Sun Xiaoming, covered in mites, under a tree. Chapter 120. Being friends with Nuan? Impossible. The little girl had been attacked by mites to the point of confusion, mumbling incoherently, making it hard to understand what she was saying. Nuan was cautious not to touch, but instead used a torch to burn the mites around Sun Xiaoming. The mites quickly fled from the fire, daring not to come near. After the mites dispersed, Nuan sprinkled a handful of light yellow powder on Sun Xiaoming. The smell was pungent and irritating, a toxin specifically designed to target mites. The powder was simple to make, and Nuan would prepare a little whenever she had free time at home. Today, while going out to chop wood, she suspected she might encounter such things. So she had everything ready. The headless snake and the 6-headed earthworm were too large to handle easily, but these mites were much easier to deal with. Nuan gently patted the little girl's face. "Meng Meng? Meng Meng, wake up, hurry up, I'm here." Sister, I feel so uncomfortable." Sun Xiaoming slowly opened her eyes, her brows tightly furrowed, and her face contorted in pain. "Don't be afraid. I'll carry you down the mountain now. If it hurts, just shout out, don't hold it in." Saying this, Nuan quickly turned around and carried Sun Xiaoming on her back, holding a torch in one hand to fend off the mites that were trying to surround them again. The mites crawled quickly, their teeth sharp. If one wasn't careful for even a moment, they would be gnawed on. Nuan carried Sun Xiaoming on her back, taking each step very cautiously. Fortunately, the little girl was light, so it wasn't too tiring along the way. "Help! Someone save me! It hurts!" A scream echoed from not far away. It was Meng Shan. The calf of her leg was deeply gored by a sharp tree stump, blood gushing out, and most importantly, a large group of mites was approaching from behind her. Meng Shan saw Nuan and suppressed her embarrassment, her pleading eyes loudly calling out, "Nuan, save me! Ooh, please save me!" Just as Nuan hesitated, the mites had already crawled onto Meng Shan, with several trying to burrow into her wound. Growing up spoiled, Meng Shan nearly fainted in fear at the thought of something trying to enter her body, screaming and swatting at them, only to be bitten several times. Seeing Meng Shan's distressed state, wiping her tears and sobbing uncontrollably, Nuan rolled her eyes and sighed as she walked over, sprinkling some powder on her. The mites instantly crawled away, and Meng Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Can you still stand?" Meng Shan timidly looked at the person who saved her, nodding obediently. Holding back the pain, Meng Shan followed closely beside her. Occasionally, some mites try to crawl back up, but Nuan chased them away with a torch. Staying close to Nuan gave Meng Shan a sense of security, calming her panicked heart. Looking at Sun Xiaoming on Nuan's back, she inexplicably felt a bit envious. If she were also Nuan's friend, would she also be taken care of like this? Just as this thought emerged, Meng Shan shook her head impatiently. What was she thinking? Being friends with Nuan? How could that be possible? Even if she wanted to, Nuan would never accept her. She was just daydreaming. It was better to be realistic. The three of them finally made it down the mountain safely. Qin Fengting walked over and scanned Nuan for injuries, only feeling relieved after confirming she was unharmed. He pointed to a building not far ahead. "Let's go over there. There's an unfinished building where we can take shelter." Chapter 121. Why save me? The newly constructed building was surrounded by dust nets, with an outer layer of iron sheets. Qin Fengting kicked the door open. Choosing a building that was mostly finished, they went to the second floor and found a relatively clean spot. Nuan took out a clean sheet from her backpack, laying it on the ground to place Sun Xiaoming on top. Sun Xiaoyun, beaten up by Qin Fengting, came over with firewood, adding it to the fire Nuan had made. Meng Shan, still shaken, sat very close to Nuan. Following Nuan's instructions, Qin Fengting divided the burning firewood into several piles, surrounding Sun Xiaoming in the center to prevent another mite attack. "Boys, turn around. I need to take off Mingming's clothes to apply medicine. If you dare to peek, I'll poke your eyes out." To avoid any misunderstandings, Qin Fengting took a fire stick and walked far away to start a fire, turning his back to sit alone. With nothing to do, Sun Xiaoyun had no choice but to walk awkwardly over to Qin Fengting. Once she confirmed that the men were all away, Nuan finally began to remove Sun Xiaoming's clothes. Her body was extremely swollen and red, her hands and feet resembling puffed-up buns. Some areas had already begun to show signs of suppuration. Nuan applied the cooling and anti-swelling ointment on the wound, then turned Sun Xiaoming's clothes inside out and covered her with them. In fact, it's best not to wear clothes after applying the ointment. But considering that she was still an unmarried young girl, and they were in the wild, it was better to cover up a bit. After taking care of the seriously injured Sun Xiaoming, Nuan turned her head to glance at the woman who had been following her closely. Meng Shan noticed Nuan's gaze and awkwardly turned to scratch herself. The spot where she had been bitten had already been scratched open, but she really couldn't help it. It was both painful and itchy. The wound on her calf throbbed with pain, and she didn't dare to say anything. She was very self-aware. Nuan disliked her and naturally wouldn't ask Nuan for medicine. Nuan directly grabbed Meng Shan's arm. Meng Shan looked at the silent woman and felt a bit scared, stepping back. With her heart racing, Meng Shan closed her eyes, thinking Nuan was going to hit her, when a cool and refreshing sensation came from her arm. She hesitantly opened her eyes and discovered that Nuan had applied the remaining ointment to the wound caused by the mite bites. Before Meng Shan could react, Nuan took some wild herbs that Qin Fengting had picked at the foot of the mountain, rinsed them with water, chewed them up, and then applied them to her calf. Covering the wound with a towel she pulled out from her backpack. Meng Shan looked at the wound on her calf, bit her lip lightly, and asked, "Why are you saving me?" Gunwan turned her head to pack her backpack. Her tone, "I feel sorry for you." Mengshan lowered her head in shame, thinking that she and Gunwan were enemies, but it seemed that the other party didn't think so. In the second half of the night, Gunwan tossed and turned on the ground, unable to sleep due to the hard, bare floor. Everyone else was still asleep, so she tiptoed up. The building was only at the 5th floor, and the 4th floor was piled with a lot of cement and steel bars. Gunwan glanced around to see that no one was waking up, then boldly absorbed these construction materials into her space. According to her memories from her previous life, a world-class earthquake would come after the insect tide, affecting the entire country, and the casualties would be unimaginable. The base was not spared either. Buildings collapsed, killing about 100 people. Everyone dared not close their eyes in the wilderness, fearing that they would be buried by sudden ground fissures at any moment. Although these steel bars and cement were not useful right now, she planned to leave this group after the insect disaster and head alone into the high mountains and deep forests to find a secluded place. When the time came to lay the foundation and build a house, they would be very useful. Gunwan wandered to another building and collected some items, making sure no one was watching before taking action. After one night, the group of mites was no longer nearby. This time, Gunwan only brought a little food, but it wasn't enough to share, so she didn't take it out to avoid drawing attention. Qin Fengtian was the first to wake up, sitting up and looking around in search of familiar faces, eventually finding one in a corner. Chapter 122. With that washboard figure of yours? I'm afraid I'll get pinpricks if I look at it too much. When are we leaving? Gunwan stuffed a palm-sized piece of bread into Qin Fengting's arms, saying, "Have some, even if it's just this little bit." After all, she still owed Qin Fengting 3 million, and when she would be able to come up with that amount was still unknown. It's basic courtesy to treat people well. There were plenty of supplies in her space, but they were all for survival and couldn't be given away. Qin Fengting paused while eating the bread, then swallowed it in one bite, saying, "No need to repay." Gunwan waved her hand. "You said the same thing last time, but in the end, you just played with me, so I don't believe you." Qin Fengtian put the bread wrapper into his pocket, turned around to look at Gunwan, and said firmly, "This time I'm not joking. You really don't need to repay me." His kindness towards her didn't require any repayment. As the sun rose, its brilliant rays shone on the man standing in the light. Gunwan turned to look at Qin Fengting, who was standing in the light, her eyes slightly squinted. "Boss, what scheme are you up to again?" Qin Fengting gave her a light knock on the head. Gunwan covered her head and exclaimed, "Ouch! What are you doing? That hurts." "Do you think you're a national treasure? Anyone who is nice to you has their own motives." Qin Fengting sighed and patted Gunwan's head. "Don't overthink it. Besides your parents, I'm probably the best person to you in this world. You don't need to worry that I have any ulterior motives." Gunwan coldly snorted, "Who knows? Maybe you're just craving my body." Qin Fengtian looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, his expression of disbelief completely unhidden as he pointed at Gunwan from head to toe. "With that washboard figure of yours? I've seen so much that I'm afraid of getting pinpricks." "What did you say?" Gunwan's face turned red with anger. "Say that again. Don't think you can speak freely just because you're my boss. What do you mean by washboard figure? This is called a slender figure, okay? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." "Puffed. Slender, you really dare to say that?" Qin Fengtian laughed as he walked away. Gunwanchi was pacing back and forth, originally happy that she could receive a large amount of cement and steel bars today, with the supplies becoming more diverse and complete, but in the end, it frustrated her to death. Gunwan looked down at the flat chest, sobbing. Little Mantu. Early in the morning, with the cold frost, Qin Fengting started a fire to warm up. After a while, Mengshan and Sun Xiaoyan also woke up. After calling for a long time, Sun Xiaoming gradually came to her senses. The swelling from her injuries had reduced significantly, and she was able to move. Qin Feng retied the dry wood onto the cart and connected the 2 bicycles to the cart with ropes, riding one bicycle to pull the cart, which was much easier. Especially on the way, they encountered several corpses exposed in the wilderness, the deer meat rotting, the bones stark white, and crawling with maggots. Gunwan continued to ride her bike as if it were completely normal, even startling a swarm of flies as she passed by without a hint of reaction. She had grown accustomed to such scenes. In her previous life, she had even fished a cooked baby skull out of a pot with her bare hands. Qin Fengting saw this and took several deep breaths to steady his mind, keeping his distance. The one who reacted the most was Meng Shan. Seeing the wriggling maggots made her nauseous, and, after not eating all night, all she could throw up was bile and saliva. Chapter 123. Itching for a beating, aren't you? Back at the launching Huayuan community, Nuan and Qin Fengting took turns carrying firewood upstairs. Sun Xiaoyan, you really are becoming more and more like the deceased Yin Chang. Lazy and greedy. Put away that greedy expression of yours. Where you won tea, keep your head on your shoulders. Others may fear Nuan, but Sun Xiaoyan does not. Thinking this, she stepped forward. Don't threaten me. I'm not buying it. Do you think I'm some coward like Yin Chang who would be afraid of a woman? You're mistaken. Qin Fengting's expression was cold as he stood between the two. Sun Xiaoyan, itching for a beating, aren't you? Nuan yanked Qin Fengting aside, pulled out the file knife, and sneered. Oh really, you have quite a bit of confidence in yourself. Seeing Nuan's usual murder weapon, Sun Xiaoyan's lips trembled, and she gathered her courage to confront her, saying arrogantly, of course, if you dare to make a move in broad daylight, Ning Zihua will be the first to not let you off. He's been watching you closely. If you touch even a hair on me, I'll scream, and let us see how you'll handle it then. I don't believe Ning Zihua can do anything to me. As Nuan spoke, she was about to make a move. Meng Shan, standing nearby, didn't hesitate for a moment, rushed over, grabbed Nuan's clothing, and shouted sharply, don't. Nuan stopped her hands, while Meng Shan kept muttering, no, Nuan, it's not worth it for someone like him. Zhaolan also dragged Qin Fengting into the room, saying, what are you doing? Didn't you say we should get along with the Sun family? If outsiders see us falling out, won't that be troublesome? The corridor fell silent, and Meng Shan said nothing as she walked away with her head down. The space was in disarray. The wild boar was so hungry that it dashed around inside, and the rabbits were scattered here and there. Nuan put Gu Yi down on the ground, hurriedly set up the pot to start a fire, and began to cook pig feed. Then she set up the fence and caught the starving wild boar inside. The rabbits were no exception. After trekking through mountains and rivers, Nuan was extremely hungry, so she took 2 bags of emergency ration from the shelf and tore them open to eat. After finishing, she cleaned up the scraps on the ground and pulled out the weeds in the field. Only then did she take off her clothes and wash herself clean with the shower head before soaking in the warm bathtub. After soaking for a full half hour, Nuan slowly got out of the bathtub, feeling refreshed after a massage. Stepping out of the space, Gu Yi was babbling and demanding to eat. So Nuan boiled water to make milk powder, and after a lot of effort, finally coaxed the little guy to sleep. Nuan changed into a bodysuit and began exercising in the living room. While working out, she was lost in thought. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours of exercise was enough. Nuan stopped and wandered around the living room, letting the heat escape from her body. Originally, the plan was to travel with the Sun family to see if Meng Shan would take the opportunity to make a move against her, and to check on the progress of Zhang Chunran's plan. However, the actual situation did not unfold as she expected. Instead, Meng Shan's previously indifferent attitude toward her became somewhat ambiguous. What exactly does Meng Shan want? Has the other party noticed something and decided to change their plans? Regardless of the reason, the other party definitely wants her to eliminate Sun Xiaoyan, using that as leverage to gain favor with Ning Zihua and thereby remove her. If she dies, the biggest beneficiaries will be Lu Qianqian and her group. After all, Lu Qianqian is her own cousin. Chapter 124. Brewing a heavy snow in the late night, silver-gray clouds raced across the sky, and a cold front was brewing a heavy snow. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the trees swayed in the fierce gusts. The chilly wind seemed like a little spirit playing in the world, sneaking through the cracks of the window, curiously wandering around the room. Nuan woke up cold once again. She covered herself with another quilt and pulled Gu Yi into the bed, their heads touching, gradually warming up. The next morning, a layer of frost had formed on the window. Nuan got dressed in the quilt before finally climbing out. The cold came so suddenly that it caught her off guard. She dug out an old steel basin from the storage room, tore up some cardboard to light it, and threw in some dry branches. After burning for a while, she placed charcoal on top and used a small fan to help it ignite faster. Nuan had honed her fire-starting skills in her previous life, extinguishing countless times before achieving today's success. The wooden table and the tablecloth for the heating table were all ready, and a discarded tire was placed on the floor. Nuan dragged the burning charcoal basin over and set it on top, creating a makeshift stove that was incredibly comfortable to sit by. Once the charcoal was fully ignited, the room became much warmer. Nuan took Gu-ee out of the bedding and placed her in the cradle, which was close to the stove, warm and cozy. The little one giggled so much that her eyes turned into tiny slits. Nuan had just prepared the baby formula when there was a knock at the door. Qin Fengtian and Zhao Lan looked disheveled, and Zhao Ziyu was shivering from the cold. It was indeed freezing outside, with the cold wind whistling into the room. Nuan urged the three of them to come in quickly. Qin Fengtian sat by the stove to warm up, and his frozen face finally softened a bit. Sorry for disturbing you so early in the morning. Nuan poured the leftover hot water for making milk powder into 3 cups and placed them on the table. How did you all get yourselves into such a mess? Didn't you start a fire? Zhao Ziyu held the cup to warm his hands and said in a soft, sticky voice, Uncle and Uncle Qin can't start a fire. They made the room full of smoke, and it made my eyes tear up. Zhao Lan awkwardly chuckled. I'm really ashamed. Although my family is from the countryside, my parents never let me do any work since I was little, so. As for Qin Fengting, there's even less to say. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had everything handed to him, with servants always at his side. And his home was fully equipped with smart home technology. So the fire-starting skills of these 2 big men were 0. It would be troublesome to start a fire again. So let's eat here for lunch. Nuan patted Gu-ee's back, coaxing the little one to sleep. Near noon, Sun Xiaoyan came to ask for firewood. Qin Fengting and Zhao Lan, who had apparently discussed something the day before, rolled up their sleeves and were ready to fight upon seeing Sun Xiaoyan. Sun Xiaoyan didn't expect them to be so ruthless now, and angrily said, All right, you guys are really something. Since that's the case, our 3 families are done for. I want to see how you 3 maintain peace on the 21st floor without the Sun family. Sun Xiaoyan acted quickly. After saying her piece, she started moving out with a clatter. Both Sun Xiaoyan and Meng Shan moved away, but Sun Xiaoming didn't budge, leading to a big fight between the 2 siblings. Nuan didn't care about that. She made a pot of tofu skin hot pot for lunch, which included vegetables, bean sprouts, carrot chunks, 5 packs of instant noodles, and green onions. The tofu skin was provided by Qin Fengtian, the gas was from Zhao Lan's house, and Sun Xiaoming came over with a box of instant noodles, saying she wanted to share a meal. Nuan smiled and generously opened the door to let the little girl in. Chapter 125. 2 teams go downstairs at the same time. In the evening, everyone had dinner at Nuan's place. Each family contributed some ingredients, while Nuan provided some seasonings. The 5 of them sat around the fire, happily enjoying the steaming hot pot stew. It was simply delightful. After dinner, they cleared the table, lit a candle in the center, and placed a circle of peanuts and sunflower seeds around it. They chatted while occasionally munching on snacks. Everyone listened as I spoke about the recent surge in supermarket prices. Most people had stopped shopping at supermarkets and started finding alternative ways to make a living, like going out to fish, and I heard the catches were quite plentiful. Zhao Lan was very good at gathering information, and the news he brought back was almost always accurate, with hardly any errors. Sun Xiaoming's eyes sparkled, and she wasn't sad at all about leaving her brother's side. Instead, she was beaming, full of life. Let's go too. We just happen to have a speedboat and a rubber dinghy. And I haven't tried out the diving gear I got from the supermarket for free yet. I've been cooped up at home lately. Even if we don't go out to sea, we should at least take a trip to check on the situation at the base, said Qin Fengtian. Nuan pondered for a moment. Although we have decided to move to the base once it's repaired, the government has invested so much effort and cost into building the base that they definitely won't let everyone live there for free. In this apocalypse, resources are extremely valuable. So the base will surely establish a rule where people can exchange resources for contribution points, and then use those contribution points to pay rent. Zhao Lan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, I remember where I saw this contribution point. When the government was distributing flyers to recruit base employees. There was information about employee benefits, stating that working for 1 day earns 10 contribution points. Nuan nodded. Yes, that's the one. But to move in, we definitely need more than 10 contribution points, so we need to stock up to ensure we can move into the base smoothly. The next morning, Nuan got up early and took Gu-ee into the space to wash up. The temperature in the space was always maintained at 26 degrees, which was very suitable for plant growth. After tidying up Gui, she began to cook pig feed, this time preparing enough for a whole day's worth. Last time when she went out to chop wood, she hadn't prepared the pig feed in advance, leaving several wild piglets quite hungry. So this time she cooked it ahead of time and would just heat it up when it was time to feed them. She also prepared plenty of carrots for the rabbits. After recording the growth of the vegetation, Nuan took Gui out of the space. They were going out to sea today, and Gui would be entrusted to Xiaolan for care. Xiaolan was quite skilled at taking care of little babies, even better than Nuan. Nuan opened the door, and Qin Fengting and Sun Xiaoming, carrying a large bag, were already ready and just waiting for her. The three of them were still using bicycles as their mode of transportation, although they had previously bought 2 barrels of gasoline from the grain vendor. After discussion, they decided to save it for when they needed to relocate to the base. After all, it was a scarce resource that was hard to come by, so everyone was quite cautious about using it. On her way down, Nuan coincidentally ran into Lu Qianqian and the others. The group also included Gao Wei, Wang Xiaoyuan, and a girl from the same school who seemed to be named Zhu Yuanyuan. What surprised Nuan was that Sun Xiaoyun and Meng Shan were actually mingling with Lu Qianqian's group. The two teams descended the stairs at the same time. Lu Qianqian's mouth seemed to be unable to stay quiet, as she provocatively said all the way down, "Cousin, your family has so much food already, and you still want to go out looking for more? You can't be so selfish. At least let others have a chance to survive." Chapter 126. Single for 29 years, Nuan was in a good mood today and didn't want to argue with fools, so she ignored that person. However, some people become even more arrogant when you ignore them. "What's wrong? Feeling guilty after I called you out?" Lu Qianqian opened her fingers to admire her freshly done nails, while Sun Xiaoyan had shared everything with us. "Your family has plenty of supplies. You clearly have food, but lied to us saying there was none. I haven't settled that score with you yet." Nuan forced a smile and gave a thumbs up. "Lu Qianqian, you really interpret the phrase thick-skinned to perfection." Nuan's eyes were filled with unparalleled admiration. The more she interacted with Lu Qianqian, the more she was amazed by Lu Qianqian's quirky logic. Nuan couldn't find the right words to refute what Lu Qianqian said. Arguing with someone whose values and appearance didn't match was just a waste of breath. She thought the two groups would part ways after leaving the neighborhood. But unexpectedly, Lu Qianqian's group was also headed to the seaside to fish. With her hands on her hips, Lu Qianqian declared proudly, "Nuan, don't get me wrong, we originally planned to go fishing at sea. It's you guys who couldn't pick a good day and insisted on clashing with us on the same day." Nuan lightly responded with an "O," wishing them a bountiful harvest. There was no need to say such things in front of her. If they really had the ability, they should catch all the fish in the sea and show her. Qin Fengtian had only seen Lu Qianqian's personal information and related introductions before, but he had never seen her in person. Watching Nuan ride ahead, the tail of her scarf fluttering in the wind, he quickened his pace to catch up. "You've grown up this big. It must have been hard work." Nuan glanced at Qin Fengtian and said, "Don't talk to me in that fatherly tone, boss. If you don't care about people, you could just keep quiet." Qin Fengtian was taken aback and coughed. "Sorry, I don't have experience in this area." Well, being single for 29 years, he indeed has no experience. Hey, I was comforting you. How heartless of you, hitting where it hurts." Sun Xiaoming leaned in and asked, "Sister, did you really break up with old Qin? Are you not getting back together?" Nuan suddenly remembered that they had previously claimed to be in a romantic relationship, but now Qin Fengting had moved out of her house. To outsiders, this action was equivalent to signaling their breakup. Since it was a temporary arrangement, Nuan nodded without much expression and said, "Yeah, it turns out that Qin Fengting and I are more suitable as friends." Qin Fengting looked at Nuan, his eyes carrying a hint of sadness. But he didn't show it. He cheerfully clicked his tongue twice and said, "What friends? I want to be your dad." Nuan's expression changed upon hearing this. She steadied the steering wheel and kicked out fiercely, saying, "Go to hell, I'm still your mom." Qin Fengting quickly accelerated, dodging Nuan's foot, pedaling fast and riding away alone. He let the cold wind blow against him, the biting chill making his already sorrowful heart feel even colder. All of this was what he deserved. After all, he hadn't been there for Nuan when she was at her most heartbroken and helpless, so this was his retribution. Nuan really didn't recognize him. Or did she forget? Maybe that's it. City H is built by the sea. And this time Nuan and the others are going to the coast where they usually fish. That area has been enclosed with nets by the contractor. And the fish inside are artificially bred, charged by the hour. Chapter 127. A bountiful catch. The vast ocean stretches endlessly, and the cold sea breeze blows fiercely. Nuan and the other two filled the inflatable boat with air and put it in the water, with Qin Fengting being the first to sit down. Next was Sun Xiaoming, and finally Nuan. They untied the rope from the shore, and the boat headed towards the center of the water. The three had clear roles. Qin Fengting operated the boat. Nuan stood at the front throwing the net, and Sun Xiaoming, wearing gloves, was responsible for taking the fish caught in the net and putting them into the bucket. Lu Qianqian, standing on the shore, watched Nuan and the others working in an orderly manner, while her side hadn't even taken out the rubber boat yet. Are you all just sitting around? Can you hurry up? Stop dawdling. Meng Shan, who was helping to inflate the rubber boat, rolled her eyes. Fishing is a team effort. You're just standing there with your hands on your hips and not helping at all. What right do you have to criticize us? Shut up. Lu Qianqian leaned in, her eyes wide, speaking frantically. If it weren't for you stopping Nuan from taking action, causing me to miss the chance to deal with her, we wouldn't have to be out here in the cold trying to catch fish. It's all your fault. Meng Shan turned her head, not wanting to respond. She was extremely frustrated. She really couldn't believe she had to cooperate with a madwoman. Lu Qianqian claimed that Nuan treated human lives as nothing, but in her eyes, Lu Qianqian was the one who truly didn't regard people as human. Wang Xiaoyuan quietly focused on her work, but her eyes were constantly watching Nuan's side. She didn't believe that Nuan would really abandon her. They had known each other since their freshman year, and after 4 years of friendship, Nuan wouldn't easily give up on her. When Nuan caught the first net of fish, Lu Qianqian's side had just finished inflating the rubber boat. In her previous life, there was a particularly skilled boy in Nuan's fishing team, born into a family of fishermen, who threw nets with great finesse. Remembering this, Nuan felt a pang of regret, wishing that when they relocated their base after spring, she could meet up with those friends again. After throwing the net a few times and catching very little, Nuan gradually found her rhythm and began to throw the net higher and more skillfully. After one throw, they caught more than 30 fish. Surprisingly, the typhoon and floods hadn't washed these fish away. Sun Xiaoming was busy and overwhelmed with excitement, her 2 tiger teeth showing, making her look clever and lively. Nuan crouched on the speedboat, helping to take the fish off the net, and said with a smile, "Of course. Pick a big one. Let's make spicy grilled fish tonight." She was genuinely happy that Meng Meng could distance herself from Sun Xiaoyan, as she really liked the little girl. Yay! Sun Xiaoming cheered, raising her hands high and smiling sweetly. "Sister is the best to me." This area was well known and had even been featured in a television interview. Therefore, while Nuan and the others were reaping a good harvest, other boats were also out on the sea fishing. The nearby boats, seeing their boat filled to the brim while they had caught nothing, felt a sudden imbalance in their hearts. This place was far from the city center, and the number of security forces in the city had drastically decreased. 2 women and 1 man didn't seem very strong. If they could snatch their catch, wouldn't that be a great deal? As this thought emerged, some people couldn't sit still and rowed their boats closer. A rough-looking man, standing at the bow of the boat, with yellowed teeth and a foul mouth, shouted, "Give us the net, or at least split the fish with us. Hurry up. Damn it. Why can you catch so many while we can't catch a single one?" Nuan stopped her movements, straightened her back, and looked over. The other party was a wooden boat, rowed by hand, with 4 people on it. "Do I know you?" The man who spoke was taken aback. "No, we don't know each other." "What's wrong? If we don't know each other, why should we share with you?" "Oh, is it because there are more of you, or because you have no shame?" On the same boat, a man holding a fishing net spoke up to persuade. "Picking on a little girl isn't any skill. What time is it? Hurry up and think of a way to catch some fish." The older brother made his statement, and the man with yellow teeth didn't say anything more, glared at Nuan fiercely, and turned to get busy. Nuan climbed ashore first, while Sun Xiaoming and Qin Fengtian were below, holding onto the bag. She cooperated and pulled it up. The sack was heavy, and Nuan struggled to pull it, completely focused on the bag. Just as she was using all her strength to pull it up, a pair of hands suddenly pushed her. "Sister." Sun Xiaoming shouted in panic, flustered and trying to catch Gunwan. Gunwan, Qin Fengtian, in a hurry, set down the bag that weighed over 100 pounds and leaned over the edge of the speedboat to look into the water. Although he knew Gunwan was a good swimmer, he couldn't help but feel worried. If something happened to her, he would hold that person accountable, losing her balance. Gunwan and the bag fell directly into the sea, creating huge waves and splashes. Fortunately, she was wearing a life jacket, so she wouldn't drown. Gunwan surfaced, wiped the water off her face, and approached the speedboat where Qin Fengtian and Sun Xiaoming extended their hands. Sun Xiaoming looked at her with concern, tears welling up her eyes as she asked, "Sister, are you okay?" Gunwan placed her hand on Sun Xiaoming's hand, climbed onto the speedboat, and waved her hand. Breathing heavily, "I'm fine." Suddenly losing her balance did make her panic for a moment, but it wasn't too bad. "Oh no, cousin, how did you fall into the water like that? Be careful not to catch a cold in this chilly weather." Gunwan looked up and saw Lu Qianqian standing by the shore, covering her mouth while laughing and pretending to be concerned. Gunwan took a deep breath. The corners of her mouth slightly curved up. She had to admit that at this moment, she really wanted to kill Lu Qianqian. She had overestimated her patience, thinking she could endure until the zombies came. It seemed that wasn't necessary anymore. Lu Qianqian shrank her neck, tightening her clothes, suddenly feeling very cold. "Cousin, how can you be so careless?" The person who was mocking on the shore just a moment ago was now in close contact with the seawater. However, Lu Qianqian wasn't as lucky as Gunwan. Being someone who loved beauty, she couldn't swim and refused to wear a life jacket. Meng Shan took Lu Qianqian's place, coldly watching her struggle and shout in the water. "Noisy, hurry up and rescue her." Gao Wei's face turned red with anger as he grabbed Meng Shan by the collar. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Sun Xiaoyun stepped forward and yanked Gao Wei away. "What are you doing? Don't bully Shan Shan." Gunwan had no interest in watching others struggle. So during this time, the three of them dragged the burlap sacks back onto the shore. They tied them onto a cart and pulled it away with a bicycle. Chapter 129. Have you come to stroll around the city? Although the weather had turned cold, the mutated creatures were completely unaffected and continued to roam freely in the city. The security forces would take action when they saw biological invasions during patrols, but due to a shortage of personnel and the capacity of each city's several million population, patrolling such a large city, even 5 times a day, was incredibly challenging. A juvenile headless snake would generally be followed by an adult headless snake. But aren't these creatures usually found in the wild? How did they come into the city to wander around? Gunwan's heart tightened, and she pressed the brakes to stop. Qin Fengtian noticed something was off and asked, "What's wrong?" Gunwan swallowed hard, a bit doubtful that she might be seeing things. It seemed like she just saw a headless snake. "Are you sure?" Sun Xiaoming, who had only been out of the city with Gunwan, had only encountered biting mites so far. She tilted her head in confusion. "Sister, what is a headless snake? A snake without a head?" "Yeah, it's a very terrifying creature. We might end up dying here." Gunwan looked around, searching for a temporary safe haven, and finally set her sights on a more than 30-story building. Whether it was her eyes playing tricks on her or not, she thought it was better to be cautious and suggested they take shelter inside the building first. Qin Fengtian and Sun Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Okay. The three of them worked together to carry 3 large bags of fish up the stairs. The strong smell of blood dripping from the bags. Gunwan was worried that it would attract mutated creatures sensitive to smells. So she scattered a large pile of documents and waste paper on the ground to somewhat cover the strong fishy odor. After settling the fish in the burlap sack, Gunwan climbed to the highest floor and looked around with binoculars. Gunwan kept silently praying in her heart, hoping that she was just seeing things. This creature's destructive power was second only to that of 6-headed earthworms. If such creatures began to appear in the city, there would only be more to come. And even headless snakes might linger in the city. If that really happened, this winter would be tough. After looking around for a long time, just when Gunwan thought she had really mistaken it, that tail reappeared in her line of sight. Moreover, this time it was followed by a 10-meter-long headless python. The headless python, with its deep gray body and dark black patterns, was approaching the large supermarket in the city center, accompanied by its young offspring. Gunwan's pupil shrank, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in her head. This was troublesome. Fengding took the binoculars and looked in the direction Nuan was watching, just in time to see the heartwarming scene of a young, headless snake playing and frolicking around a large snake. The two held the binoculars in silence. But Sun Xiaoming was getting anxious, shouting from the side, "Old Qin, what you see? I want to see too." Fengding endured his physiological discomfort and handed over the binoculars. Sun Xiaoming snatched the binoculars and looked on with curiosity. The sight of two headless snakes appearing in the city center square immediately caused an uproar. The orderly line for shopping was thrown into chaos. People were running around with their heads in their hands, and some even lost their shoes in their panic, not daring to stop and pick them up. Others lost their wallets, having seen them clearly but could only flee in haste, afraid of being entangled by the monsters. Some, slower on their feet or caught off guard, were directly strangled and swallowed alive. Nuan stood on the top floor, surrounded by desperate screams and howls. Blood splattered in the square, and a headless serpent joyfully wandered around. It seemed to delight in the panicked screams of humans, constantly chasing after the crowd. Chapter 130. Giant poison and the bloody screams in the square continued until evening. The army was deployed, using specialized instruments to kill the headless python, which finally stopped this one-sided massacre. The soldiers cut open the snake's belly. 6 corpses that had been eaten were reduced to skeletons, with only some remnants of clothing left. Inside the young headless serpent's belly were 2 bodies, with outlines still barely visible, a 13-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl. When the army was dispatched to exterminate the alien creature, Nuan and the others finally set off to continue their journey. After all, it was a matter of life and death. The 3 were extremely tense and dared not go downstairs, only hiding above. The main road back to the Blue Star Flower Garden community was blocked, so everyone had to take another route. As night fell, the surroundings could only be barely seen. Fengding felt the vibrations of the small stones on the ground, frowning as he looked into the alley between the 2 tall buildings. Suddenly, a pool of unknown liquid was sprayed toward them, targeting the 3 of them. Fengding gasped, dropped his bike, and lunged forward, racing against time. Danger! Nuan and Sun Xiaoming were both knocked down, and a pool of unknown liquid landed just a foot away from Nuan's arm. When the unknown liquid hit the ground, the asphalt immediately made a sizzling sound and quickly sank down, forming an irregular large pit in just a matter of minutes. Sun Xiaoming was so shocked that she couldn't imagine what would have happened if that liquid had fallen on her and her sister. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a slight fondness for Fengding. The creature that sprayed the unknown liquid crawled over on 6 legs, and Nuan, lying on the ground, saw clearly what it was. It was a giant poison ant, a mutated species that can spray corrosive liquid. In its juvenile stage, it is not aggressive, but in its adult form, it stands at nearly 9 meters tall and has a lethal poisonous attack. The poison ant quickly sprayed venom at the humans on the ground, and the 3 of them quickly pushed themselves up and scattered to escape. In the moment Nuan escaped, she drew out her file knife and observed the poisonous ant, looking for an opportunity to get away. She had to deal with this monster. It was best to take it down in one strike, as dragging it out would be disadvantageous for them. Relying on the government troops for support was useless. When it came to survival, she had to depend on herself. She had a gun in her bag, but it was her own, and it was inconvenient to take it out. The gun she bought from the grain dealer was left for Xiaolan to protect their home. Moreover, she felt a bit unwell, her cheeks burning. Fengding took out a small crossbow, which he had bought from the grain dealer and modified to be more suitable, with an extended range. As Fengding shot the first arrow to attract the poisonous ant's attention, Nuan rushed forward, gripping the file knife and stabbing it into the ant's belly. Under the attack, the poisonous ant thrashed wildly, twisting its head to spray venom at its attacker. But Nuan didn't linger and turned to run. Fengding and Sun Xiaoming simultaneously launched attacks on the poisonous ant to allow Nuan to escape successfully. Sun Xiaoming's aim was precise. The flying kitchen knife struck the poisonous ant directly on the head. After dispatching the monster, the 3 were exhausted but remained tense, not daring to rest, continuing their journey on their bicycles. Blood was scattered around, along with 2 human bones, all indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Chapter 131. Really confused, the three encountered Ning Zihua and his subordinates, all of whom were injured, with the most serious being a soldier whose arm had been completely corroded away. The entire arm was gone, with blood-colored bubbles constantly forming at the cut. Nuan recognized the soldier. He was a young man who had kindly advised them when they were going to the International Auto Show. Despite the cold sweat on his forehead from the pain, the young man gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. Qin Fengtian, filled with compassion, spoke up due to his professional training. I have a medical license and can handle similar wounds. Would you like to come with me to the 21st floor? The soldier looked up at Qin Fengtian and slowly nodded under his friendly gaze. I'll go. Although Ning Zihua despised Nuan, he didn't want to make things difficult at that moment, as it was a matter of life and death. However, due to his distrust of the 21st floor, Ning Zihua couldn't help but warn, you treat him, but don't use any tricks. If anything happens to my brother, I will definitely hold you accountable. Nuan had no reaction to this, while Sun Xiaoming shot her a glare in frustration. What was wrong with their 21st floor? They never took the initiative to provoke anyone, nor did they steal or rob. Who did they offend? The 3 bags of fish were brought up by Zhao Lan and Sun Xiaoming, while Qin Fengtian took that soldier to the Zhao family. After locking the door, Nuan hid in the space, took off her wet clothes that she had worn all day, and soaked herself in the bathtub. The warmth flooded her heart, and Nuan lazily lay on the edge, letting out a long sigh. So comfortable. After soaking for a while, Nuan got out of the bathtub, started scrubbing herself with soap, and poured a large basin of hot water over her head, finally feeling truly alive. She dried herself with a towel, changed into thermal underwear and long pants, and put on a long cotton coat that reached her knees. The water in the bathtub had been used several times, and Nuan let the water out. She had been washing up in the space every day. Where did all the water go? Just as Nuan was curiously pondering this, she heard a commotion outside. The area that used to be a vegetable patch was bubbling with water, quickly forming a small pool surrounded by white tiles. There were a few small fish swimming around inside. Nuan squatted by the pool in surprise, dipped her finger in the water, and tasted it on her tongue. It was salty with a hint of fishy smell. Could it be that when she fell into the water, she unconsciously activated her absorption ability in a panic? This thought popped into her mind, and Nuan was so happy that she jumped up, forgetting all about taking medicine, and circled the pool several times. It wasn't until she felt dizzy and her excitement gradually subsided that Nuan hurriedly searched for her medicine, almost fleeing the space. The bedroom was filled with supplies bought from the supermarket and grain vendors, all necessary for daily life. And Nuan always remembered to lock the door whenever she went out. After leaving the bedroom, Nuan stumbled to the door and knocked on the Zhao family's door. Nuan's cheeks were flushed, so red that it seemed she would ignite at any moment. Zhao Lan looked at her in shock and hesitantly said, Nuan, are you okay? You seem to have a fever. Zhao Lan exaggeratedly pointed at Nuan from head to toe. You're swaying all over the place when you walk. Is that all right? You're usually so cautious in your actions. It seems you're really confused from the fever. Sun Xiaoming paused for a moment. Gently pushed with her index finger. Sister, I'm coming in now. Sun Xiaoming walked in, locked the door, and passed through the foyer to see Nuan lying on a soft mat, wrapped in a thin blanket, curled up into a ball. Chapter 132. Like a thorn in the throat outside was quiet, with a gray sky, snowflakes falling like goose feathers, fluttering down gently onto the ground and rooftops, while also settling into people's hearts. The cold wind howled outside, frosty and chilling, creating a stark contrast with the warmth inside room 2102 on the 21st floor. The woman sleeping on the floor under a thick quilt gradually woke up, her frost-like eyes opened, staring at the ceiling for a while before blinking. Sister, you finally woke up. Sun Xiaoming came over holding a wash basin, placing it beside her. One hand on Nuan's forehead, the other on her own, she checked for fever. You've slept for 2 days. It seems the fever has gone down. What do you want to eat, sister? I'll go make it for you. Nuan sat up, feeling the soft quilt beneath her. She looked down at the 3 colorful blankets in a daze, wondering where they had come from. Oh, they're from me, old Zhao, and old Qin. Since her bedroom door was locked and I couldn't get in, we each brought a blanket to settle you here. Sun Xiaoming handed over a wrung-out cloth, and Nuan awkwardly took it to wipe her face, apologizing for worrying them. It's all right. The main thing is that you're fine, sister. Sun Xiaoming took the dirty cloth and soaked it in water, scrubbing it without rolling up her sleeves, which were already wet. Meng Meng, roll up your sleeves, let me see. Gunwan said. Sun Xiaoming paused. No need, what's there to see on my arms? She said, picking up the basin to leave. Gunwan leaned forward and tugged at her pant leg, guilt filling her eyes. Did I scratch you? Sun Xiaoming wasn't good at hiding her emotions and didn't want to lie to the kind Gunwan, so she silently nodded. Actually, I'm fine. The most serious injury is old Qin. Almost bit off his finger. Gunwan Qin thought to herself. No wonder she felt a metallic taste of blood in her mouth after waking up. Just as Gunwan was contemplating how to apologize, the door swung open. And Qin Fengting, Zhao Lan, Zhao Ziyu, along with Dogzi and Catmao, came in. Upon seeing Gunwan awake, smiles of joy appeared on their faces. Little Ruan was wagging its tail furiously, running over to lick Gunwan's face. Hey, you haven't come to see the dog for so long, woo-woo. Cand and Mian Mian also came over, lying beside Gunwan like two guardian deities. Oh, little Ruan, be good. This love was so intense it took her breath away. And Gunwan pushed away the clingy Dogzi, waving at the white glove. The white glove strode overconfidently, and Gunwan hugged it tightly to accommodate Gunwan's cold. They had plain congee with pickled vegetables for lunch, and everyone gathered around the stove, eating heartily. The room was warm and cozy. Even eating plain congee made them sweat. After lunch, Zhao Lan and Sun Xiaoming took a large water bucket to the rooftop to collect snow to melt for washing the dishes. Gunwan stood on the balcony wrapped in a blanket, gazing at the snowy scenery outside. Qin Fengtian walked over and asked with concern, How is your cold? Gunwan turned to the side, her gaze landing on the hand next to Qin Fengting. He sensed it and awkwardly put his hand behind his back. This is from when I accidentally hurt myself while peeling fish. We salted part of the fish, and the rest we use to make dried fish. We save a little to wait for you to wake up, so we can have fish meat hot pot together. Gunwan didn't say anything. She had seen it just now during dinner. Qin Fengting's thumb was bitten and injured by her, making it impossible for him to hold the chopstick steadily. So he could only use a spoon with his left hand. Gunwan turned her head to look out the window again, the glass reflecting her small, lonely figure. Let me tell you a story. There was a girl who, when she was very young, suddenly developed a high fever in the middle of the night. Her parents drove all night to the hospital, but halfway there, they got into a car accident, and only the girl survived. Later, she was taken in by her uncle's family. Due to her poor immunity, she often fell ill and had fevers. Whenever she got sick, she would be beaten and scolded, pinched with nails, splashed with cold water, and even one winter she was thrown out of the house and nearly froze to death outside. It was only when a police officer on night patrol saw her and took her to the hospital that she survived. Qin Fengtian felt a lump in his throat, unable to believe how Gunwan had come this far. He thought that with his hidden help, Gunwan would have a better life. But it turned out that everything was just his assumption. Chapter 133, Life Skills. After Gunwan woke up, she stayed in bed for several days before getting up to move around. She often got sick when she was young, but after growing up, she rarely fell ill throughout the year. This time, however, her illness hit her hard, and recovering felt like pulling threads. She entered the space to feed the wild boar piglets and rabbits, then picked the mature vegetables and placed them in a basket. There were cherry, tomatoes, round eggplants, radishes, Napa cabbage, and purple seaweed stems. She took 2 types of vegetables that were also growing on the balcony and packed them into 2 plastic bags. Then went a knock on the Sun family's door. Sun Xiaoming was sitting in the living room with a blanket over her legs, knitting a scarf around a portable heater. When she heard someone knock, she put down what she was holding and walked to the entrance. Looking through the peephole, she saw it was Gunwan and opened the door with a joyful expression. Sister, you're here. Sun Xiaoming moved aside, saying, Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Gunwan walked in with a smile, thinking of sending you some vegetables from my balcony that are ripe. Just right, my mung bean sprouts have sprouted, so you can take some later, sister. The method of sprouting bean sprouts was taught to Sun Xiaoming by Gunwan, and Zhao Lan and Qin Fengtian also learned it. As a member of the team, Gunwan hopes that her friends can live a prosperous life without worrying about food. For similar life skills, Gunwan has shared everything without holding back. Sun Xiaoming now lives alone, but she doesn't feel wronged. She has taken apart the cardboard boxes she found and combined them into a small house in the living room. Under the small stove are firewood scraps, and on top are 2 pieces of charcoal. Nuan sat on a small stool in the cardboard house and felt quite warm, finding it rather childlike. Sun Xiaoming brought a small kettle the size of a palm and placed it on the charcoal fire, waiting for it to boil to pour for Nuan. Now, the water source on the 21st floor comes from the rooftop. Nuan held the cup, blowing away the steam, her expression showing no signs of joy or anger. So if I want to take action against your brother, how would you feel about that? Sister, you don't need to worry about me. Just do what you want. As long as you don't kill him. With you saying that, I can rest assured. Nuan warmed the water and drank it all in one go. With another bag of vegetables, Nuan knocked on the door of the Zhao family. The one who came to open the door was little Zhao Ziyu. Seeing Nuan, the little guy beamed and sweetly called out, "Sister." Nuan bent down and patted the little guy's head. "Good, this is the vegetables I brought for your family. Let your uncle and Uncle Qin eat them early, so they don't spoil." Hearing that there were vegetables to eat, Zhao Ziyu took his hand off the doorknob, happily took the bag, and said, "Thank you, sister. Sister, come in, little Nuan misses you." Sure. After winter set in, mutated species began to linger in the city. The army led by Ning Zihua had 20 members, but 12 were reassigned, leaving only 9 to protect the community's safety. For the sake of community safety, Ning Zihua requested that each floor send out 2 strong young people, regardless of gender, as long as they were capable, to help resist the invading outsiders. After some discussion on the 21st floor, Nuan had just recovered from a serious illness, and it wasn't suitable for her to go out in the wind. Therefore, Qin Fengtian and Zhao Lan would go first, and once Nuan was fully recovered, they would split into 2 groups to take turns. Chapter 134. Sharpening the knife for the pigs and sheep. Nuan and Zhao Ziyu played a game of Gomoku for a while. Sun Xiaoming came over with a small heater, chatting and knitting a scarf. Soon it was noon, and Nuan and Sun Xiaoming began to pack up their things to prepare lunch. Zhao Ziyu poured out cat food and dog food, sitting beside the heater watching cartoons on a tablet. The Zhao family had solar panels. Charging was pretty much useless, but better than nothing. Qin Fengtian took off his blood-stained coat, washed his face, and sat by the heater warming his stiff hands. The outside temperature had already dropped to 0 degrees. This was the lowest it had been in winter for the first year. Zhao Lan came in and changed out of his bloodied clothes and pants, washed his hands, and joined them by the heater. He had been outside swimming all afternoon, so his body was warm, but his hands were painfully cold. Zhao Ziyu put down the tablet and leaned over to Zhao Lan, asking, "Uncle, what kind of monster did you and Uncle Qin fight today?" Zhao Ziyu's eyes lit up. "Is Uncle Qin for real?" Qin Fengtian pursed his lips and nodded. 6 juvenile earthworms were tough to deal with, and 1 person got caught and was directly splattered with blood on the spot. Warm blood mixed with body parts splattered everywhere, and many people suffered as a result. Nuan brought 2 dishes to the table, and Sun Xiaoming set the bowls and chopsticks. One dish was dry mushroom stew with chicken, and the other was stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli, with congee as the staple food, enough for 5 people to eat just right. Ning Zihua divided everyone into 4 groups to take turns, with the team of Qin Fengtian and Zhao Lan responsible for the morning, another team for the afternoon, and the other 2 groups for the evening and late night. In the morning, everyone ate together, while in the afternoon, they separated. Back home, Gui had just woken up. Nuan took a milk bottle from the space and placed it in the little one's hands, who was happily sucking and enjoying it. Nuan went to the balcony to aid digestion. She covered the vegetables in the foam box with plastic film to prevent them from freezing in the cold. She lifted the film to water the plants, pulled out some weeds, and took down the basket hanging from the ceiling to tidy it up. After organizing all the vegetables on the balcony, Nuan took the bottle from Guyi's hand, and the little one fell asleep again. Nuan placed the grinding stone on the balcony, along with 5 files and a butcher's knife, sharpening each one individually. She scraped her thumb along the edge of the knife, nodding in satisfaction before putting them all into her leather armor. As night fell, Nuan changed into a simple outfit and drew Guyi and the cradle into her space. At the moment she opened the door, Sun Xiaoming peeked out, and their eyes met. Upon seeing the tool strapped to Nuan's waist, Sun Xiaoming said nothing and closed the door. They arrived at the 20th floor. Of the 4 units, 3 were occupied. Gunwan knocked on the door, and it was Wang Xiaoyuan who opened it. In the middle of winter, she was still wearing a thin shirt and pants, her hands and feet frozen and turning purple. When Wang Xiaoyuan saw, it was Gunwan at the door. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she wanted to express the pain in her heart, but couldn't find the words. Gao Wei, who was huddled by the stove, noticed Wang Xiaoyuan standing at the door without moving and scolded her. "You stupid woman, what are you doing? It's freezing to death out here. Hurry up and close the door." Chapter 135. It's great that you didn't drown. Gunwan tilted her head and glanced at the situation inside, her eyes filled with frost. "Remember, this is the last time I help you. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." Wang Xiaoyuan was taken aback, unable to comprehend what she meant. Gunwan pushed open the person in front of her and walked in. It was only then that Gao Wei clearly saw the visitor, and his face suddenly changed. "Gunwan, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here." Gunwan didn't say a word, pulled out the file, and rushed forward to subdue him with a single strike. Gao Wei covered his abdomen in pain, kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gunwan coldly stared at the person on the ground. Thinking back, I was really too merciful, tolerating you time and time again, letting you go. His internal organs were damaged, blood surged up his throat, and a streak of blood trailed down the corner of Gao Wei's mouth as he gritted his teeth, glaring at the person looking down at him. "Gunwan, you killed me. Do you think you will have a good ending?" Gunwan squatted down and stared directly into the bloodshot eyes filled with extreme anger, thinking at least she no longer had to endure these clowns. As soon as she finished speaking, Gunwan gripped the dagger tightly and pressed it down sharply. With a squelching sound, Gao Wei's eyes widened, and the hand covering his stomach fell limp. Gunwan expressionlessly pulled out the file, just as the door to the room opened and Lu Qianqian's impatient voice sounded. "When will the food be ready? I'm starving." Gunwan stood up, turning her head coldly to look at the person standing at the door. At that moment, Gunwan was like a messenger of hell, here to reap the lives of these 3 people. Her imposing aura was intimidating, and Lu Qianqian never expected that under the jurisdiction of Ning Zihua, Gunwan would dare to boldly come to her home. Gunwan kicked Gao Wei's corpse aside, walked over, and mockingly said, "It's really great that you didn't drown." Lu Qianqian's hands, hanging at her sides, trembled uncontrollably, and her legs felt so weak that she could barely stand. Looking at the blood-stained knife in the hands of this madwoman in front of her, she felt a deep panic in her heart, but dared not show it on her face. "Gunwan, I'm telling you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, Ning Zihua will not let you go." Gunwan blinked innocently, thinking, does he think he will let me go if I don't take action against you? It's not just been a day or two that he's targeted me because of you, and I don't care. Seeing that the threat didn't work, Lu Qianqian stepped back. Try and play the emotional card. "Gunwan, don't forget that you were raised by my parents. You live in my house, ate my food since you were little. I am your cousin. If you kill me, can you live with yourself?" Gunwan smiled, her eyes holding a long galaxy, her smile dazzling like blooming flowers, stars shining brilliantly. But in an instant, that smile turned cold to the extreme. I could have been fostered in an orphanage. Even if I had to endure hunger and cold, at least I would have a place to stay. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been kicked out in the dead of winter with a high fever, almost freezing to death, nor would I have been splashed with cold water by you, or burned by cigarette butts, or set on fire with a lighter. Lu Qianqian was momentarily astonished. Had such a thing happened? You're just making things up. I never treated you that way. I shared everything I had with you, including a music box, which I gave to you. Have you forgotten? The music box. Gunwan looked up and sighed deeply. That music box ended up in my hands because you didn't want it anymore. All my toys growing up were the discarded things you didn't want. Chapter 136. Survival is the first rule. Lu Qianqian watched Gunwan reminisce about the past. Seemingly lowering her guard, just as she was about to run out for help, a file suddenly plunged into her neck. The file was pulled out, and blood gushed from the carotid artery, splattering Gunwan's face. Her eyelashes trembled lightly as she turned to look at the door. Meng Shan was standing at the entrance, quietly observing what was happening outside. Her outward emotions were hidden, but inside she was trembling uncontrollably. It turned out Lu Qianqian's words were not false. Gunwan really could kill without blinking. Noticing Nuan's gaze, Mengshan felt her composure slipping, her hands gripping the doorknob tightly, unsure of how to react. Nuan's trip was to resolve the issues between Lu Qianqian and Gao Wei. Since the matter has already been settled, she naturally wouldn't take action against anyone else. As for Zhang Chunran, Nuan let out a cold snort. That man had a strong sense of pride, ever since his hands were injured. He had been holed up in his room, afraid of being mocked for his disability. She wanted to see how he would make a living without Lu Qianqian's support. Next was that grandson of Sun Xiaoyan. Sun Xiaoyan and Mengshan hadn't moved far. They found an empty room on the 20th floor to live in. The owner of the place was a girl who lived alone and rarely went out. During a typhoon, she went out looking for food and drowned. The front door was locked. Nuan stood at the door and waved to Mengshan, asking her to come over and open it. Mengshan walked over, trembling with fear, and swallowed hard, saying, "Sun Xiaoyan heard you coming down and kicked me out. I don't have a key." Seeing Mengshan's timid and scared appearance, Nuan kindly reassured her, "You can rest assured, what you did won't make me take action against you." Mengshan's heart sank, her eyes darting around. "You know about my collaboration with Lu Qianqian against you, right?" Nuan nodded, She was well aware of Lu Qianqian's unscrupulous activities. She knew all about hiring assassins, breaking in to steal supplies, and conspiring with Mengshan to frame others. Mengshan lowered her head in shame, thinking that by avenging Nuan's fall into the sea last time, she could win some favor in front of her, but it seemed she was overthinking it. The door was locked from the inside, and if she forced her way in, it would create a scene that Nuan wouldn't be able to handle. After considering it, she decided to call it a day. "Nuan, I want to say I'm sorry. There's no need." Such petty tricks were completely beneath her notice. In her mind, the first rule of survival was to stay safe, the second was to look out for her teammates and Gu Yi, and the third was for the four little ones. As for the scheming around her, she had never thought of provoking it actively. She just wanted to live her life peacefully. Mengshan clenched her hands, looking at Nuan with both anxiety and hope. "I know you might find it disgusting for me to say this, but I still want to ask, do I still have a chance to be friends with you?" Silence was the best answer, and Mengshan sat on the steps, lost and dejected. If she had another chance, she would never have been foolish enough to collaborate with Lu Qianqian, but unfortunately, there were no ifs. Chapter 137. The Dragon King's claw digs for eggs. The terrible weather, mutated creatures, and scarcity of supplies, along with water and power outages. If any one of these happened, humanity could still barely hold on. The government had all its focus on the base, with only a small part of the military dispatched to maintain order in the city. Mutated creatures infiltrated everywhere, and even previously safe homes became full of crises. After looking around and still not being satisfied, they took down the room door and installed it together, using cement and bricks to build up around the top and the railing. These materials were sourced by Zhao Lan, Qin Fengting, and Sun Xiaoming, while the responsibility for guarding the place fell on Nuan. The ventilation windows in the corridor were tightly shut, even if it was damp and smelled bad. They had not opened them for ventilation. Life was tough, but it had to go on. Everyone's daily supplies were bought from a temporary supply point in the community, and unless absolutely necessary, they would not travel all the way to the supermarket in the city center. After Lu Qianqian and Gao Wei died, Wang Xiaoyuan, whether out of anger or some other reason, ended up throwing both bodies from the 20th floor, turning them into a puddle of mush. Ning Zihua pressed Wang Xiaoyuan and Zhang Chunran for information, but Wang Xiaoyuan, fearing ridicule due to her lack of teeth, avoided the topic and remained firm. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was Zhao Lan and Sun Xiaoming's turn to go downstairs and patrol the community with their group. Qin Fengting, having nothing to do, suggested they spar a bit. Nuan was naturally happy to spar, changing into her form-fitting clothes to warm up in the living room, while Qin Fengting stretched beside her. Nuan shook her legs and said, "I'm ready." Qin Fengting twisted his neck and leaned closer to Nuan. "Then let's begin." This time, neither of them rushed to attack. Instead, they walked in a circle, practicing Tai Chi steps. In an instant, Nuan focused on Qin Fengting's lower body and raised her hand to strike first. Qin Fengting had been sparring with Nuan more frequently lately and had gradually developed a set of offensive techniques. When he saw her attack, he remained calm, raised his hand to block and deflect her strike. Then he quickly bent down, grabbed the leg that was aiming to strike at his lower body, lifted it, and threw her to the ground before swiftly retreating. Nuan lay on the ground, wanting to grab Qin Fengting's foot, but unexpectedly, the other party had anticipated her move. She had no choice but to spring up like a carp and launch an attack. After so many rounds, she had to admit that there was indeed a significant difference in strength between men and women. Realizing that Qin Fengting had predicted her moves, Nuan almost instantly changed her combat strategy and started throwing punches at Qin Fengting, one after another. Her strikes were fierce, each punch almost landing on his face. Qin Fengting dodged and retreated, focusing all his attention on neutralizing her punches. Just when he was fully concentrated on that, a sly glint flashed in Nuan's eyes, and she executed a move aimed at Qin Fengting's lower region. Qin Fengting pressed his lips tightly together and let out a muffled grunt, veins popping. His face turning red, clenching his legs, and trying to control his hands from covering himself. Since it was a skill sparring, Nuan didn't use much strength. But she didn't expect such a strong reaction from her boss. Nuan awkwardly raised her hand, a bit caught off guard. "Boss, are you okay?" Qin Fengtian's face turned a pig liver color, his fingers trembling as he pointed at her, gritting his teeth and giving a thumbs up. "You're amazing. Well done. You really hurt him." But he still didn't dare to touch her, wanting to maintain the domineering CEO image in Nuan's mind. If Nuan could hear him, she would probably say, "There's really no need, boss. Your CEO image has already been ruined." Chapter 138. Measure it well with a ruler. In the middle of the night, the old-fashioned alarm clock rang. Nuan crawled out of her warm bed, dressed neatly, and took care of the little one in the space as usual. Then handed Gu Yi over to Sun Xiaoming for temporary supervision. After that, she followed Qin Fengtian downstairs, as it was their group's turn to take over the night patrol. There were 3 groups in total for the patrol, each with 10 people. In case of an emergency, they would shout loudly, and everyone would discuss strategies to tackle the situation together. Since no one wanted to die, everyone wanted to stay alive. The air was thick with cockroaches, resembling a dense net that shrouded the sky. Once these creatures caught a whiff of something, they would swarm in droves. The patrol team was bundled up tightly, not daring to expose their faces, hands, or feet. After patrolling for a while, there was no sign of trouble, and everyone relaxed, having gotten up in a rush. Nuan was still half asleep, lagging behind the group, lazily yawning. A girl approached her, looking her up and down, and thought to herself that the rumored killer wasn't so scary after all. Nuan put down her hands and looked at the girl with a cold gaze. "What do you mean? I forgot to introduce myself. My name is GNCU. Nice to meet you." Even if it was a misunderstanding, Nuan didn't want to befriend someone who called her a murderer. She acted only in self-defense, so how could she be labeled a murderer? She lowered her eyes to look at the hand, nodded indifferently. "Hello, Nuan." "Oh." GNCU was not discouraged and continued to chatter. "Do you have any plans to visit Qihong Mountain recently? We could." Nuan stood downstairs in the apartment complex, holding an infrared night vision telescope and scanning the surroundings, ignoring the chattering people beside her. When she saw a circle of headless snakes coiled on top of the pavilion in the small park, Nuan's heart skipped a beat, and she covered GNCU's mouth. With a fierce glare, GNCU blinked. Nuan then placed the telescope in front of GNCU. The little girl clearly saw it as well. Her whimpering stopped, and her eyes asked what to do. Qin Fengting noticed Nuan over there, walked over, and was about to speak when he was met with the telescope. Holding the telescope with a serious expression, Qin Fengting went over to show it to the people who were either sitting or standing. The originally quiet chatter instantly disappeared, and no one dared to make a sound, afraid of disturbing the headless snake. Everyone quietly retreated into the building, assigning one person to guard the window, keeping a close watch on the headless snake in the pavilion, while the others discussed closely how to deal with this tricky creature. Nuan whispered from my observation, "This is a newly adult headless snake, not very big, about 7 meters long, relatively easy to deal with." The others exchanged glances, and Qin Fengting asked, "Is the information accurate?" Nuan paused for a moment, then nodded lightly. "If you don't believe me, I can lead the way later and draw the headless snake down. You can measure it properly with a ruler." The others, they shook their heads frantically. "No need, no need. We want to measure it. Are you crazy?" Chapter 139. Nuan, please take care of me later. Before everyone could discuss a specific battle plan, someone observing the movement near the pavilion from the window waved urgently at everyone. "It's moving! It's moving! Come quick!" Nuan grabbed the binoculars to take a look. The headless snake was slowly crawling towards the ground. The headless snake had no head. Its only source of perception was its tail. When it swallowed prey, a huge opening would be torn at the tail, using countless sharp little teeth inside the opening to bite down on the prey and wriggle it into its stomach. The headless snake stretched its tail forward, and the others finally got a clear view of its entire appearance. Its length was no different from what Nuan had said, but whether it was just reaching adulthood or had been an adult for a long time was unknown. In any case, it was not easy to deal with. Qin Fengting glanced at the situation outside, his serious expression directed at those present. "There is no time for us to deliberate slowly. We must act immediately." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Qin Fengting, and one person stepped forward and said, "You coordinate, and we will follow your arrangements." Yes, Qin Fengting, having once managed a listed group, possessed considerable leadership skills, and the authority he carried was not something ordinary people could match. Qin Fengting did not hesitate to take charge. He quickly assigned the combat team, specifying who would take the lead, who would assist from the side, who would control the headless snake, and who would deal the final blow, arranging everything clearly. Nuan had just said she would take the lead, and she was really assigned to this position by Qin Fengting. There were also two other people taking the lead, one male and one female. Jian Xiu was among them, and she didn't retreat at all because of Nuan's indifferent attitude. Instead, she came over and smiled, saying, "Nuan, please take care of me later." Nuan tugged at the corner of her mouth. Those who have managed to hold on after the typhoon and flood are, to some extent, capable. Although participating in community patrols was something Ning Zihua insisted on, those who are willing to come all carry a sense of righteousness in their hearts, and their abilities are not to be underestimated. Even if there are some complicated thoughts in their minds on usual days at this moment, everyone's heart is straining towards the same direction. After all, if the headless snake takes root in the community, the people living there can forget about surviving. They would all become the headless snake's reserve food. Everyone brought their own suitable weapons. Some had iron balls, some had tang knives, and others could use bows and arrows, with various weapons emerging one after another. Just as everyone was getting ready, the headless snake had already crawled away from the pavilion and was approaching the community building. Nuan teamed up with two other people and unleashed their signature moves. Nuan threw a file directly into the sky, cutting through the air and unleashing a chilling aura that pierced into the belly of the headless serpent. Jian Xiu wielded a long whip, as flexible as if it were part of her own hand, retracting and extending with ease, swinging it fiercely. As the only boy charging ahead, he was unwilling to be outdone by the two girls. In a daze, he rushed too close, and by the time he wanted to strike, the attacked headless serpent suddenly went wild. The serpent's head swept across, knocking the boy to the ground. Jian Xiu's expression changed as she grabbed the boy's wrist and fled. The people in front retreated, while those assisting from the side began to act, throwing weapons at the headless serpent as if they were free. The headless serpent writhed and opened its mouth to roar, emitting a terrifying shriek that was as sharp as nails scraping against a blackboard, unbearable to hear. The headless serpent quickly slithered towards those attacking it, and everyone scattered in unison, looking for an opportunity. Chapter 140. Not enough baby formula. Just as the headless serpent sensed the humans ahead, Qin Fengting and several men surrounded it with a long rope, straining with all their might to pull. The headless serpent was briefly restrained, and those holding tang knives took the chance to rush in and strike. The serpent's tail was severed, and when everyone saw the headless serpent cut in half, a huge weight lifted from their hearts. The group worked together to throw the headless serpent's corpse into a deep pit behind the community. A large pit that Ning Zihua had mobilized the residents to dig specifically for disposing of mutated creatures' corpses. Qin Fengting sat on the steps while Nuan crouched down to bandage his palm, which had been injured from exerting too much force, leaving a serious blood mark. The person holding the tang knife had a neat crew cut and 2 silver earrings in his right ear. He walked over to greet them. "Hi. Nice to meet you." Mu ran. Nuan tied a bow at the end and casually said, "Nuan, Qin Fengting." Nuan glanced at Qin Fengtian's wound and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. This is just an old injury with a new one. The place where Nuan bit me hasn't fully healed, so I couldn't exert strength and got hurt," he replied. "Oh no." GNCU leaned over curiously and asked, "How did you get hurt again?" As soon as she finished speaking, no one responded. GNCU turned to Nuan and awkwardly introduced herself. "I'm GNCU. What's your name, handsome?" Nuan scratched her head and said, I'm a girl." GNCU was taken aback and covered her mouth in surprise. "I'm sorry. It's a misunderstanding." Nuan smiled and said, "It's okay. People often say I'm a tomboy, so I'm used to it. You can skip the surname. My name is Nuan. Nice to meet you." Nuan ignored the two people beside her and said to Qin Fengtian, "Gui's formula milk is running out. I need to go to the city center when it gets light. Can you help me take care of Yi?" Qin Fengtian adjusted his bandage and asked with some concern, "Can you manage going alone?" "I want to go too." Jin Siyu raised her hand, afraid that Nuan would leave her behind. Before the apocalypse, she hadn't stocked up on formula milk, and now taking care of Gui was a bit of a hassle. But even if it was a hassle, she still had to go buy it. She couldn't just watch the little one starve to death. Nuan looked at Gui's birth certificate. He was born on July 1st, and in another 2 months, he could slowly start eating supplementary food. Carrying the folded bicycle storage bag downstairs, Nuan and GNCU, fully armed, stood in a conspicuous place. When they saw Nuan coming down, they waved excitedly. "Nuan, over here, over here." The three of them encountered several mutated creatures along the way and chose to detour instead of rushing forward to confront them. Maintaining sufficient stamina while out is very important. No one is reckless enough to rush in and seek death. Upon reaching the central square, there was a team of armed forces standing guard and patrolling at the supermarket entrance. Chapter 141. Such people just look sleazy. They must be scammers. There were some bloodstains remaining on the ground in the center of the square, now dry and hard. After the mutated creatures entered the city, the supermarket, once bustling with activity, had now become desolate. There were pitifully few people. Nuan and her group didn't have to queue. After the staff checked their ID cards, they could enter directly. The supermarket also removed the time-limited shopping, allowing them to browse for as long as they wanted. Nuan rushed to the women's baby product section, where the shelves of milk powder were covered in dust, indicating how unsellable these items were. She carefully selected the milk powder with the closest expiration dates, determined to fill all 3 shopping carts. Gui has recently been eating and sleeping and is getting hungry faster. If possible, Nuan wanted to buy a year's worth of formula, but unfortunately, she didn't have the financial means. This matter had to be put aside. GNCU watched as Nuan moved the cans of formula up and down, her mouth wide open in surprise. "Is your baby such a big drinker? Formula isn't cheap. It's hard to come here, so buy more so you won't have to worry for a while." GNCU clicked her tongue. Raising a child is really tough. After filling the shopping cart, Nuan set it aside and wandered around the supermarket to see if there were any interesting new products. There weren't many people in the supermarket, and most of the shelves were empty, with only a small portion still stocked. The clothes in the clothing section were in disarray, and Nuan picked through them, but couldn't find anything she liked, so she turned and walked to the vegetable section. The shelves in the vegetable area were filled with leftover vegetable leaves and some scraps. There were still a few bags of rice left. There are high-end residential areas being built around city center, with extremely high housing prices, but the number of residents is quite large. The daily supply is probably relying on this supermarket. Nuan packed the milk powder into her large backpack, and a part of it was absorbed into the space when she put it in, reducing the weight, so there wasn't much actually packed in. Nuan saw Nuan's bulging backpack and opened her own bag, saying, "Share some with me. Yours looks pretty heavy." "No need, I feel fine." To avoid exposing herself, Nuan stuffed 2 cotton jackets at the bottom. If she removed the milk powder on top, it would be immediately revealed. "All right, but if you can't hold it later, just say so." "Thanks." The 3 of them walked out of the supermarket, and a man who was idly strolling in the square approached them just in time, smiling obsequiously and saying, "Ladies, do you want some food?" Nuan lifted her eyelids to glance at the person, and upon seeing the familiar face, she raised an eyebrow. "Old Lee, it's only been less than a month, and you don't recognize me?" GCU and Nuan were taken aback. They usually ignored such people. clearly seeing him as a scammer, yet they didn't expect Nuan to know him. The man, who was smiling obsequiously, focused his gaze, and, upon realizing it was Nuan, his smile became genuine. Miss Gu, what a coincidence. Do you have any needs today? Just a heads up, I have some good stuff on hand. Oldie leaned in. Pork? Live? Yes, if you want it, I'll give it to you at this price. Nuan looked at the numbers. The man was gesturing with his fingers and forcefully pinched away one digit. Oldie struggled for a while and gritted his teeth. I really give up on you. I'll sell you. Follow me. Nuan made a move to follow along. And Jian and Mu Ran immediately blocked her. They advised her kindly not to go, saying that people like that just looked sleazy and were definitely scammers. Yeah. Nuan, don't be foolish. Upon hearing someone slandering him, Oldie couldn't sit still and shouted, Wait, who are you calling a scammer? I'm just running a legitimate business. Stop slandering me. What kind of personal attack is this? Chapter 142. Are you still going to do this business? Jian, blocked by Mu Ran, pointed directly at Old Lee's face and disdainfully said, We're talking about you. I'm not slandering you. You just stop scamming people. Old Lee covered his face and stepped back. Hey, why are you so fierce? I'm not even talking to you. What's your rush? Everyone be quiet. Nuan's brows furrowed. With this remark, the two who were arguing turned red-faced and fell silent, while Old Lee pouted and asked, Miss Gu, are you still going to do this business? Of course. Jian mouth, which had just managed to close, started to move again. Nuan sighed, It's my own business. I know what I'm doing. This statement fell into Jian ears and turned into Nuan thinking she was meddling. Realizing this, Jian crossed her arms and turned her head away, awkwardly humming. You say you know what you're doing, but if you get scammed, don't come crying to us. Jian thoughts were easy to guess. Nuan wasn't angry. Instead, she found it rare to meet such a genuine girl, even though her first impression wasn't great. She stepped forward and patted the sulking girl's head. I know you're worried about me, but I'm really fine, thank you. Jian squinted her eyes and smiled, enjoying the softness and warmth of that hand. Once it was taken away, she returned to her proud demeanor. Mu Ran twitched her mouth, so proud. Jian cheeks turned red as she fiercely retorted, Not at all. She covered her burning cheeks, blinking shyly like a lovesick girl. Although she had been paying attention to Nuan for a long time, this was the first time they had physical contact, and it felt so sweet and heart-fluttering. Oldie walked in front, silently complaining, Your friend really has no sense. Just because I don't look as good, does that mean I look sleazy? Seriously, it drives me crazy. Nuan smiled and said, Don't take the little girl's words to heart. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, her mindset was no longer like before. In her eyes, Sun Xiaoming and Jian were like little sisters, with their cute and straightforward personalities. As they walked into the abandoned hotel, 2 men came out carrying a pig cage, with a little pig inside looking lethargic. In the apocalypse, having pork to eat was already good enough, so Nuan didn't complain and handed over a couple of stacks of money. The other party checked the money as per the process and nodded to Old Lee. Only then did Old Lee walk over to take the pig cage, introducing, This pig was just born 2 months ago and weighs over 8 jeans. Do you want me to stun it with an electric shock? Yes. If the piglet resisted and made noise on the way, it would be troublesome. It's safer to knock it out. Old Lee pulled out a personal defense stun gun from his pocket. The current was weak, but it was enough to subdue a little piglet. Nuan reached into the bottom of her backpack, pulled out the cotton jacket, and then took out a burlap sack to put the piglet inside. Jian stretched her neck, her eyes scanning Nuan's surroundings like a radar, but after several rounds, she couldn't see any changes. Mu Ran blocked Jian hesitant expression and asked first, Nuan, what did you buy? Upon arriving at the launching Huayuan community, Nuan's eyes visibly brightened, and she eagerly ran upstairs. Chapter 143. It's a treasure. When she reached the space between the 20th and 21st floors, Nuan stopped and looked at the 2 people sitting at the stairway. What are you doing sitting here? Wang Xiaoyuan waved her hands anxiously, wanting to explain, but afraid of being disliked. So she lowered her head and handed over a white plastic bag. Nuan took a clear look at the contents inside, which were 3 packs of instant noodles and a pack of biscuits. She could tell, just by using her toes, that Wang Xiaoyuan must have started her old business again. Nuan swallowed the words in her mouth and finally turned them into, You can keep it for yourself. Everyone has their own way of surviving in the apocalypse. A person like her, with blood on her hands, had no right to preach to others. As long as it's for survival, there is no distinction between high and low, rich and poor. This time, she wanted to give this saying to herself. Next time you meet Ming Ming, say it in person. Nuan bypassed the two people, took out her keys, and opened the door to walk inside. Ming Shan's feet were so cold they felt numb. She covered her hands and breathed into them. But her eyes were fixed on the door that seemed thicker and thicker. In the past, she could come and go freely on the 21st floor, but now wanting to enter again felt as difficult as climbing to the heavens. When she knocked on the Zhao family's door, it was Qin Fengtian who came to open it. Nuan placed the sack on the ground and said mysteriously, "Guess what's inside?" There's a reward for the correct guess. Me. Zhao Ziyu raised his hand eagerly to speak. Nuan smiled and said, "Okay." Little brother Ziyu said, "It's a treasure." Nuan choked. Sun Xiaoming burst out laughing and said, "What's the difference between saying it and not saying it?" Being teased by his sister Ming Ming, Zhao Ziyu walked over to Zhao Lan with a hurt expression, rubbing his head against her thigh. Zhao Lan affectionately patted her nephew's head and smiled as she analyzed. If it's packed in a sack, the volume shouldn't be small. Is it Gu Yi's 3-month supply of milk powder? Wrong. It's pork. Qin Fengtian looked at Nuan, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Am I right? Nuan just brushed past, and he smelled a strong odor of pig. Sun Xiaoming. Zhao Lan. Zhao Ziyu. Under the fiery gaze of the 3 pairs of eyes, Nuan slowly nodded. Sun Xiaoming suddenly stood up and excitedly let out a groundhog-like scream. Ah! The others bared their teeth and covered their ears. Nuan stepped forward and covered her mouth, saying, "It's too loud, Ming Ming. Do you want a whole neighborhood to know we've got a treasure?" Sun Xiaoming obediently shook her head, removed Nuan's hand, and her eyes sparkled. "Sister, can we have roasted suckling pig?" It wasn't a question, but a statement. With a little girl like a younger sister, Nuan had no choice but to indulge her. "All right, whatever you want." The other 3 had no objections either. They had previously agreed to eat grilled fish, but due to Nuan's long-term cold, which made her unsuitable for spicy food, they ended up having pickled fish made by Qin Fengtian to avoid the fish going bad. After 3 days of the apocalypse without a good meal, they felt uncomfortable, and after enduring for a month, they were already hungry, thirsty, unbearable, ready to feast at any moment. Chapter 144. Relying on that ability, feeling mighty. Even though Nuan managed to cover Sun Xiaoming's mouth in time, the scream still spread, causing the residents of the neighborhood to pull back their curtains and press their faces against the windows to watch intently. Something that could cause such a commotion on the 21st floor must have been some incredible supplies, and the flames of jealousy burned fiercely in their hearts. But they felt powerless. The people on the 21st floor were simply too formidable. Those with weaker abilities had considered lowering their stance to seek warmth in numbers, but they were all turned away at the door. In the Zhao family's living room, several layers of cardboard were laid on the floor, with 2 stools placed on top to hold the little piglet down. Nuan skillfully cut into the piglet, and after a few weak oinks, it stopped responding. After bleeding it out, she proceeded to gut it, her movements swift and precise. She neatly sliced through, removing the intestines and internal organs, keeping everything edible, even the bile, which Qin Fengtian took, saying it could be used for medicine. Zhao Lan came over with a kettle of boiling water, and Nuan dragged the piglet to the bath basin, pouring hot water over its skin. After a while, she used a knife to scrape off the hair and dirt from the pig. Once it was cleaned, she began the marinating process. The marinade was made from the ingredients available in each household, with scallions, ginger, and garlic provided by Nuan. However, she didn't use the fresh ones from her space. Instead, she used the dried ginger and garlic that had been left outside for a long time, and she simply pulled the scallions from the balcony. Zhao Lan rummaged through the cabinets and found a packet of Orleans flavored marinade, and everyone jokingly poured it in. The next day, Nuan and Qin Fengtian went downstairs as usual to join the patrol team. Several people were eager to ask about the treasures they found on the 21st floor yesterday, but they hesitated, fearing the other's strength, and didn't dare to speak up. A young man couldn't hold back and asked, "Mr. Qin, did you find a lot of supplies yesterday? I heard it was quite a commotion." The young man didn't ask Nuan mainly because he found women somewhat intimidating, while men seemed more approachable. Qin Fengding shot him a cold glance. Just because you're curious doesn't mean it will become yours. Mind your own business. The young man choked, feeling humiliated, and shouted in anger, I was just asking. What's the big deal? What kind of person are you? Someone nearby chimed in, yeah. He was just asking. Your reaction is a bit too much. Relying on their abilities, they acted all high and mighty. It was clear that the stuff from the 21st floor had an unknown origin. Otherwise, why such a big reaction? Who knows what kind of immoral things they did? Have you all said enough? The cold words fell like a bucket of cold water, and the gossipers quickly shut their mouths when they saw it was Nuan speaking. This woman was not to be trifled with. Although young, she was ruthless. After 4 years with her boyfriend, he cheated, and she acted violently, even cutting off his hand. Later, under the jurisdiction of Commander Ning, she openly killed a man and a woman on the 20th floor of Building 12. Reportedly one was her cousin, and the other was her friend's boyfriend. Showing no mercy for past relationships. Too ruthless, definitely not someone to provoke. GNCU, enjoying the spectacle, added fuel to the fire. Come on, keep talking. A bunch of cowards. Nuan helplessly tapped the little girl's head. GNCU pouted, unwilling to admit defeat, and hummed in protest. What are you doing? That hurts. Be honest. Chapter 145. The path to roasted suckling pig is full of obstacles. She used a rake to push the soil over the seeds. The temperature in the space was very suitable, and in a few days, little sprouts would emerge. Next to the room in the space, Nuan planted a jujube tree, which had been growing vigorously and was almost 2 meters tall now. The flowers of the citrus tree had fallen, and it was starting to bear fruit. Although they were still small green fruits, the growth was promising. Nuan was confident that they would definitely be able to eat the festive citrus during the new year this year. The jujube tree and bamboo roots were also growing quite well, still looking vibrant, with little bamboo shoots popping up from the ground. The fish in the pond were eating the white rice Nuan scattered every day, their bellies round and plump, with female fish laying eggs inside, while a group of little fry swam around playfully in the water. The space was filled with a vibrant scene. Nuan stood with her hands on her hips, looking around at the piled-up supplies on one side and various living crops on the other. Nuan let out a satisfied breath, and this was her confidence. After enjoying the moment, Nuan stepped out of the space and took the prepared milk bottle to the Zhao family. Sun Xiaoming was playing with Gu Yi next to the crib. When she saw Nuan, she smiled and said, Sister, hurry up, this little guy is starving. Nuan stuffed the bottle into the little one's arms, and Gu Yi eagerly bit the nipple, drinking greedily. After finishing it with a ton, the little one fell asleep. Nuan covered him with a blanket and didn't bother him again. In the living room, Zhao Lan had already lit the charcoal, but a piece of raw wood hadn't burned through, filling the room with a thin haze of smoke that stung the eyes. Sun Xiaoming took Zhao Ziyu's hand and ran to the hallway for some fresh air, while Qin Fengtian held back for a while, but ultimately couldn't resist and followed them outside. Nuan was choked by the blue smoke several times, coughing. Zhao Lan, what are you doing? Cough, cough. I don't know, it's so irritating to the eyes. I can't stand it. Zhao Lan also rushed out. Nuan groped her way to the window and opened it a little, letting in the cold, fresh air. She took out a smoky piece of wood from the fire pit and threw it into the bathroom, dousing it with dirty water. And finally the living room returned to its original appearance. The task of handling the charcoal was left to Qin Fengting, while Nuan and Sun Xiaoming busied themselves tying the little pig to the handmade barbecue rack. Qin Fengting meticulously followed the method Nuan taught him to start the fire, and the charcoal gradually reignited with a strong flame. Zhao Lan placed the supporting iron frame over the 2 fire pits, and Nuan skeptically placed the little pig on top. Due to their lack of confidence in the technique, everyone was anxious, fearing that the rack wouldn't hold the weight and would collapse. After placing the pig, 4 pairs of eyes were closely watching, always ready to catch the little pig that might fall. Nuan waited for a while and found that nothing had fallen. So she left the place to the 3 of them and went to the top floor. The temperature outside had dropped to -5 degrees in the past few days, which was quite rare for the southern region. Snowflakes were drifting down from the sky, and there were fewer cockroaches in the air. Nuan scraped away the thick layer of snow above, revealing a steel basin sealed with tape on the outside. There was also a transparent jar nearby, which she took down together. Nuan moved her family's brazier to Zhao's house, added some burning charcoal to ignite it, and placed the pot on the tripod to blanch the pig's offal. Roasting the suckling pig would take several hours. So Nuan took the opportunity to make some pig offal soup to warm herself in the icy cold. Chapter 146, Infamous Reputation. Once the pig offal soup was ready, Nuan added a few drops of sesame oil on top to enhance the flavor. The suckling pig on the fire began to drip oil, sizzling as it fell into the flames, creating a cloud of ash. Nuan handed a bowl of pig offal soup to Qin Fengting, who was watching over the fire. "I'll take care of this. You go eat something." "Okay, just be careful of the sparks." "All right, you go ahead." Sun Xiaoming sat beside them with a bowl of pig offal soup, feeling warm all over after taking a sip. "Sister, the scarf I knitted is almost done. You should try it on later to see if the length is right. If it fits, I'll finish it up." "Great." Nuan looked at the little pig on the grill. "You've been knitting for a month, right?" "Yeah." A sound came from the iron door in the hallway, and the three of them pretended to put down their bowls and go out to check. Nuan raised her hand to signal them to stay calm. "I'll go. You guys drink while it's hot. If there's any left, remember to pack some for the dogs." Nuan went out, and Sun Xiaoming followed her out of concern. The staircase was completely sealed off, and standing on it, they couldn't see the situation outside. Nuan didn't dare to open the door recklessly. "Who is it?" "I'm Qi Bing, looking for Mr. Qin. He asked me to come for a follow-up check today." Nuan opened a door that combined an iron door and a wooden door, revealing another iron door outside, which served as a double layer of security. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Nuan showed no intention of opening the door. "You can come in, but the people behind you can't." Qi Bing turned to take a look and, in a dazed manner, explained, "They insisted on coming with me. I don't even know them." The leading man took a few steps forward, rubbing his hands and licking his face, saying, "Little girl, your name is Nuan, right? Here's the thing. My daughter is sick. Could you let Mr. Qin from your floor take a look at her?" Before Nuan could refuse, the man continued, "I've heard that this one-armed guy was supposed to be dead, but miraculously brought back to life. My daughter isn't seriously ill. He can definitely treat her. Her mother, bring Chi up." A woman squeezed out from the crowd. Rather than carrying, she was dragging the girl, who looked to be at least 12 or 13 years old. Her eyes rolling around, looking very lively and not sick at all. These people must have come just from the sound. They really can't go a day without causing trouble on the 21st floor. Nuan squatted down and waved to the little girl, "Come a little closer. Let me take a good look at you." The little girl had heard about Nuan's deeds and was too scared to approach, her eyes timidly glancing at the man. The woman also tightened her hold on her daughter, her eyes filled with vigilance. The man felt a pang of anxiety, worried about angering Nuan. Stealing food was a small matter, but if his daughter got hurt by Nuan, it wouldn't be worth it. "You're not a doctor, so there's no need for you to check. We're here to see a man with the surname Qin." The man stood in front to prevent Nuan from suddenly attacking. She sat down on the steps, scanning the group. "Do you really think you can get past me to see that man with the surname Qin?" Sun Xiaoming, standing beside her, tried to sound imposing. "That's right, Nuan is the boss of our 21st floor. Unless she gives the nod, none of you can come in." Why does that line sound so cringeworthy? Nuan stifled a laugh and pretended to be fierce. Nuan has a notorious reputation, and her display undoubtedly intimidated everyone, causing those in front to retreat, unwilling to join this commotion. Chapter 147. A dog in a corner will jump over the wall. The man, however, was unwilling to accept this. His jealous eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, all he had to do was pass through these two iron gates to gain access to a room full of supplies. Why could a woman obtain endless resources while he, a respectable executive of a publicly traded company, had to starve every day and shamelessly let his daughter commit theft? Even so, this woman still refused to let them in. He had already swallowed his pride enough. In the past, if he encountered such an employee in the company, he would have slapped her to death. What an ungrateful woman. The man gritted his teeth and stared fiercely. "Nuan, there's a saying that a dog in a corner will jump over the wall, and a rabbit with red eyes will bite. I advise you not to push too hard. If you don't let my daughter through today, you'll regret it." Nuan patted her butt and stood up, completely unfazed with expression. Is that so? I'll wait and see, waiting for you to get anxious and jump over the wall to show me. Qi Bing, wait here. I'll go calm Mr. Qin. The man was still shouting, but Nuan didn't want to respond anymore and directly closed the door. Outside, she felt cold in her hands and feet. All right, although he didn't know why. Qin Fengting agreed without thinking, out of trust. When he reached the stairway, he opened the first door, and the hallway was crowded with people. At that moment, he finally understood the meaning of Nuan's words. Through the iron door, Qin Fengting asked Qi Bing to roll up her sleeve, gently tugging at the flesh next to the incision to check if the wound had healed completely. It's fine now, you don't need to come anymore. The wound has healed well, and there might still be some tearing pain, but it's nothing serious. Qi Bing had hidden some food in the other sleeve, but with so many people around, he didn't dare to take it out. He had a pile of gratitude piled up in his heart, but could only nod awkwardly and say, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. I'll be leaving now." The man was met with a closed door, and the onlookers gradually dispersed, hoping to gain something, but realizing it was hopeless. The man stared intensely at the door in front of him, thinking that the people on the 21st floor were all so annoying. They all deserved to die. Nuan stretched out her hand to warm by the fire, her gaze blank as she thought about what had just happened. Ever since Lu Qianqian's death, Ning Zihua's feelings for her had faded significantly. Recently, he had found a new love, seemingly having long forgotten the grievances between Nuan and Lu Qianqian. Nuan originally thought that Ning Zihua had stopped monitoring her, but it seemed that wasn't the case. When Qin Fengtian proposed to treat Qi Bing, he was surrounded only by comrades and Ning Zihua. So aside from the 21st floor, the only ones who knew about Qin Fengtian's medical skills were Ning Zihua and his subordinates. Qi Bing didn't seem like a talkative person, and his comrades were busy every day ensuring the safety of the community, leaving no time for gossip. Whether it was listening to Feng looking for trouble or Ning Zihua stirring things up, they had to be cautious. Chapter 148. The long-awaited delicacy, the roast suckling pig, had been cooking since noon, and the group patiently waited until evening, their hunger making their eyes gleam with desire. Nuan made a cut in the middle, took a small piece of meat, and tasted it. The crispy pig skin crackled in her mouth, and the juices wrapped inside burst forth, the hot oil splattering everywhere, making Nuan gasp in surprise. The meat was tender, fragrant, and delicious. The others beside her clenched their fists, eagerly watching for Nuan's reaction. Nuan smiled and nodded under the eager gazes of everyone. "Come on, eat up. It tastes amazing." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Lan and Sun Xiaoming pounced forward like hungry wolves, scrambling to get their share. Nuan cut a small piece of pig skin and placed it in Gui's palm. The little one immediately stuffed in her mouth, but without teeth. She couldn't chew it and could only savor the taste. Qin Fengting cut 4 pieces and distributed them to the 4 little ones. Bai Shoutao carried the meat back to his nest to enjoy the delicacy by himself. Recently, Xiao Wan had been eating well and sleeping well, growing very quickly, almost reaching Nuan's thigh height. Upon seeing the meat, his excited tail wagged like a propeller. Qin Fengting decided to feed the dogs with pork only after reaching a consensus with everyone. As the president of a listed group, he naturally understood the importance of team communication and cooperation and wouldn't act rashly. After finishing what was in his mouth, Xiao Wan eagerly rubbed his head around, looking for more. Zhao Lan sat by the fire enjoying the delicious food with Zhao Ziyu, his back being rubbed by the dog's head. He picked up a piece of meat to tease Xiao Wan. "Come on, Xiao Wan, jump up. Hey, good boy." Zhao Lan laughed as he scratched the dog's head. When he first saw the 3 big fat dogs, he had thought about killing one for food, considering the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse. Wouldn't it be nice to have a meal of dog meat? However, Qin Fengting and Nuan had warned him not to have any thoughts about the 3 dogs, which left him with some dissatisfaction at the time. As they spent more time together, he gradually dismissed that thought. After all, in the apocalypse, the line of humanity in one's heart inevitably loosens. Having a few little companions made him feel alive rather than like a walking corpse. The delicious meal ended amidst laughter, and Nuan's stomach was bulging as she stood by the window, cracking it open for some air. A cool breeze blew away the warmth in the room, bringing a hint of chill, and the aroma of roasted pig wafted out the window, attracting many small creatures. The anti-theft screen outside was crawling with cockroaches. Nuan closed the window and leaned over to carefully observe the cockroaches' mouths. Their small teeth were somewhat zombie-like, opening and closing with their eyes glowing red. Most of these were female cockroaches, probably looking for a place to lay eggs. Look at this cockroach's rear. Qin Fengding pointed to one of the cockroaches. You even understand this? Nuan followed Qin Fengding's finger to look. She knew a bit about it during her university years. She had done an academic study with her mentor specifically on insect survival patterns and egg laying. Female cockroaches usually lay eggs in dark, damp, and warm places. But due to the sudden drop in temperature from the snow, these female cockroaches hadn't found suitable places to lay eggs, appearing unusually anxious. If they successfully lay eggs later, there would likely be a cockroach outbreak next year. Sun Xiaoming walked over, pulling Nuan away with a disgusted look. Sister, just finishing eating and looking at those dirty things. Aren't you disgusted? Nuan smiled but said nothing. However, she was thinking about whether the insecticide would work on cockroaches. Chapter 149. Are you the doctor? That day, the sky was rarely clear without snow, and Nuan boiled 2 pots of hot water, planning to give Gu-yi a bath. The fair and tender little body was covered with healed scars, and the bruises on her thighs and calves had gradually faded over time. Before the apocalypse, Nuan only bought adult ointments at the pharmacy, and she didn't dare to take the risk of using them on a baby, unsure of what the reaction would be. Later, it was Qin Fengding who found some herbs and mashed them into a paste to apply. Nuan placed a large basin in the living room, with a small electric heater beside it. She slowly put Gu-yi into the water while holding her. Previously, Nuan had always given the little one a shower, and this was the first time she was put into the basin to soak. The little one wasn't startled at all. Instead, she looked very happy, giggling joyfully. Nuan squeezed some baby shampoo in her palm and started lathering it up to wash the little one's hair. The hair was wet, and the little one closed his eyes in fear, gripping the little yellow duck tightly, looking unusually nervous. Ha ha ha. It'll be over soon. Don't be afraid. After washing, Nuan picked up a dry cloth and wrapped the little one in it. Then a knock sounded at the door. She placed him on the bed to play by himself for a while. It was Qin Fengdong and Zhao Lan who were going out, but this time Zhao Ziyu was also going along, his white egg-like face painted with vibrant colors by the 2 rough men. As the saying goes, practice brings truth. To grow, one must go out and experience life. We're going out for a bit. There's not enough firewood at home, and Sun Xiaoming will also be going, so we'll leave the house in your care. Nuan nodded. You all be careful. Ah, by the way, you should look for Jian Siyu in room 1201 on the 12th floor. That girl knows a place for chopping firewood, and it's safer with more people around. Jian Siyu has a good character, so you could try to befriend her. All right. After taking a shower, Gu-yi had a scent of milk on her body, and Nuan was intoxicated by the smell. As sleepiness took over, the big and small leaned their heads together and fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, it was already dark outside. Qi Bing came knocking again, and through the crack of the door, he pulled out a few packs of compressed biscuits and a can of beef hidden in his sleeve. Miss Gu, I owe my survival to Mr. Qin. Please help me pass these to him. Okay, I'll trouble you with that. Qi Bing nodded politely and then turned to leave. It's uncertain whether the organization would let Qi Bing retire early after losing his arm, but for now, he has a place to stay and food to eat, which means he is doing fairly well. Nuan had just entered the house when a knocking sound came from the stairway, making a loud noise. Open the door. Hey, someone on the 21st floor, open the door. Didn't they say there was a doctor? Where are they? Nuan was annoyed by the noise and opened the door coldly, saying, what is it? The elderly woman in her 50s was clearly taken aback when she saw a young girl. Those people hadn't mentioned whether the doctor was male or female while chatting. The elderly woman asked blindly, are you the doctor they were talking about? I feel uncomfortable in my lower back. Can you take a look for me? Chapter 150. You stole everything from my house, leaving nothing behind. Nuan raised her eyebrows and said, all right, you lift your clothes up and I'll help you take a look. But just so, you know, I charge by the hour for consultations. Hearing about the fee, the old lady was displeased and immediately belittled her. What kind of famous doctor are you? Charging for a small ailment. You're profiting off the country's misfortune. Young girl, you shouldn't behave like this. You'll face consequences. I'm just having back pain. Just let me in to get some medicinal wine and rub it a bit, and that'll be enough. It seemed that your illness isn't that serious. Pointing fingers and making gestures. Since you already know how to treat it, then let us do it this way. Hey. The old lady quickly spoke up. You ungrateful girl, why are you so lacking in manners? If I knew how to treat my illness, why would I come to you? I came here precisely because I don't have any medicinal wine. Nuan was so irritated that she felt a surge of anger. I don't have any medicinal liquor here. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Without medicinal liquor, just give me a couple of pills. It's inconvenient to talk through the door. So open the door and let me in. You keep talking about the door. Are you one of those troublemakers from a few days ago? You really want to learn a lesson, don't you? Nuan pulled out a file. The old lady was startled to see the deadly weapon and stepped back. What are you doing? If you don't want to look, then don't. Why are you getting physical? I'll tell you, if you scare me into a bad state. I'll definitely cling to you for support in my old age. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't have that opportunity. Instead of looking for trouble, you should eat less. Look at you, so plump and rosy. You must have plenty to eat at home. Nuan didn't recognize her at first, but as soon as the old lady opened her mouth and shouted, she instantly remembered. This was Chun Jiajia's mother-in-law from the 17th floor. The two had argued several times downstairs in the community, and she usually spoke in a loud voice, always trying to take advantage of others, managing to offend everyone in the neighborhood. One could only say that Chun Jiajia and the old lady were cut from the same cloth. Neither was a good person. During the typhoon, many innocent families had suffered, and now the old lady was trying to target her, which was truly shameless. The old lady's confidence wavered, and her imposing demeanor clearly weakened. Stop twisting my words. I'm here to see a doctor, not to let you slander me. Her second son, fearful of death, couldn't he let the whole family just wait to perish, so she had to come out to make a living. Upon hearing this, the old lady panicked and hurried downstairs. And in her rush, she naturally didn't notice the group of people hiding on the side of the 20th floor. Pushing the door open, the corridor was filled with firewood. Sun Xiaoming, hearing the door open, smiled and said, Sister, that GNCU you mentioned is really capable. We got all this. Zhao Ziyu came out with a scratch on his face, but was unusually excited, rushing over to hug Nuan's leg. Big sister, I helped pick up the firewood too. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Thumbs up for you. Nuan praised him enthusiastically. Chapter 151, Spicy Rabbit Meat Hot Pot. Nuan glanced at the firewood on the ground. It seemed that what GNCU said about Qihong Mountain being untouched was true. She might as well take a trip there. It could be an opportunity to expand her space. As for Yunju Mountain, the journey was too far, and it was impossible to go in a short time. Being alone in the wild was too dangerous. Even encountering a six-headed earthworm would be enough to make her drink a pot of tea. Qin Fengtian divided the firewood into sections and pointed to the 4 bundles of firewood piled in front of Nuan's door, saying, Those are yours. This is what Qi Bing asked me to pass on to you. He said he is very grateful to you. Nuan handed over the food supplies that Qi Bing had given her. Zhao Lan nudged Qin Fengtian's shoulder. Bro, if you can gain this much from treating one illness, why not negotiate with Ning Zihua to open a temporary clinic on the 1st floor? Everyone has minor ailments. You'd make a fortune. No need. Qin Fengtian shook his head. In chaotic times, there are many disputes. It's better to avoid trouble. That made sense. Zhao Lan took her portion inside. Everyone moved their share of firewood into the house, and Qin Fengtian came and knocked on the door. Have you eaten? If not, come eat with us. We caught a rabbit today. Jin see you, and I each have one. How do you plan to eat it? I don't know. Zhao Lan said as long as there's food, it's fine. Sun Xiaoming asked me to ask you. How about making a spicy rabbit hot pot? Nuan licked her lips in anticipation. Okay. Nuan walked to the balcony and pulled up the freshly sprouted garlic shoots, bringing along dried chili peppers and Sichuan pepper. The process of preparing rabbit meat was not as complicated as that of suckling pig. Zhao Lan dealt with the rabbit. Qin Fengting started the fire. Sun Xiaoming chopped the vegetables, and Nuan took charge of cooking. The whole process was straightforward and efficient, with no delays. The dry pot rabbit meat was quickly ready, placed into a dual flavor pot with one side spicy rabbit meat and the other side garlic flavor rabbit meat. This satisfied both those who wanted spicy food and those who couldn't handle the heat. Nuan was so enamored by the delicious rabbit meat that she almost swallowed her own tongue, and despite her lips swelling from spice, she refused to put down her chopsticks. Sun Xiaoming was in tears and blowing her nose, continuously stuffing rice in her mouth to counter the spiciness, while Xiaolan enjoyed the meal with great enthusiasm. The group was eating in a rather messy manner, but Qin Fengting maintained his elegance throughout, chewing slowly and making no noise at all. Sun Xiaoming gulped down a jug of water, breathing heavily and patting her stomach, exclaiming, "Oh my, we are truly living like immortals. While others are struggling to make ends meet, we get a feast on meat every day." "Exactly. I'm so stuffed. I feel uncomfortable," Zhao Lan said, lying back on the sofa with her big belly. Zhao Ziyu mimicked his uncle, lying on the sofa with a big smile. They filled the bathtub with water, took off their clothes, washed themselves clean, and soaked in the tub, enjoying the perfect water temperature. Late at night, several screams echoed through the building, accompanied by slaps and curses, the sounds heart-wrenching and relentless. Nuan stood by the window, listening to the commotion from the 17th floor. It seemed that the group guarding the 20th floor found the 21st floor difficult to deal with, and shifted their target to ambush the old lady's house. The old lady's loud voice echoed in the community, and everyone just watched in silence. This tragic situation taught Nuan one lesson: never offend anyone casually, unless you're deliberately provoking them and walking into a gun barrel. However, given the current situation, the predicament of the 21st floor had become a target for everyone. Chapter 152. Really going to be defeated by the stubborn Qin Fengting at 6 in the morning. The 21st floor welcomed 2 visitors. Jian Xiyu helped the old lady sit on the sofa in the corridor, moving cautiously. "Grandma, be careful." The old lady looked troubled and patted her obedient granddaughter's hand, reassuring her, "It's okay, at my age, it's easy to have various ailments." "Grandma, lie down, let me take a look." Qin Fengting's expression was calm. Qi Bing's situation was critical and different from this old lady's, and with Jian Xiyu present, it was wise to be cautious. "All right, young man. Thank you for your hard work." The old lady took off her coat and lay down on the sofa, while Qin Fengting examined the old lady. Jian Xiyu consciously stepped aside, not disturbing the two. Nuan opened the door while holding Gu Yi and saw Jian Xiyu standing in front of her house. A glance at the situation in the corridor made her understand in an instant. "This child looks nothing like you." Jian Xiyu assessed Gu Yi and came to this conclusion. Nuan rolled her eyes. "It's not like I gave birth to him. Of course he doesn't look like me." "You picked him up?" "It's a long story." Nuan didn't want to bring up old matters and pointed her chin toward Qin Fengting. "What's wrong with your grandma? Gu Yi will become an orphan, and to a large extent, it is her own doing. If Yin Chong hadn't been so ruthless, she wouldn't have taken action." Jian Xiyu sighed. "My grandma injured her waist when she was young, and with years of hard work, her old ailment has flared up again in this damp weather. She couldn't sleep last night because of the pain, and I heard that Qin Fengting can treat illnesses, so I wanted him to take a look. Qin Fengting's skills are quite good. You can trust him." Jian Xiyu leaned against the wall and said, "By the way, I've noticed that you guys on the 21st floor have offended quite a few people. Everyone has been discussing you lately." Nuan was lackluster. She didn't need Jian Xiyu to say much, as she already knew what those people were talking about. The most active among them was the man without hands, who was asking around about you. The man without hands. Isn't that Zhang Chunran? Without his long-term benefactor, he started to be more active? Before Nuan could think further, Qin Fengting finished up, and the old lady sat up from the sofa, her tightly furrowed brows relaxing, looking much better. "Thank you. Young man, this is the consultation fee." Qin Fengting didn't refuse and accepted it with a clear conscience. "There's still a few more sessions of acupuncture and massage. You should pay more attention to keeping warm in your daily life." All right, all right." The old lady looked at Qin Fengting kindly. He was handsome and strong, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Having lived for decades, the old lady could tell at a glance that this man was capable, and her mind couldn't help but become active. "Young man, do you have a girlfriend? If not, I would like to introduce my granddaughter to you." Qin Fengting put away the acupuncture bag. "I don't have a girlfriend and don't plan to look for one in the short term." Jian Xiyu angrily walked over Grandma. "Here you go again. Every time you see a man, you want to introduce your granddaughter. I've told you not to do that." After saying that, Jian Xiyu nodded to Qin Fengting, Thank you for today. I'll take my leave. After opening the door to see the grandmother and granddaughter off, Qin Fengtian divided the payment he received into 4 parts, one for each person on the 21st floor. Nuan didn't want it. Seeing a doctor costs 2 pounds of rice, which isn't enough for your hard work. What do you gain from sharing? All right, then thank you. Nuan was truly being defeated by the stubborn Qin Fengtian. The boss was always like this, whether managing the company or dealing with employees. He emphasized the word fairness very much. Chapter 153. If you can't beat them, join them. The weather was getting colder, and to comfortably get through this winter, it couldn't just rely on food. Fuel was equally important. Zhao Lan hadn't gone out before, but after going out a few times, he refused to look after the house anymore. This time, the task of looking after the house fell on Qin Fengtian, and Gui also stayed at home. Everyone took their own means of transportation and set off together. Nuan led the way ahead. This time, they were to a villa complex that Nuan had visited before, where the residents had already evacuated during the typhoon. Although they couldn't find any supplies, the high-end solid-wood furniture could burn for a long time if chopped up. Qin Fengtian stood by the balcony, watching as Nuan and her group just set off when several tails began to follow them one after another. Many of them had been seen during patrols, some from this unit and others from different units. They had all set out simultaneously to search for supplies, yet the 21st floor always returned fully loaded. While they had rummaged everywhere for half a day without finding anything, today they were determined to follow and investigate. If they could take out a few people in the wild, all the supplies from the 21st floor would belong to them. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. That short-haired woman was not to be trifled with. If they couldn't beat her, then they would join her. As for those people wanting to follow Nuan for some scraps, that was unlikely. The group continued towards the villa complex. Meanwhile, the ones who were shaken off looked at the looming giant in front of them, trembling in fear, regretting their decision to come out. Before they could react, several massive creatures had already begun to tear open their huge mouths, eagerly devouring the delicious offerings presented to them. More than 30 people were reduced to nearly half. The others who managed to escape the jaws of death hurriedly ran towards the Lanxing Huayuan community, only to encounter a group of mites along the way, getting bitten all over. Nuan and the others circled out from the alley and rode for another half an hour to reach the villa community. The snow on the ground was untouched and nearly reached their calves. There were no footprints in the snow, indicating that no one had come through this place. The gate of this standalone villa was equipped with an electronic lock. Zhao Lan pried it open with a metal rod. Inside the foyer, there were 2 large rows of shoe cabinets. Upon entering the living room, they found a set of blackwood sofas covered with cushions and pillows, and directly opposite was a massive LCD display. The others were dismantling furniture on the 1st floor, while Nuan went up to the 2nd floor. To the left was a tea room, next to it was a study, and to the right were a KTV room and a yoga room. The 3rd floor had bedrooms and guest rooms. Nuan checked each room, but found no unexpected discoveries. The mattress on the bed had been pulled away, and the wooden frames were all dismantled. The door to the top floor was locked, and Nuan kicked it open with brute force. Upon entering, she saw an enormous 3-dimensional glass cabinet, with a faux rock and water feature below. The glass cover on top had been moved, and there were rustling sounds coming from a flower bed piled high, with snow nearby. It is said that wealthy people seek thrills and enjoy raising rare creatures. This glass cabinet was quite large. Could it be housing a python or a crocodile? Chapter 154, Blink at Me. Nuan pulled out the pig-killing knife and slowly backed away. However, the next second, a white snake as thick as a baby's arm suddenly sprang out from the flower bed. Nuan quickly slammed the door shut, but the snake was faster than her and slithered in from underneath the door. Before Nuan could react, the snake began to crawl up her pant leg. Nuan suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her scalp and hurriedly tried to grab the snake. The snake was incredibly agile, always able to predict her movements and escape multiple times. Once she managed to catch it by the neck, the snake, which was 1.5 meters long, twisted wildly in the air, resembling a water snake swimming in the water. Nuan was about to crush it when she suddenly noticed a red mark in the middle of the snake's forehead, resembling a droplet shape. She hesitated for a moment. It was said that white snakes were very spiritual. In ancient times, many people worshipped earth snakes as immortals. What if this was a snake that had cultivated and attained enlightenment? Wouldn't it be a pity for her to harm it? Holding on to a mindset of better safe than sorry, Nuan reduced her strength significantly and said in a negotiating tone, "I mean no offense. If you're willing to let this go, please blink at me." As soon as she finished speaking, the snake's eyelids indeed closed and then opened again. Nuan breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'm going to let you go now, and you are not allowed to attack me again. Do you hear me?" The snake blinked its eyes, signaling that it understood. Nuan slowly crouched down and gently placed the snake on the ground. The snake, released from its restraint at the 7-inch mark, showed no intention of attacking, merely extending its head to look at her. Well then, goodbye. Having done a good deed. Her mood was exceptionally cheerful as she hummed and sang while going downstairs. Sun Xiaoming tore down the curtains and ripped them into strips, tying them around the chopped wood. Seeing Nuan so happy, she couldn't help but smile as well. "Sister, did something good happen? You're so cheerful." "Yes, now I feel more at ease." Xiaolan's face was beaming with joy as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Jianxiu and Mu Ran had come along this time, and the group quickly disassembled the furniture and gathered it together. Then, they moved on to the next house. They discovered a few water towers in other villas, and Jianxiu and Mu Ran each took one, thinking that even if they couldn't put it on a rooftop, having it at home to store water would be good. As it was getting late, everyone started to tie firewood onto the car. Nuan stacked the bundles onto the cart, which she had modified with 3 layers of welded steel pipes around the top, middle, and bottom, allowing for a considerable load. Mu Ran's was the most loaded, a human-powered tricycle, while Jianxiu's was the most enviable, an electric wheelchair that had been modified with quite a bit of horsepower. On the way back, they encountered a few highway robbers. Just a second ago, they were all high and mighty, but upon seeing the bloody tang knife in Mu Ran's hand, they immediately fled in fear. While tracking those people, Nuan and her group also encountered mites. A swarm of mites attacked, and despite their quick actions to ignite a fire, several people still got bitten. Nuan sprinkled a handful of powder on the wound and instructed, "Do not let the wound come into contact with water for 3 days, and do not scratch it, otherwise it will fester endlessly." Chapter 155, actually discussing principles with a snake. Because of the collaboration with outsiders, Qin Fengting's share had to be divided among Nuan, Sun Xiaoming, and Zhaolan. Everyone did the same yesterday. After all, Qin Fengting was guarding the 21st floor, not watching over Jianxiu and Mu Ran. So there was naturally no reason to say that they should share it together. After dividing the firewood, they transported the water tower to the rooftop and secured it. Qin Fengting had already fed Gu Yi, and the little one was sitting on the grass, clapping her hands, giggling, and playing with the rabbit. Nuan sat on the ground in the space, set up a portable stove, placed a pot on it, poured in water, and brought it to a boil. She added a pack of turkey noodles, small packets of rice cakes, and crystal dumplings, as well as a few hot pot meatballs. The pot bubbled away, and, after cooking, she took everything out, drained the water, mixed in the turkey noodle sauce, and then topped it with 2 slices of cheese, using a portable torch to melt the cheese. Thus, a deluxe version of turkey noodles was born. Nuan eagerly slurped the noodles, the spiciness rushing into her stomach, making her break out in a sweat. A whole pot of noodles was quickly devoured. Nuan took the last sip of her cola and sighed. After a busy day, this meal was simply too satisfying. Nuan lay sprawled on the grass, looking at the infinitely extending space, her hands slippery, and when she squeezed them, they felt a bit soft. Nuan turned in terror and discovered it was the snake she encountered in the villa during the day. Her previously relaxed state of mind instantly tensed up. The fact that this snake could enter her space meant that it had never truly left her. Where was it hiding? It was able to follow her in while she was unconscious. If it wanted to, it could probably bite her to death at any moment. Why does this person have such a strange expression? The snake tilted its head, looking on in confusion. Nuan leaned down to meet its gaze, pouting as she said, "Did we not agree to part ways? You're not keeping your word." As the words left her mouth, Nuan felt bewildered. She was foolish enough to talk about principles with the snake. The snake flicked its tongue and conveyed telepathically, "You have a scent I really like, that's why I've followed you all this way." A voice, indistinguishable in gender, appeared in her mind. Nuan scrutinized it. "Are you really a deity?" "Sort of," it replied. "Deity is a name humans gave us. I was washed away during a flood caused by the dragon's water absorption, which led to the collapse of the heavenly order while I was in slumber. You mentioned that I have a scent you like. Could it be that there is something in this space that attracts you? Nuan understood. You can stay in here, but you are not allowed to eat anything inside. I have detached from my mortal body and have no need for food. Nuan placed the mink coat she had searched from the female CEO's secret room on the ground, forming a pile. From now on, this will be your nest. Thank you. The white snake slowly slithered on top of it, coiling itself up, and from now on, if I disturb you, you can call me Junmu. Junmu, a gentleman like a pine tree, like a spring breeze. My name is Nuan. It's a very nice name. Thank you for the compliment. After washing up, Nuan, dancing with joy, wanted to catch Junmu, but as she stepped out of the space, the temperature suddenly dropped. Nuan curled up in the warm quilt, where she had placed a hot water bottle in advance. She took off Gu-Yi's coat, and the two of them snuggled together and gradually fell asleep. Chapter 156. Don't joke with life. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a cry for help echoed in the hallway. Each cry was louder than the last, completely disturbing Nuan's drowsiness. Who on earth is it? Unable to tolerate it any longer, she threw off the blanket, put on her coat and hat, covered Gu-Yi with the blanket again, and walked out in her slippers. Qin Fengting and Sun Xiaoming were also awakened by the noise, while Xiaolan's hair was half ruffled, leaving her in a dazed state. Nuan stood at the top of the stairs and coldly reprimanded. Are you guys sick? Why are you making noise and not sleeping at this late hour? As soon as the people below heard someone coming out, they immediately cried out for help. Help us. We're about to die from pain. You're the only ones who can help us now. Please don't turn a blind eye to our suffering. It was wrong of us to make things difficult for you before. We're begging you to open the door and save us. Yes. As these people made a racket in the hallway, they had no hope of getting any sleep. A few of them exchanged glances and shared opinions. Go on, open the door. At the bottom of the stairs, there were more than a dozen people sitting or lying down, all showing the same symptoms. Their skin was ulcerated, and in some of the wounds, there were even parasitic insect eggs. Nuan hadn't mentioned the rules of the 21st floor yet, but someone below had already actively pushed a bag of grain through the crack in the door. This is my medical fee. Please, save me. I'm in so much pain. Well, this is my share. In the face of illness, nothing is more important than a healthy body. What does grain matter? If it's gone, we can find another way. But if life is lost, then there's truly nothing left. Nuan opened one of the bags of grain and took a look. It was clone rice from the supermarket, glimmering with an unparalleled sheen in the darkness. Qin Fengting also glanced at it, but kept quiet. Zhao Lan had a deep prejudice against clone rice. Seeing it made him want to shout, but he was silenced by a jab from Qin Fengting. In the apocalypse, having food to eat is already quite good. There is no need to be so ruthless as to crush the last bit of hope someone has left. Some things are better left unsaid. This powder, when sprinkled on a wound, will heal within 3 days if kept dry and free from scratching. Someone hesitated. 2 pounds of rice for this. Is this goo person trying to fool us? 10 times. Hearing this, some people's hearts instantly stirred. As long as something unexpected happens. Wouldn't that mean 20 pounds of rice? Before they could act, a cold voice rang out. I advise you not to joke with your lives. If bitten by mites and not treated in time, you will definitely die within 7 days. Before you try to swindle me, think about whether you'll still have a life to speak of. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze. Was this person able to read minds? How could she guess what they were thinking? Rest assured, we will definitely follow the medical advice. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. In no time, more than a dozen people disappeared without a trace, leaving only a teenager in the corner. The boy trembled as he approached, pulling out a pitch-black bag from behind him and fearfully stuffing it in. Will this work? Nuan opened the bag, which contained several wilted sweet potatoes that had clearly been left untouched for a long time. The young man cautiously peeked at Nuan's expression, afraid of being rejected. Nuan handed over 2 packets of medicine and said, Here for you. Looking at the 2 packets of powder, the young man trembled, tears blurred his eyes, and he roughly wiped them away, repeatedly bowing in gratitude as he walked away. Sister, this person was clearly the one who received the least and the lowest quality. Why did you still give him 2 packets of medicine powder? Zhao Lan explained from the side. You haven't been in the community for long, so you don't know. This young man's parents died in a car accident last year, and he supports his younger siblings all by himself. When we went out today, he and his brother were at the very end of the line. Chapter 157. Do a little more within what you can do after everyone left. Nuan closed the door. Life is already tough enough. I was just doing a little more within what I could do. Sun Xiaoming felt a pang in her nose. Quite moved, Nuan nodded. With no one to disturb her, she slept very soundly. In the morning, after tidying up things in the space, she prepared milk powder for Gui, allowing him to drink it slowly by himself. She took 2 apples from a space, peeled and cored them, cut them into pieces, and blended them into puree using a juicer. She then boiled it in a pot, added sugar, and once it thickened, poured it into a bowl, covered it with plastic wrap, and poked a few holes in the top. She packed a bottle of pure milk, another milk bottle, and a warm apple puree into a lunch bag. This was Gui's lunch for today. Nuan planned to start letting the little guy try solid food. According to her reading, it should be mixed with yogurt, but there was no yogurt available at the supermarket at this time. There was some in the space, but she planned to go out today and needed to leave Gui at Qinfingting's place for a day. If someone saw the yogurt and asked about it, she wouldn't be able to explain, even with 800 mouths. She knocked on the Zhao family's door. Zhao Lan and Sun Xiaoming were scheduled to go on patrol in the afternoon, and they didn't want to waste any time. So they got up early to find Jian Xiu and Mu Ran to go chop wood. Only Qin Fengding was left in the house, exercising, sweating profusely. When he saw Nuan, he calmed his breath and walked over, wiping his sweat. Good morning. I'm going out today. Could you please take care of Gui? Sure. Be careful. Qin Fengding didn't ask much. Everyone had their secrets, especially Nuan. Since the apocalypse began, she had completely changed, becoming someone entirely different from before. He was very aware of what to ask and what not to ask. All right, I understand. After explaining everything clearly, Nuan went downstairs with her gear. Qihong Mountain, at an elevation of 210 meters, is a small forest park that isn't well known in H City. Usually, only residents from nearby residential areas come to exercise there for leisure. At the top of the mountain, there is a temple housing the great Buddha of Piluo with very few worshippers, and only a few old monks to look after and clean the temple. Nuan walked into a shop in the city to confirm that no one was around, then took out a small energy vehicle from her space. She put on sunglasses and a mask, pressed the engine button, shifted into first gear, and pressed the accelerator, causing the vehicle to slowly move forward. Traveling alone, she made herself as comfortable as possible. She drove around the road towards Qihong Mountain, encountering no crises along the way. There was a road on the back mountain of Qihong that led directly to the top, and Nuan drove up the highway. When she reached the halfway point, she concealed the vehicle back into her space under the cover of a large tree. The mountains were covered in white snow, with only a few sparrows chirping on the treetops. Nuan sprinkled a layer of powder on herself and trudged into the mountains, stepping deep and shallow. A chamois stood under a camphor tree, bending its head to eat something off the ground. Suddenly, the chamois lifted its head and glanced at Nuan before quickly running away. Watching the rare animal slip away right in front of her, Nuan sighed and continued to struggle forward. Chapter 158. You're not afraid of shortening your life after wandering aimlessly in the forest for most of the day without any gains. She arrived at a steep hillside, cleared some snow, and laid out a blanket on the ground. All she could see was snow, and just walking around was exhausting, let alone running. It seemed that today would be a wasted trip. Nuan quickly took out an energy bar and ate it to prevent the sweetness from attracting unwanted creatures. This unexpected delight came suddenly. Nuan's thoughts instantly became lively. She took out a bamboo pole from her space, tied a mirror to it, and extended it to observe the cave. Inside, she saw 2 squirrels snuggled together, holding their heads as they hibernated. Seeing that it was not a snake hibernating inside, Nuan felt relieved. She pressed her hand against the tree to activate the space's absorption function, directly sucking the entire tree, roots and all, into her space. With this gain, Nuan changed her mind and decided to explore further, as there might be new discoveries. She also let Junmu out of her space to recuperate. Of course, he had to work. No free rides. Junmu hung on Nuan's arm, looking helpless. He was meditating and this guy was really something. Nevertheless, Junmu expanded his perception field, and after getting the results, he used his snake tail to point the direction. They discovered another squirrel. Junmu couldn't help but tease. Letting a deity work for you. Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? Huh? What is there to be afraid of? Good Junmu, keep sensing, and we'll get rich together. All right, I really give up on you. Under Junmu's guidance, Nuan continuously harvested 5 nests of rabbits. And she also absorbed some good timber into her space, like beech and camphorwood. Later, they caught a mountain chicken and shot 2 wild boars. Walking in the snow was really exhausting, especially while hunting for prey. Nuan gradually felt her body couldn't take it anymore, so she stopped. She loaded 2 bundles of firewood into her cart, drove to the mountaintop, and found the temple's main gate was not closed. Stepping inside, there were stone steps. Going up a few steps led to a large incense burner, and a few more steps took her to the main hall, where the Buddha statue was covered in dust. The offering table was empty. Nuan wandered to the back, passing through an archway, and what came into view was a door. Nuan's hand fell, and she deeply bowed towards the door. In her previous life, she had visited this temple, where an old master had read her fortune. At that time, the master had said that Zhang Chunran was not her destined partner and advised her to cut ties early. Otherwise, she would face a fatal disaster. She had thought that since she was already halfway up the mountain, she might as well take a look, but unexpectedly. Nuan took out 3 apples from the space and placed them on the offering table, lighting 3 sticks of incense and bowing to them. When she returned to the community, it was still bright outside. Countless pairs of eyes were watching from the shadows. Nuan glanced up, and they all quickly pulled their curtains shut, too afraid to look. It would be terrible if they remembered her face. It seems that the 21st floor isn't that impressive after all. Today's haul was only 2 bundles of firewood. With this thought, the dissatisfaction in those people's hearts was calmed. If one looked closely, they would notice that Nuan's backpack was actually filled with many items. Sun Xiaoming and Zhao Lan had just finished their patrol, and the 3 of them headed upstairs together. Good. Nuan also notified the 3 members of the Zhao family. Chapter 159. Bartering today, she took one of the 2 wild boars they hunted, chose a small and thin one, moved it out of the space, removed the bullets, and then made several cuts on its body with a knife. She laid down some cardboard in the living room and began to dismember it. First, she cut off the pig's head, then opened its belly and cleaned out the internal organs, followed by dismembering the limbs. Once she finished these tasks, Qin Fengting arrived with Zhao Ziyu. Seeing the pig meat cut into chunks, Qin Fengting showed no greed in his eyes. Instead, he furrowed his brows and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Zhao Ziyu excitedly circled around the pig meat, his eyes shining with admiration. "Sister, you are amazing. Hey, why is the pigskin black?" Nuan wiped her hands clean and smiled as she touched Zhao Ziyu's head. "It's wild boar. I hunted it in the mountains." Sun Xiaoming and Zhao Lan came over shortly after. The moment Zhao Lan saw the meat, his eyes lit up with greed. Ever since he had eaten meat a few times, he had been thinking about when he could have it again every day. He immediately suggested a trade. Nuan had this intention and immediately agreed. She wasn't planning to give it away for free anyway, and since Zhao Lan brought it up, it saved her the trouble of explaining. 20 jin of rice for 1 leg, half a bag of rice for a belly of meat. Cash is also acceptable. You should make the exchange sooner rather than later. The Zhao family has a car with a refrigerator and the solar panels work normally, so there's no need to worry about the meat spoiling if left for too long. They also have spare folding solar panels that can charge electronic products like tablets. Zhao Ziyu relies on his tablet to watch downloaded study videos for his daily learning. Sun Xiaoming didn't have a refrigerator, so she only asked for 1 piece of meat. Qin Fengting, who was quite generous, asked for 2 pieces of meat and 2 legs, paying in cash. He could also use the Zhao family's refrigerator, so he naturally didn't need to be polite. No one resented Nuan for hunting a wild boar. Instead, they felt delighted that they could exchange grains for fresh ingredients like the firm and tender wild boar meat. It was no small feat for Nuan to bring back a wild boar, especially in the snowy mountains. And just thinking about the hardships involved made it seem quite difficult. Naturally, there would be no resentment. Nuan packed the remaining pork in plastic bags and stuffed them into the car refrigerator, while the pig's head was cut in half, cleaned, blanched, and then put into a large pot to be marinated. This time, She also brought back several stalks of mountain turmeric, which can be used as both medicine and for marinating meat. And it smells amazing. While the pot was marinating in the kitchen, Zhao Lan and Qin Fengting were sparring in the spacious living room, where foam mats were laid on the floor, and Sun Xiaoming was watching and learning with Zhao Ziyu. Nuan also quickly put on the shapewear, planning to spar with Zhao Lan. She hadn't fought against Zhao Lan before. His entire right hand was dislocated, hanging limply by his side. Ouch, it hurts. Hurry up and fix it, it's killing me. Nuan was shocked, not expecting Zhao Lan to be this weak. Qin Fengting retracted his moves, stepped forward, held Zhao Lan's hand, and with a few gentle adjustments, put it back in place. Zhao Lan looked sullen, feeling that facing off against the doctor was truly unfair. It was almost like killing someone without a trace. Qin Fengting smiled and turned to Nuan. Are you going to join in? Chapter 160. The twisting of human nature this time. Qin Fengting took the first punch, while Nuan defended herself and looked for an opportunity to strike. The atmosphere was completely different from before. Sun Xiaoming and Zhao Lan were both stunned, not expecting a duel between experts to be so swift and ruthless. The three onlookers were fixated, trying to remember one or two moves, but unfortunately, their minds couldn't keep up, and they failed to remember a single move. Nuan feigned an attack to lure Qin Fengting into a defensive position, then quickly transformed her hand into an eagle claw, aiming straight for his throat. In an instant, Qin Fengting leaned back and sidestepped, gripping Nuan's arm and twisting it mercilessly, completely restraining her and leaving her unable to move. I lost. Nuan sighed inwardly, realizing that defeating Qin Fengting was indeed not easy. Qin Fengting timely released his grip, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, indicating that winning or losing was irrelevant in their sparring. The three onlookers applauded, and Sun Xiaoming approached, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister, you are amazing. Can you teach me those moves you just did? Sure, go change your clothes. Sun Xiaoming had better physical fitness than her brother, with high flexibility and endurance for hardship. So Nuan was more than happy to teach her. Zhao Lan also didn't want to miss this rare opportunity and earnestly sought advice from Qin Fengting. After stewing the pig's head in the pot for over 2 hours, Nuan took out the pig ears, placed them on the cutting board, and sliced them into strips. She mixed them with chili oil, sesame oil, Sichuan pepper oil, salt, chicken essence, MSG, vinegar, and light soy sauce. Then chopped some green onions to sprinkle in and stirred everything evenly. A cold dish of pig ears was ready. Next, she cut the pig's face into chunks, put them in a clean pot, and tossed in some vegetables to boil. With both dishes completed, the rice in the thermos was also cooked. Time to eat. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and Zhao Lan, while eating, didn't forget to discuss the techniques they had just practiced with Qin Fengting. Around 8 o'clock, Jian Xiyu arrived with her grandmother. They were still in the hallway, and the sofa belonged to Zhao Lan's family, since it was just sitting idle at home. She had no second thoughts about dragging it out for Qin Fengting to use. Do you know the family on the 17th floor with the last name Zhang? The woman is named Chun Jiajia, Jian Xiyu asked, keeping an eye on her grandmother's situation while chatting with Nuan. I know them, what is up? Nuan replied as she took Gu Yi out for a stroll. The little one had eaten apple puree during the day and was very happy. Now, she was too excited to sleep. Nuan frowned, wondering how this could happen. It shouldn't have been so extreme since they lived in the same community. Although the old lady and Chun Jiajia were not good people. However, Chun Jiajia's husband got along very well with the men in the community, and they would even take the initiative to greet him and offer cigarettes when they met. Why did those people take away the supplies and go to such lengths? Just then, Jian Xiyu's words resolved Nuan's confusion. Those people originally had no intention of targeting the two young girls. After all, every family has daughters and sons. This proposal was initiated by the old lady's second son, aiming to have those people leave him some food supplies, and he was later carried out with injuries all over his body. Just as he was starting to blossom, his life was prematurely ended by demons. Jian Xiyu looked regretful, noting that Ning Zihua was completely turning a blind eye to what was happening within the community. Otherwise, those people wouldn't be so rampant. Chapter 161. The Reborn Living Bodhisattva. Additionally, there was an extra living room with a drying balcony, and the bedroom was connected to the bathroom and the living room. It was equipped with a television, water dispenser, and lazy sofa. The amenities could be considered complete. Nuan tentatively turned on the TV, and a black and white standby screen appeared. She plugged the DVD player into the back of the TV and dug out an old zombie movie disc from the box and put it in. The picture came up, and it was quite clear. Nuan hurriedly ran to the shelf area, grabbed chips, cola, and popcorn, and sat on the sofa enjoying herself. 2 hours passed, and there were no signs of a heart attack. Nuan gradually became bolder, dug up the newly added land, and sprinkled spinach seeds. Gui can already eat apple puree, and spinach and corn porridge need to be arranged quickly. The corn seeds are concentrated in a small plot of land, and bamboo sticks are inserted with a layer of plastic film on top. After a while, when the seedlings grow, they will be separated and planted in the ground. The temperature in the space is suitable, and the squirrels on the trees are gradually waking up. Nuan has planted more than a dozen pine nut trees in the space, so the little guys can be self-sufficient. The only mountain chicken has been kept in the rabbit's nest by Nuan for breeding. The fattened rabbits have already been killed and stored in the freezer. After all, if they're raised for too long, the meat will become tough and not tasty. After everything was taken care of, Nuan left the space. Gui in the cradle was already asleep, so she went to the balcony. The vegetables on the balcony are not growing well. They're growing very slowly without sunlight, and the leaves are a bit yellow. She pulled them out, buried some fertilizer, and cleaned up the garbage on the ground. The next morning, Nuan found a cardboard box and starlights, drilled holes in it, and put bamboo poles through. She laid several layers of cotton at the bottom, placed 20 eggs on top, and then wrapped the starlights around them and plugged them in. A simple incubator was ready, and according to the book, it takes 21 days to hatch, but that's under controlled temperature conditions. Hers will probably take more than a month. No rush. After all, she has plenty of time. After a simple lunch, Nuan followed Qin Fengting downstairs to patrol. 3 venomous ants approached, and everyone stood ready. Nuan and Qin Fengting dealt with one, while the other 2 were left to the others. After spending these days together, Nuan's every move was under Qin Fengting's control, and the 2 worked together seamlessly, quickly eliminating one venomous ant. Over there, Nuan stylishly sheathed his knife, the venomous ant on the ground cut in half. With only one left, 5 or 6 people tackled it together, struggling for a long time. One person nearly passed out, and Nuan finally couldn't bear to watch any longer, delivering a final blow to the venomous ant. This good deed caught the attention of several people. Those on the lower floors leaned against the windows, half praising and half insinuating. The girl with the tang knife, you're amazing. You're like a reincarnated bodhisattva. Unlike some people who just watch others die without lifting a finger to help, hard-hearted. They glanced over at Nuan several times, their eyes full of disdain. Nuan's expression was indifferent as she glanced at the person and said nothing. Immediately, others gathered around and said, "That's right, the little girl is really amazing. She's simply the hero of our community. From now on, our safety will rely on you." Nuan's face looked somewhat unpleasant. She wasn't foolish and naturally understood what these people were thinking. Chapter 162. Someone wants her dead. The corpses of the poisonous ants were cleared away, and everyone was scattered around the community. Nuan was resting by the wall. After wandering around the community for quite some time, Nuan finally found her in a corner. "Do you still have that powder you used to treat the mites a few days ago?" Nuan stood next to Nuan. "I want to buy some more just in case." Nuan lifted her eyelids slightly and asked, "Oh, do you want to buy some?" Seeing that Nuan wasn't angry with her, Nuan's expression brightened. "Yes. 2 pounds of supplies for 1 package." Nuan thought for a moment. "I don't want rice. You can exchange it for other supplies." Nuan was taken aback, but didn't ask further. "Then I'll reserve 10 packages first. I'll come find you tonight." "All right." Just as the words fell, a colorful flutter filled the air as a large group of mutated colorful winged butterflies flew by. Nuan and Nuan were startled and quickly turned away to shield their faces. These butterflies fed on human flesh, preferring rotten meat, and usually, only 1 or 2 could be seen. So many colorful winged butterflies flying towards the southeast. It was likely that there had been a large number of deaths in that area. After the swarm of butterflies flew away, Nuan complained in frustration. "Fortunately, not all the creatures on Earth have mutated. Otherwise, how could we live like this?" Nuan replied perfunctorily, "Yes. Next summer, there will be an epic insect tide. And by then, most living beings worldwide will have mutated. After the afternoon patrol, it's still early. Nuan rode her bike to the technology park. She had previously scored a big bag of snacks and a secret room in a building downtown, and she thought she would look for something similar here. As soon as she entered the financial building, a large group of people rushed out. The man at the front was the newly elected building manager, Gao Typhi, who had taken over after Liu Qianqian's death. He was hypocritical, a typical smiling tiger. Gao Typhi stepped forward, pretending to smile ominously. Little girl, don't blame us for being ruthless. We're just doing this for our wives and children. Ha! Nuan sneered. You speak so grandly. But it was you who ruined Chun Jiajia's 2 daughters, right? It was his uncle who suggested we do that. Gao Typhi's gaze shamelessly roamed up and down her body. If you want to live, you can choose to go down that path. I'll treat you well, big brother. Ha ha, Gao Ge. This girl isn't easy to handle. You might not be able to manage her. Gao Typhi lewdly licked his lips. Whether I can manage her or not, we'll find out. Several vigorous men echoed Gao Typhi's words, their faces filled with lewd smiles. At that moment, it seemed they had already successfully subdued Nuan and were indulging in her beauty. Nuan stood there indifferently, not paying any attention to the filthy words. When the high-speed train saw Nuan's attitude, he felt that the man's dignity was being provoked and shouted angrily, "Brothers, attack. As long as we take down this woman, all the supplies in her room will be ours. Charge." If someone wanted her dead, she naturally couldn't show any mercy. Her eyes were cold and fierce as she drew out the butcher's knife and charged forward, striking with a single blow that cleanly severed a person's head. The overwhelming aura of slaughter was completely different from when she fought mutated creatures in the community. Chapter 163. Fish on the chopping block. The people in front were frightened and wanted to retreat, but they were continuously pushed forward by those behind. With a butcher's knife in Nuan's hand, she moved through the crowd like a fish in water. The butcher's knife fell like raindrops on each person. Some had their bellies slashed open, intestines spilling out, but not dead yet, frantically trying to grab their intestines and run. However, just a few steps later, they were pierced through the heart by a file and fell straight to the ground. Some had their feet chopped off, bleeding profusely while still trying to crawl forward, their eyes filled with fear as they wanted to escape this hellish place. Yet, their hands were brutally severed, leaving them to struggle helplessly on the ground, unable to escape. The remaining people were not faring any better. Not only did they endure immense physical pain, but they also had to watch helplessly as Nuan disabled and killed them one by one. They were filled with regret. They had all miscalculated. She was killing without even blinking. Nuan, this devil, is completely different from what they saw in the community. She has hidden her strength. She's doing it on purpose. She deliberately wants to finish them off. After taking care of the little shrimp in front, Nuan squatted in front of Gao Typhi and greeted him with a smile. New building manager. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nuan. Gao Typhi lay on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, his right eyelid twitching nonstop. The eyes that had previously been covetous now dared not look straight at her. Please spare me. I have a 1-year-old daughter. If I don't make it here, she'll starve to death. Whoa, I was wrong. Gao Typhi's extreme nervousness caused saliva to drip from the corners of his mouth, and there was a faint smell of urine from below. I can do it. We're all parents. Our hearts will soften, and we can empathize. Gao Typhi had witnessed the deaths of over 20 people, and now, in order to survive, he had abandoned all dignity and pride. Listening to Nuan's disappointed sigh, Gao Typhi nervously swallowed, his heart hanging in the air, beating thunderously. Did I say something wrong? Nuan pulled out the file, found a suitable position, and her voice echoed, as if coming from hell. Is your filthy language disposable? Have you forgotten so quickly? Gao Typhi struggled to turn over, wanting to argue again, but Nuan directly stabbed his eyes blind. So painful, so painful. Nuan, you bitch, poisonous woman. Blood gushed out like 2 springs, and Gao Typhi cried out in agony, his hands wanting to touch his eyes, but since they were severed, he could only thrash around like a fish on a chopping board. I won't kill you. I want you to die slowly in the intertwining of despair and pain. After the blood spills all over the ground, it will soon attract mutated creatures. Nuan did not linger and left quickly. Her plan to take advantage of a good deal was interrupted, leaving her in a very bad mood. By the time she returned to the neighborhood, it was already dark. Nuan took out wild boar meat from the fridge and made a plate of spicy stir-fried ribs and a steamed egg custard. Eating it with beer, the unpleasantness of the afternoon finally dissipated. Chapter 164. Not considering her friend. Nuan was wearing a thick padded coat that reached her knees, a plush military hat on her head, and a large backpack on her back, standing at the staircase entrance. Nuan opened the door and came in to talk. She opened the medicine package for Nuan to see clearly. You confirmed the quantity. You should know how to use it, so I won't say much more. Nuan leaned in for a glance, nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. Nuan's actions simply indicated that she didn't consider her a friend. She thought that after traveling together for a while, Nuan had taken her in as one of her own, but it seemed she was overthinking it. Nuan noticed Nuan's hurt expression but didn't say anything, squatting down to check the items in the bag. One bag contained potatoes, and the other bag contained white flour. Given the scarcity of supplies, being able to obtain these items was no small feat after their negotiation. Nuan took out a still warm sweet potato from her pocket, wrapped in a white plastic bag and layered with several sheets of newspaper. The usually tomboyish Nuan smiled a bit shyly, saying, I was bitten by mites a few days ago, and thanks to your help, here's a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Nuan didn't take it, as supplies are hard to come by, so you keep it for yourself. When we go out, it's about you taking care of me and me taking care of you, so you don't need to worry about that matter. Nuan has a friendly intention, but she took it a bit too far. Hearing Nuan say this made Nuan feel much better. So, are you all going out tomorrow? Take me with you. It depends on the situation. If we were going, I'll let you know. Okay. He pulled over a rubber hose, put on rubber gloves, and rinsed the urine off the diapers that Gui had changed out of during the day with clean water before tossing them into the washing machine. Asking her to wash them by hand was impossible. Taking advantage of this free time, Nuan took a bath. After the bath, the washing machine also stopped running, and she hung the diapers on the balcony in the space with clips to dry. After a night passed, heavy snow blocked the roads. The patrolling troops downstairs were struggling to clear the snow, and Nuan's thoughts of going to the tech park were interrupted again, forcing her to stay home obediently and stoke the fire in the stove. Qin Fengtian came over with Zhao Ziyu and 3 dogs and a cat. The 3 of them gathered around the table playing cards. There were dried tangerine peel candies and sunflower seeds on the table, and they occasionally snacked, making for a relatively leisurely day. The white glove cat lay on Nuan's lap, lazily dozing off, its tail swishing. Xiaoruan, the canned food, and Mian, the 3 dogs, circled around Gui, curiously sniffing her. Gui caught Xiaoruan and tried to climb on top, but the little guy broke free and ran away. By noon, Nuan went to the rooftop to take down the frozen pig intestines and clean them thoroughly. It was cold, and she planned to make a pork intestine hot pot to warm herself up. Qin Fengting provided the hot pot base and dried tofu skin. He had some hot pot base from the $0 shopping in August that he hadn't used yet. Zhaolan and Sun Xiaoming came to the Gu family's house after their patrol. Zhaolan brought half a wild boar, while Sun Xiaoming brought 2 pots of sprouted mung beans and a bundle of vermicelli. The little girl had recently been particularly enthusiastic about sprouting beans. After they finished eating, they didn't throw away the soup base. They strained out the dregs and could boil a few packs of instant noodles in the afternoon, mixed with rice for another meal. Chapter 165. I'll have Qin Fengting take a look at your brain. The heavy snow continued for several days before gradually calming down. For the safety of the community, everyone spontaneously took out their tools to shovel the snow. The members from the 21st floor were among them. Still with Qin Fengting keeping watch while Nuan took a few people downstairs. Zhao Ziyu also joined in. The little guy was much more cheerful now, becoming lively and active, completely different from the timid boy who used to hide behind his uncle. He used to hate that it didn't snow in the south because he couldn't enjoy the beautiful scenery. Now he really wanted to slap that past self. Sun Xiaoming leaned on her shovel, panting heavily, wondering when they would finish shoveling. Zhaolan kept shoveling without stopping, saying, "All right, stop complaining. If we don't shovel the snow, it will be inconvenient for us to go out. Moreover, if the snow is too thick, mutated creatures will easily climb up to the building." Jian Siyu lived on the same floor as Nuan, on the 12th floor, and she came down alone. Nuan, we're going to elect a new building leader again. Did you know? I don't like getting involved in those matters, Nuan said as she tossed the snow off her shovel. Oh, GNCU leaned in gossiping. I heard that the one with the surname Gao was killed because he was too arrogant. According to the person who discovered it, his hands and feet were cut off, and his eyes were gouged out. Did that informant say that I did it? What? GNCU exclaimed dramatically, noticing people around them looking over, and quickly put on a silly grin for them. What do you think? Nuan replied calmly. GNCU took a moment to collect herself, smacking her lips and giving Nuan a thumbs up. Well done. I'm serious, GNCU said, shaking Nuan's arm. The reason Gao Taifai became the building leader in the first place was that he promised benefits to those who followed him. Ever since he became the leader, our community has been robbed several times in the middle of the night. But think about it, with Ning Zihua and his gang guarding the entrance at night. Strangers had no chance of entering the community, so the ones doing this must be from our community. Many people suspect that it was Gao Taifai's group, but no one has any evidence. Chen Jiejia's family did see something, but the dead are dead, and the only survivor is unwilling to come forward to testify. GNCU leaned closer to Nuan's ear, saying, many people in the community are genuinely happy about Gao Taifai's death. From a certain perspective, you have avenged Chen Jiejia's 2 daughters. When those 2 little girls were carried out, I was there. It was really unbearable to look at. Nuan was silent for a moment, stopping her work. I found out that your intelligence really is quite impressive, being praised by someone she admired. GNCU's back instantly straightened. Her nose lifted proudly as she said, of course. You can ask me anything you want to know. Nuan casually asked. So who do you think will be in charge of the new building this time? GNCU pointed her finger at the person in front of her, and Nuan tilted her head, her finger moving along with it. Nuan, this joke isn't funny. It's true. Everyone in the building is recommending you to Ning Zihua. GNCU laughed maliciously, her eyes squinting like an old fox, saying that you might be the next building manager. Chapter 166, Uninvited Guest. This is simply terrible news. Nuan tugged at the corner of her mouth and turned to leave. GNCU quickly ran up, asking, what are you doing? Why are you leaving without saying a word? Packing my things and leaving this place overnight. Don't be so impulsive. GNCU followed Nuan, throwing out a temptation. As the floor leader, you can get free rice. As soon as she finished speaking, the person in front stopped, and GNCU hurriedly came to a halt. Nuan turned to look at GNCU and asked, do you think I look like someone who lacks that bit of rice? GNCU replied, indeed you don't. The 21st floor is a place where people have no worries about food and clothing, making it an existence that others in the community envy and resent. Nuan said she wanted to move out, but it was just for fun. She had no plans to move out for the time being. Going out alone occasionally was quite nice, but living alone in the wilderness would actually bring more trouble. She wouldn't take that risk without being absolutely sure she could handle 6 earthworms and a headless python. Even if Ning Zihua wanted her to be the building leader, it would depend on whether she agreed or not. Qin Fengtian was responsible for watching the house and cooking at the same time. He cut up a smoked chicken and simmered it over charcoal for a whole morning. When the lid was lifted, a fragrant aroma wafted out. The soup base was rich and fragrant, with chicken fat glistening around the edge of the clay pot. After adding a bit of salt, several people gathered around the stove and finished the whole pot. In the afternoon, they continued shoveling snow, and everyone worked together to finally clear the roads in the community. In the evening, an unexpected guest arrived on the 21st floor. Sun Xiaoming almost didn't recognize the man with a scruffy beard and a gaunt face. Sun Xiaoyan tightly wrapped herself in her cotton coat. After more than a month of not eating enough and not sleeping well, she had become as thin as a rake. Yet even so, her tone when speaking showed no sign of softness. Instead, she maintained a righteous stance. Nuan stood against the wall. When Lu Qianqian and Gao Wei were being dealt with, this guy had thrown Meng Shan out of the house to save himself, and later he avoided her every day, fearing she would stab him in the back. Now that he's come to her, it seems he's truly at his wit's end. Qin Fengting stood beside Nuan, looking indifferent. Zhao Lan, however, was not as calm as the other 2. After spending time together, he had come to treat the 3 of them like family. Now that Sun Xiaoming's biological brother had come to stir up trouble, although he was furious, He couldn't act impulsively since he was her brother. He could only stand silently behind Sun Xiaoming, glaring angrily at the guy outside. As soon as Sun Xiaoming gave the order, he would definitely rush out and beat this guy up. Sun Xiaoming had anticipated that Sun Xiaoyun would come with this kind of attitude. So she took out the written agreement from back then. Look closely, your signature is right here. Everyone was present at the time, so you can't just brush this aside. But she had firmly rejected him. She didn't want to add to her sister's troubles or seek discomfort for herself. However, she didn't expect that this biological brother would ultimately be unable to escape. Chapter 167. Ugly people cause trouble, even if I said that before. That was in the past. Sun Xiaoyun refused to acknowledge it. We're siblings. Now that I'm in trouble, are you really going to stand by and watch me die? Don't forget, family ties are strong. Sun Xiaoyun sneered triumphantly. You're hanging out with these murderers. Who knows, you might lose your life one day. Are you so sure they aren't using your innocence? Damn, who are you calling a murderer? Zhao Lan was furious and opened the iron gate, stepping forward to throw a punch. I've disliked you for a long time. Zhao Lan gritted his teeth, delivering punch after punch, each one harder than the last. If you're so incompetent, why do you keep talking nonsense? It's really disgusting. Seeing that the fight was escalating, Nuan stepped in to stop it. Nuan, get out of the way. I want to teach this useless brother a lesson for Meng Meng. Zhao Lan was still fuming, looking as if he had lost his mind. As long as Sun Xiaoyun hasn't entered the 21st floor territory, this is Meng Meng's private matter. Before you act, you should first check Meng Meng's reaction, Nuan advised. Zhao Lan was taken aback and turned to look at the little girl standing at the top of the stairs. Sun Xiaoming's expression was calm, showing no signs of anger or joy. It was the first time Zhao Lan had seen her like this, and he felt a bit flustered. His aggression faded by half, and he reluctantly stepped back and stood in the corner, no longer daring to speak. Sun Xiaoyun was completely defenseless against the beating. Slumping against the stairs with a bruised mouth, wiping the corner of his mouth, he scoffed, Look, even in front of you, they can disrespect me like this. How could they respect you behind your back? I can back you up. When I'm around, they wouldn't dare treat you like this. My sister treats me very well. She teaches me all kinds of martial arts every day. Zhao Lan protects me and treats me like a sister. As for Qin Fengting, Sun Xiaoming paused. They all treat me much better than you do. Sun Xiaoming pulled out the file knife hidden in her sleeve. This was a gift from her sister, and she never expected her first time using it would be against her own brother. Sun Xiaoyun recognized the familiar weapon of violence, and the calm facade finally cracked. I'm your biological brother. Don't tell me you want to lay hands on your own brother. Sun Xiaoming looked down at the disheveled man below. Brother? What part of you resembles a brother? Besides being lazy and gluttonous, what else can you do? As soon as she finished speaking, the file knife jabbed into Sun Xiaoyun's palm. The force wasn't enough to cause serious injury, just a shallow cut that drew blood. That hurts. Sun Xiaoyun clenched his injured hand and cursed, You, Sun Xiaoming, actually dared to lay hands on me. You're simply ruthless. Sun Xiaoming's eyes welled with tears as she desperately suppressed her trembling hand. Even if her feelings had been depleted, she had to admit that it still hurt her to lay hands on her own brother. Nuan exchanged a glance with Zhao Lan and Qin Fengting, signaling them to take Sun Xiaoming away. With the only person who could hold them back on, Sun Xiaoyun panicked and turned to run, feeling that his hands no longer hurt and his legs were agile again. Nuan reached out and grabbed the back of the person's collar. Sun Xiaoyun, you really are something, aren't you? I didn't go looking for you, but you insist on coming here for me to hit you. Nuan let go of her hand, and Sun Xiaoyun hurriedly ran away. While running, she shouted, Now you know fear, right? I'll be back. Let's wait and see. Go on and know why. But she felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Indeed, it's the ugly people who cause trouble. Chapter 168. Sparse harvest. The outdoors in H City was not pitch black. The snow piles along the streets sparkled, reflecting enough light for Nuan to see the road clearly. She found a balance spike hidden in a concealed spot and slowly made her way to the economic park. On the way, she encountered the military dealing with a headless snake and cleverly dodged it, successfully arriving at the previous financial building. On the ground, more than 20 corpses had already turned to skeletons, their flesh completely eaten away by mutated maggots, leaving only the remaining clothing intact. After mutating, the maggots evolved into vertebrates. with bodies the size of fingers, typically feeding on dead matter and not attacking living humans. Nuan boldly circumvented the remains on the ground and ascended the escape ladder. Upon reaching the second floor, it was an open layout. Each desk was equipped with a computer and a dial phone, and 2 small cubicles were partitioned off against the wall, labeled as finance and manager's office. There wasn't even a tea room. After rummaging through, Nuan found a box of tea leaves on the manager's desk. Moving to the 3rd floor, which housed a large chain restaurant headquarters. The tea room was a complete mess, and the refrigerator was empty. There was a small metal box on top of the refrigerator, placed against the wall. Nearly impossible to notice unless one looked closely. Nuan used a stick to knock it down and discovered it contained unopened cookies. She put the cookie box in her backpack and continued searching, confirming there were no overlooked corners before heading to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a tech and internet company, with green pothose plants in every corner of the office. Nuan rummaged through the drawers, but found nothing edible. After climbing to the 10th floor, she came up empty-handed. Trying to make the best of a bad situation, Nuan moved a pile of A4 paper into her space, which could be used for kindling later. She also managed to get a well-configured computer, setting it up in her space's living room, which had a solitary card game installed. Floors 11 to 15 belonged to the same company. Nuan glanced around and saw it was a PC gaming tech company, with walls adorned with trophies and gold medals from competitions. Having lost all hope, but out of professionalism, Nuan still half-heartedly rummaged through the bottom drawer. To her surprise, she found several bags of Dove chocolate. Nuan's eyes lit up as she eagerly tore open a piece of chocolate, which turned out to be filled with nuts. The smooth texture and sweet flavor spread throughout her mouth. Excited by the surprise, Nuan continued to stuff her face with chocolate while searching through the cabinet for any other possible goodies. The surprise lasted only a second, as there were no more outstanding finds. She then moved on to a few other buildings and found a large bag of dry tangerine peel candy, 3 bags of shikima, and 2 bags of spicy strips. In fact, there was a significant discovery. A company on the top floor had a double-row refrigerator in the corner of the break room, which led to a door that blended seamlessly with the wall. Nuan opened it and found that it was actually a storage room, with 6 boxes of charcoal on the floor and a brand new barbecue grill. This company might have been planning to throw a party. Who would have thought that a typhoon would come? Nuan has stored everything into the space, including the double-door refrigerator. All the wooden furniture and the built-in wooden cabinets in the president's office have been put inside as well. They could be chopped up for firewood. When she returned home, Nuan took Gu-E out of the space and collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Chapter 169. Who will the deer die in the hands of? It's noisy downstairs at noon. Nuan came out to check and saw that people in the community were looking at the clear sky. Wanted to team up with a large group to go to the supermarket in the city center for supplies. The temporary supply point in the community had a long-term fixed variety of goods, and it was always the same few items being sold. The days of relying on electronic products were long gone. Most people were living on thin porridge or rice paste every day. Some elderly people whose children had passed away were living in extreme misery. Unable to trek far to gather firewood, they had to chop up their furniture for cooking. They didn't even dare to light a fire for warmth, fearing the waste of their dwindling firewood. In the bitter cold, they had several sores on their hands and feet, both itchy and painful. How was this any different from the poor families of ancient times? Young and strong individuals didn't want to endure such humiliation, but relying solely on a few people's strength made it difficult to escape if they encountered a tough opponent, so they naturally wanted to find a few companions for support. "Sister, do you think anyone will go?" Sun Xiaoming leaned against the window in the corridor, looking down, seemingly having forgotten about the incident with her brother from yesterday. "Yes," Nuan replied. "Those who are capable only think about finding support, but don't consider whether others will be foolish enough to become the scapegoat. If it really comes to that, it's uncertain who will emerge victorious. Let's go to the seaside too, and this time catch more fish." Qin Fengtian looked at Nuan and asked, "Can you manage the house?" Nuan nodded, "Okay," given Sun Xiaoming's current strength. She couldn't handle such a big responsibility at home, so only Qin Fengtian and Zhao Lan or Nuan could stay at home. Zhao Lan and Sun Xiaoming's patrol would start in the evening, and the 3 quickly set off to prepare. Nuan stood at the stairway, holding Gu-E, to see off the 3 people. when Qin Fengding went to the 12th floor to call Jian Siyu to come along. The Jian family's front door was tightly closed. After knocking for a while without anyone answering, he gave up and turned to call Mu Ran. Nuan stood on the balcony with a telescope, watching the four of them gradually leave. She was quite surprised that Jian Siyu wasn't there. That girl loved lively gatherings, so it was unusual for her to refuse to go out with a few people. She thought something must have delayed her. As usual, there were a few little tails following behind the group, but Nuan was not worried at all. Although Qin Fengtian was very meticulous in his work, a boss is still a boss. He wouldn't be careless when it came to being shrewd. Nuan pulled a baby rabbit out of the space and let Gu Yi play with it. She went back to her bedroom to change in her shapewear and walked to the living room to start her daily training. Recently, she has been feeling a bit overworked and hasn't seen the sun for a long time, making her muscles feel a strange discomfort. Nuan didn't choose intensive training, but instead pulled out a yoga video and started practicing the movements from the tablet. Half an hour passed, and Nuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling much smoother in her chest. The big coat she got from the female CEO had great insulation, and the plush material was super soft. Today, since she had some free time, she planned to cut it into 2 inner garments, one for Gu Yi and the other for Zhao Ziyu. Nuan's aunt had an old sewing machine at home. When she was 12, her aunt taught her how to use it, and from then on, she was responsible for all the sewing of clothes. Just as she was winding the thread onto the sewing machine, a knocking sound came from the stairway. Wang Xiaoyuan stood at the top of the stairs, her left hand tightly clutching something hidden in her sleeve. When she saw a door open above, she instinctively shrank back. But then, gritting her teeth, she seemed to make a decision, her eyes filled with a look of defiance in the face of death. Chapter 170, Perhaps She Was Wrong. What are you doing here? Nuan looked coldly at the people below, having seen all the little actions just now. Wang Xiaoyuan had long disappointed her, but she never expected that she wouldn't wake up even at this point. Today, Wang Xiaoyuan paid special attention to her appearance. With neat hair and a butterfly clip on her head, wearing a white down jacket on top, jeans on the bottom, and a pair of shiny boots. Wang Xiaoyuan suppressed her humiliation and forced herself to speak. You are my most important friend. What? Nuan frowned. Sorry, could you say that again? Wang Xiaoyuan had no teeth, and her words were all garbled. Nuan couldn't quite understand what she was trying to express. Seeing that Nuan completely misunderstood her, Wang Xiaoyuan's face turned red in an instant. God knows how long she had mentally prepared herself to speak. At that moment, she felt as if she had been stripped naked, utterly exposed. With a child at home left unattended, Nuan, having run out of patience, said, I remember telling you that the matter with Gao Wei was the last time I would help you. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Goodbye. Seeing Nuan about to leave, Wang Xiaoyuan hurriedly stepped forward, the rusty dagger in her hand, stabbing forward as well. Since you refused to reconcile with me while alive, then we can be friends in the afterlife. You are the only one who has treated me well in this world. I'm about to die, and you have to come down and accompany me. Nuan, I was the one who knew you first. We agreed to be friends for a lifetime, but you abandoned me and chose to be with someone else. You live a glamorous life every day, while I can only exchange my body for food. The resources I painstakingly obtained are given to you. How can you refuse? No, you mustn't. Before the knife could get close, Nuan sidestepped and kicked, causing the sharp knife to fall to the ground. Wang Xiaoyuan pulled out another kitchen knife and threw at her. The intention to kill Nuan seemed to have become her obsession. Nuan had just dodged a kitchen knife when 2 more deadly weapons came flying in. Good grief. Does she think of herself as literally flying dagger? Nuan knocked down 2 knives, and finally, everything below came to a stop. Wang Xiaoyuan frantically tore and pushed against the person holding her captive. Song Kai. Let go, call Song Kai. Meng Shan used all her strength to tightly hug Wang Xiaoyuan's waist. I won't let you hurt Nuan. If you want to die, just go die, you crazy woman. Wang Xiaoyuan turned her head to look at Nuan. Tears filled her eyes, and the glistening tears slid down her cheeks. Then, with a fierce determination, she stabbed at Meng Shan's back. Song Kai, Song Kai, Song Kai. Too. Meng Shan felt pain, and her grip suddenly loosened. Wang Xiaoyuan shoved aside the person in the way, her emaciated face pressed against the iron door, her eyes bulging, blood vessels covering her entire eyeball. And she seemed to go mad. "Nuan, will you come with me? We promised to be friends for a lifetime. My parents treat me badly. Only you didn't despise me when I was full of filth. Why are you doing this to me? I'm already pitiful enough. Why? Why won't you forgive me?" Nuan clenched her jaw and remained silent, feeling a myriad of unexpressed emotions in her heart. Perhaps she was wrong. She had unilaterally stifled Wang Xiaoyuan's redemption and hope. Nuan's cold eyes pierced Wang Xiaoyuan's heart like a sharp thorn, and tears streamed down her face. After Gao Wei's death, Wang Xiaoyuan felt as if she had walked into a dark dead end, with the only hope being that Nuan would accept her goodwill. But Nuan did not. Instead, she made new friends. They went out together every day, filled with laughter and joy, and none of it had anything to do with her. It felt as if there was a deep chasm between her and Nuan that she could never cross. She was so tired, really so tired. When would this life come to an end? Chapter 171. This is not your fault, Wang. Xiaoyuan grew more desperate with each passing moment, slowly turning over the railing and letting go, falling straight down with a loud crash. Hearing the sound of a life ending, Nuan's eyelashes trembled. Residents on the first floor came out to check, only to find the ground covered in shattered limbs and blood splattered on the walls, immediately cursing loudly. "Damn it! Which idiot jumped down here? If you want to jump, go outside. Making a bloody mess everywhere. Who does this bother? Seriously, what kind of person does this? With all that space outside, why make such a mess in here?" A woman stepped out, cursing, and then urged, "Quick, get some snow. The smell of blood will attract monsters." Below, they cursed and cleaned up the body parts. For them, a death was not a moment of mourning or sadness, but just a huge inconvenience. Nuan brought Meng Shan in and bandaged her back wound in the hallway. The wound wasn't deep and would heal after a while. Wang Xiaoyuan hadn't been too brutal. After Meng Shan put on her clothes, she looked at Nuan, wanting to say something but hesitating, ultimately having to leave silently. Nuan helped to move the fish buckets upstairs. The few people who went out noticed Nuan's low mood and exchanged glances with each other. Zhaolan asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Xiaoming shrugged and tilted her head, unsure. Qin Fengtian, who wasn't good at guessing people's thoughts, directly asked, "Nuan, do you have something on your mind? If you do, you can say it." "I'm fine." Nuan squatted on the ground, using the back of a knife to scale the fish. Her hands moved swiftly. In just a few minutes, she cleaned 10 sea bass and even removed their intestines. Sun Xiaoming wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Qin Fengtian. The little girl glanced up and had to give up. Zhaolan and Sun Xiaoming changed their clothes and went downstairs to patrol. The 2 big buckets of fish couldn't be eaten in a short time, so they needed to be made into salted fish for better preservation, which could also serve as emergency supplies. However, the problem was that there were too few people and the workload was heavy. To gain the trust of the people on the 21st floor, she didn't even bring a weapon. Murin also brought 20 bags of salt, which she bought at a high price from a supermarket in the city center. After cleaning the fish and draining the water, she evenly applied salt to the fish in a ratio of 1 to 15, then laid cardboard on the ground and arranged the fish on it, completing the main task. After that, all that was needed was to flip them daily, and after 7 days, they could be strung together with rope and placed in a cool place to dry. Nuan chopped up a few fish heads and threw them into the pot to stew. By the time everyone finished their tasks, the soup was ready. While patrolling outside, Zhaolan inquired about the situation and roughly understood what had happened in the afternoon. A few of them huddled in a corner, quietly exchanging the information they had gathered while holding bowls of fish soup. "This is not your fault," Qin Fengting suddenly said as he walked over. Nuan's eyes were lifeless as she tugged at the corners of her mouth. Even in a peaceful and prosperous era, there are still people with psychological issues. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are even more twisted and have broken past the bottom line. Chapter 172. The Leader of the 21st Floor. Qin Fengting spoke slowly, inexplicably bringing a sense of peace that widened one's perspective, relieving the burden of guilt for things done in the past. No one is perfect. Just live according to your own way. Nuan stared blankly out the window. "I was just thinking, if I hadn't killed Gao Wei back then, would she have been able to free herself from the shackles of her own heart, ultimately finding liberation only in death?" Qin Fengting sighed this answer. no one can give you. It's best not to dwell too much in it. There are still many days ahead. From Zhao's house, one can directly see the situation near the community gate. There were injuries all over his body, and what was worse, 5 headless snakes and a large group of poisonous ants were following behind. The man running in the lead had a face full of fear and despair, screaming desperately, "Help! Please save us!" Ning Zihua, standing guard at the gate, looked at the 5 massive creatures and felt a chill in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly blew the whistle, calling for an emergency operation. The whistle echoed throughout the entire community, waking countless people from their dreams. Realizing it was an emergency alert, those capable quickly put on their clothes and rushed out with weapons. Even though they knew it was dangerous, if they didn't charge forward, their families behind would suffer unwarranted disasters. The woman on the bed watched her husband get up, grabbing his arm, both heartbroken and reluctant, whispering, "We can't go." Ning Zihua blowing this whistle means there is great danger. "I don't want to see you get hurt. Please don't." The man knew his wife was worried about him, but if the community fell, their home would disappear. He didn't want his wife and children to wander the streets with him, nor did he want to see them get hurt. So he had to go. As the pillar of the family, he could not back down. At the same time, every small family chose to actively fight for their loved ones. The people on the 21st floor also noticed. Without any hesitation, they all grabbed their handy tools. Mu Rin hadn't brought her tang knife, so she borrowed a machete from Xiaolan. Everyone hurried downstairs, and Meng Shan stood at the stairway, looking at them with sincere eyes, urging them to return safely. In the face of life-and-death battles, all grievances had been resolved, leaving only sincere expectations. Meng Shan clenched her fists, obediently agreeing. The others nodded at Meng Shan and then went downstairs. This time, almost everyone on the 21st floor was mobilized, leaving only Zhao Ziyu and 3 dogs and a cat to guard the house. As soon as they got downstairs, the headless snakes had already approached the community, and Ning Zihua and others were desperately holding the first line of defense. If they were breached, the rest would have to rely on them. After slaying a newly adult headless snake last time, Qin Fengting's prestige in the community soared. Although there was envy and jealousy towards the 21st floor, they indeed had the ability. Usually, it was fine to joke around, but at crucial moments, almost everyone leaned towards the 21st floor. In their hearts, the people from the 21st floor had unknowingly become their leaders. Qin Fengting, you set the plan. We will follow your lead. Yes, hurry up. Otherwise, that group of monsters will come in. Chapter 173. Reduced to food for headless snakes, Qin Fengting glanced at everyone present, methodically assigning tasks. And most of the familiar faces around him were positioned at the forefront. Nuan, Qin Fengting, Emuran, Zhaolan, and 10 others were divided into 2 teams as vanguards. One team to deal with the headless snake, and the other to handle the group of poisonous ants. Their battle plan was to first disperse all the mutated creatures and then deal with them one by one. Once the teams were organized, everyone quickly scattered like birds, spreading out in every direction, eyes fixed on the movements ahead. The community gate soon fell, and Ning Zihua entered with 3 survivors, while those waiting nearby rushed forward to help them escape the scene. As vanguards, Qin Fengting and the others charged forward first, each using their unique skills. The battle below erupted fiercely, with Sun Xiaoyun lying on the corridor observing, seeing that the people on the 21st floor were all in a bitter struggle. A wicked smile appeared on his lips. Hey. Finally, I've caught this opportunity. Sun Xiaoyun was about to pry open the door with a large claw when he spotted his first love on the stairs. What are you doing? Meng Shan stood up, clenching her fists, naturally seeking a way to survive. Sun Xiaoyun looked at Meng Shan with a hint of tenderness. Shan, as long as we occupy all the supplies on the 21st floor together, we can at least save 10 years of hard work. Meng Shan, however, was not swayed. Instead, she shouted loudly, I won't allow you to go in. Nuan and the others are fighting for the peace of this community. And you have hands and feet, but don't think of helping. Instead, you're eyeing their supplies. Are you even human? Meng Shan bit her lip tightly, blocking the door with her hands, her eyes fixed on him. Seeing that she was opposing him, Sun Xiaoyun's eyes turned fierce, and he immediately slapped her. Meng Shan was not to be outdone. She drew a small knife and stabbed it forward. Meng Shan was no longer the delicate, calculating young lady she once was. She had experienced a lot in recent days, and her mindset had become much tougher. Sun Xiaoyun was stabbed in the abdomen, though the wound wasn't deep. It made him jump back in shock, clutching his stomach as he stumbled and rolled down the stairs. He managed to slap Meng Shan, leaving her face red and stinging with pain. However, she was glad to have held the 21st floor. Thinking of this, Meng Shan couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Nuan narrowly dodged the attack of the headless snake, and as she moved aside, she didn't forget to throw out a file knife. The headless snake's tail whipped, and the file knife clattered to the ground. The headless snake opened its mouth wide, writhing towards Nuan, who stood her ground without dodging. Many people were shocked. Was she stunned? Or what? Some believed that Nuan was all show. She looked fierce, but was actually terrified of dealing with such mutated creatures. A few even had the idea of taking advantage of the situation to rob. Sun Xiaoming was almost scared out of her wits. Wanted to rush forward, but was firmly held back by Xiaolon. Don't go. Nuan knows what she's doing. If you go, it'll make things worse. But Sun Xiaoming refused to just watch, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Sister, get out of the way." Mu Ran also wanted to free her hands to help. Qin Fengding caught a glimpse of the situation over there, but remained focused on the headless snake in front of him. From what he had learned about Nuan in these days, he believed that she would never put herself in danger. He trusted her, even though he thought this. His heart couldn't help but tighten. Just when everyone thought Nuan was about to become the headless snake's prey. Chapter 174. That's the sound of the gun. Nuan dove forward directly, facing the headless snake. She leaped high, and with a glinting, cold chisel in hand, she plunged it into the snake's tail. The headless snake's vital spot was pierced by the blunt instrument, and it writhed in pain, thrashing its body. The tremendous impact transferred to Nuan's hands was overwhelming, and her face showed the strain. Seeing this, the others hurriedly rushed forward to assist. With the snake's body under control, Nuan tightened her grip on the chisel, desperately pushing it deeper. The core inside the headless snake's tail was punctured, and its entire body suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Although one headless snake was dealt with, the tension in everyone's hearts did not ease, as the real battle was yet to come. Nuan wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had actually taken a gamble earlier, but fortunately, she won. The situation on Qin Fengtian's side was very severe. His cooperation with the other two was not in sync, and their headless snake was the longest and largest among the five, measuring a full 15 meters and as thick as a water barrel. Nuan pulled out the pig-killing knife and rushed forward. When Qin Fengting saw that Nuan was safe and sound, the big stone in his heart finally fell. Immediately, the two of them coordinated seamlessly, alternating their attacks on the headless snake, poking from the left and striking from the right. The headless snake was enraged by their playful attacks, roaring wildly as it opened its mouth wide, its body sweeping everything in its path. Everyone around was caught off guard as the snake's body crushed those caught in its path, slithering towards Nuan and Qin Fengting, determined to swallow them whole. Nuan stood in front of Qin Fengtian as the headless snake drew closer. Nuan dodged aside and, along with two others, flanked it and struck with a butcher's knife, driving it directly into the snake's body. Qin Fengtian raised his handgun, seized the opportunity, and fired 6 shots into the snake's mouth. The gunfire was deafening, and smoke billowed from the barrel as the 15-meter-long headless snake was successfully killed. The people who had been knocked to the ground didn't immediately realize what had happened. They only heard several loud bangs. Some, slow to react, exclaimed in fear, "That's gunfire." Others didn't care about the gunshots, shouting, "Whatever that noise is, get up quickly. It's not over yet." Exactly. Get up and charge. However, Ning Zihuan noticed the gun in Qin Fengtian's hand, his eyes glinting with a sense of future reckoning. Ning Zihua, insuriated, coughed, and turned to deal with the swarm of poison ants. Mu Ran's strength was on par with Nuan's, although she wielded only a large knife. She swung it with great force, exuding an impressive aura. Blood flowed beneath her feet, but she stood firm, unafraid. Zhao Lan's side was also nearing completion. With the cooperation of her teammates, the headless snake's tail was split in two. With just one left, the attack from the 21st floor, and Nuan made quick work of it. The poison ants were swiftly eliminated with Hua leading the charge, and Nuan and others joining in. The sky gradually brightened. With the battle won, those on the balcony, who had been watching the commotion below, raised their hands in applause. They erupted with cheers that shook the heavens and the earth. Hooray! We won! You are the best! Wow! So impressive! Really amazing! Some people choked up, saying, "You are the heroes of the Blue Star Flower Garden. You are the bravest." Upon hearing this, several elderly people shed tears. Having such individuals in their community was truly a blessing. If it weren't for these lovable people, they might not even be standing here now. Women in the building came downstairs with their children, serving everyone water without a word of thanks. Yet every action expressed their gratitude. The children stood in a line, wearing red scarves, saluting the fighters. The burly men who had just faced life and death without shedding a tear were now moved to tears, even though the children's salute wasn't perfect. Everyone finished their tea and, without daring to pause, quickly transported the bodies to a large pit in the back and buried them under the soil. The blood on the ground wasn't washed away with water. Each household scattered some charcoal, ash to cover it. Chapter 175. New members joined back on the 21st floor. Nuan fought off her drowsiness and formally extended an invitation with a smile. "Would you like to join our big family on the 21st floor?" Nuan was a solid team member with exceptional strength and good character, so of course, she wanted to recruit her. In Nuan's dictionary, there was no such thing as letting good talent slip away. Moreover, she actually quite liked Nuan, both as a teammate and as a friend. The sudden turn of events left Nuan extremely anxious. She scanned everyone's faces. Qin Fengtian nodded. Sun Xiaoming waved her hand with a smile to warmly welcome her. And Zhao Lan excitedly came forward to pat her shoulder. "Good comrades, we'll share blessings and hardships together from now on." Nuan's eyes turned red as she excitedly grasped Nuan's hand, responding emphatically, "I want to." Sun Xiaoming stepped forward and linked arms with Nuan, asking, "Do you live alone? Would you like to move in with me? I have plenty of empty rooms." Nuan asked hopefully, "Can I really?" Sun Xiaoming nodded, "Of course. From now on, we are family." Upon hearing the word family, Nuan's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, I want to move in. I want to be with you all." Nuan, "If you move in, I wholeheartedly support it." Nuan smiled, but then added, "Can we discuss the moving after I take a nap? I'm really too tired to keep my eyes open." After a day and night of fighting and not sleeping, coupled with the blow from Wang Xiaoyuan's death, she stood there with dark circles under her eyes, feeling exhausted. "We'll help you move." Nuan smiled and waved her hand. "I don't have much stuff. It's not necessary." Only Zhao Lan remained in the corridor, feeling immensely sentimental. "This life is really fulfilling." She handed a warm milk bottle to Gu Yi, and the moment Nuan touched the bed, she fell asleep, not even having the strength to take off her coat. She slept straight through to the afternoon. When Nuan woke up, she realized that she had missed the afternoon patrol. However, considering what happened last night, she was definitely not the only one who missed the patrol. Nuan woke up feeling justified, while Gu Yi was lying in the cradle, hungry and gnawing on her fingers. Nuan boiled water to mix with the milk powder, and the little one was overjoyed as her supply of food was replenished. Nuan held Gu Yi and entered the space, took a shower, and then fed the wild boar and rabbit. She found raising the mountain chicken too troublesome, so she killed it. The green color of the little orange faded, and a faint yellow began to appear on it. Nuan, feeling a bit greedy, casually picked one and tasted it. The juice burst out. It was incredibly sour, and her cheeks almost felt like they were going to pucker up from the acidity. Nuan removed the painful mask and threw the rest into the rabbit hole. "Little ones, eat the good stuff quickly. Don't be shy." The rabbits. Phew, what bad luck. A few days ago, the grape seeds planted outside on the balcony came to life. Nuan found a bamboo stick and inserted it into the ground, manually wrapping the small branches of the grapevine around it. Once the vines grew more, Nuan planned to build a trellis here for the grapevines to climb and bear fruit. When that time comes, sitting underneath and tasting the grapes would be heavenly. Right. After dreaming for a while, Nuan began to get down to business, completing the record of plant growth and checking on the growth of the corn seedlings. They were already as tall as her pinky finger, and in a few days, they could be transplanted into the ground. The spinach seeds sown in the soil had already sprouted, and she had also planted 10 plots of sweet potatoes, as well as celery, tomatoes, scallions, garlic seedlings, and ginger. These seeds and vegetable seedlings were all purchased together by the supermarket manager for her, and the quality of the seeds was outstanding. Indeed, there's a reason why expensive things are worth it. After finishing these tasks, Nuan carried Gu out of the space. The little one had played until tired and fell asleep. Someone knocked on the door outside. It was Chin Fong Tion. The two of them sat around the stove. Did you go on patrol? Nuan shook her head. And what about you? Chin Fong also shook his head, saying that if he went, he would definitely run into Ning Zihua, and at that time, he would definitely question him about the gun issue, so he wanted to discuss it with her. Nuan pondered for a moment. If it were me, I would lie and say he misread the situation, and I would never admit it. What could he do to me? It's true that carrying a gun in peacetime is inappropriate, but this is an apocalypse where people eat each other, and there are plenty of people with guns. We collectively moved to protect the community. He wouldn't take such extreme measures. Ning Zihua may be unclear about romantic relationships, but he is capable in terms of dealing with people. The incident with Qi Bing is a good example. He didn't treat Qi Bing poorly afterward, but instead preserved Qi Bing's dignity by letting him be responsible for the security of the temporary supply point in the community. Chin Fong hesitated a bit. Is this really useful? From what I understand, he has a deep prejudice against the 21st floor. You need me. You found me, Nuan guaranteed. They hadn't chatted for long when Sun Xiaoming arrived. The young girl reached her hand into the stove to warm it, looking like she hadn't slept well, yawning lazily. Sister, even though Mu Ran said, we don't need to help him move, are we really not going to lend a hand? How about this? Boss, you call Zhao Lan, and the three of you go check the situation while I cook at home. Sun Xiaoming perked up. Okay. The three of them took their weapons and went downstairs, with Zhao Ziyu following them. Nuan fished out 2 fish, knocked them unconscious, opened them from the back, removed the intestines and gills, pulled out the fish line, and marinated them with scallions, ginger, and garlic. Chapter 176, Seeking Justice. After finishing these, there was a commotion coming from downstairs. Nuan opened the door, and a few people came up from downstairs. Mu Ran indeed didn't have much. Her supplies filled 2 large tote bags, and her clothes and daily necessities were stuffed into a travel backpack. Sun Xiaoming took Mu Ran to tour the new room and clean up a bit. We're having grilled fish tonight. You guys see what side dishes we can come up with, Nuan said casually while squatting on the ground peeling garlic. Zhao Lan sniffled. I have a few sprouting potatoes. Can we eat those? Also, my soybean sprouts have come up. I'll cut some of those too. It's getting late. You guys go bring them over, and I'll take care of it. The Gu family's front door was slightly ajar as Zhao Ziyu came over carrying a bag of potatoes, 2 packs of instant noodles, and a handful of bean sprouts, followed by 3 dogs and a cat. Grilled fish is not just about the fish. The side dishes are equally important. Nuan picked all the small greens from the balcony, worried it wouldn't be enough, and went into the storage room to get a few mushrooms. This was her first time cultivating these mushrooms, and she thought she had failed, but to her surprise, they actually grew. Chin Fong built a big fire in the grill box, using large pieces of wood, which burn in natural charcoal. It was perfect for grilling fish. Nuan poured the cheap oil she had bought back then into the pan, frying the fish until both sides were golden brown before taking it out. Then, she left some oil in the pan to start stir-frying the side dishes. Originally, she planned to use onions as a base, but unfortunately, she didn't have that available. So Nuan used bean sprouts instead, topping it with a makeshift assortment of vegetables. Sun Xiaoming led Mu Ran over, and as soon as they entered the room, they felt a warm atmosphere. As they walked into the living room, Sun Xiaoming immediately spotted the grilled fish on the table, and her eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Was this prepared for me? Nuan smiled as she led Mu Ran to take a seat. Of course. The welcoming ceremony is a bit simple. I hope you don't mind. Since childhood, the two of them have been busy with work, leaving me with the nanny. I have always hoped to have a warm harbor. During the typhoon, I watched you come and go on the balcony every day, united and loving, just like a family. At that time, I particularly longed to join you one day. I didn't expect that day to come so soon. I am really very excited. Nuan hugged Mu Ran's arm tightly and rubbed it, saying, from now on, this will be your home. Let's eat quickly. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Hurry up and eat. Gunwan had not eaten anything since she woke up in the afternoon and was extremely hungry. Mu Ranchu, being new to the situation, felt a bit awkward, but Sun Xiaoming and Zhao Lan were not polite at all, shoveling large pieces of fish and stuffing their mouths with rice. The rice was steamed by Zhao Lan in an iron lunchbox over charcoal, fluffy and fragrant. Gunwan ended up finishing 4 bowls. As a result, her stomach felt bloated, and she lay on the mat, taking slow breaths. With her ears close to the ground, she could faintly hear sounds that were usually inaudible. Feeling the rhythmic yet chaotic footsteps coming from the hallway, Gunwan's pupils constricted, and she pushed herself up on her arms. Ning Zihua had arrived. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the others varied. Having someone come to the door at this time was definitely not a good thing. Officer Ning, it's so good that you believe me. You must help me and my deceased brothers and sisters. Zhang Chunran said passionately, with tears in his eyes. You better be telling the truth. If you dare to lie to me. At this point, Ning Zihua's gaze turned icy as he looked at Zhang Chunran, bending the wooden stick in his hand. Zhang Chunran's heart trembled, and he forced himself to stay calm, saying, Rest assured, everything I said is true. The two continued their conversation as they reached the 20th floor. Chapter 177. Betrayal. Overnight, Ning Zihua was pondering how to negotiate with Gunwan when he looked up and found that everyone on the 21st floor was standing there, as if they had anticipated his arrival. Old enemies meeting again. The tension was palpable. Zhang Chunran still remembered how malicious Gunwan had been. He gritted his teeth and glared at her, saying, Gunwan, you are a vicious woman. Not only did you cause my arms to be crippled, but you also killed Lu Qianqian and Gao Wei. How can you still have the face to live in this world? You deserve to die. Gunwan crossed her arms and laughed sarcastically. You, someone who changes partners like changing clothes, dare to live after looking for a rich woman to support you. Why should I feel embarrassed? Zhang Chunran, seeing Gunwan's face, wished he could rush forward and tear it apart. Gunwan, Zhang Chunran came here with me today not to spar with you verbally, but as a witness. Ning Zihua looked at her like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You simultaneously killed Lu Qianqian and Gao Wei. Don't think that just because the world is chaotic now, you can act recklessly and treat human life as nothing. Even if others do not stand up to uphold justice, as long as I, Ning Zihua, am still here, you will definitely not escape punishment. Gunwan raised her eyebrows. You have no substantial evidence, and you want to convict me just based on Zhang Chunran's words? The noise from Ning Zihua and the others going upstairs was quite loud, and soon a group of gossiping men and women, as well as elderly people, gathered in the hallway. As soon as Gunwan's words came out, people nearby started pointing and discussing. The 21st floor just fought for our community, and now Ning Zihua comes to attack. Isn't that too ruthless? If Ning Guanjuan tears his face this time, next time when a crisis occurs, he might just grab his bag and run away. Who would care about us then? If I were Gunwan and encountered such a troublesome matter, when real issues arise, it wouldn't be worth fighting to the death. Self-preservation would definitely come first. Ning Guanjuan really lacks integrity. Listening to the comments from others, Ning Zihua's temples throbbed with anger. Weren't these people previously very hostile towards the 21st floor? How did they switch sides overnight? They're simply like grass on the wall, swaying with the wind. Sun Xiaoming fanned the flames beside her, chuckling. Ning Guanjuan, Zhang Chunran has always been at odds with my sister. If you trust his words, aren't you just asking for trouble? Besides, ever since his hand was cut off by his enemies, he's been avoiding the world and relying on my sister's cousin Lu Qianqian to support him. Why, you probably still don't know, Zhang Chunran is my sister's ex-boyfriend, and Lu Qianqian meddled as the mistress. My sister was heartbroken from the betrayal, and that's why they broke up. Clearly, my sister was the victim, yet they always want to cling to my sister's family like parasites. Ning Zihua's expression changed instantly as he turned to Zhang Chunran and coldly questioned, Didn't you say Lu Qianqian is your godsister? Are you lying to me? Zhang Chunran visibly panicked. No, Ning Guanjuan, let me explain, it's not like that. They're just making things up. Lu Qianqian really is my godsister. Wang Xiaoyuan can testify for me. You idiot. Wang Xiaoyuan committed suicide yesterday. Zhao Lan couldn't help but speak up. Zhang Chunran was stunned. He didn't know. Then he glared at Gunwan. It was you who caused her death, right? You poisonous woman. Gunwan closed her eyes, unwilling to look at this person. Today, she finally experienced the feeling of being wronged. A knowledgeable woman stood up to speak for Nuan. What? I've seen that Wang Xiaoyuan a few times, and she tried to kill Nuan with a knife yesterday. If it weren't for Nuan having some martial arts skills, she would have been dead at Wang Xiaoyuan's hands. As for her jumping off the building later, that was entirely her own decision and had nothing to do with Nuan. Chapter 178. Treating him like a fool. People really have lost their morals. An old lady commented from the side. Others around agreed. Indeed, Ning Zihua's face grew increasingly ugly. It turned out he had been completely played by Zhang Chunran. Nuan saw that the atmosphere was about right and asked Director Ning, "Would you like to go up to the 21st floor for a visit?" Ning Zihua realized the situation was not in his favor, and since the other party had extended an invitation, he agreed immediately. However, he still maintained a degree of vigilance. As the door opened, those who were curious also wanted to join in. Most of the people here had already recognized the reality and knew they wouldn't get good treatment from Nuan. They were genuinely interested in gossip, but there was always a small group that remained ensnared in their own web of desires, fixated on the supplies on the 21st floor. Yet, lacking the ability to force their way in and too afraid to do so, they could only watch from afar, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Only to find that it was futile. Zhang Chunran pretended to follow them in, but was stopped by Zhao Lan, who held a knife to his neck and glared fiercely at him. Zhang Chunran was taken aback, swallowing hard and cautiously retreating. The intimacy was somewhat eye-watering. There were various angles, and one was even a close-up shot, leaving no room for Ning Zihua to find excuses for Lu Qianqian. He felt both angry and frustrated, realizing that Lu Qianqian and Zhang Chunran were treating him like a fool. Lu Qianqian had said that Zhang Chunran was her godfather's brother, who had a broken arm and couldn't work, and out of pity for her godbrother not wanting him to starve, she thought of coming to be a floor manager. At that time, he even thought that a girl like Lu Qianqian was rare, being both caring and loyal. To make things easier for her, he even saved his own rations to give to them for free. He never expected their relationship to be like this. The anger in his heart erupted like lava from Mount Fuji, and he wished he could smash his phone to vent. Nuan saw that Ning Zihua was really going to smash something and quickly grabbed her phone. "What are you doing?" Ning Zihua, feeling embarrassed, loosened her grip and then tightened it again, licking her chapped lips. Wanted to say something but feeling extremely awkward. I'm sorry. Ning Zihua's stance was unusually low, and Nuan clicked her tongue in disinterest. "I never actively provoke others. When it comes to scheming, Lu Qianqian and Zhang Chunran are much better than I am. If you want to know the real answer, you can ask your new pillow partner, Meng Shan." "What?" Sun Xiaoming couldn't believe it, frantically digging at her ears, thinking she misheard. Meng Shan is getting involved with this person again. Qin Fengtian was also a bit surprised, but didn't say anything. He had really underestimated this person before. Their information was a bit too well informed. There were not many people who knew about this matter, and to think, after causing such a scene, it would be difficult to bring up the issue of the handgun again. But if it wasn't brought up now, it would be hard to mention it later. When Ning Zihua left, she felt so stifled, like a cat's paw scratching at her. In this round, Ning Zihua was completely defeated. Sun Xiaoming sat by the stove, grabbing Nuan and asking, "Sister, is it true that Meng Shan and Ning Zi are together?" Chapter 179. Someone connected to her by blood. What? Not believable? After all, Meng Shan is a young lady from a wealthy family. Sun Xiaoming was almost questioning her life. She actually chose someone as brainless as Ning Zihua. Oh my god, Nuan didn't have as many objections as Sun Xiaoming. She is indeed a wealthy young lady, but after being driven out by your brother, she lost her source of resources, and it was Ning Zihua who kindly helped her. From another perspective, she has knowledge but lacks strength. In this apocalyptic world, she can't rely on her knowledge to survive, and the choices she made were merely to stay alive. She hasn't committed any heinous acts, so we might as well be more open-minded. Sister. Nuan tilted her ear. Have you not held a grudge about Meng Shan hiring someone to kill you several times before? Nuan pressed her lips together and sighed deeply. How should I put it? I'm still a bit resentful, but it's okay. Besides, how can you be so sure that the few waves of killers I encountered were all arranged by Meng Shan in collusion with Lu Qianqian. Qin Fengting's expression tightened. Is there someone else? Gunwan didn't say the answer, but her gaze turned to Sun Xiaoming. Sun Xiaoming tilted her head in confusion, but in an instant, she thought of someone connected to her by blood. Zhaolan was so angry that she wanted to curse, but because of Sun Xiaoming, she didn't dare to vent her frustration. For a moment, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became tense. Gunwan took the initiative to break the ice, smiling as she clapped her hands. All right, I have my own plans for this matter. Let's play cards. Muran tentatively spoke up. What are you guys talking about? Can you tell me? Gunwan paused for a moment, and Qin Fengtian kicked Zhaolan's foot. Zhaolan looked up and quickly summarized the whole story in a simple and blunt manner. After listening, Muran also fell silent. This was a tough situation to handle. Around 8 in the evening, Qin Fengtian and the others left. Gunwan extinguished the charcoal fire, quickly entered the space to take a shower, put on a face mask, and lay in bed thinking about things. When dawn broke, the temperature had dropped another degree. The thermometer on the wall showed -11 degrees. The only thing to be thankful for was that it wasn't snowing outside. Gunwan reached out her hand, and the temperature of her skin dropped rapidly, soon becoming icy cold. She didn't even dare to come out of the quilt and hugged Gu Yi, hiding into the space. The little one sensed the change in temperature and giggled, wanting to get down and play. Gunwan changed Gu Yi's diaper to a clean one before letting the little one go. Then she placed the accumulated diapers from yesterday in the sink, rinsed off the stains, and threw them into the washing machine, which was specifically for washing diapers. It was a small model, but it cleaned quite well. After raising a wild boar to a suitable size, Gunwan took a slaughtering knife to kill it, drain the blood, and remove the organs, storing them in the freezer. Once she finished all this, Gunwan finally had time to tidy herself up, wash her face, brush her teeth, and put on the insulated cotton coat she had bought at high price but had never worn before. It was just the right time to use it now. Gunwan had just stepped out of the space when Qin Fengting arrived. It was only mid-November, and the temperature had already reached a new low. It was certain to get colder as time went on. Going out to gather firewood was not only labor-intensive, but also could be life-threatening at any moment. It would be better for us to gather together for warmth, which would also save some firewood. Gunwan had no objections. All right, then, come to my house. My stove is big enough for everyone to sit around. Qin Fengting turned around and went to the Sun family to discuss this matter. Before long, Sun Xiaoming and Mu Ran came over carrying a large bundle of firewood. Gunwan started the fire, and a few of them huddled around the stove, their hands and feet warming up, but their backs still felt chilly. Sister, it's really so cold. My back hurts from the cold. Sun Xiaoming complained as she leaned against Gunwan. After a night's time, Ning Zihua, after understanding the whole situation, visited the 21st floor again. His face had been completely lost. Chapter 180. Coming specifically to apologize, is this the reaction? Ning Zihua stood in the corridor of the 21st floor, doing psychological preparation for a long time before finally knocking on the iron door. After a while, someone came down to open the door. Ning Zihua thought it was Gunwan, but when he focused his eyes, he found it was Sun Xiaoming. As soon as Sun Xiaoming saw the annoying person, she immediately wanted to turn and leave. Ning Zihua hurriedly knocked on the iron door and said, Hey, go call Gunwan. I have something to say to her. Gunwan heard that Ning Zihua was looking for her. She stood on the stairs and said coldly, Is there something you need? It's so cold, I don't have a mood to argue with you. Ning Zihua hurriedly waved his hand. You misunderstood. I'm here to apologize. Oh, Ning Zihua. You came all the way up to apologize, and this is your reaction? Ning Zihua looked at Gunwan, who was cold and indifferent above, placed the cardboard box he was holding on the stairs, cleared his throat, and said, this is a gift to make up for my previous inappropriate words and actions. Gunwan raised her eyebrows. Can I really accept this apology? Don't tell me this is your new trick to mess with people. Ning Zihua felt embarrassed. You really are something. I genuinely want to apologize, and I truly want to thank you for being willing to help treat Qibing before. At that time, I was blinded and couldn't see clearly, but now I have woken up. Ning Zihua noticed that Gunwan had no intention of forgiving him, and he wanted to say more to clear up unnecessary misunderstandings, but seeing that Gunwan didn't want to listen at all, he had no choice but to give up. Gunwan brought the cardboard box into the room. and Qin Fengtian walked over. "What's in there?" "I don't know, it was sent by Ning Zihua." "Ning Zihua?" That kind of aggressive person would apologize? Sun Xiaoming exaggeratedly pointed at the doorway. If he knew how to send an apology gift, it would really be like a sow climbing a tree. "He might be trying to set us up," Mu Ran said, standing nearby and stroking his chin. "If he dares to mess with us, just watch me beat him up." Gunwan placed the cardboard box on the ground and dusted it off. No matter what was inside, she decided to open it and take a look. Qin Fengtian tore off the tape on top and slowly opened it while Zhao Lan, Sun Xiaoming, and Mu Ran stood by, holding weapons and waiting attentively. As the paper cover was lifted, they were surprised to find half a box of charcoal inside. It was tea ceremony charcoal. In the freezing cold and in the midst of an apocalypse, with resources so scarce, Ning Zihua had generously sent half a box of charcoal, showing great sincerity. It was just unclear whether it was done for the benefit of the community or if it was a genuine apology. Gunwan smiled. It seemed that the other party really wanted to make amends, and we were just overthinking. Sun Xiaoming was so shocked that her jaw dropped, and she reluctantly admitted, "It seems that a sow can really climb a tree." "Oh, by the way," Gunwan looked at Qin Fengting and said, "Ning Zihua mentioned there's also a thank you gift for you, for saving Qi Bing before." Qin Fengting curled his lips slightly and replied, "No need. I didn't tea-act because of him." The silver thread charcoal was kept as a reserve supply, and everyone tacitly did not use it. Still roasting the slightly smoky wood charcoal, Mu Ran had moved over from another building. Once she left, the patrol numbers in that floor were thrown into disarray, and new people needed to step in. The patrollers had to face mutated organisms at any moment, and not everyone could calmly tie their lives to their belts. Mu Ran would not indulge such unreasonable people. She raised her 80 centimeters tang knife and silently slashed at them, scaring those few people so much that they no longer dared to approach. She had actively participated in the patrols back then, not to let this group turn against her one day. Chapter 181. She has lived to this day without parents. After the routine patrol, Gunwan mobilized the 21st floor, preparing to go out. The firewood they had brought from the villa area was still enough to burn, but daily necessities were running low. After finishing the patrol, Gunwan and Qin Fengting went upstairs to change into convenient gear and took their transportation. They had two places to go. One was the supermarket in the city center, and the other was the Lingjiao hillside villa, which was also where Sun Xiaoming used to live. This time, Mu Ran was in charge of watching the house. It was so cold outside that it made one question life. Gunwan felt the biting cold, even with leather gloves on. The cold wind howled, and when riding, the chill rushed in her neck, making her knees ache painfully. They had only covered half the distance when everyone could no longer bear the cold and had to pause and hide in a building. This was an international hotel that had been completely abandoned. The wooden tables and chairs inside had long been cleared out. They rummaged for quite a while, but found no piece of wood. Qin Fengting tore down a curtain and threw it on the ground, lighting it with a lighter, and several people gathered around to warm themselves. H City had never been this cold. This year truly felt like a nightmare. Zhao Lan stomped her feet, her limbs numb from the cold. Sun Xiaoming rubbed her hands and said, "It's too cold." Even those tales didn't follow. As they exited the international hotel, a wailing sound mixed with the wind reached their ears. Gunwan stopped and listened intently. Qin Fengting noticed Gunwan's odd behavior and asked, "What's wrong? Did you hear any sound?" Sun Xiaoming focused her ears and replied, "No, sister." Zhao Lan also shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard anything. Just as Qin Fengting was about to speak, Gunwan raised her hand to signal him to be quiet. "Listen, that sound seems to be getting weaker." Sun Xiaoming and Zhao Lan exchanged puzzled glances, as they really hadn't heard anything. "You all wait for me here. I'll go out for a bit." The cry grew fainter, and Gunwan rushed out without further explanation. Crossing the street outside the hotel, she reached an alley where a girl on the ground had already lost a breath. The little boy kneeling next to her was frozen, his body turning purple, and his lips were trembling, yet he wouldn't let go of the girl in his arms. Not far away, two venomous ants were approaching, and deadly danger was imminent. But the little boy merely glanced at them, showing no reaction. "This is fine. That way he can be with his sister regardless of life or death." The little boy tightly embraced the girl, burying his head in her arms, quietly awaiting death. Suddenly, a shadow passed overhead, and a graceful figure drew a knife and charged forward. The little boy looked up in astonishment, watching the woman fighting the venomous ants, her movements sharp and decisive. In just a few moves, she easily killed the ants, and it was the first time the little boy had seen such a resolute person, leaving him frozen in place. Unsure of how to react, Nuan wiped the blood off the file and walked over, looking up and down at the boy's thin clothing. She took out a thick cotton coat from her backpack and threw it onto the boy. The heavy coat shielded him from the cold frost, and the boy clutched the coat tightly, biting his lower lip, suppressing his tears. "My sister is gone, and I have no home anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, tears involuntarily fell from the boy's eyes. She had lived until today without parents. Chapter 182. The image of the green snake catches one's attention. It must be very difficult for such a small boy to fend for himself, Nuan sighed, taking out a backpack from her bag and tossing it next to the boy. This was an emergency survival kit she had prepared for herself. Inside were compressed biscuits for daily food and bandages with iodine, enough to sustain a person in the wild for 7 days. This was all she could do to help. Beyond this, she was powerless. "Take this." Nuan squatted down to meet the boy's gaze. "Remember, seeking death is never a solution. Only by desperately holding on to life can there be countless possibilities." Nuan wiped the tears off the little boy's cheek and stood up to leave. The little boy stared blankly at the person who had treated him kindly, a warm feeling suddenly rising in his heart and enveloping his whole body. Seeing Nuan about to leave, he hurriedly called out, "What is your name?" Nuan smiled and glanced at the boy, waved her hand, and walked away. The little boy wanted to follow, but a sudden strong wind blew, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. By the time he regained his senses, the person had already disappeared. He must grow up until he can fight alongside that person. "It's okay, let's go." The next few people hurried to the city center square, where there was not a single person outside and only a few sparse customers in the supermarket. She was putting cans of milk powder into the shopping cart when a sharp male voice rang out. "I told you not to take it. Can't you understand human language? It's $1,000 a can. Are you paying for it?" The woman lowered her head, gently swaying the baby on her back who was crying incessantly, and said hesitantly, "But I can't produce milk. The baby can't swallow sweet potatoes. He hasn't eaten anything for several days." A slap landed, and the man cursed. "You can't even provide milk after having a child. What use are you? Wasting my tens of thousands to give birth to a worthless girl? Eat or not, just die." After hitting her, the man looked around and happened to meet Nuan's gaze. He glared fiercely. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a couple argue before?" Being outside, Nuan knew well not to meddle in other people's business, especially in such couple relationships. If you step in to mediate, the victim might not even be grateful and could even team up to deal with you. The incident with Wang Xiaoyuan had given her a deep lesson. The man poked the woman's forehead hard with his finger, meaning it was a warning. Seeing that the woman no longer shouted about buying milk powder, he satisfiedly picked up 2 bags of rice and left. The woman cried without restraint, but she didn't dare to resist and could only silently wipe away her tears and follow him. Nuan smiled. "It seems like Zhou Yu hitting Huang Gai." The former rich heiress, Sun Xiaoming, only knew how to make her life comfortable and at ease, but now she has completely adapted to a commoner's life, carefully using every small piece of paper. The green snake icon on it caught Nuan's attention. She felt like she had seen it somewhere before, but couldn't recall. Qin Fengtian also brought a large box of tissues and toothpaste, as well as more than 20 pairs of men's underwear, not just for himself, but also for Zhao Lan and Zhao Ziyu. No matter how cold it was, the shelf for vegetables and fruits were still empty, far from reaching a supply-demand balance. Clearly, the global environment was harsh, yet the supermarket managed to deliver fresh vegetables and fruits daily. Although some had raised doubts, they ultimately came to nothing. Chapter 183. You don't deserve to be a father. Nuan casually took 2 rolls of toilet paper and pushed the shopping cart to the checkout counter. Qin Fengtian and the others were still shopping, and since loitering in the supermarket was not allowed, Nuan could only wait outside. The entrance of the supermarket extended to the entrance of the mall, where 3 men and 1 woman were negotiating. "Brother, how about you exchange that amount for that girl?" The man didn't expect to encounter such a good deal on his outing and immediately agreed, Sure, give me the money. The other party handed over a bundle of cash, and the man eagerly rubbed his hands together, extremely excited as he snatched the money. He wet his fingers with his lips, muttering, 1, 2, 3, all done. Unexpectedly, that girl was still somewhat useful. A sharp-faced man extended his hand, exchanging money for goods, urging, hurry up. The man kicked the woman, his face impatient as he pressed, give it to them quickly, what are you stalling for? The woman tightly held the baby in her arms, tears in her eyes as she said, honey, this is our daughter. Anger surged in the man's chest, and he raised his hand to slap her. Damn you. Give it to him. The slap was not light. The woman's frail figure couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground, yet she still refused to let go. Nuan squinted her eyes and recognized the couple. They were the ones who had just bought baby formula at the supermarket. Xiaolon also saw this scene and, enraged, shouted and was about to charge over, but Nuan stopped her. Don't go. If I don't go, how can I call myself a man? Move aside. Xiaolon, with immense strength, roughly pushed Nuan away and lunged at the man with a punch, knocking him to the ground before he even had a chance to react. Xiaolon climbed on top of him and threw several punches, leaving the man bruised and battered, while the woman beside them stood there in shock. She dropped the child and grabbed Xiaolan's arm, scratching and biting. Who are you? Why are you hitting my husband? Are you crazy? The sharp-featured man exchanged glances with his companion, and while the three on the ground were tangled up, he took the child and slipped away. With sharp nails digging into her flesh, Xiaolon felt pain and stopped swinging her fists as the woman forcefully pushed her away, concerned for her husband. Honey, are you okay? Where does it hurt? Let me see. Having been inexplicably beaten up, the man stood up grumpily, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at Xiaolon fiercely. Who do you think you are? Are you insane for just charging in and hitting people? I'm hitting you. You crazy beast. You don't deserve to be a father. Xiaolon grimaced as she touched her own injuries. Her nails really hurt. The man spat on the ground. What is it to you? Want to be a hero without checking if you're qualified? Seeing that her husband was not seriously injured, the woman turned around only to realize her child was missing. Grabbing Xiaolon by the collar, she screamed with a twisted face, Ah, my child is missing, my child. It's all your fault. If you hadn't come to hit my husband, they wouldn't have had the chance. You were their accomplice. Give me back my child. Xiaolon was stunned. She was clearly trying to do a good deed. So why was this woman turning around to accuse and slander her? Her heart sank at that moment. Shut up. I got paid, so they naturally took him away. Stay quiet, or I'll hit you. The man shot Xiaolon a fierce look and dragged the woman away. If it weren't for his size, he would have made sure she paid for this. The woman glared at Xiaolon with hatred and unwillingness as they left, her eyes filled with accusations. Chapter 184. Watch me kill you. Xiaolon felt a deep pain in her heart, dejectedly asking Nuan, is it that even doing good deeds is not acceptable? Sigh. This matter is complicated. Qin Fengting and Sun Xiaoming came out with 2 large bags, and the group set off to return. On the way back, snow began to fall from the sky, with flurries of snowflakes. Nuan suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen Jianxiyu for the past few days. She didn't show up that night during the big fight, and the girl didn't seem like the kind to be afraid of death. Something must have happened. Have you seen Jianxiyu these days? Qin Fengting's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. A few days ago, we went to invite her to go fishing, but she didn't show up. That evening, she was supposed to bring her grandmother to the 21st floor for a checkup, but she also didn't come. Nuan was a bit worried and thought about going to Jianxiyu's house to take a look. She had a bad feeling. Nuan kicked away the trash at her feet and knocked on the door of the Jian family. Jianxiyu, open the door, it's Nuan. There was no response from inside, but the door of the neighbor's house opened. It was a woman with a somewhat sharp appearance, who glanced at the few people and pointed to that door. Don't knock anymore. The old lady at their place has died, so she probably won't be receiving guests these days. Qin Fengtian frowned. How did she die? The woman clicked her tongue. She was old, so of course she died naturally. What a stupid question. After saying that, she ignored the few of them and slammed the door shut. Qin Fengtian was puzzled and thought, this is impossible. I checked the old lady's health. Although she had overworked herself in her youth, she had lived well in her old age and had a good foundation for health. Logically, she shouldn't have fallen ill suddenly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of a chair falling inside. GNCU struggled desperately to make noise, looking hopefully at the door, hoping that this sound would attract the people outside. Sure enough, Nuan, suspicious, pressed her ear against the door and listened intently. Jianjun gritted his teeth and regained control over GNCU, tying her to the chair as the door to the room was pushed open. How is it? Has she left? Not yet. Luan shook her head nervously, clutching the handkerchief in her hand. Honey, are we really not going to get exposed like this? Don't worry. GNCU stared hard at Jianjun, wanting to curse, but her mouth was tightly sealed with tape, and she could only make muffled whimpering sounds. Jianjun noticed that GNCU was trying to create a noise, and without blinking, he took a pair of scissors and stabbed them into her abdomen. GNCU's pupils constricted, and a muffled, painful sound escaped her mouth as the dull pain stimulated her brain and blood slowly oozed out. Behave yourself. If you arouse suspicion outside, see how I'll deal with you. Warm blood dripped onto his hand, and Jianjun extended his tongue to lick it off. The blood flowed more and more, and GNCU gradually felt everything before her start to blur and twist. In despair, she closed her eyes, never expecting that one day she would be stabbed in the back by the person closest to her. Luan peered through the peephole and saw that Nuan and the others had left, letting out a sigh of relief, finally gone. But just as she took 2 steps, the big door behind her was hacked open with an axe, creating a large hole. The dim living room was suddenly flooded with bright light. Chapter 185. Unintentional confession. Luan turned her head uncomfortably, raising her hand to shield herself from the sudden brightness, squinting to see who had come in. It was the people from the 21st floor. They hadn't left. The situation in the house absolutely couldn't be seen by these people. Realizing this, Luan's expression turned frantic, and she opened her hands to block them. What are you doing? This is my home. You are trespassing. Leave now, or I won't be polite. Luan, unarmed, felt a jolt of fear when she saw Nuan's ready-to-fight stance, and her eyes flickered, daring not to stop them any longer. Nuan twisted the doorknob, but it was locked from the inside. She raised the axe and struck, completely destroying the door. Jianjun was so frightened by the terrifying sound that he lost his wits. The fierce and menacing figures on the 21st floor were all present, and he didn't dare to resist at all. He could only watch helplessly as GNCU was rescued. GNCU was tightly bound to a chair, her head drooping to one side, her face pale, looking as if she was about to lose consciousness. Nuan noticed the blood dripping on the stool and said coldly, "Quickly take GNCU away. Her condition is critical." Okay. Nuan used a small knife to cut the rope and carried GNCU away. The wolf-like gaze made Jianjun's heart race, and as he wiped his sweat, he paused and asked dryly, "May I ask if you have any other business?" Nuan propped her chin and tilted her head to ask, "How did Grandma GNCU die?" Jianjun's heart was pounding loudly, making his ears buzz. But on the surface, he remained very calm and said, She died of illness." Died of illness? Jianjun nodded vigorously, yes. She suddenly passed away in the middle of the night. Nuan was amused by the flawed words. "Haven't you finished eating what's in the pot? How do you plan to eat the leftovers?" "I still have a pack of hot pot base. Do you want me to bring it to you?" You. Jianjun was taken aback, stepping back in shock, his body twisting in the narrow wall corner as if he wanted to burrow into the wall. "How could you know?" Nuan's heart sank. She initially just wanted to see if she could extract the truth. But she didn't expect this person to actually resort to violence against his own mother. It was completely self-incriminating. A chill crept in her heart as she pressed the file knife against Jianjun. As soon as it touched him, he screamed like a startled bird. When the knife couldn't reach him, the devil wouldn't know fear. Don't kill me. I was just confused for a moment. Really just a moment of confusion. I'm so hungry. Besides, the old lady was already on the verge of death. GNCU is wasting the little food we have left to see a doctor." As Jianjun talked, he started to convince himself, his fear diminishing significantly, and he gradually became more assertive. "It's just that GNCU treats that old lady like a treasure. Let me tell you, if I could fight back, I would have done so long ago." Nuan suddenly felt bored and lost the intention to take action against such a person. She stood up and coldly stared at him, saying, "You are a family member of GNCU, so I won't lay a hand on you. Take care of yourself." This debt should be settled by Jian Siyu herself. It's truly hateful and sad for someone to slaughter their relatives and have no remorse. Jian Siyu was severely injured and hadn't woken up for several days. She was on the brink of death. It was Nuan who secretly used the medicine from her space and administered carbamazepine to Qin Fengting to keep him alive. Of the 3 million initially, she used the remaining 500,000 to buy various vaccines for diseases, nutritional injections, and hemostatic drugs. Chapter 186. A win-win situation after the battle with the headless snake. The Blue Star Flower Garden community gained fame, and surrounding residents were eager to move in for protection. Especially after hearing that the combat power on the 21st floor of Building 12 was off the charts. They rushed to relocate there. However, the original residents of the community would never agree. Before the outsiders could take action, they quickly packed their things and moved into Building 12 overnight. Recently, the number of deceased had been countless, and there were more or less vacant houses in each building, providing convenient conditions for those wanting to move in. But despite the moves, no one dared to live on the 20th floor, close to the 21st. The community's attitude toward the 21st floor could be described as both hateful and envious, but they had to admit it was formidable. In today's world, the one with the strongest fist is the boss, and they had no choice but to accept it. As of now, the 20th floor still only housed Zhang Chunran, Sun Xiaoyun, and the Zhu family. Ning Zihua held a cautious attitude toward the outsiders wanting to move in. If the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled entered the community, it would undoubtedly add to the burden of the patrol team. Since he wanted to inject fresh blood, Ning Zihua naturally hoped that some strong individuals would move in. Therefore, he would send someone to spar with them a few times to test their physical condition and only allow those with a bit of foundation to settle in the community. As the year-end approached, the number of mutated creatures decreased, and with the patrol team growing stronger, patrolling became much easier. Over the past 2 months, Nuan, Qin Fengting, and Mu Ran had gone to the seaside several times, but the fish they could catch were becoming fewer. Once, Nuan even caught several mutated fish whose teeth were exposed like zombie teeth, with red eyes, thrashing about and ready to bite. Since then, they hadn't gone back to the seaside. Nuan was putting things into her backpack when Qin Fengtian and Zhao Lan approached, both carrying large backpacks. "Are you ready? It's time to set off." Mu Ran and Sun Xiaoming stayed at home to guard the place, while the three of them rode their bikes to the designated location. The negotiation spot was in a spacious square by the seaside, where there were few people around, and it was unlikely anyone would pass by. Additionally, the flat terrain and open sight lines allowed for a timely retreat in case of encountering mutated creatures. More importantly, neither party had to worry about being ambushed. The grain dealer arrived earlier than Nuan and the others, and 3 more people stood behind him, with 2 orange oil drums placed nearby. "Did you bring the goods?" Nuan took a bag of salted fish out of her backpack and threw it over. The grain dealer reached out to catch it and passed it to the person behind for inspection. After a while, the person behind said, "There's no problem with the goods." The grain dealer, feeling uneasy, shouted loudly, "Tell those 2 people next to you to step back." Qin Fengting and Zhao Lan heard this, put down their backpacks, and slowly walked backward. Nuan walked forward with 2 backpacks, while the grain vendor carried an oil barrel to the center. Nuan opened 2 boxes of gasoline barrels and looked inside. The oil was filled to just below the neck, packed full. "There's no water mixed in, right?" "Don't worry, why would I not be trustworthy? We've traded several times, and have I ever let you down?" "That's true." The grain dealer also didn't forget to open his backpack and take out the salted fish, checking each bag. Trading 3 bags of salted fish for 2 barrels of gasoline seemed like a loss for him, but in reality, he was taking advantage of Nuan. The production cost of salted fish is low, and it has a long shelf life. The fish in the sea have basically mutated and can no longer be used as food supplies. No one knows if the food available on Earth will decrease in the future. Nuan urgently needed gasoline, while he needed to store food. This could be considered a win-win situation. Chapter 187. The urgency to set off. After both confirmed there were no issues, the grain dealer casually said, "If you have more of this quality, remember to let me know." Nuan raised an eyebrow and said, "You don't give any benefits at all. How am I supposed to greet you?" The grain dealer pouted and sighed. This girl is really something. He leaned close to Nuan's ear and said, Don't blame your older brother for not taking care of you. According to rumors, the base in Nanzhou is nearing completion, and you should go early. After speaking, the grain dealer gave Gunwan a meaningful glance, picked up his things, and turned to leave. Gunwan stood in place, squinting her eyes. It seemed that setting off was imminent. When she returned home, Gunwan recounted word for word what the grain dealer had told her. To the south of H City's Haizhong district lies Yanzhushan, and on the other side of Yanzhushan is Nanzhou. Yanzhushan was only planned into H City in recent years, and some locals still refer to Yanzhushan by its old name, naturally mentioning Nanzhou County when talking about Yanzhushan. Yanzhushan is rich in water resources, and the sunny side at the foot of the mountain is filled with hotels and goose houses, ready-made residential buildings, with a surrounding 100-meter-high wall built for security. Previously, due to personal safety concerns, she hadn't been able to go to Yanzhushan, but this time, it was a must. Qin Fengting said in an unquestionable tone, "I'll try to minimize what I have to bring. It must be taken." Zhao Lan nodded in agreement. "Yes. I will also reduce what I bring. Our little soft-kin buddy and gloves are our companions. We can't just leave them behind. Then I will reduce a little too." Mu Ran raised her hand to indicate. Gunwan stopped Mu Ran. "You don't need to. If you reduce any more, there won't be anything left." Mu Ran had brought 3 bags, 2 of which were supplies, and the remaining bag contained 3 sets of clean cotton clothes, underwear, cotton pants, and 2 pairs of shoes, plus 5 sets of summer casual wear. Reducing those was really a bit difficult. Sun Xiaoming nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. You used DeBeo SOD for skincare. How would you reduce that?" Feeling a bit guilty for not being able to help, Mu Ran looked at Qin Fengting and scratched her head, apologizing. Qin Fengting. "No need." Zhao Lan had a map of the area around H City at home. The group gathered around the table, and Qin Fengting pointed to the landmarks. "Here is the highway exit to the south of H City. Extending from here are Yunhong Park, the central municipal government, the 2nd Fire Brigade, Hongmei International Hotel, Guitai Building, and near launching Huayuan Community." Qin Fengting marked a point on the map with a red marker, his gaze scanning the landmarks like a motor. He finally locked onto the lower right corner of the map, where Yanzhushan was located. This meant that to reach Yanzhushan, they had to pass through these prominent landmarks and drive on the highway for 3 hours to arrive at Yanzhushan. Looking at the long red line on the map, the group fell silent. Although they knew Yanzhushan wasn't close, they hadn't expected it to be so far, needing to travel such a long distance through the city. "Do we have enough gasoline?" Zhao Lan was only concerned about this. As long as there was enough gasoline, the length of the road didn't matter. Gunwan's expression was heavy. If the journey went smoothly, there would be more than enough time, but she was worried about the possibility of encountering mutated creatures or robbers along the way. That would delay more than just time. There are always stronger beings and greater challenges beyond one's realm. Although they were thriving in the Blue Star Flower Garden community, it didn't mean they would still be able to do so outside. Even with her spatial abilities, she couldn't guarantee absolute safety. After leaving the city, they would encounter not just headless snake venom ants, but also enormous creatures like 6-headed giant earthworms. Chapter 188 plans to head to the base. No matter how difficult or distant the journey was, since it was necessary to go, discussing it further would be futile. Gunwan looked at the supplies piled up in the bedroom. She had bought 200 bags of rice from the grain dealer, and she had received 66 bags, of which she had eaten 2 bags over the past few months. The canned food she had collected at the National Auto Show was becoming scarce during the cold days. She would lazily open a can for breakfast to dip with bread slices, and she would occasionally snack on a can as well. The supplies hidden in the attic and various places around the house had all been accounted for, and they had nearly finished eating hot pot and barbecue together every day. When it came time to eat the wild boar meat from the fridge, everyone was conscientious about giving Gunwan money. Even though Jianxiu didn't have money at the moment, she would say she would owe it and definitely pay back later, indicating that she didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Some of the dried salted fish had been traded for gasoline, and the rest was evenly divided, with Gunwan receiving 2 bags, the kind of large shopping bags from the supermarket. The chestnuts she brought down from the mountain had been cooked into chestnut rice, and there were still some left. She had finished the fried chicken pieces, leaving 10 hanging in the corner. Nuan moved all the supplies to the living room, then went into the bedroom to start packing clothes, shoes, and bags. She packed her favorites into the storage space, leaving only a few pieces of clothing to fit into her backpack. Gui's formula, diapers, and small clothes were also packed in. The little one is growing fast and can already sit and crawl. Recently, he has been enjoying solid food and drinking less formula. Seeing Nuan organizing clothes, he insisted on getting himself into the backpack. Ha ha ha, come out. Nuan laughed as she took the little one out. Gui sat on the bed, pouting and blowing bubbles, patting the blanket to express his dissatisfaction. All right, I will take you with me. You need to be good, okay? Hee hee. Gui grabbed a dog plush toy and bit its ear, no longer bothering Nuan as she packed. 2 large travel bags were filled with all of Nuan and Gui's belongings. To be on the safe side, Nuan also brought 2 blankets and a throw. After Nuan finished packing, everyone had arrived. When Qin Fengting came to launching Huayuan, he only had 1 suitcase, and now he was leaving with the same. Everyone gathered the things they needed to take, and aside from the necessary supplies, clothing, and bedding, they didn't bring any extra items. But even so, the belongings of the 6 people were still quite a lot. The main issue was that the rice from Nuan, Qin Fengting, and Zhaolan took up a lot of space, while Sun Xiaoming and Jian Siyumu Ran only had 1 suitcase each. What should we do? There were too many items to fit into the vehicles. Zhaolan looked at the pile of things, worried, suggesting they reduce a bit more. Qin Fengting shook his head. There was no space left to cut down, and even removing 1 or 2 items would only be a drop in the bucket. They needed to find a fundamental solution to the problem. Nuan crossed her arms and pondered. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. I remember there's a rope in the trunk. If we find another car to tow behind, won't that solve the problem? As soon as Zhaolan heard about the car, her eyes lit up. I have one. It's an off-road vehicle with a spacious trunk. It can definitely fit all of this. The car issue was easily resolved. In the evening, Zhaolan, Sun Xiaoming, and Mu Ran went to the underground parking lot, which attracted a lot of attention. The 21st floor had almost become a barometer. Any